This pot was presented to him by the Phoenix as a gift, without knowing Suyik would use it as a chamber pot. The pot had vast space and no odor, and Suyik had been using it for years, finding it quite nice. The Demon Master Kunpan is a complete legendary existence, hardly mentioned even in myths. However, Suyi told them that this jade pot belonged to the Demon Master Kunpan, so what does that mean? Is it considered an artifact or a cultural relic? Yan Zhengcheng and the others were all dumbfounded. Ling Yun was even more shocked. She was a student at Qingzhou University and had heard of the former president, Yan Zhengcheng. Now Yan Zhengcheng was right in front of her, even calling Suyi Teacher Su. This was already outrageous enough. What was even more outrageous was that Suyi could actually translate texts that Yan Zhengcheng didn't understand. The translated content was even more bizarre. Lin Yun secretly looked at Yan Zhengcheng, curious whether he would believe what Suyi said. Logically speaking, Lin Yun didn't believe it. She thought that as long as Yan Zhengcheng wasn't crazy, he wouldn't believe it. Old Yan, you really believe this is something that belonged to the Demon Master Kunpeng? Qi-chun's mouth twitched involuntarily. How could a historical researcher believe in myths? It was even more impossible to believe that things from myths actually existed. I believe. Yan Zhengcheng's eyes flashed with determination. Then he pulled out another photo. Suyi frowned upon seeing the photo. This hammer is still in Shijianshan. Its weight unknown. Completely immovable. Teacher Su, do you know what this is? Yan Zhengcheng's gaze at Suyi suddenly became somewhat strange. If Suyi could only translate the words on ancient steles and explain them with his broad knowledge, it would be one thing, but he even mentioned things related to the Demon Master Kunpeng. Unfortunately, he had to believe it. The things inside the mysterious cave in Shijianshan were too miraculous. Since the discovery of the relics, many things couldn't be moved out. It wasn't because the archaeologists worked slowly, but because those things couldn't be lifted. Among these things was the jade pot, the hammer engraved with endless purple runes in the photo, the jade bed in the cave, and the four strange swords hanging in the cave. These things had been subjected to various machines, but none could be moved a bit. They were like rooted to the ground. If it wasn't for Yan Zhengcheng's high prestige and involvement in this archaeological research, this information would never have been known. A jade pot less than half a meter in length couldn't be moved no matter what. It was a very eerie thing. Otherwise, why would he believe it belonged to the Demon Master Kunpeng? Yan Zhengcheng could now accept anything. If Suyi knew the origin of the hammer engraved with purple runes, he would truly suspect that Suyi was the master of those things in the cave. This hammer looks pretty. Suyi glanced at Yan Zhengcheng and smiled, but I don't know its origin either. If you remember correctly, it was a gift from the head of Tianti insect for his teachings. It seemed to be a congenital spiritual treasure called the Purple Thunder Hammer. However, Suyi didn't want to say much to Yan Zhengcheng. He finally realized that some things in his cave shouldn't exist in the present world. They were never meant for this era. He decided to retrieve them tomorrow. Yan Zhengcheng was greatly disappointed, then pulled out another photo, saying, "Look at this picture." When the staff walked within 2 meters of these four swords, they turned directly into blood mist. Why would he believe in myths? After learning this information, Yan Zhengcheng had no choice but to believe. Perhaps the end of science was theology. There were too many unexplainable things inside the cave. Half-jokingly, Suyi said, "If I tell you these are the 4 swords of the executioner from Master Tanshan, would you believe it?" Yan Zhengcheng's attitude was unusually firm. Staring at Suyi, he said, "If you say so, I believe." Suyi and Yan Zhengcheng locked eyes. When did Yan Zhengcheng unconditionally trust him? This wasn't a good thing. "I was kidding. You don't even know their origin." "How could I know?" Suyi retorted. "You don't really believe that the jade pot belonged to the Demon Master Kunpeng, do you? If things from myths appeared in the modern world and were obtained by archaeologists, it might be fine, but if they were acquired by cultivators, it could lead to immeasurable disasters." Suyi felt it was necessary to retrieve certain things. For instance, the 4 swords of the executioner, although they used to hang on the wall as decorations, if he hadn't suppressed the sword intent within them, let alone becoming blood mist within 2 meters, even ordinary people entering the cave would certainly die. The jade pot was a joke too. Yan Zhengcheng forced himself to ask, hoping that at least the origin of the jade pot wasn't a joke. Suyi nodded. Of course, it was a joke. What else could it be? HMPH. Young man. Talking nonsense. Old Yan. Why do you believe what he says? He-jun trembled with anger upon hearing Suyi's words and then pulled Yan Zhengcheng, who seemed lost, and said sternly, "Old Yan, what are you thinking? This kid is obviously playing with you." Suyi could only say, "If you insist on asking me, I can only give you the answer you want. That's all." Yan Zhengcheng's previously bright eyes dimmed instantly after Suyi said this, turned around, and walked out of the bookstore slowly, looking like he had lost his soul and become a walking corpse. Heejun gave Suyi a sidelong glance and followed him out. Suyi just shook his head. Some questions were simply beyond the exploration of ordinary people like Yan Zhengcheng. He had read many books these days. The current society was one of atheism, in a legal system. More and more people no longer worshipped deities, and even if they did, it was merely as a belief or spiritual sustenance, relying on their own efforts. In the past, in the event of a drought, humans could only sacrifice to the gods, even sacrificing young boys and girls. What about now? Humans could already artificially induce rain. Although there were areas where humans couldn't tread, they were no longer ignorant, nor were they at the mercy of gods. Wasn't this good? Since that was the case, Suyi didn't want to disrupt this balance. Even if he were to reveal the origins of those things, what would it be worth? Tomorrow, he would retrieve all those things. They had nowhere to research them. Suyi, you've gone too far. Lin Yun watched Yan Zhengcheng's departing figure and couldn't help but scold Suyi. Suyi just smiled without explaining. Yi Xiaxuan looked curiously at Suyi. His master's methods were quite amazing, but she didn't understand why he treated an old man in such a manner. Essentially, his words shattered the last speck of hope in Yan Zhengcheng's heart. Only Wang Zhu, with narrowed eyes, showed some concern after Suyi's words and Yan Zhengcheng's mention of the four swords. The things in that cave in Shijianshan were definitely not ordinary. Wang Zhu felt this might be the Tao giving him an opportunity for a mortal fate. After Yan Zhengcheng left, Wang Zhu also bid farewell to Yi Haxuan. Then they both left work. Yi Haxuan knew that Suyi was interested in Lin Yun, and of course she didn't want to be a third wheel, so after a brief chat with Lin Yun, she also left. Thus, only Suyi and Lin Yun remained in the bookstore. Suyi didn't engage in small talk with Lin Yun but instead picked up a book and started reading. Suyi, it's really not nice to tease Principal Yan like that. Lin Yun's attitude towards Suyi was inconsistent. Just now, she thought Suyi was knowledgeable and talented since even Principal Yan came to seek advice from him, but it turned out that Suyi was just joking. That was very unfair. Not to mention that Principal Yan is a respectable scholar. Just his age alone makes it inappropriate for Suyi to tease him like that. When Lin Yun mentioned the incident again, Suyi slowly set down his book and stared at Lin Yun, a slight smile forming on his face. Do you think this is teasing? What if I said everything is true, but I just don't want him to believe in ghosts and gods? Talking about ghosts and gods is just nonsense. Lin Yun furrowed her brow, not quite understanding Suyi's point. Was the jade pot truly related to the ancient mythical figures? And were the four swords of Juxian really hanging in a cave? Who could be the owner of that tomb? I don't think Principal Yan really trusts you, and what you said might have hurt him. Lin Yun didn't know how to express her thoughts to Suyi. Seeing Principal Yan looking so lost, she felt Suyi might have gone too far. Suyi shook his head. What use is it if he believes me? It's more important whether he believes in himself. D4. Yan Zhengcheng accepted the concept of someone living for over 10,000 years and even believed in the existence of the immortal Hanzhan. If Suyi's words could easily undermine his beliefs, then he truly had a weak conviction. Lin Yun was momentarily speechless, and so remained silent. Seeing her quiet, Suyi didn't attempt to start a conversation or change the subject. He picked up his book and continued reading. Lin Yun felt a bit awkward standing there. Since there were no customers in the store, she decided to browse near the bookshelves, searching for a book to read or perhaps brush up on her studies at the bookstore. She wandered around for a while, but couldn't find a book that caught her interest. When she casually glanced at Suyi, she noticed he was completely engrossed in his book. She really couldn't understand this person. At their first meeting, they had applied for the job together, and Suyi had started chatting. Later, he even drank with the rich woman for money, which made her doubt his reliability. But then she realized he might not be as bad as she first thought, at least not like the other wealthy kids. Just when she thought Suyi was knowledgeable and capable, he surprised her again. But now, he seemed to be more interested in the book in his hands rather than her. Am I not attractive at all? Like any girl in such a situation, Lin Yun's feelings were somewhat complicated. Although she didn't want Suyi to pursue her, if he didn't even spare her a glance, she felt a bit disheartened. Until 10 p.m., only a few students came in, and they only sold to books. Suyi had been completely absorbed in his reading, not even shifting his position once, leaving all the other tasks to Lin Yun. Suyi didn't have a good sense of time. Seeing it was already 11:30 p.m., he closed his book and glanced at the clock on the wall, asking why they hadn't closed yet. Lin Yun was surprised by his question. Both of them were working there, but Suyi hadn't gotten up since he sat down. If it weren't for worrying about disturbing him, she would have asked earlier. "Let's close up and go back." Suyi put the book back and said, "You can go first. I have something to do. You don't have to wait for me." "Who's waiting for you?" Lin Yun retorted, giving him a teasing side eye. "Oh, then you go first. I'll close up." Suyi gestured to turn off the lights. He decided to go to Shijianshan and collect the things he should have taken back. Just now, Wanzhu had seen those pictures, and as a cultivator, even though the kid's cultivation level was low, he might become interested in what was in the cave. After closing the door, Ling Yun rode her bike home, while Suyi walked into an alleyway, disappearing from sight. The next moment, he reappeared on Shijianshan, observing everyone's movements on the mountain. Indeed, this kid has some ideas. Suyi found Wanzhu on the mountain. Previously, the entrance to his cave was heavily guarded, with hundreds of people surrounding a 1-kilometer radius, prohibiting visitors and keeping many archaeologists busy. Besides Wanzhu, he also saw Zhang Luolin, who was organizing things on the mountain. Given the strange occurrences there, it was natural for someone to invite him from Qingzhou City to have a look. Although not superstitious, some things require belief, such as inviting a feng shui master before starting a big project or choosing an auspicious day. Zhang Luolin had heard about the discovery of Pre-Tang and Yu artifacts on Shijianshan in the news and also knew that Zhang Changfeng was on the mountain. He went up to visit and asked about the things in the cave, but Zhang Changfeng only told him, "You can't touch what's inside the cave. You should all just leave." Mr. Zhang, who is the owner of that tomb exactly? Before Zhang Luolin had the chance to go to Suyi's cave, he had already known Zhang Changfeng on Shijian Mountain. Although this person's cultivation level was not high, his fortune-telling skills were rare in the world. According to the rules of their circle, Zhang Changfeng's Taoist temple was on Shijian Mountain, which was considered his domain. Even if a Taoist master wanted to intervene in the matter of the tomb, they should at least visit and explain the situation. Zhang Changfeng, with his eyes closed, slowly said, "Master Zhang, you don't need to ask about the cave anymore. If the owner of the cave is angered by this, the consequences are definitely not something you can bear." In theory, Zhang Changfeng wanted to manage this matter, but with the discovery of the ruins and the involvement of the archaeological team, it was no longer within his control. Since Suyi showed no interest in the matter, he understood his master's indifferent nature and had to let things take their course. If Suyi truly didn't want those people to touch his belongings, it should be an easy matter. The owner of the cave, Zhang Luolin, couldn't help but take a deep breath. People thought it was a tomb, but Zhang Changfeng referred to it as a cave, and even mentioned the owner of the cave. It was likely the retreat of a practitioner. Without saying more, Zhang Luolin slightly bowed and bid farewell. "I will go down to discuss with the leader of the archaeological team." Zhang Luolin had only heard that there were relics from the Tang and Yu dynasties in the cave. What era could that be? If there were indeed practitioners who lived through that era, they probably possessed the power of a land-bound immortal. If someone like that were to get angry, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Before Zhang Luolin descended the mountain, Wanzhu had already taken action. Although Shijian Mountain was heavily guarded, it was not difficult for Wanzhu. Like a ghost, he evaded one guard after another and, upon approaching the cave, knocked out a staff member, changed into his clothes, and sneaked into the cave under the cover of night. Seeing that he didn't put anyone in a life-threatening situation, Suyi paid him no mind and simply followed his path. Items that could be moved in the cave had all been taken away, leaving behind things that couldn't be moved in the slightest. The supreme master of Tanshan Zixian for swords hung on the stone wall. The purple thunder hammer was tossed carelessly in a corner, as was the primordial, beginning heavenly venerables jade rui. There was also the jade bed made from pre-heaven jade marrow where Suyi had slept, and the demon sorcerer Kunpeng swallowing sky pot. In addition, There were various priceless treasures scattered around in the cave. These items were beyond human strength to move. If Suyi hadn't suppressed these spiritual treasures with his great magic, ordinary people would likely feel immense pressure and suffocate within 10 miles of Shijian Mountain. After Wanzhou entered the cave and saw the treasures spread out on the ground, he was dumbstruck. Although these treasures had been suppressed by Suyi, cultivators could still discern their extraordinary nature. There were also several fully armed soldiers guarding the cave. Wanzhou didn't dare to be careless. He put on the work clothes of an archaeologist, slowly approached the purple thunder hammer. "This young man, are you here to take photos? Be careful not to touch the hammer," a soldier warned as Wanzhou approached. They weren't afraid of someone stealing these items, as anything left inside the cave was considered dangerous. The last time an archaeology professor touched the purple thunder hammer, he was directly electrocuted, and his body was left in a mutilated state. Wanzhou only smiled upon hearing this and looked at the 5 guards watching over the cave. These 5 were definitely skilled soldiers. It wouldn't be easy to steal these items under their noses. Wanzhou prepared himself, the 5 silver needles trembling between his fingers. He needed to knock out all 5 of them in an instant. Taking advantage of the guards' inattention, Wanzhou swiftly incapacitated them with his needles. He then made his way to the purple thunder hammer and muttered to himself, determined to take something today. "Who are you?" Just as he reached for the hammer, Zhang Luolin suddenly rushed Ting and grabbed Wanzhou's wrist, catching him red-handed. Wanzhou only had cultivation at the later stage of Che training, and facing Zhang Luolin, a Yuan infant expert, the disparity in their abilities was overwhelming. He had no room for resistance. "Who are you?" Wanzhou paled in shock. He didn't expect to encounter a cultivator here, especially one whose strength seemed far superior to his own. "I am Zhang Luolin of the Zhengyi sect." Zhang Luolin introduced himself, but Wanzhou sneered. "Zhengyi sect? I've never heard of it. You're here to steal artifacts, aren't you?" What a turnaround. Zhang Luolin coldly smiled, no longer speaking but instantly raised his hand, knocking Wanzhou unconscious. After incapacitating Wanzhou, Zhang Luolin surveyed everything in the cave. The Zhengyi sect was a branch derived from Taoist mysticism, so he had some understanding of Taoist items. Purple thunder hammer, primordial jade rui. Zhang Luolin was shocked. When he saw the 4 swords on the stone wall, he nearly suffocated. Juxian, the Jushan for swords. As he was still in shock, footsteps sounded, and Suyi slowly walked towards him. "Is it you?" Zhang Luolin stared at Suyi, hesitated for a moment, and called out, "Senior." Previously, when the ancestor of the Zhengyi sect, Zhang Daoling, appeared, Zhang Luolin already knew that Suyi was extraordinary. Suyi just nodded slightly and walked up to remove the Juxian for swords. With a wave of his hand, he collected all 4 swords. "Senior, isn't it inappropriate for you to do this?" Zhang Luolin didn't dare to confront Suyi directly, but Suyi's unbridled act of taking away everything in the cave was somewhat excessive. Suyi didn't bother to exchange words with him. The items in the cave disappeared one by one. Zhang Luolin could only watch from the side. After collecting everything in the cave, Suyi spoke to Zhang Luolin. "These things were originally mine. Just don't mention it to anyone. Consider them never discovered." "Are you the owner of the cave?" Zhang Luolin tentatively asked. Remembering Zhang Changfeng's words and feeling the pressure Suyi brought, he realized that Suyi might indeed be the owner of the cave. "Yes. Is it too much for me to take back my own things?" Zhang Luolin bit his lip and asked, "Senior, how can you prove that these things belong to you? How do you prove that these things are yours?" "This is an interesting question." Suyi looked at Zhang Luolin with a smile that wasn't a smile, and asked back, "Do I need to prove something to you?" Not to mention that these things originally belonged to him, even if they didn't. According to the rules of the cultivation world, it was whoever had the bigger fist that called the shots. Obviously, Suyi's fist was a bit bigger. Zhang Luolin gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing uncertainly, and had to ask again, "Is it true that you are the owner of this cave?" Suyi didn't answer him anymore. He walked to the side of the purple thunder hammer, waved his right hand, and stored the purple thunder hammer into his spatial ring. Zhang Luolin couldn't help but ask, "Was that the purple thunder hammer just now?" "Yes." Suyi concealed his true strength from ordinary people, but he didn't bother to hide anything in front of practitioners like Zhang Luolin. The 4 swords on the wall are the extermination for swords, and there is the 3 treasures Yurui of the primordial, beginning great god, Gulu. Zhang Luolin swallowed hard. As a Taoist, He clearly understood the significance of the 3 treasures Suyi mentioned. Suyi walked in front of these treasures and waved his hand, directly collecting all of them, causing Zhang Luolin's eyes to widen. How could someone just casually take all these treasures if they were all real? Take this person with you. I don't want anyone to know that I took these things. After Suyi finished speaking, he turned and left directly. Senior, how am I supposed to explain to others if you take all these things away? Zhang Luolin shouted. Suyi felt relieved, but if he was discovered by someone, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? You figure it out. Only this faint voice echoed in the cave. Zhang Luolin looked at the empty cave, with a few people lying unconscious on the ground, feeling disheveled in the wind. Their conversation had been loud enough to alert the people outside, and when they arrived, they confronted Zhang Luolin. All the members of the archaeological team looked at Zhang Luolin. The entire cave had been emptied, with 6 people lying on the ground, and only one Dao standing there. What could they possibly think? If I tell you that the things in the cave were not taken by me, would you believe it? All eyes were on Zhang Luolin. Was he taking them for fools? An archaeologist wearing reading glasses stared at Zhang Luolin, adjusted his glasses, and said, Zhang Daoshang, I invited you here not for you to take things away directly. I advise you to give up the items, though I don't know where you've hidden them. If you don't explain today, don't even think about leaving. Zhang Luolin trembled all over. As a nascent soul cultivator, he held a significant position in the cultivation world. Now, he was being treated like a thief. However, Suyi's parting words made him hesitate to reveal information about Suyi. And facing a group of ordinary people, his character wouldn't allow him to resort to violence against them. I won't say much. I didn't take the items. With that, he picked up Wang Shu from the ground and turned into a shadow, fleeing away. Not good with words, and in such a situation, he couldn't explain himself. Unable to resort to violence, he could only slip away. Excluding monsters like Suyi, nascent soul experts had almost reached the limit of power in the current world. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. The archaeologists in the cave could only watch him disappear like a ghost in front of their eyes. You show off. If you're so great, don't ever come back to Qingyun Mountain. We might just tear down your Taoist temple. A voice inside the cave sounded with frustration. People at their level knew about practitioners, but even practitioners couldn't act this way. He had invited Zhang Luolin to look at things here, but Zhang Luolin had cleared out the entire cave. Wouldn't they confront him at Qingyun Mountain? Hearing the voice behind him, Zhang Luolin was so angry he nearly spit blood. This account was firmly pinned to his head and couldn't be washed away. Kid, wake up. Zhang Luolin had a good temper, but now, with nowhere to vent his frustration, after stopping halfway up the mountain, he patted the fainted Wang Shu awake. Wang Shu woke up grudgingly, looked at Zhang Luolin, hesitated for a moment, and said, Senior, it was the junior's fault for being ignorant. I apologize and hope Senior will forgive me. Forget it. Where do you live? I'll stay with you for a while. Zhang Luolin didn't want to go back to Qingyun Mountain now. He wanted to find Suyi. If Suyi was really the owner of that cave, he must be extremely powerful. Today, he had shouldered a great responsibility, but Suyi also owed him a favor. Many in the cultivation world believed in cause and effect, and if he could cultivate with a great practitioner like Suyi, maybe he could make a breakthrough. In just a few days, he had met Suyi twice. This kind of fate was not something Zhang Luolin was willing to miss. He had decided to stay in Qingzhou for the next few decades. I am now a guest, but if Senior only wants a place to stay, that can be arranged. Why not come to where I work first? Tomorrow, I will rent a room for you, Senior. After thinking for a moment, Wang Shu continued, Given Senior's status, I could also inform my friend. If you don't mind, you can stay at her place with me. Her family will definitely treat Senior as an honored guest. Forget it. Let's go to where you work first. I don't want to trouble anyone. Zhang Luolin just wanted to find a quiet place to stay for the time being and leave other matters for later. Xiaozhuan had already handed Wang Shu a key to the bookstore, and Wang Shu led Zhang Luolin directly to the South Mountain bookstore. Senior, there's a bed upstairs. If you want, you can sleep up there. Wang Shu hadn't been up there either, but Xiaozhuan had mentioned that there were beds upstairs. No need. I'll just sit here for a while. Zhang Luolin sat on the ground and began to meditate. Having lived for over 200 years, Zhang Luolin had lived long enough. As a nascent soul cultivator, Other than the grand teacher of the orthodox Wan Dao, he had never encountered anyone with higher cultivation. However, since coming to Qingzhou, meeting Su Yi, who was at least one realm higher than him, had complicated his emotions a bit. He needed to meditate and consider how he should act if he were to meet Su Yi again. Also, what realm was Su Yi really in? And why did the ancestor of the orthodox Wan Dao, John Dowling, manifest a few days ago? If even John Dowling had to address Su Yi as a senior, what realm was Su Yi really in? John Llewellyn had to consider these questions. Su Yi had really caused him trouble today. If he were to meet Su Yi again one day, how should he face him? Wan Zhu asked John Llewellyn many questions along the way, only to find out in the end that John Llewellyn was actually a powerful Yuanying expert. At this moment, there was a wave of fear and, at the same time, a wave of relief. He was relieved that John Llewellyn did not kill him. Simply put, John Llewellyn could have killed him effortlessly. Another thing was, now that John Llewellyn lived with him, did that mean he might learn something from John Llewellyn? Senior, you have obtained everything in the cave, right? Congratulations to you here. With those few treasures to aid in cultivation, Senior should have a chance to become the first immortal in thousands of years. Wan Zhu tentatively asked, trying to get closer to John Llewellyn. After sitting down, John Llewellyn had just calmed down when he heard Wan Zhu's words, his face turning red and then white. This was simply mocking him. He hadn't taken anything from the cave, yet he ended up with a big burden. Although this might bring some karma with Su Yi, Wan Zhu's words didn't sit well with him. John Llewellyn took a deep breath and complicatedly said, I want to be alone now. You better do your own thing. Wan Zhu nodded and withdrew to the side, thinking this senior's temper was really strange. Even after obtaining so many treasures today, he still had a black face. He didn't know that it was because John Llewellyn had a good temper. If it were someone else, after carrying such a big blame today, if someone congratulated him, it would already be good, if he weren't almost beaten half to death. The night passed without words, and John Llewellyn spent the day hiding on the second floor, instructing Wan Zhu not to let anyone disturb him. In order to please John Llewellyn, Wan Zhu naturally promised unequivocally that he would not let anyone go upstairs. In his opinion, he should be the one in charge in this store. Even if Yi Xiaoxuan came to the store, he only needed to greet her, and Yi Xiaoxuan would definitely agree to let him go upstairs. By the time it was past 6 in the afternoon, Yi Xiaoxuan had already arrived. She had worried about disturbing Su Yi and Lin Yun when she left yesterday, so she didn't take the medical classics she transcribed. She came specially to pick up those things now. Here. After entering, Yi Xiaoxuan briefly greeted Wan Zhu and walked straight to the second floor. Wan Zhu hurriedly stopped her. Xiaoxuan, there is an elder upstairs. Please don't go up yet. Yi Xiaoxuan was surprised. Someone is upstairs. Wan Zhu nodded. There is a hermit elder upstairs. I asked him to stay at the bookstore for a while. Why does he need to stay at the bookstore? Yi Xiaoxuan frowned. If he really has nowhere to stay, I can arrange something else for him. Wan Zhu said, the elder finds our bookstore environment quite good, so he stayed here. How about that? He certainly had some ulterior motives. If Yi Xiaoxuan asked him to stay at the bookstore, he didn't want to leave. If he could keep John Llewellyn by his side, it would be best. Otherwise, he could help John Llewellyn find another place to stay. You need to ask Su Yi about this matter. If he agrees, then it's fine. But I need to go upstairs to get some things now. Yi Xiaoxuan had initially thought that nobody would go up, and leaving the transcribed medical classics upstairs should have been fine. However, now things had changed. Wait, Xiaoxuan. Let me go upstairs and inform the elder first. Wan Zhu was taken aback by Yi Xiaoxuan's words. If she went directly upstairs now, wouldn't that be a direct slap in the face? Due to her own upbringing, Yi Xiaoxuan did not rush upstairs, but just nodded and said, you go inform him, I'll go up to get something. If he has no place to stay temporarily, I can arrange for him. It's best if he doesn't stay here. What senior expert? Yi Xiaoxuan now felt that her master was the true expert, while others were basically charlatans. Wait, Wan Zhu said before heading upstairs. When he reached the top, he saw John Llewellyn sitting there reading something. The friend of mine has come. She wants to come up and get some things. Let her come up, John Llewellyn said, as he was admiring the medical classics Yi Xiaoxuan had transcribed. Even though he had seen these two medical classics, he couldn't help but sigh at their subtlety. Once John Llewellyn allowed it, Wang Zhu went downstairs to call Yi Xiaxuan. Xiaxuan, the senior asked you to come up. Yi Xiaxuan's expression at this moment was not very pleasant. What elder? Wasn't this her place? How come she now seemed like a guest? She just hoped he hadn't tampered with her belongings. Slowly ascending the stairs, when she saw the Taoist Zhang Luolin holding the medical classics she transcribed, she felt somewhat annoyed. His overtaking attitude was already annoying her. And now, without her consent, rummaging through her things, did he not understand what was considered polite? Little girl, what is the title of your senior? Zhang Luolin put down the paper in his hand and said, these things on the table were transcribed by you, right? I see that your medical classics are very exquisite. He looked up at Yi Xiaxuan, and for a moment, he couldn't speak. This girl was also a practitioner. What was most unexpected was that her aura was concealed and unpretentious. If his realm wasn't far higher than Yi Xiaxuan's, he wouldn't be able to tell at all. Nowadays, practitioners were few, and even their cultivation methods were flawed. Under normal circumstances, they would face many obstacles in their cultivation journeys, and their aura would not be so restrained and unpretentious. My senior, Yi Xiaxuan was burning with anger, gritting her teeth and said, don't you know that rummaging through someone else's things without their permission is very impolite? Zhang Luolin was speechless. In his view, he was just driven by curiosity to take a brief look at what was on the table. Staying here temporarily was like doing a favor, so he thought it might be good to guide her a bit. But he didn't expect to receive such reprimand from Yi Xiaxuan. Unfortunately, what Yi Xiaxuan said was right. It was very impolite to rummage through someone's belongings without the homeowner's consent. Wang Zhu was startled by Yi Xiaxuan's words and quickly pulled her, saying, Xiaxuan, this senior is a reputable Taoist of the Orthodox Tao. Zhang Luolin waved his hand. Little girl, I have offended you. I would like to ask, what is the name of your master? Yi Xiaxuan broke free from Wang Zhu's hand, saying, my master is a hermit, a high-ranking individual. I won't tell you the name. Since you are an elder, I won't pursue this matter, but you can't stay here. She directly issued an expulsion order. Previously, Zhang Luolin had been revered everywhere he went, but today, upon meeting Yi Xiaxuan for the first time, he was criticized and was then expelled. A situation he never imagined could ever happen. Yi Xiaxuan had already spoken very frankly, which made Wang Zhu feel extremely nervous as he listened. Although he didn't fully understand Zhang Luolin's level yet, it was undeniable that as a Taoist master, none of them were easy to deal with. Zhang Luolin's ability to subdue Wang Zhu with just one move was a clear demonstration of his strength. If he were to get angry, the consequences would be severe. Miss, since you don't welcome us here, I'll leave now. Zhang Luolin spoke reasonably and did not lose his temper. Elder, please don't go. Wang Zhu seized the opportunity and quickly pulled Yi Xiaxuan aside, whispering, Xiaxuan, give me some face. Let the elder stay. You don't know how many people in the world wish to invite Elder Zhang to their homes, but never get the chance. He is a true master. When Suyi arrives, you can ask him. If he agrees, then it's fine. Yi Xiaxuan dismissed the matter casually. As long as Suyi agreed, she could ignore everything else. Why do we need to ask Suyi? He is your younger brother, so this matter is for you to decide. Wang Zhu persisted. I've said it. You can ask Suyi later. I'll go take my things downstairs first. Yi Xiaxuan picked up all the medical texts she had written and headed downstairs. Before leaving, she gave Zhang Luolin a deep look. Elder Zhang, right? If you want to stay here, that's fine. Later, let Wang Zhu ask my cousin. If he agrees, then you can stay. Although Zhang Luolin appeared young, the fact that he had fallen to the point of relying on others was enough for Yi Xiaxuan to give Wang Zhu some face. She was not a petty person. If Suyi didn't want Zhang Luolin to stay, she could pay Wang Zhu some money to help him find a place to stay. If Zhang Luolin knew Yi Xiaxuan's thoughts, he would definitely be furious. As a distinguished Yuan infantryman and one of the 3 elders of the Taoist sect, being considered someone who couldn't make it on their own and had to rely on others will undoubtedly be a huge blow to his pride. As Yi Xiaxuan went downstairs to put her things in the trunk of her car, she saw Suyi leisurely walking towards the bookstore. Master, you're here. Yi Xiaxuan greeted him with a smile as soon as she put down her things. She wasn't sure how powerful Suyi was, but since he had taught her the secrets of immortality yesterday, she could clearly feel that her strength had increased significantly. Her vision and memory had also improved. It was like suddenly gaining superpowers. Last night, she had an idea while showering and tested her ability to hold her breath. Surprisingly, she could keep her head submerged in water for half an hour. Wasn't that a superpower? Yes, I'm here. Soo-yi nodded and asked, "Did you try it yourself after going back yesterday?" "I did." Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes sparkled. Wasn't Soo-yi asking if she had tried the secrets of immortality? Since yesterday, she had felt like she had opened a door to a new world and was ecstatic. Now she truly saw Soo-yi as a genuine immortal. Finally, she understood why her grandfather wanted her to apprentice under Soo-yi. Practice diligently. Soo-yi continued. "Do you have confidence now in treating Old Lin?" "I do." This morning, Yi Xiaoxuan had visited Old Lin on Wadong Street around 9 o'clock. After examining his pulse and incorporating the medical secrets Soo-yi had taught her, she had some ideas in mind. Soo-yi nodded and glanced inside the bookstore. Are there any customers in the store? Even from hundreds of meters away, he could sense Zhang Luolin's presence. He hadn't expected the Taoist priest to find his way here. It must have been with Wan Shu's guidance. Wan Zhu brought an elder over who wants to stay on the second floor, Yi Xiaoxuan quickly explained. "I don't think it's appropriate, so I'll ask Wan Zhu to arrange a different place for him. I'll talk to him." So he could tell from Yi Xiaoxuan's expression that she felt uncomfortable refusing them. In such situations, it was better for him to handle it. What was there to be embarrassed about in not letting him stay here? Yi Xiaoxuan followed Soo-yi into the bookstore. When Zhang Luolin saw Soo-yi, his expression couldn't help but show a bit of surprise. As their eyes met, he didn't know what to say. Should he bow and acknowledge himself as a junior, if Soo-yi was just an ordinary traveler in the mortal world? Before Zhang Luolin could speak, Wan Zhu strode over and called out, "Cousin, let me introduce you. This is Elder Zhang. You can call him Elder. Elder Zhang would like to stay in our bookstore for a while. Do you have any objections?" As soon as he said this, Zhang Luolin almost pulled out his own beard. Who was calling whom an elder? Last time, when he made a move against Soo-yi, it shocked even the spirit of Patriarch Zhang Daoling. If even Zhang Daoling had to address Soo-yi as elder, why did Wang Zhu expect Soo-yi to call Zhang Luolin elder? Moreover, wasn't Wang Zhu Soo-yi's cousin? "I have an objection." Soo-yi smiled slightly and said, "This bookstore is not a place for stay. Since elder is a Taoist master, let my sister arrange a good place for him to stay." He paused and added, "And also, please don't call me cousin in the future. Just call me Soo-yi." Being taken advantage of by Yi Xiaoxuan. And now this sudden kid who had surfaced out of nowhere also taking advantage of him. Wan Zhu felt extremely complex. He feared that Zhang Luolin might be displeased and also thought that if Zhang Luolin were to get angry, Soo-yi probably wouldn't even know how he died. To offend even a Yuan infant true man was truly naive and reckless. "Oh, do you like staying here?" Soo-yi's gaze fell on Zhang Luolin. Zhang Luolin dared not even take a breath, feeling extremely nervous. After analyzing overnight, he believed that Soo-yi was likely an immortal who had lived for several hundred or even 1,000 years. Even the spiritual treasures of their Taoist three clears are in Soo-yi's hands. He couldn't afford to offend someone like that. "I don't like it. Perhaps I should find another place to stay." Zhang Luolin didn't dare to say that he liked it. As long as he knew Soo-yi was here, the place where he stayed was not important. He probably had an idea of who Yi Xiaoxuan's master was now. Perhaps only a great deity like Soo-yi could have taught Yi Xiaoxuan to be his disciple. "Then let's find another place," Soo-yi said before disregarding them and going into the shop. He found the book he hadn't finished reading the previous night, pulled up a chair, and sat down, completely ignoring the elder and esteemed figure who stood by. Wan Shu's feelings were indescribably complicated. He was afraid that Zhang Luolin might be displeased. He also thought about when he could show Soo-yi his power. When the time came, Soo-yi would surely have to obey his every command. From start to finish, Zhang Luolin never dared to mention Soo-yi's identity, as if the two had never met before. Since he said he didn't like staying here, Wang Zhu couldn't possibly think he was being threatened by Soo-yi, so he naturally took him seriously and agreed to help find another place for him to stay. Yi Xiaoxuan escorted them to the door, where Zhang Luolin stood and glanced at Soo-yi, then said to Yi Xiaoxuan, "I'll visit another day." This statement was actually meant for Soo-yi to hear. Soo-yi's identity was too mysterious, and Zhang Luolin had already seen his capabilities. However, no matter how he looked at it, Suyi appeared to be just an ordinary person. But precisely because of this, Suyi seemed unfathomable to him. He wanted to visit again to gauge Suyi's reaction. Suyi didn't even lift his head, let alone make a gesture. Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't discern any meaning behind the cryptic words and simply said, "If you want to come, come. Then I'll come again tomorrow." Zhang Luolin had formed a karmic connection with Suyi and naturally didn't want to leave it at that. After all, Suyi was a great figure even their ancestor Zhang Daoling had to address as a senior. If he could receive some guidance from Suyi, he would have a real opportunity for a breakthrough. Suyi remained silent as Zhang Luolin and Wanzhu left. Yi Xiaoxuan leaned over to Suyi, jokingly asking, "Master, how are things going with Master's wife?" "What do you mean?" Suyi raised his head to glance at her, his expression indifferent and calm. Yi Xiaoxuan rolled her eyes at him and asked, "Did you hold hands with her?" "Why should I hold hands?" Suyi replied, then continued reading his book. Yi Xiaoxuan was speechless. This person clearly liked someone, but never made a move or show any interest. Just calling him a straight guy was already a compliment. You don't want to have a light friendship and let the other person pursue you. Do you want to use your charm to make them chase after you? Suyi had a strong ability to learn, having already figured out that chase meant pursuit. Most importantly, he hadn't been idle these days. He had been continuously researching how to pursue modern girls, in a very formal manner. After all, he wasn't from this era. In ancient times, pursuing a woman meant having a physical confrontation first, then asking if she would become your Dao partner. In the feudal era, if you liked a girl, you would directly send a matchmaker to propose marriage, arrive in a grand sedan chair, and deal with emotions later. Or you would showcase your talents at poetry gatherings to attract the woman you fancy by composing verses and making her swoon over your abilities. In this modern age, Suyi clearly needed a different approach. He had only recently met Lin Yun, and in this society of free love, he was somewhat at a loss. With many mistakes made, while trying to figure out how to pursue Lin Yun, he couldn't risk any missteps, as that would give Lin Yun a negative impression. For 2 days, Suyi had read numerous books and searched for some guides, but didn't find them very helpful. He was like a headless fly, especially when it came to pursuing girls, an area where his usual versatility didn't seem to work. After all, he had never tried before. In the past, women had pursued him. Suyi calmly put down his book, raised an eyebrow, stared at Yi Xiaoxuan, and said coldly, "Sit properly." "Master, my apologies." Suddenly feeling intimidated by Suyi's expression, Yi Xiaoxuan realized that someone as extraordinary, Suyi definitely behaved differently and didn't tolerate frivolous behavior, especially regarding matters like pursuing Lin Yun. She had stepped into a minefield. With a serious expression, Suyi said, "Tell me, how do you think I should pursue her?" "Huh?" Yi Xiaoxuan's tender lips slightly parted as she stared dumbfounded at Suyi. "What's going on? What's with the confusion? I asked you a question." Suyi probably thought having an apprentice wasn't entirely useless. At least in situations like this, having someone to ask wasn't a bad idea. Women understand women's minds best. That's what the book said. Tentatively, Yi Xiaoxuan asked, "Have you been in a relationship before?" "I have." Suyi had quite the experience with women, so it would be absurd to deny that. The gossip fire in Yi Xiaoxuan's heart blazed up, and she asked, "How did you pursue in the past?" Suyi fell into deep thought, as there were too many instances. His first woman was young Xiao from the Jijiao sect, who sought refuge in his abode when pursued by a saint and was saved by him. The second was the deity of the night heavens. After a few fights, they fought again. Later on, he mostly appeared, showcased some skills, and the women fell for him at first sight, making the rest of the process easy. Pursuing a girl seemed difficult initially, but it also seemed quite straightforward. According to the usual practice, if he appeared beside Lin Yun, she would fall for him. But it seemed like this practice no longer worked. Times had changed. Suyi fell silent, eventually saying, "I've never been in a relationship before." Ahem. Yi Xiaoxuan forced back a laugh and coughed lightly, covering her mouth. She had thought her master was skilled in courting women. After all, he had interacted with beauties like Beimiao Miao and Yu Huiyan, and Beimiao Miao even invited him to her father's banquet. Now, even Yi Xiaoxuan found her master mysterious and outstanding. In terms of looks, Suyi outshone the young heartthrobs on screen by a mile, had exceptional character, and was wealthy, the epitome of a male god. Not having been in a relationship yet was quite out of the ordinary. Suyi's serious inquiry about how to pursue a girl left Yi Xiaoxuan a bit bewildered. With a warning glance from Suyi, Yi Xiaoxuan coughed heavily twice, cleared her throat, and asked, "Master, do you know what mistress likes?" Not yet. Suyi didn't want to use any supernatural methods on Lin Yan. Living in a world devoid of ghosts and gods, the best approach was to abide by the world's rules. Then you need a faithful assistant like me. Yi Xiaoxuan narrowed her eyes, giggling, as Sun Tzu said, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Let your beautiful and elegant apprentice help you gather intelligence." Taking a deep breath, Suyi gazed at Yi Xiaoxuan and said, "I remember when I first met you, you seemed quite reserved. When did you start boasting like this?" Yi Xiaoxuan had never been considered the lively girl in the past, and it was not an exaggeration to say that she was reserved and didn't smile much. From childhood to adulthood, she didn't have any particularly close friends. Most of the time, she focused on her studies, which was dull and monotonous. Due to her family background, she naturally exuded the demeanor of a gentlewoman. In such an environment, there was no need to explain her personality. When she first met Suyi, her attitude was not that good either. However, in just a few days, her attitude towards Suyi underwent a dramatic change. Upon hearing Suyi say that she had no shame, Yi Xiaoxuan didn't get angry. Instead, she shrugged her shoulders and asked nonchalantly, "So, do you want me to help you gather intelligence?" Suyi sat there calmly, looking at Yi Xiaoxuan expressionlessly, raising his eyebrows slightly, unbothered. "What do you think? So arrogant." Yi Xiaoxuan stuck out her tongue, looked at Suyi, stroked her chin, and said in a serious tone, "Master, with your appearance and demeanor, at least 8 out of 10. I think even Master's wife has a good impression of you. All you need to do is to cater to her interests, at least have some common topics with her." At this point, Yi Xiaoxuan paused and asked, "What did you talk about with the wife last night?" "Talk? We didn't talk about anything," Suyi said. "I read my book, and she did her own thing. What is there to talk about?" Yi Xiaoxuan was momentarily speechless. Last night, she had arranged for Suyi and Lin Yan to have some private time, hoping they would have an enjoyable conversation. Suyi actually said there was nothing to talk about. Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't hold back any longer. "With such a beautiful lady sitting next to you, can you really focus on reading?" "Why not? Why couldn't he?" He actually asked so nonchalantly. If such a person could still find a girlfriend, it would truly be surprising. Yi Xiaoxuan took a deep breath and said, "Master, for the sake of your future happiness, I won't leave tonight. Since you don't know what to talk about with someone, I'll chat with her. You can listen on the side. And when it comes to interesting topics, you can share your thoughts. This way, you can also build a closer relationship." "Fine." Suyi didn't object. Having Yi Xiaoxuan there was also fine since he didn't know what to talk about with Lin Yan. "What are we eating tonight?" Yi Xiaoxuan took out her phone to order some takeout. "I've already eaten plenty on my way here. You can eat on your own." Suyi continued reading his book. He still had some money on him, having tried some street food after a class in the afternoon. And he wasn't interested now. "Okay. I'll order 2 cups of milk tea. I don't know what flavor the wife likes," Yi Xiaoxuan said, as she ordered 2 cups of milk tea on her phone. Since Suyi said he didn't want it, the other cup was naturally meant for Lin Yan. Suyi paid no attention and continued to read his book. Milk tea? What kind of tea had he not tasted? After ordering the milk tea, Yi Xiaoxuan sat across from Suyi and messaged Lin Yan to ask if she had eaten, what flavor of milk tea she liked, and when she would come over. For an entire 20 minutes, Suyi didn't say a word, not even raising his head. "Master, did you approach her like this last night?" Suyi furrowed his brows when interrupted while reading. He looked at Yi Xiaoxuan without saying anything. Yi Xiaoxuan, feeling his gaze, suddenly couldn't speak. It was as if she was a child who had made a mistake, pursing her lips and looking at him. Although she addressed him as master, they were still peers. Being stared at like this and unable to speak was something she had never imagined before. Suyi also realized that he might have scared her. He took a shallow breath and his gaze softened. "Don't be afraid. I just don't like being disturbed when reading." Yi Xiaoxuan pouted. "Don't give that kind of cold and terrifying look to the wife in the future. It's creepy." Suyi nodded and continued reading. He knew that when he was angry, he could be intimidating, but he had learned to control his emotions well. If this was in the past, his anger would have had more serious consequences than just startling someone. The atmosphere in the bookstore was somewhat dull until Lin Yun arrived, at which point Yi Xiaoxuan breathed a sigh of relief. She felt like she had been holding her breath the entire time. Initially, Su Yi had felt quite friendly to her, but that look just now almost gave her lingering trauma. "Lin, you're here," Yi Xiaoxuan greeted Lin Yun warmly as she stood up. Hello, Sister Yi. I just finished classes." Lin Yun glanced at Su Yi. Was he studying again? Did he love learning that much? "You haven't had dinner yet, have you? I'll order some takeout. What do you want to eat?" Yi Xiaoxuan took out her phone to search for food delivery. After some polite exchanges, Lin Yun and Yi Xiaoxuan finally ordered grilled fish and some vegetarian dishes. Then they began discussing the taste of the grilled fish. At this point, Su Yi finally lifted his head and said to Lin Yun, "If you want to eat grilled fish, I'll bring it tomorrow." The voices of the two women stopped abruptly. Yi Xiaoxuan looked at Su Yi, finding his interjection quite sudden. "Maybe not. It's quite troublesome." Lin Yun felt a bit embarrassed that Su Yi would bring grilled fish for her. Their relationship didn't seem to warrant it. "Not troublesome at all. Tomorrow, I'll bring it over, and from now on, we'll have dinner here every night," Su Yi said directly. "Sounds good to me." Yi Xiaoxuan was shocked at how assertive and direct Su Yi was as a straight man. He didn't even give others a chance to refuse. Besides, she also wanted to try Su Yi's cooking, so this was perfect. Lin Yun was momentarily a loss on how to refuse. So, the matter was settled this way. Su Yi then returned to his book, while Yi Xiaoxuan and Lin Yun chatted about various topics. They had previously interacted and hit it off, so they referred to each other as sisters. While Su Yi appeared to be reading, he was actually listening attentively, silently memorizing every word Lin Yun said. Her favorite movies, lipstick shades, preferred tea flavors, and food preferences were all noted down silently by him. Others might have to write them down in a notebook, but for Su Yi, hearing once was enough. He would not forget in the future. Grilled fish, spicy, dislike cilantro. This was how they decided on tomorrow's menu. Yi Xiaoxuan stole a glance at the silent Su Yi and thought to herself that he was truly clueless. It served him right to be single for the rest of his life. Little did she know that this old dog had already planned everything. Su Yi was originally leisurely reading a book, but at this time, several guests would still come in from time to time. The bookstore was not like a bar, and guests didn't need to be greeted. Most bookstore visitors were students who would search for the books they wanted among the shelves themselves, only needing assistance when checking out. There was a large table on the first floor of the store, but Yi Xiaoxuan and the others ordered grilled fish, and the aroma during their meal was too strong and unseemly for the customers coming in, so they moved their meal to the second floor. Su Yi stayed downstairs to watch the store alone, so he couldn't just read by himself. As a person with professional ethics, he was responsible while working. At least when reading, he would occasionally look up at the customers in the store. "Sujay, you are really here." His three roommates from room 306 unexpectedly came to find him at the store. Su Yi looked up at them and smiled. "What's up?" They had met in class that afternoon, chatted a bit, and the roommates knew that Su Yi worked at Nanshan Bookstore. When they came over at this time, it was definitely not for buying books. They must have had something going on. Zhang Bao looked uneasy and said, "Didn't you have a fight with Yihu at the Bamboo Garden restaurant the other day? Today Yihu wants to settle scores with us." "Settle scores?" Su Yi couldn't help but find it amusing. A group of kids settling scores? It means negotiation. Wang Junlin thought Su Yi didn't understand, so he explained. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. How do they want to negotiate? In Su Yi's eyes, a group of scholars making a fuss between themselves. Even if they had a fight, there wasn't much to discuss. Worst case scenario, they would just avoid each other moving forward, or Yihu would find someone to beat Zhang Bao up in a sack and call it a day. "They asked us to meet at a bar. If we don't go, they will beat us up every time they see us," Wang Junlin said. "I heard Yihu's big brother is actually Fan Din. When Biaozi fought with Yihu last time, now they want us to come and apologize." "Who is Fan Din again?" Su Yi really couldn't remember who this Fan Din person was. Wang Junlin said seriously, "Sujay, you just arrived, and you don't know. There are many rich kids from our school. Yu Xingge is considered the school's big boss. He is Yihu doing his bidding, but in reality, Yihu follows Fan Din. When Biaozi fought with Yihu last time, he naturally wants to restore his reputation. I heard Fan Shin's father is the big boss of the Clear Bar in Qingzhou, a well-known figure in our area. If we don't go, it will be disrespectful to Fan Din. Ha, so Yi fell silent for a moment. Had Yu Xingge really become a big boss? Also, was the big brother in Qingzhou that Wan Junlin mentioned the Fenjia who caused trouble the other day? Listening to Wan Junlin talking about these murky matters, so Yi found it a bit naive. Were scholars in this era really so different from before? What happened to the days of gentlemen settling disputes with words and not fists? In the past, scholars had somewhat looked down upon martial people. So you guys want me to go with you? Since he had joined room 306, so he naturally considered himself part of their group. He appreciated his new identity and was willing to help his roommates. He wouldn't let them get into trouble. It's not of much use if you go. Wan Junlin lowered his voice and said, there will definitely be a lot of them, and we won't stand a chance if we confront them head-on. But if we apologize, we don't know how they will humiliate us tonight. We can't beat them, unless we find someone with a strong background to go with us. What do you mean by someone with a strong background? Suyi asked. Yu Huiyan. Wan Junlin grinned. Suje, isn't Yu Huiyan your girlfriend? If she speaks up, even Fan Din wouldn't dare disrespect us. Suyi smiled. It's just a small matter. It's too embarrassing to have a woman step in for me. I'll go with you guys. Beside him, the 200-pound Yan Hui muttered quietly. It seems like there are quite a few of them. Yan Hui, one of the three roommates, spoke the least. He usually stayed in the room watching anime or playing games and was reserved. Suyi raised an eyebrow. It doesn't matter how many there are, I can handle 10 by myself. But that's not okay. What happens after you fight them? We don't have any background. If they come looking for trouble again later. Wan Junlin's voice grew lower as he glanced at Suyi. You should really ask Yu Huiyan to come along. It would be better if she's here. Suyi shook his head. I'm not in the habit of letting women defend me. I'll go with you guys, and we'll reason with them. Reason with them? Wan Junlin was speechless. Reasoning with Yihu and his gang. Are you sure you're not joking? Zhang Bao narrowed his eyes. Suyi, you guys don't need to go. I'll go by myself and see how they dare treat me. Zhang Bao had a fiery personality and couldn't stand being bullied, which was why he had directly confronted Yihu the last time. Can you handle it on your own? Wan Junlin looked at Suyi with a pleading look. This whole thing started because of me. I can't just stand by. I'll go with you and make sure you're safe. Suyi reassured them. It was just a minor matter. Suyi could certainly handle it. At most, he would consider being a bit lighter when it came to actually fighting. Then let's go. Zhang Bao patted Suyi's shoulder and said excitedly, Suyi, you're my brother now. I've made up my mind. Let's do this. Wan Junlin gritted his teeth. Then I'll come with you. He looked at Yan Hui and asked, and you? Yan Hui furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After a few seconds of silence, he said, I'll come too. Wait for me here. I'll be right back. With that, he turned and went out. Wan Junlin asked where he was going, but Yan Hui didn't reply. Suyi informed Yi Xiaxuan upstairs and prepared to go out with them. They waited at the bookstore entrance for a few minutes. Even Suyi thought Yan Hui might try to slip away at the last minute, but Yan Hui finally jogged over. Suyi narrowed his eyes and gave Yan Hui a deep look. This chubby guy had a weapon hidden in his coat. Just now, Wan Junlin was questioning whether Yan Hui was scared, but it turned out that the chubby guy was the tough one. Scholars preparing to draw knives and violence was involved was quite unexpected. A group of people took a taxi directly to the clear-minded bar. Yan Hui sat in the front seat expressionless, not saying a word. Wan Junlin thought that Yan Hui was scared, so he said, Xiaopang, if you get scared later, just wait at the door. If things don't seem right, you can call the police. Yan Hui just made a sound of agreement and remained silent. Only Suyi knew that Xiaopang wasn't actually scared. People who seem quiet and reserved in normal circumstances could be terrifying when they get tough. This is probably what they mean by those who speak the least harsh words can be the most fierce. Suyi's current concern was to prevent Xiaopang from taking action. What was originally just a dispute among scholars could turn into a violent incident, which would not be appropriate. The car stopped in front of the clear-minded bar. Wan Junlin became nervous, his voice slightly trembling, as he said, Suje, do you want to call Yu Huiyan? Suyi smiled. There's no need. All right. Wan Junlin stammered, showing signs of fear. Su Yi walked in front and pushed open the barred door. A girl came out and bumped into him. She said, "Su Yi, you're here at the bar again? Jia Zhe is inside. You better not go in." Su Yi remembered this girl. Her name was Zhang Dan. It was her who showed Lin Yun around on her first day work and protected her from the harassers. She seemed to be a close friend of John Ting, but she wasn't very familiar with Su Yi. What? Come with me." Zhang Dan grabbed Su Yi's arm and dragged him out. "You made Jia Zhe lose face the other day. If you go in now, will he treat you well?" Su Yi joked. "Can he beat me up?" Zhang Dan glanced behind Su Yi and asked, "Isn't your friend with the surname Yu coming with you?" "No. I'm not that close to her actually." Su Yi didn't think he was close to Yu Huiyan. They had only known each other for a few days, and she was just following the orders of Yu Guoan to help him. Zhang Dan quickly said, "Then don't go in. Are you stupid? If someone asks, just say that the girl with the surname Yu is your friend." "All right, but someone invited us for drinks today." "Denya, you can't just leave us outside, right?" Su Yi smiled. "Whatever it is, since I'm here, I should at least greet Ting Yan." Su Yi could tell that Zhang Dan was looking out for him. He agreed to her suggestion. Zhang Dan looked reluctant and said, "Ting Yan is no longer a shareholder of the bar. You shouldn't go in. If something happens, no one will help you. Ting Yan is not here anymore." Su Yi raised an eyebrow. He had a good impression of Zhang Ting. At least she had principles and was compassionate. Chuan Jie owes a lot of money outside, and he's fooling around with a vixen. Ting Yan is still divorcing him and has sold her shares to Zihe. Zhang Dan complained. Zihe suddenly had a stroke of luck, won a few million in the lottery, and now he's acting like a big shot. Such a lowlife. I want to go up and kick him. It was inevitable that He Liao would win the lottery, and it was Su Yi who gave him the ticket. But from Zhang Dan's current tone, it seemed like Zihe had let success get to his head. "I'll still go in," Su Yi said with a smile to Zhang Dan. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen. If necessary, I'll say that Yu Huiyan is my girlfriend. They shouldn't dare to do anything to me." After hearing Su Yi's words, Zhang Dan nodded. "I heard that the girl with the surname Yu has a strong background. Just say she's your friend. If she's not your girlfriend, don't lie. It could lead to trouble if it gets out." "Understood," Su Yi replied and led Wang Junlin and the others into the bar. Su Zhe, Yihu and the others are at T13. Yihu seemed to think Su Yi was quite popular. They were surprised that Su Yi recognized the former owners of the bar. It seemed like he had gained some social status, a feeling of unpredictability. Su Yi nodded and led them directly to T13, as he was familiar with the layout from working at the bar before. Halfway there, Su Yi saw He Liao and Yihu sitting with a group, having a lively conversation. They seemed to be very familiar. As they approached, He Liao also noticed Su Yi and stood up, calling out, "Su Yi, come over. Let me introduce you. These are all my brothers." A few days ago, He Liao would have called Su Yi brother and even wanted to learn from him, but now he just called him by name. Although they still appeared friendly, it was clear that He Liao's status had changed. Yihu recognized Su Yi, but he didn't say anything. He looked at Su Yi with a playful smile, finding it amusing. When Wang Junlin saw more than 10 people at the table, he turned pale and couldn't speak. Although Zhang Bao had a temper, in this situation, he dare not say anything. As for Yan Hui, the chubby guy had his hand behind him, ready to pull out a weapon at any moment. Although Su Yi knew Yihu, he still smiled and said to He Liao, "Please introduce me. Fill the glasses first." He Liao shouted to the waiter next to them, "Bring for beer glasses." He took out a pack of Dongchong Chao Sao, took out a few, and handed them over. Su Yi waved his hand. "I don't smoke, and I won't drink." He Liao paused for a moment, his smile freezing on his face. "What? No face to me?" "Yeah. No face." It was clear he was not giving any face. "Is there anything more direct?" "Damn." He Liao angrily threw the cigarettes in his hand towards Su Yi's face. Su Yi deftly blocked the cigarettes, causing them to hit He Liao's face. Half of the people sitting at the table stood up, glaring at Su Yi. The young man sitting in the middle pressed down his hand and said, "Sit down." "What are you doing?" "He knows what to do. Do you need to worry about it?" He Liao glanced at the youth, then stared at Su Yi, and shouted, "Su Yi, stop messing around. Is it just about having been with a few rich women? Do you think you're a big shot now?" Su Yi chuckled. "Speaking of being with rich women, you're quite good at it. The old lady from the other night kissed you pretty well, right? With that weight, you played all night. is your back okay? The people at the table stood up, eyeing Suyi threateningly. Yang Hui, who had entered quietly, had his hand behind him, ready to pull out a weapon. Suyi knew Yihu, but still smiling, he said to He Liao, "Please introduce me." Suyi did accompany wealthy women as well, but he only drank and did not sell himself. Gadian, a wealthy woman like that, couldn't even get close to him, but He Liao was different. Just the night before last, he was in a private room with a woman in her 40s, and they had gotten intimate. He had also passionately kissed her a few times at the bar. Now, He Liao actually brought this up himself. Isn't he just giving himself a bad name for no reason? You bastard! He Liao's face turned red, and he grabbed a bottle from the table, aiming to hit Suyi in the head. Obviously, the bottle wouldn't hit Suyi. With Suyi's skills, easily grabbed the bottle from He Liao and lightly pushed him, causing him to stumble and fall. When He Liao tried to get up and fight Suyi, a young man sitting in the middle stopped him, saying, "He Liao, don't embarrass yourself. Can't you see that guy knows how to fight?" It was clear that the people at the table didn't consider He Liao, the sudden wealthy man, as one of them. "Deal with him for me. Whoever fights him gets 10,000 each." He Liao had no real power, so he resorted to using money. He had money. In fact, the bar also had some ruffians. These thugs might not even have 100 yuan in their pockets, but they could easily bring a group of girls with just a phone call, and if they were asked to fight, they were more ferocious than anyone else. 10,000 each. To those small-time thugs, this was an irresistible temptation. Nowadays, money is power. And at He Liao's command, a small thug rushed forward to take down Suyi. Suyi simply extended his hand. Crack! With just a light squeeze, the thug's wrist was broken, and the bar echoed with the sound of his agonizing scream. Two more people rushed forward, but Suyi easily subdued them too. No one lasted more than a second against him. No one dared to challenge him anymore. Those small-time thugs were used to fighting bravely, but facing someone like Suyi, who could easily disable them with a single move, they were genuinely scared. With just a light squeeze, he could disable someone's hand. 10,000 for a hand. He Liao stood there foolishly, his eyes losing their brilliance, looking like a defeated cock. He knew Suyi was skilled at dice and drinking, but he never expected him to be so formidable in a fight. Even if he offered money, no one would dare to challenge him now. As they were fighting, many people in the bar were watching, and some were preparing to leave. The young man in the middle stood up and said loudly, "Don't worry, everyone. We were just joking earlier. Let's continue drinking." He then had the 3 injured thugs taken out. Incidents like this didn't happen often in the bar because ultimately, it was a place of business. If there were frequent disturbances, it would affect the business. Even if there were conflicts among the ruffians, they would choose to resolve them outside to save face for the bar owner. "You're Suyi?" The young man looked at Suyi and said, "You're skilled. Interested in joining me?" Suyi replied expressionlessly, "Not interested. I like your attitude. Please have a seat first." The young man introduced himself. "I'm Fen Din. My dad owns this bar. I'm here today because Ahu told me there was some conflict with his friends from school. Wasn't it you, Din?" "It's the guy behind him." Yihu was also wary of Suyi's abilities. With Suyi's skill, he didn't want to mess with him. The fight just now was clean and quick, and he knew he wasn't a match. Fen Din shifted his gaze to Zhang Bao behind Suyi and said calmly, "I won't interfere in the matter between you and He Liao. It's your private business. The conflict with Ahu and his friends is also their matter. You won't intervene, right?" Zhang Bao stepped forward and said, "What do you want? Do you want to settle this one-on-one or what? Don't think you can bully fewer people just because you have more. I like bullying fewer people with more." "So what?" Fen Shin's voice turned cold. He said, "Besides, do you think Ahu can't beat you one-on-one? I called you here today to give you a chance to apologize." "I'll apologize your mom." Zhang Bao, perhaps influenced by Suyi, cursed directly. For a moment, Fen Shin's face turned grim. Earlier, Yihu had suggested that Zhang Bao come over, drink a lot of alcohol, pay the bill, apologize, and then act meekly in the future. He didn't expect Zhang Bao to be so stubborn. "Are you not giving face?" Fen Din said coldly, "So daring. Do you dare to come with me to the back and settle this?" There was a small alley behind the bar, usually deserted, where people involved in conflicts at the bar would go to resolve their issues. "If you have something to say it here. If you dare, try to kill me right here." Zhang Bao wasn't stupid. With just a few of them against a large group, Going to the dark alley with them would be asking for trouble. You better not step out that door. Fan Din sat down after speaking. He didn't want a fight in the bar. Once it started, it could not only affect their business, but also attract the attention of the police. Go with them. It wasn't Suyi who spoke, but Yanhui. This stout man had been preparing for a long time, the weapon he concealed in his embrace, eager for action. Suyi glanced at Yanhui and said to Fan Din, "In that case, let's settle it in the back. I won't sit here anymore." This group had called John Ba and others just to bully college students and show off. How could Suyi let them have their way? Let's fight. Suyi had been in a few fights in recent days and had a good sense of control, at least enough not to accidentally kill someone. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Fan Din smirked. "So, you want to take charge? Is that not allowed?" Suyi smiled at him. After all, John Ba and the others were Suyi's roommates. How could he allow others to bully them? Bold. Let me tell you, my brothers are not here to mess around with you. If something happens, don't you dare call the police, or you'll never be at peace for the rest of your life. Fan Din wasn't foolish either. Injuring someone was one thing, but threatening the other party not to call the police was another matter entirely. Suyi raised an eyebrow and said, "Of course, this is a matter of the rivers and lakes. Don't you ever call the cops either." Fan Din has many people on his side, and the people under his command are indeed not simple at all. Among them are experts who have been involved in underground fighting. Even though Suyi displayed impressive strength just now, they were not afraid. After all, even if it's just one person, they can always resort to using weapons if they can't win barehanded. Suyi was not afraid at all. They were just a group of hooligans. Fan Din got up and led his people to walk towards the back. "Su, do we really have to go?" Wang Junlin was already trembling with fear. He had witnessed Suyi's skills, but ultimately, he was just a student. Facing a group of street thugs like this, it was fake to say that one is not scared. "It's fine. None of you should do anything later," Suyi said, looking deeply at Yanhui, saying, "Fatty, give me the things on you later. It wouldn't be good if someone got hurt." Yanhui was stunned, unable to speak. He hadn't told anyone that he was carrying a weapon. Wang Junlin and Zhang Bao also stared at Yanhui intently. How could they have imagined that the usually quiet Fatty was carrying a weapon? They followed Fan Din to a small alley, and Suyi reached out to Yanhui. Yanhui struggled to take out a small kitchen knife from his pocket. Suyi took the knife and weighed it in his hand, saying, "This knife isn't bad." In the past, kitchen knives were forged by blacksmiths, but now they were mostly factory-produced. However, in terms of iron content and workmanship, the current kitchen knives were still considered decent. "You guys brought weapons too? How daring!" Fan Din saw Suyi holding a shiny kitchen knife and immediately shouted, "Don't think you're special with that kitchen knife. If you dare, come and try to attack me." "Hey." Suyi looked at Fan Din contemptuously. "Attack him." The people behind Fan Din quickly found their weapons. Some of them even had steel rods hidden here, and those who couldn't find a weapon picked up a brick, which also served as a deterrent. Obviously, if compared in terms of weapons, Suyi's side was slightly inferior. Facing a group of tough men with steel rods and bricks while holding just a small kitchen knife, at first glance, they seemed to be at a disadvantage. Suyi didn't go up to attack them with the knife. Instead, he looked at the dozen or so men in front of him, holding the kitchen knife with both ends in his hands. Clang! With just a light twist, Suyi broke the kitchen knife into two pieces. Everyone immediately looked at him. They had thought that the kitchen knife would be Suyi's reliance, but they never expected him to play this trick, casually breaking the kitchen knife into two pieces. How much strength did that take? Those among Fan Shin's group who had actually trained knew that it wasn't as easy as it seemed. Suyi's move had, indeed, made some of them feel intimidated. "Don't be scared. That knife of his is probably fake. Trying to pull a trick like this to deceive us. Who does he think he's scaring?" Fan Din shouted, and those behind him soon realized the same. "Fan, let me handle this. Just a bunch of students, I can deal with them alone." A burly man with a scar on his face stepped forward beside Fan Din, looking at Suyi disdainfully. He grunted, "Fancy moves. Today, let me show you what real fighting is about." He was called Wang Lin and had trained at Kingshan Martial Arts Hall for 2 years. After injuring someone in a fight and getting kicked out, he ended up following Fan Jia to make a living. Naturally, he felt the need to step forward in Fan Shin's matters. Fan Din nodded. "Don't cripple him. This kid is not bad." "Got it." Wang Lin walked slowly towards Suyi, looking down on him, and taunted, "Kid, don't think you're invincible just because you trained for 2 years. Today, unless I beat you to a pulp, you're not leaving here unscathed." Suyi couldn't be bothered with him, and just threw a punch. Seemingly ordinary, not particularly fast, but at that moment, Wang Lin seemed to be dumbfounded and stood there, letting the fist land on his face. Poof! This 170-pound man was thrown into the air, flipping twice before flying 5 to 6 meters away and landing at Fen Shin's feet. Unconscious, Fen Din glanced down at Wang Lin and saw his cheekbone was fractured, blood flowing from his mouth and eye corners. Suyi slowly pulled back his fist and muttered, "I might have gone a bit too hard." It seemed like in order to see someone hit like that, one would have to watch it in a movie. "Fan, let me handle this. This kid's got something." A man in a suit with a crew cut next to Fen Din glanced at the fallen Wang Lin, realizing this was a tough one. That kind of punch didn't come from a couple of years of training. Having participated in underground fighting, he was stronger than someone like Wang Lin who had martial training. Fen Din didn't know what to say anymore and nodded, gazing earnestly at Suyi, realizing that this guy was truly not ordinary. Suyi stood there unmoving, and his dorm mates watched in astonishment. From snapping the knife to sending a man flying with a punch, Suyi's skills were exceptional. They remembered Suyi had once said he could take on 10 people. It seemed like he wasn't bluffing. Suyi looked at the muscular man holding a steel rod approaching him, frowned slightly, and realized he had been a bit heavy-handed earlier. It was just a conflict among students, not something that warranted turning someone into that state. He decided to go easier this time. "Kid, don't blame me for being ruthless," the burly man shouted, swinging the steel rod directly Suyi's face. If an average person were hit like that, they would likely end up severely injured or even face a life-threatening situation. The steel rod whistled through the air, and Suyi simply lifted his hand slowly. The steel rod that could break bones was caught by Suyi right in front of him. As the night wind blew, everyone held their breath. The burly man in front of Suyi was trembling all over, his sweat dripping as he stared in terror at Suyi. Was this guy even human? Suyi raised his leg and kicked without a second thought. Poof! The experienced underground fighter was sent flying like Wang Lin, his eyes bulging. The force of the kick made him feel like he had been hit by a speeding truck. His mind went blank for a moment, a ringing in his ears as he touched the ground, losing consciousness instantly. Suyi glanced at the man, frowned, and muttered to himself, that was a bit too much. To turn someone into that state with just one kick was probably something only seen in movies. "Fan, let me handle this. This kid has some skills." A man in a suit with a crew cut standing beside Fen Din glanced at the fallen underground fighter and knew they had encountered a tough one this time. It takes more than a decade of experience to deliver a punch like that. He had also dealt with underground fighting, and compared to the martial artist they had just seen, he was a bit stronger. Fen Din didn't know what to say anymore and nodded, looking seriously at Suyi. This guy was really something. The moon was dark, the wind was high. In the narrow alley, all eyes were on Suyi. At this moment, Fen Shin's mind went blank, his subconscious telling him he should leave, but his feet couldn't move an inch. Suyi slowly walked towards Fen Din. What are you going to do?" Fen Din took a step back in fear, stepping on a stone underfoot, unsteady, falling to the ground, eyes full of terror. "Don't we just want to talk? Let's have a good talk." Suyi took 2 steps forward again, the group of people behind Fen Din also backing away in fear. Seeing Suyi approaching, Yiku could only step forward to support Fen Din, nervously asking, "Suyi, don't do anything rash." "How is this being rash?" Suyi walked up to them, furrowing his brow slightly. "Wasn't it you guys who suggested talking later? Let's talk now. How do you want to talk?" Yiku was scared white. Suyi's performance was really terrifying. Yiku knew the strength of Wang Lin and the others very well. Suyi could send a person flying several meters with just one punch. How terrifying was that? But even more terrifying, he could single-handedly block someone swinging a steel rod at him. This was damn scary. Yiku didn't think he could match up with Suyi at all. If it came to a fight, he might end up in a bad way. Suyi stood in front of Fen Din and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Fen Din slowly got up, took 2 steps back, nervously smiled. "Subro, I was just joking with you." "Joking? Is it funny?" Suyi stared at Fen Din, furrowing his brows. "How do you want to settle the matter between you, Zhongbao, and Yihu?" Fen Din was slightly stunned, quickly turning to Yihu and saying, "Ahu, won't you apologize to Bao Bro?" Yihu was already terrified, He thought Suyi was just a typical guide, but he never expected him to be so overwhelmingly strong. Invincible with just one move. He didn't want to take that kind of blow. Bao bro. I'm sorry. Yihu quickly walked up to Zhang Bao, apologizing repeatedly. Zhang Bao stood behind Suyi, dumbfounded at this point. He knew Suyi had skills, but he didn't expect Suyi to be this powerful. This wasn't a simple 1 against 10 situation anymore. Realized your mistake. Zhang Bao came to his senses and grinned. Now you know how skilled my Subaru is. Yihu quickly said. I understand. I understand. Bao bro. I was wrong before. I offended you a lot. Zhang Bao and the others breathed a sigh of relief at this point. With Suyi's strength, who would dare to mess with their dormitory 306 in the future? Let's settle this. I have some business to attend to. Why don't you guys go back first? Suyi had no intention of entangling further with Fan Ding and the others. He saw this as a trivial matter. What he was more concerned about was Zhang Ting's situation. Suyi still had a good impression of Zhang Ting. Although they hadn't interacted much, Suyi respected her. Suyi also remembered that he had told Zhang Ting when he resigned that she could come to him if she ever encountered any difficulties. He would certainly keep his promise. Zhang Bao could be considered to have lost this time because of Suyi's dominance. Yihu, after this lesson learned, would definitely not dare to trouble Suyi again. Wang Junlin was naturally timid. If it weren't for Suyi, he didn't know how to deal with the situation. The opponents were a dozen people, and each more ruthless than the last. If it weren't for Suyi, they would probably had ended up in a bad situation this time. You've apologized. We're not petty people. In the future, we won't cause trouble. Wang Junlin, relying on Suyi's authority, said, if you come to provoke us again, Su boss won't show mercy. Yes. Yes. You're right, Jun bro. Yihu was genuinely scared by Suyi, nodding repeatedly at Wang Junlin, breaking the habit to call him Jun bro. Wang Junlin's vanity was greatly satisfied. Then he said to Zhang Bao, Bao, let's go. Zhang Bao and Yan Hui naturally wouldn't linger any longer, as long as Yihu and the others had backed down. Taking advantage was already good enough. After exchanging greetings with Suyi, the three of them departed by car, leaving Fan Ding and the injured to people stranded. In a matter of minutes, only Suyi remained in the alley. He returned to the bar. He Liao had already gathered a group of thugs. He was planning to expand his influence. Suyi also called Zhang Ting, but she didn't answer. He still intended to go see her, perhaps offer some help. Dan's sister. Suyi found Zhang Dan directly. Zhang Dan hurried over when she saw Suyi, grabbing his arm and checking him out, relieved. I heard Fan Din took you away. They didn't cause you trouble, did they? No. Suyi asked. Do you know where Ting's sister lives? She used to live in Wangfu Garden. She mentioned going to talk to Su Chuan about divorce today. She should still be there. Let's go together. Zhang Dan glanced to the right, grabbed Suyi's hand, and whispered, Fanjia is coming. We better hurry. Suyi didn't move. He had already given Fan Din a mild lesson earlier. Their commotion in the bar should have made Fanjia aware of the situation. Although Fanjia didn't show up, he should be aware of what happened in the alley. Are you crazy? Why aren't you leaving? Zhang Dan was getting anxious. She wasn't worried about Fan Din bringing Suyi out, but it was different with Fanjia. She didn't think Fanjia would cause trouble for Suyi, who should be able to handle it. Don't worry. It's okay. Suyi wore a calm smile on his face. He believed that as long as Fanjia was smart, he would know what to do. Zhang Dan was sweating with worrying. Suyi made Fanjia lose face in public. With Fanjia's vengeful nature, how could he let it go? Jia bro, give me face. Let's forget about what happened to Suyi. Zhang Dan couldn't move Suyi outside, and could only go meet Fanjia to try to save face, ensuring Suyi's safe passage. Fanjia gave Zhang Dan a deep look, holding a bulging briefcase in hand. Approached Suyi, directly handing it over. Suyi, I misjudged you. Let's not talk about what happened before. Consider this as a gesture. In the future, you're welcome to come for a drink anytime. Zhang Dan's eyes glanced at that briefcase, wondering about Fanjia's words. Could there be money inside it? Did Fanjia come to apologize to Suyi? How was that possible? Suyi took the briefcase, nodded, and said, let's leave it at that. After saying that, he led Zhang Dan away. Fanjia couldn't afford to offend Suyi, considering the power he displayed. Fanjia's two most trusted aides had been incapacitated by Suyi. What else could he do? Especially after Suyi had spent the last 2 days with Yu Huang and other rich ladies, combined with his skills, Finjia had serious doubts. He would rather pay protection money and admit his mistake. It was a preferable choice. Suyi, is that Miss Yu your girlfriend? John Dan and Suyi walked out of the bar, with myriad doubts in their hearts, but in the end, it all boiled down to this one question. After thinking for a long time, Finjia would bow to Suyi, undoubtedly because of that girl with the surname Yu. If Yu Huiyan and Suyi were just ordinary friends, Finjia had no reason to act in such a manner. The only possibility was that Suyi and Yu Huiyan had a close relationship. Suyi paused and said, strictly speaking, I should be considered her elder. Yu Guoan called Suyi lower, and Yu Huiyan was Yu Guoan's granddaughter, naturally making her Suyi's junior. John Dan was at a loss for words, unsure whose words to believe, but regardless, Finjia had bowed to Suyi, so it didn't matter what the relationship was between Yu Huiyan and Suyi. Suyi handed the briefcase Finjia gave him to John Dan, saying, Tingji might be short of money recently, you give her these. If it's not enough, ask me. Curiously, John Dan took the briefcase, opened it carefully, and her eyes widened. There must be tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands. Finjia's generosity was not small. Just give it to Tingji. Suyi didn't care much about the money. If Zhang Ting really needed it, no matter how much, he could afford it. You give it to her yourself. John Dan tried to return the briefcase to Suyi. Suyi waved his hand. Tingji and I are not that close yet. If I give it to her, she might not accept it. Not that close. With this much money, you just lend it to her like that. John Dan was genuinely surprised. Suyi had been working as a waiter at the bar recently, and even though he made some money accompanying rich women, it was still too generous to lend tens to hundreds of thousands to someone he wasn't close to. Suyi said, I didn't lend it to her. I gave it to her. Taking a deep breath, John Dan looked incredulously at Suyi. Are you sure? If it's not enough, tell me. Suyi said, I've said before, if she has difficulties, I will help her. You wouldn't happen to be the elder of that Miss Yu, would you? John Dan looked at Suyi skeptically. Are you that wealthy? Suyi nodded. I'm fairly well off. Don't tell her it's from me. All right. I'll accept it on Tingji's behalf. John Dan said, let's go now. She should still be at the Wangfu Garden. No idea how things are going with Sichuan. John Dan also drove an Audi. Although she didn't have a stake in the bar, she was at a managerial level and had done some business on the side. Though not as wealthy as Yu Huiyan and her group, she had some money. Wangfu Garden was not far from the bar. John Dan drove Suyi into the residential area, amazed that Finjia had given so much money to Suyi and that Suyi had handed it to John Ting so casually. After just a few days of work at the bar, even if John Ting had been looking out for him, it was still surprising for him to give this much money. Building 8, Unit 7, 23rd floor. As they exited the elevator, Suyi and the other saw John Ting sitting on the ground with a bruised and swollen face, looking dazed. Seeing John Ting in such a state, John Dan rushed forward and half-kneeled in front of her, checked her injuries, and then began to curse furiously in the corridor. Sichuan, are you even human? Tingji followed you since she was 18, and now you treat her like this. You get the hell out from me. John Dan stood up and ran to the nearby door, cursing and kicking. Sichuan, if you don't explain everything today, I won't let you off. The door creaked as John Dan kicked and cursed at it, showing how fiery she was. A girl thriving in the nightlife scene was not to be taken lightly. Suyi watched John Ting in such a disheveled state and couldn't help but feel angry. After living for so many years, one thing he disliked the most was men who laid a hand on women. The door that had been kicked suddenly swung open, and Sichuan, shirtless, stood at the door, glaring at John Dan and shouting, "Have you lost your mind?" Standing at the door, John Dan pointed at Sichuan's nose and scolded, "Sichuan, are you even a man? You not only got involved with another woman, but you've also beaten Tingji like this. She wasted her years on you." Sichuan raised an eyebrow and shouted loudly, "This is my family matter. It's none of your business. If you keep babbling on here, I'll hit you too." Unafraid, John Dan stood with hands on her hips and coldly threatened, "You want to hit me? Try it, and I'll fight you back." Hearing Sichuan and John Dan argue, John Ting turned her head slowly and weakly called out, "John Dan, stop arguing with him." Sichuan, perhaps intimidated by John Dan's fierce demeanor, didn't engage in further arguments, but directed himself towards John Ting, saying, "John Ting, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow, get the divorce certificate. The daughter goes to you. Everything else comes to me." Think it over and call me again. Saying this, he tried to close the door, but was obstructed by John Dan placing her foot on it. Suchuan, you're really shameless. You want everything but the daughter, cheating on her, and still want Tingji to leave empty-handed. Get out. It's my family matter. What's it to you? Suchuan pushed Zhang Dan and quickly shut the door, ignoring her kicks and curses outside. Suyi looked at Zhang Ting, recalling her confident demeanor just a few days ago, where she reassured Lin Yun that Tingji would look out for her. In just a few days, she had become a shell of herself because of a man, seeming lost and defeated. Instead of consoling Zhang Ting, Suyi slowly approached Suchuan's door and said to Zhang Dan, Dan, step aside. Zhang Dan looked puzzled at Suyi, not sure of his intentions, but she stopped and stood aside, breathing heavily. Dang. Suyi kicked the anti-theft door, originally opening outward. His kick sent the entire door, along with a piece of the wall, flying out. The anti-theft door landed several meters away in the living room, smashing the coffee table. The force behind Suyi's kick was terrifying. Zhang Dan was left dumbfounded, along with the dazed Zhang Ting. They couldn't believe that Suyi, who appeared gentle, possessed such immense strength that he could kick an anti-theft door out like that. With such a loud commotion, Suchuan inside the room couldn't remain seated. Bewildered, he stared at the door now lodged in the living room, his eyes filled with fear as they settled on Suyi. Suchuan is a regular in the nightlife scene, and has some connections with the rogues and ruffians in society. He is usually brave and ruthless, followed by a group of young people in the society who call him Brother Chuan. He has a certain level of boldness, but has he ever seen a scene like this before? Suyi approached him expressionlessly. His footsteps were not loud, but with each step he took, Suchuan's heart pounded wildly. You, Suyi, please don't do anything reckless. Suchuan was scared and kept retreating, looking at Suyi with eyes full of fear. Suyi was like the Grim Reaper approaching. Which hand hit you? Cut it yourself. Sout. Suchuan swallowed hard. Suyi's momentum was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine that this was the same young man who was promoting in the bar a few days ago. If you come any closer, I'll call the police. Shaking, Suchuan took out his phone and was about to dial. At that moment, Suyi made him feel a level of threat to his life that he had never experienced before. As an old troublemaker, he was genuinely scared, unable to even muster a tough word. In the past, Suchuan would have easily picked up something to fight back against someone. But facing Suyi, he didn't even have the courage to resist. Suyi raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you sure you want to call the police?" Just with that sentence, Suchuan felt as though his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer. The fear in his heart intensified infinitely. His legs weakened, sitting on the ground with his phone trembling in his hand, looking up at Suyi with pleading eyes. Zhang Ting and Zhang Dan had already walked in but stood at the door without saying a word. Suyi quickly found the kitchen, took out a kitchen knife, and threw it next to Suchuan. He didn't want to get involved. Perhaps Suchuan should decide his fate himself. Struggling, Suchuan picked up the kitchen knife. If Suyi hadn't been in front of him, he would have charged forward and attacked someone with the knife. He still had that temper in the past. But facing Suyi, he didn't even dare to have that thought. It wasn't just because Suyi had easily kicked open the security door. It was Suyi's overwhelming presence that made him feel powerless. Cutting off one's own wrist undoubtedly required immense courage. Zhang Ting, I was wrong. Please, begged Suyi, don't chop off my hand. Please, can we not get a divorce? Suchuan's eyes met Zhang Ting's, hope flickering in them. He knew Zhang Ting would help him. Suyi was standing up for her, and if Zhang Ting said a good word, maybe he wouldn't have to cut his hand off. Zhang Ting clenched her fist, her eyes red, looking at Suchuan, her heart in turmoil. They had lived together for more than 10 years. As Zhang Dan had said, she had followed Suchuan since she was 18. They had gone from having nothing to owning their own shop, children, a house, everything. Back then, they relied on each other. Although life wasn't easy, they supported each other. Even if they occasionally quarreled or fought, Suchuan would always apologize when Zhang Ting was angry. He would never actually hit her. But now, perhaps that saying came true. It's easy to share the good times, but not the difficult ones. Suyi, let it go. Zhang Ting's mind flashed through many memories, the last glimmer of hope fading from her eyes. Nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart. In that moment, Zhang Ting felt disconnected, only wanting to raise her daughter and nothing else mattered. When she said those words, Sichuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked pitifully at Su Yi and forced out an awkward smile. Su Yi, you see, Sister Ting said I was wrong. I've done wrong. Spare me this time. I promise to treat her well in the future. Su Yi glanced at Zhang Ting, then turned and left the room. He was standing up for Zhang Ting, but that didn't necessarily mean blood had to be shed. The most important thing was what Zhang Ting wanted, so let them handle the rest. Even if Zhang Ting forgave Sichuan genuinely changed his ways. Tomorrow, we'll divorce. I'll take Diane, and the rest is yours. Zhang Ting was resolute, wanting only her daughter, nothing else. Sichuan had accumulated a lot of debt, and she had no intention of asking for more. What was left, let Sichuan deal with it. She wanted a clean break. Let's go. Zhang Ting turned around listlessly. Although she had made up her mind, she seemed like a person devoid of a soul at that moment. Zhang Den took out a makeup box from her bag and hurled it at Sichuan. Get the hell out. Don't let me see you again. Sichuan didn't dare dodge, and the makeup box hit him in the face, its contents scattering. However, he didn't dare say a word now. Su Yi was still watching at the door. If he dared say too much and angered Su Yi, his plea for mercy might be in vain. The three of them left without any further delay, heading straight for the elevator. Zhang Dan handed the briefcase Su Yi had given him to Zhang Ting. Sister Ting, there's some money here. You can use it for now. After entering the elevator, Zhang Ting barely regained some composure. She didn't know how much money was in the briefcase, but given her relationship with Zhang Dan, she wouldn't refuse his help at a time like this. She just held Zhang Dan's hand and said, "Thank you, Su Yi. Thank you." Looking at Su Yi, Zhang Ting still felt a tinge of gratitude. Their relationship wasn't deep. At most, they had a former employer-employee relationship. How could she have imagined that Su Yi, who had left the bar, would stand up for her now? She remembered telling Su Yi that if he ever faced difficulties, he could find her. Now, it was Su Yi who was helping her out. "Don't mention it," Su Yi asked. "Do you have a daughter?" "Yes, she's 4 years old and staying at her grandpa's place now." Bringing up her daughter softened Zhang Ting's gaze. "Are you going to your father's place tonight?" Su Yi inquired. "I'll stay at Zhang Dan's for a few days. Once things are sorted, I'll move out." Zhang Ting still had some injuries on her face, and she didn't want her father to see them. "Get your wounds treated first. If you need anything, you can find me." Su Yi wasn't a pushover. He just respected Zhang Ting. In his view, there wasn't much that was difficult in this world. What might seem challenging for Zhang Ting was just a trivial matter to him. Zhang Ting nodded and thanked him again. "Thank you for today." As they left the residential area, Zhang Dan asked, "Su Yi, where do you live? Shall I drop you off?" After a brief thought, Su Yi replied, "Drop me off at Wudong Street." He decided to teach Lao Lin how to fight again in the morning and check on Yishiaxuan's progress in treating Lao Lin. "Wudong Street?" Zhang Ting exclaimed. "My dad also lives there." Su Yi did not expect that Zhang Ting's father also lived on Wudong Street. This is probably fate. These days, Su Yi has also become familiar with the neighbors on the street. The old town is full of the atmosphere of fireworks, and the human touch is strong. Most of the people living here are elderly widows, with a few also accompanied by grandchildren. Their children may not visit once a week or even once a month, hence the saying "a near neighbor is better than a distant relative." Everyone gets along well on regular days, and if someone has a problem, neighbors will help each other out. Su Yi remembered the old man living opposite him named Old John, who takes care of his granddaughter and sets up a canopy on the street to sell cold noodles and tofu pudding after picking her up from kindergarten. As for Old Zhang's granddaughter, Su Yi remember she was called Diane, who is likely Zhang Ting's daughter. Zhang Dan dropped off Su Yi at the door of Wudong Street, but Zhang Ting did not get out of the car. She simply looked towards the house for a moment and then left after Su Yi got off. By now, it was already late. The lights were off at Zhang Ting's father's house, so Su Yi went back to his own room to sleep. Even though he no longer needed to sleep, Su Yi made an effort to maintain the same habits as ordinary people. In the morning at 7:30, Su Yi got up to wash up, walked to the door, and glanced into Old Lin's yard. Old Lin was already practicing martial arts in the yard, and Lin Yun had prepared breakfast for him before heading to school. "Su Yi, aren't you going to school?" Lin Yun couldn't understand Su Yi. He used to love reading so much when he was at the bookstore, yet occasionally skipped classes, which seemed unreasonable. Suyi reply. You go. I'll go in the afternoon. I can't be as free as before. Alright, then I'll be off first. Lin Yun rode his bike straight to school. Suyi entered Lin Yun's small courtyard, and old Lin stopped his movements, saying to Suyi with concern, Zisu, you should focus on your studies. Skipping classes like this won't work. I prefer self-learning. Suyi smiled. Don't worry about it. You've been practicing martial arts for 2 days. Do you feel better? After practicing, one feels more energetic. What's the name of this martial art you're practicing? Old Lin asked. It's called the 5 Animal Frolics. Have you heard of it? Suyi said. This is probably the most complete set of 5 animal frolics. The 5 animal frolics. Old Lin chuckled. I've seen people practicing it in the park. It seems different from yours. According to historical records, the 5 Animal Frolics was compiled by Hua during the late Eastern Han Dynasty as a health-preserving martial art, and has since developed into many schools. Legend has it that Sima Yi used this set of martial arts to nurture his health and outlived 3 generations of the Cao family monarchs. In reality, Hua only caught a glimpse of Suyi practicing martial arts and devised his own techniques based on it. Ultimately, Suyi's version was the most original, even if Hua's 5 Animal Frolics was far different from the martial arts Suyi taught Old Lin. I'm teaching you a different version, not the kind you see in the park, Suyi said. Just practice it well. My cousin is also a doctor. She can treat you, so don't worry. You know about that. Old Lin sighed and said, your cousin said she can cure me in a month, but I know my own illness. The specialists in the big hospital have already told me I don't have much time left. Right now, I'm just comforting myself. Don't be so pessimistic. My cousin comes from a medical family. Her grandfather is Yilin. Do you know him? She said she can heal you in a month. So she can? Suyi said confidently. He had already imparted the secrets of medicine in the 13 scrolls to Yishak Suan. Added to that, Suyi's martial arts could help regulate the body's qi and blood. If that couldn't cure Old Lin's illness, then Yishak Suan, his disciple, would really be embarrassed. Yilin? I've heard of him. An old Chinese doctor. They say he's a miraculous healer. Is your cousin his granddaughter? Old Lin looked at Suyi. So you're almost like a member of the Yi family. Call it what you want. Suyi couldn't be bothered to explain. Old Lin scrutinized Suyi and nodded approvingly. Your family background is quite good. He was sizing up whether Suyi would be a suitable match for his granddaughter. Handsome man, pleasant to talk to. Old Lin thought this young man was quite impressive. If his family background is good as well, then where else could you find such a young man to teach Old Lin martial arts? Suyi practiced with him once more. As it neared 8 o'clock, the elderly man across the street finally led his granddaughter out of the house. Seeing Suyi and the others practicing martial arts, he waved and greeted them. Old John, come to my house for lunch. Suyi casually shouted to John and the other elderly neighbors. What are you having? Old John was just as straightforward. The elderly in the area also liked Suyi for reasons even they didn't understand. It was as if they inexplicably felt close to him. I'll buy a rabbit later and we'll have a few drinks, Suyi said. Great. Old John replied. After sending Diane to school, I'll come over to practice martial arts with you. Yesterday, the neighbors around saw Old Lin practicing martial arts in the yard and got interested. They treated Suyi's martial arts like square dancing. And of course, Suyi didn't mind teaching them. All of them were elderly with one foot already in the grave, so teaching them could help them live longer. Diane was wearing a thick pink cotton jacket and several layers of clothing inside, making her look bloated like a small penguin. Her eyes were sparkling while half hiding behind old Zhang's legs, sneakily observing Suyi as she listened. Suyi noticed that whenever he saw Diane these past few days, she would always secretly glance at him but never approach. He would respond with a silent smile. This time was no different when he smiled at her. Diane made a funny face, stuck out her tongue playfully, and then hid half of her face. Smiling, Suyi waited until Old Lin and the others left before leisurely heading to the nearby market to buy groceries. His life was leisurely, and negotiating prices with vendors and bargaining at the market was something he enjoyed. Since he wasn't very familiar with the prices, Suyi followed some old ladies and bought groceries after they negotiated, ensuring he got them cheaply while the vendors had no chance to overprice due to his youth. At 11 o'clock, Mr. Zhang had already picked up Diane from kindergarten. Suyi had prepared everything in the kitchen early on. He bought 2 rabbits, skinned one himself, and stewed it in a pot. The other one was kept in the yard. Yi Xiaoxuan did not forget the task Suyi had assigned to her, and she came early with some medicinal herbs. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes nurturing one's acid and sand roots. In terms of medication, it is more about regulating the body. Lao Lin had liver problems, and the medicines prescribed by Yi Xiaoxuan were relatively mild, focusing mainly on regulating his internal organs. As the saying goes, 3 parts medicine, 7 parts poison, especially with Chinese medicine. To thoroughly treat liver cancer, strong medicine would be required in the later stages. The groundwork of the past half-month was to improve Lao Lin's health. Suyi only took a brief look at the medicines prescribed by Yi Xiaoxuan and did not make any comments. Liver cancer, which seemed very serious to others, was considered trivial by Suyi. Just a matter of having a glass of wine. Nothing to worry about. After Diane went into the yard, she crouched under the phoenix tree, holding a carrot to feed the rabbit Suyi had bought. Suyi approached the tree, and Diane finally stopped avoiding him. She sat on the ground, tilted her little head up, and asked in a childish voice, "Brother, is this little rabbit yours?" "Yes." "Do you want to eat the little rabbit?" Diane was shocked by the question, looked at Suyi, then at the rabbit in front of her, and pouted, her tears swirling. "Why do you want to eat the little rabbit? How about we eat a little pig instead?" After Suyi finished asking, Diane stopped crying. With red eyes, she raised her small head, and earnestly announced that she would come every day to feed the little rabbit and the ants. At noon, Suyi entered the kitchen, and the rabbit meat in the pot was already simmered, exuding a fragrant aroma. Considering there were many elderly people and children, Suyi made the dish slightly mild. The tender rabbit meat, marinated with cooking wine to remove any smell, had a smooth and refreshing rabbit skin. A pot of rabbit meat, complete with its skin, was served freshly cooked. Smelling the delicious aroma, Diane stood next to Suyi, her eyes fixed on the stove. She took a small bowl and stood there eagerly. "Is it time to eat the little pig now?" Diane asked, staring at Suyi. Suyi said, "These are pieces of the little rabbit, oh." Upon hearing this, Diane was dazed for a moment. She ran out of the kitchen holding the bowl to the yard, found the rabbit she had just fed, then hurried back and pointed at Suyi, saying, "You're lying. The little rabbit is outside. I saw it." Suyi smiled and picked up a piece of tender meat from the pot to feed Diane. Diane, who had been longing for it, hungrily took it into her mouth, then smiled with tears in her eyes, nearly squinting. Undoubtedly, Suyi's culinary skills were excellent. Diane, is it delicious?" Suyi asked. Diane swallowed the rabbit meat and handed her empty bowl to Suyi, saying, "It's delicious. Thank you, Suyi." Suyi took the bowl, filled it with more rabbit meat, and said, "This is from the other little rabbit." Holden as the sun was setting in the west, Suyi returned to Wadong Street with a 5-jin big grass carp in his hand. He was all dried up, and no one would have thought that this person had actually jumped into the lake to catch the fish with his hands. At this time, Su Diandian had already finished school and was playing with mud near her grandfather's chilled noodle stall. When she saw Suyi returning with a big fish, she quickly asked her grandfather, "Grandpa, can I go play at Brother Suyi's house?" Old John, upon seeing Suyi carrying such a big fish, also commented, "Oh, Su, where did you buy this fish? And why didn't you bring a bag?" Suyi revealed his porcelain white teeth and said with a smile, "I caught it on the north side of the lake." Bragging, "You actually caught this fish?" Old John handed him a big plastic bag to put some water in for the fish and asked him to put the fish in it. "Wow, this fish must be about 4 or 5 jin. Looks like a big river fish. 5 jin 3 lian." Suyi's hand was more accurate than an electronic scale. When he said 5 jin 3 lian, it was absolutely precise. Seeing herself being ignored, Su Diandian mustered up the courage to ask Suyi, "Brother Suyi, can I go into your yard and feed the rabbits?" "Let's go." "Old John, I'll take Diandian to my house to play first." Suyi carried the fish in one hand and held Su Diandian's hand with the other as they walked towards the yard. "Trouble. I'll pick her up after I close up the stall." Old Zhang's chilled noodles stall business was still doing well. There was a QR code hanging in front of the stall, and next to it, there was a foam box. People who ate the chilled noodles and cold noodles would either scan the code or put money in the box themselves, and he didn't bother to count or look. Suyi didn't forget what he had said about making fish for Lin Yun the night before. In the afternoon, Yishiak-suan also prepared a large insulated lunchbox, eagerly anticipating Su-yi's dinner. As his disciple, she might not be good at other things, but she was very keen on having free meals. After eating a few meals cooked by Su-yi, Yishiak-suan felt that the food made by others didn't taste as good. Yesterday, Su-yi found pickled peppers and sauerkraut under the kitchen counter. Today, after catching the grass carp, he intended to make a dish of sauerkraut fish. Su-Diandian said she had come to feed the rabbits, but in reality, after seeing the rabbits, she peeked at Su-yi and followed him into the kitchen when she saw him going inside. Perhaps he thought there might be a cooked little rabbit in the pot. Su-Diandian, are you hungry again? Su-yi's fish slaughtering technique was simple. He just pressed his finger on the fish's head, and it would die instantly. Then he scaled and sliced the fish swiftly. Su-Diandian watched Su-yi, seeing how quickly he slaughtered the fish, and asked, "Brother Su-yi, what delicious food are you making again?" "Fish dish. Do you like it?" Su-yi asked. Su-Diandian nodded seriously. Su-yi smiled and told her to go out and feed the rabbits. "That little rabbit outside has too little meat. You need to feed it more, or else it won't be enough for you to eat next time. You want to eat the rabbit too." Su-Diandian's big round eyes widened as if saying Su-yi was a bad person. "Do you not want to eat it?" Su-yi asked. "I'll go feed the rabbits," Su-Diandian said before running out of the kitchen. Su-yi smiled and marinated the fish slices for a while. Seeing that it was already past 6 o'clock, Lin Yun was probably also finishing class. Su-yi then started to cook by heating oil in the pan and stir-frying sauerkraut, pickled peppers, ginger, garlic, fish head, and fish bones for a while before pouring in hot water to make a pot of fish soup. Then he poured in the fish slices, and in less than 3 minutes, the aroma filled the air. Su-yi had mastered the heat control to the extreme. He transferred some to the insulated lunchbox and poured some in a porcelain bowl. After chopping some dried chili peppers, adding minced garlic to fry until fragrant, and drizzling the hot oil on the sauerkraut fish, the aroma became even more intense, attracting Su-Diandian, who was feeding the rabbits outside, to come in. Su-Diandian looked expectantly at Su-yi, who directly scooped a bowl for her and asked her to sit in the yard to eat. "Lao Lin, come try the fish I made," Su-yi shouted across the yard. He had seen Lao Lin playing chess with another elder in the yard, so he called out. Upon hearing this, the two elders immediately stopped the chess game and walked over. "I caught a grass carp in the afternoon, and it's done. You can knead it in my yard. Keep an eye on Diandian. Lao Su will pick her up after closing the stall. I'm going to school first." Su-yi didn't waste time chatting with the two elders. He invited them to eat the fish, asked them to look after Su-Diandian, and that was it. He caught a grass carp that didn't have many bones, so there was no need to worry about the elderly and children getting stuck by fish bones. After giving instructions, Su-yi left with the insulated lunchbox. To adapt to modern society, as much as possible, he hailed a taxi on the street instead of directly using spatial jumping to appear in the bookstore. While sitting in the car, Su-yi sent a message to Lin Yun. "Come to the bookstore. It's time for dinner." He then sent a message to Yishiak-suan. "Go prepare some food. I'm bringing fish over." Yishiak-suan replied with an okay gesture, successfully mooching off another meal tonight. When Su-yi arrived at the bookstore, Lin Yun hadn't arrived yet, and Wang Zhu was also in the store. In addition to Yishiak-suan, surprisingly, Zhang Luolin was also there. Food is on its way. Yishiak-suan had arranged everything very well, even buying a few extra sets of chopsticks to put in the store. When she saw Su-yi, her face was full of anticipation. Having mooched off a few meals already, Yishiwan was a bit envious when she saw the insulated lunchbox in Su-yi's hands. Although she knew it was prepared by Su-yi for Lin Yun, as Su-yi's disciple, she felt she should still get a share. There were only 3 sets of chopsticks on the table. After Su-yi put down the insulated lunchbox, Wang Zhu also actively remarked, "Brother, did you bring food? There are not enough chopsticks. I'll go get another set." Wang Zhu mainly wanted to please Zhang Luolin. Upon seeing Su-yi, Zhang Luolin became nervous and stiff all over, not knowing what to say. "This is not for you. If you want to eat, find your own food." Su-yi's face turned slightly cold. The fish he made was not something everyone could eat, especially Wang Zhu, this young upstart. He had reminded him several times not to call him brother. Didn't he learn his lesson? Upon hearing Su-yi's words, Wang Zhu also felt uncomfortable, furrowing his brows and saying, "This isn't right. At the very least, old John is a guest. You prepared a meal and didn't even prepare a portion for him. Suyi's gaze fell on Zhang Luolin and asked, "Do you want to eat?" His gaze was sharp, intimidating, making Zhang Luolin seriously doubt that if he said yes, he would meet a terrible end. He could only shake his head dryly and say, "I'm not hungry, really not hungry." Ignoring him, Suyi finally looked away. Wanzhou still didn't grasp the situation and heaved, "I want to see what you have inside." "How audacious!" Zhang Luolin instinctively shouted, frightening Wanzhou, who hastily pulled back his hand that was just reaching out. Seeing Zhang Luolin's face turn pale, Wanzhou didn't dare to act recklessly. Suyi gave Wanzhou a deep look. If Wanzhou had touched that insulated lunchbox, his hands would have definitely been disabled. Wanzhou simply had no idea what he had just experienced. Zhang Luolin, on the other hand, was scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. Could this young man truly have never witnessed Suyi's abilities? Back in the Tang family mansion, a master at the pinnacle of foundation building faced Suyi, didn't even manage to make a move, disappearing directly into a mist of blood. As for him, there was no need to mention. Using the authentic thunder method, even Patriarch Zhang Daoling's spirit was frightened out. Dare he still call Suyi his cousin? Wanzhou withdrew his hand, and Suyi didn't press further, placing the insulated lunchbox down and sitting there, waiting for Lin Yiyun to arrive. At this moment, Suyi seemed like an old-fashioned old man sitting there silently, with food in the lunchbox that not just anyone could eat. The atmosphere inside the bookstore became tense, and Zhang Luolin definitely didn't dare to sit down. If he didn't sit, Wanzhou could only stand. Yizia Zhuan sat down in front of Suyi but fidgeted with her hands cautiously, not daring to make any unnecessary movements. Time passed slowly, and Suyi picked up another book to read, with one hand still placed on the insulated lunchbox to ensure the fish inside wouldn't spoil from being steamed for too long. When Lin Yiyun walked in, she could feel that something was not quite right. Upon seeing her, Suyi's face showed a hint of a smile, closing the book and saying, "You're here. Let's eat." After Lin Yiyun sat down, she carefully glanced at Zhang Luolin and then Wanzhou, and the 3 pairs of bowls and chopsticks on the table, asking softly, "Are there not enough utensils? I'll go get 2 more sets." "No need, they have already eaten." Suyi opened the lunchbox and said, "Hurry and eat while there are no customers in the shop. Finish up before going to work." "Oh." Lin Yiyun nodded with her cheeks puffed, took a box of food from the table, and started to eat. For some reason, when Suyi spoke, she felt a strange sensation. It felt like when she was younger and wouldn't eat, her grandpa would knock on the table, urging her to finish her meal. It felt really strange. Although they were all around the same age, when Suyi spoke, there was a sense of authority. Seeing Lin Yiyun solely focused on her food, Suyi said, "Eat the vegetables." Lin Yiyun cautiously picked up a piece of fish from the lunchbox and chewed slowly with her head bowed. "Is it delicious?" Suyi didn't use his chopsticks but instead stared straight at her. Lin Yiyun raised her head to look at Suyi, hesitated for a moment, blushed slightly, and softly replied, "It's delicious. If it's delicious, eat more." Suyi continued to gaze at her without using his chopsticks. Lin Yiyun blushed even more. Yizia Zhuan sat opposite Suyi, feeling suddenly fed with invisible dog food. Suyi was being overly attentive, not touching a single dish but staring at her intently. Was this the so-called feast for the eyes? After this meal, Yizia Zhuan was sure that Suyi liked Lin Yiyun. It was a non-threatening kind of liking, as if he could spend a lifetime just watching her eat as he did earlier. After finishing the meal, Yizia Zhuan tidied up the bowls and chopsticks on her own. Lin Yiyun wanted to help, but she wasn't given the chance. This could be her future master. It was reasonable to let her clean up the tableware. After all, Suyi, the master, could be friendly sometimes, but when he got angry, he could be scary. "Senior, shall we go out to eat something?" Wanzhou couldn't bear Suyi's neglect of the guests any longer. If it weren't for Zhang Luolin's words, he would have definitely taught Suyi a lesson. Zhang Luolin let out a deep breath. Wanzhou had been pretending to read a book just now, but how could he focus on it? "You leave. I have something to discuss with Suyi." Zhang Luolin didn't know how to address Suyi. At least he should address him as Senior Su, but it was clear that Suyi preferred to interact with people as an ordinary person. He didn't dare to reveal Suyi's identity, so he had to ask Wanzhou to leave first for an easier conversation. Wanzhou was taken aback, glanced at Suyi, and chuckled softly. "Senior, Do you need help with this little kid? How would you like him to be dealt with? Let this junior handle it. Zhang Luolin's heart skipped a beat. Deal with Suyi? Did he just step into a trap? You don't need to intervene. Also, be kinder to him in the future. Zhang Luolin was inherently kind-hearted and knew that Suyi wasn't as simple as he seemed. Although Wang Zhu wasn't a bad person, with such cultivation at a young age, he was not simple either. This admonition was to prevent Wang Zhu from angering Suyi inadvertently. Just think about the practitioners who died in the Tang family mansion. Suyi was not the type to be indifferent to the lives of insignificant ants. His actions seemed more based on emotions. Junior understands. Junior will leave now. Wang Zhu didn't dare say more, retreating directly. Given a senior like Zhang Luolin, he had a sense that perhaps Zhang Luolin wanted to take Suyi as a disciple. Could Zhang Luolin want to take Suyi as a disciple? Wang Zhu believed in his extraordinary talent. At the age of just 20, he had already reached the realm of Che cultivation. With a bit more luck, he could step onto the path of Goldan, or even reach the level of Yuanying, which should not be a difficult task. Little did he know that he had already missed the greatest opportunity in his life. If he managed to get along well with Suyi, he might really soar. Wang Zhu went out. Yi Xiaxuan went to the back to wash the dishes and utensils. After Lin organized the books, he walked over to Suyi's side with a hesitant look. Lin Yun is not someone who lacks understanding. Seeing the situation, he said he needed to go to the bathroom, leaving only Suyi and Lin Zan in the bookstore. With no one else in the shop, Lin Zan took 2 steps back, straightened his clothes, and respectfully performed a big bow to Suyi, saying, Junior Lin Zan pays respect to senior. Suyi waved his hand. No need for that. I am just a regular student now. Don't bring your practices to me. Yes, senior is a high-ranking person in the world. I apologize for disturbing, Lin Zan said, but there was no indication of leaving. He had been stuck at the Nasan Soul realm for over 100 years, unable to find a breakthrough. Moreover, most cultivation methods in the world today are incomplete. Even the Orthodox Tao sect lacks cultivation methods beyond the Nasan Soul realm, so he can only explore on his own. If there could be a master guiding him, that would be great. Forget it. Are you here to seek karma from me? Your face is as thick as Zhang Daoling's, so you raised an eyebrow, already understanding his intentions. When Zhang Daoling encountered him, he was unwilling to leave, standing in front of Suyi's house daily, until one day he had some enlightenment, ascended during the daylight, and became an immortal. I dare not. Zhang Zhenlin, feeling exposed by Suyi, stood awkwardly rubbing his hands, saying he dared not, but his feet were rooted in place, showing no sign of leaving. Don't go yet. I'll give you a painting to take back and see. Consider it compensation for the other night's incident. In Suyi's eyes, there was no such thing as karma. He was just returning a favor. Lin Zhanlin had wrongly received blame earlier, so this was a small benefit for him. Excited to hear that Suyi wanted to give him a painting, Zhang Zhanlin was on the verge of kneeling down right then and there. To him, a high-ranking person like Suyi meant that the painting was more than just a simple piece of art. It might lead to a breakthrough. Suyi thought for a moment and said, or you can come to pick it up tomorrow. Zhang Zhanlin hastily asked, may I have the honor of preparing it for senior? Hey. Suyi chuckled lightly. This young Taoist indeed had many thoughts. Hearing Suyi's chuckle, Zhang Zhanlin quickly lowered his head and said, then I will come to pick it up tomorrow. Never mind. Come with me upstairs later. I need someone to grind ink. Suyi didn't mind, as it was just a few words for him. Finding a path to the Nasan Soul realm was already difficult enough for cultivators in this world. He blamed himself for obstructing the human cultivation path in the past. But now he was willing to offer opportunities to these cultivators, though he feared disrupting the stability they had achieved. Seeing Suyi relent, Zhang Zhanlin was elated and obediently stood to the side, waiting to follow Suyi upstairs. Not long after, Yi Xiaxuan finished washing the dishes and saw an odd scene. Suyi looked like a nobleman flipping through a book, while Lin Zhanlin, dressed in Taoist robes, stood in a servile pose, hands clasped, head down nervously, resembling a servant. Normally, Lin Zhanlin would be considered a senior, especially being from a different sect, so such an attitude was unusual. But considering the skill of her master, it seemed reasonable. In front of an outsider, Yi Xiaxuan also hesitated to call Suyi master, so she cautiously asked, would you like some tea? At her question, Lin Zhanlin quickly raised his head and asked, where's the tea? Let me get it. Yi Xiaoxuan glanced at Su Yi, who remained silent, then gestured towards the back. The bookstore was spacious with an unused kitchen that had tea sets and some tea leaves, likely left by Yang Zhencheng. Thanking her, Lin Jianlin was about to walk to the back when Su Yi suddenly spoke. "And a cup of milk tea for me." Milk tea? Lin Jianlin was puzzled. He usually practiced on Qingyun Mountain and occasionally dealt with worldly affairs. While he knew tea etiquette, milk tea was unfamiliar to him. Yi Xiaoxuan squinted, with a hint of a smile, and asked, "What flavor do you want?" "Anything," Su Yi replied before picking up his book again. So capricious, he had declined tea earlier, and now he wanted something different. "Do you want some doused?" Yi Xiaoxuan politely asked Lin Jianlin. Lin Jianlin quickly shook his head, similar to how Su Yi had responded. Yi Xiaoxuan proceeded to order the milk tea. The high-calorie drink wasn't very friendly to girls concerned about body shape, but often they would enjoy it before focusing on losing weight. Since Su Yi requested the tea and didn't specify a flavor, Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't order just one cup. Lin Yun probably assumed that Su Yi and the others had finished their conversation and came out of the restroom. Su Yi then said, "Bring it up later. I'll go upstairs with him." The pair went upstairs, and Lin Yun quietly asked, "Sister Yi, what's the deal with that doused?" Yi Xiaoxuan shrugged, saying, "Seems like he is Wanshu Sr., here to discuss something with Su Yi. We don't need to worry about them." Yi Xiaoxuan had her speculations because she knew about cultivation and the mountain and medical arts Su Yi taught her, hinting that her master was also a cultivator. When a Dao suddenly appeared and demonstrated such deference, it suggested that he too might be a cultivator. Lin Yun didn't press further but sensed that something was different about Su Yi's attitude towards her. Was Su Yi perhaps developing feelings for her? Honestly, Su Yi wasn't that unbearable a person. "Shaolan, what do you think of Su Yi?" Yi Xiaoxuan hadn't forgotten the task Su Yi assigned to her. Su Yi? Lin Yun was thinking about Su Yi when she asked that question. Caught off guard, she blushed and hesitantly replied, "He's a bit peculiar." Peculiar? Yi Xiaoxuan was curious. "What do you find strange about him?" "I can't explain. He's just peculiar." Lin Yun furrowed her brows, asking back, "Don't you think Su Yi is a bit mature? Not that he looks old, but too serious. Not very youthful. Too serious?" Yi Xiaoxuan had been in contact with Su Yi for several days. She naturally felt the same, but Su Yi, not just serious, right? Whether in actions or words, there's nothing youthful about him. How could an ordinary young person exude such an inexplicable majesty like Su Yi? Just an average young person. How could they act like Su Yi when they meet a girl they like? "I think it's good to be serious." Yi Xiaoxuan didn't think much, saying, "Men are attractive when they are serious." Lin Yun didn't comment on this. Yi Xiaoxuan also felt that she might have been flying too fast with her words. She changed the topic and asked, "By the way, Shaolan, what do you usually like to do?" Lin Yun raised his eyebrows gently and said, "There's nothing special. Watching movies, reading, listening to music, does that count?" "A homebody." Yi Xiaoxuan's eyebrows twitched. If Lin Yun liked swimming or working out, that would be easier to make plans. Even if she liked shopping, it wouldn't be a problem. Dealing with a homebody won't be easy. "What kind of movies do you like?" Lin Yun stared at Yi Xiaoxuan in silence. Yi Xiaoxuan cleared her throat and asked, "I want to go watch a movie tomorrow night. Are you free?" "Tomorrow night? I have to tend to the shop," Lin Yun said. "What movie is it? We can watch it on the phone if you want. We have a staff dinner tomorrow, so we won't be open in the evening." Yi Xiaoxuan knew the purpose of running this shop. So Yi just wanted to find something for Lin Yun to do. The movie they watch isn't important. The most important thing is to help the master win the master's love. This bookstore doesn't make much money anyway. So Yi doesn't care about the small amount. If it closes, it closes. Two women chatted downstairs while Su Yi sat upstairs on a chair, laying out a clean piece of paper on the table. His thoughts were still downstairs. He noted down every word Yi Xiaoxuan and Lin Yun spoke. Mature. Not like a young person? Is that Lin Yun's impression of him? Does he need to change? Grind the ink. Su Yi sat there, scanning the calligraphy tools on the table. Zhang Luolin also had sharp hearing. He overheard the conversation downstairs, but pretended not to hear, burying his head in grinding ink. Saying Su Yi is mature, someone with his level of cultivation has likely lived for countless years. The founder Zhang Daling lived during the Eastern Han Dynasty. Since Su Yi knew Zhang Daling's ancestors, who referred to him as a senior. So he must have lived for over 2,000 years. Why wouldn't he be mature? Do you want words or paintings? Sui asked faintly. Zhang Luolin raised his head and smiled. Anything you like, senior. Sui glanced at him and said, then I'll give you a few words today. I'm not in the mood for painting. Thank you, senior. Zhang Luolin had already ground the ink enough and stopped, standing respectfully in front of Sui, waiting for him to provide the words. Sui casually picked up a brush from the brush holder, dipped it in the prepared ink, and without testing it, started writing. Like a dragon flying, the brush strokes float effortlessly, and on the paper, a line of cursive calligraphy appeared. Clear to the ordinary, I remain indifferent. The ordinary understand. I remain perplexed. The moment Sui finished writing, Zhang Luolin couldn't take his eyes off the paper. In an instant, mountains and rivers, vast cosmos, and twinkling stars appeared before him. Zhang Luolin was immersed in the intangible Tao. This verse comes from Li's Tao Jing, Chapter 20. Zhang Luolin was familiar with it, but when written by Sui, it revealed the secrets of the universe. Each word seemed to break through the boundaries between the mortal world and the celestial realm. Take it and read it again. Sui's voice suddenly rang out, and Zhang Luolin seemed to wake from a dream, unsure at the present time. After a full 5 seconds of daze, Zhang Luolin nervously took 3 steps back, bowed 90 degrees to Sui, and said, thank you for granting me words, senior. Enough. You may go down. Sui sat there, not wanting to leave yet. He hadn't figured out how to talk to Lin Yun. Lin Yun thought he was too old-fashioned and serious, didn't she? If that was the case, what should he do? He realized his mindset was not quite right, and he still hadn't fully adjusted to his current identity. His mindset indeed wasn't youthful enough now. No matter what happened in the past, Lin Yun was just a girl in her 20s now. Also, did he truly like Lin Yun? These thoughts troubled Sui somewhat. Still, if there were no challenges to trouble him, wouldn't life be a bit dull? After Zhang Luolin went downstairs, Sui sat alone upstairs for a long time, until Yishiaxuan came up with 2 cups of milk tea. Master, as your younger cousin, shouldn't you act like one? Yishiaxuan put the milk tea in front of Sui and joked, if Lin Yun sees me bringing you milk tea, she might think you're a spoiled young master in our family. Let her think what she wants. Sui seemed indifferent, picked up the milk tea in front of him, about to open the lid to drink, but Yishiaxuan immediately inserted a straw for him. Sui nodded slightly, took a sip, furrowing his brows slightly. Cold. Oh, did you want it hot? Yishiaxuan quickly passed the other cup, one with lemon ice, the other with matcha hot. Which one do you like? Sui took another sip of the hot one, nodded and said, this matcha one is pretty good. Okay then, enjoy. I'll go downstairs to accompany my master now. Yishiaxuan held the iced lemon milk tea and went downstairs. At this time, 2 students came to buy books downstairs, and Lin Yun was attending to them, leaving Yishiaxuan a bit idle with the milk tea in her hand. What should she do with this cup of milk tea? Yishiaxuan looked down at the milk tea, feeling unexpectedly anxious. It seemed a waste to throw it away. Money aside, making a cup of milk tea isn't easy. The delivery person rode so far to deliver it. After all, it wasn't easy. Sui only took a sip. If she threw it away, wouldn't it be wasting people's hard work? Besides, Sui was her master. Did she look down on him? Yishiaxuan stood still holding the milk tea, feeling unsure for a while until Lin Yun finished with the students. She finally asked, Shalan, do you want to drink this milk tea? But, didn't you buy me another one? I haven't drunk that yet, Lin Yun said. Why? Don't you like this flavor? No. Yishiaxuan felt like a startled kitten with its tail stepped on, and after speaking, she bit the straw and took a sip. After Sui left the building, Zhang Luolin bid farewell and left the bookstore with the words Sui gave him. There weren't many customers in the evening, so he sat there holding a book, listening to Yishiaxuan and Lin Yun chatting, not speaking. As for Yishiaxuan biting the cup of milk tea he had drunk from, he didn't pay it much mind. He also realized that times had changed, and physical contact between men and women was no longer as taboo as it used to be. Haven't you seen those wealthy ladies in bars being more open than men? Even someone like Bai Miao could consider him as a potential husband at their first meeting, so Yishiaxuan's behavior wasn't that big of a deal. Little did he know, Yishiaxuan was nervous when she saw him leave the building, body stiff, fists clenched, and she dared not drink the milk tea on the table anymore, so she kept talking to Lin Yun to alleviate her inner embarrassment. "See, we have a staff gathering tomorrow night. Do you have time?" Yi Xiaoxuan's conversation was incoherent, and seeing Su Yi remaining silent, she could only ask this one question proactively. Su Yi had already heard Yi Xiaoxuan mention watching a movie earlier while he was upstairs. Actually, he hadn't tried many things yet. All right. The movie could roughly be understood as the old-time opera. Seeing Su Yi not refusing, Yi Xiaoxuan took out her phone again to discuss with Lin Yan what movie to watch tomorrow night. Consulting with Su Yi would have been pointless. And judging from Su Yi's appearance, discussing with him would have been like asking for trouble. Listening to the two girls discussing which movie to watch tomorrow, Su Yi fell into contemplation. He had never imagined that the changes in 50 years would be so significant. In the past, even after centuries passed, Su Yi could quickly adapt to society as changes were mainly about regime changes, with no significant impact on ordinary people's lives. In just 50 short years, the way of life for ordinary people had undergone significant changes, with many new things emerging. Up to now, Su Yi had not fully adapted to the current way of life. As Yi Xiaoxuan and the others chatted, Yan Zhencheng timidly walked to the bookstore's entrance. The conversation abruptly stopped, and everyone turned to Yang Zhencheng. "Teacher Su, I trust you." Walking up to Su Yi and leaning on the table with both hands, Yang Zhencheng gazed unwaveringly at Su Yi. "I believe everything you said before." Su Yi, holding a book in one hand, fixed his gaze on Yang Zhencheng without speaking. Lin Yun had previously criticized him for what he said to Yang Zhencheng being a bit over the top, but Su Yi had also mentioned that it didn't matter if Yang Zhencheng believed him. What mattered was if he believed in himself. Yesterday, Yang Zhencheng had left in a daze, and today he came in with these words. Since Su Yi remained silent, Yang Zhencheng continued staring at him, and said, "Teacher Su, I have something to discuss with you." "Go on, I'm listening." Su Yi didn't even flinch, indicating clearly to just speak up instead of beating around the bush. Glancing at Lin Yun and Yi Xiaoxuan, it was evident that some things were not suitable to be said in front of them. Su Yi remained indifferent, and Yi Xiaoxuan stood up and tugged at Lin Yan. "Xiaoyun, let's go out for some fresh air." They both knew who Yan Zhencheng was, the former president of Qingzhou University, highly respected. Even if Su Yi didn't respect Yan Zhencheng much, they still had to be respectful. Lin Yun also wasn't ignorant, so she pulled Yi Xiaoxuan out to get some air. "Teacher Su, all the objects in the tomb on Washsword Mountain were taken by Master John of the Orthodox One sect last night." "Okay." Su Yi nodded. Of course, he knew about it. The things inside the cave were taken by him, and the blame was carried by Zhang Luolin. Yan Zhencheng slowly leaned towards Su Yi and said, in a low voice, "Teacher Su, do you believe there are cultivators in this world?" Su Yi nodded. "I do." "Then that's right. Since there are cultivators, what you said before naturally makes sense." Yan Zhencheng said seriously, "As I told you yesterday, some things inside that tomb, the archaeologists tried all means, but couldn't move a bit. Many objects, once a person approached, they died instantly in a gruesome manner. But when Master John of the Orthodox One sect arrived, everything was taken away. You also told me yesterday that the Jade Lake is a possession of the demon sage Kunpeng, and the first swords on the wall are the first swords of the sky-cutting Supreme Master. This may sound astonishing, but the only explanation that makes sense is this." Yan Zhencheng took a deep breath and continued, "There are indeed many things in this world that science cannot explain, especially those objects inside tombs, which remain inexplicable." Yan Zhencheng excitedly said, "If what you said is true, everything makes sense." Su Yi listened and asked, "The objects were taken, so there's no need for your research, right?" "No," Yan Zhencheng said excitedly. "Those items were taken by people from the Orthodox One sect of Qingyun Mountain. The archaeological team has reported the situation, and someone will intervene soon. The objects must be retrieved." Su Yi raised an eyebrow. "But isn't the master of the Orthodox One sect a cultivator? How do you intend to get them back?" "Cultivator?" Yan Zhencheng scoffed. "So what? Ultimately, society is still led by people like us ordinary folks. Even if they are cultivators, that doesn't make them invincible, right? If the master of the Orthodox One sect does something like that and doesn't give an explanation, it won't be acceptable." Su Yi fell silent, knowing that the world had changed. More ordinary people respected gods, but didn't fear them. The abilities of cultivators surpass those of ordinary people by many folds, flying, controlling lightning, and storms. But from what Yang Zhengcheng said, there was no hint of fear. Teacher Su, I plan to go to Qingyun Mountain. Are you interested? Su Yi waved his hand. Not interested. They really wanted to cause trouble for the Orthodox one sect on Qingyun Mountain. Previously, if an ordinary person had something taken by a cultivator, they might have knelt and kowtowed while thanking the immortal for his mercy. But things were different now. Yang Zhengcheng spoke a lot more to Su Yi, took out his phone to ask some more questions, but seeing Su Yi's stern expression, he excused himself. However, this time he left as if he had found an answer, one that would firm his resolve to move forward. He walked in limping, his expression impassioned, asking Su Yi just those two questions. If Su Yi believed, he believed too. Watching Yang Zhengcheng's departing figure, Su Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, shaking his head. This old man was quite interesting. Too bad he was taking the blame entirely for the Orthodox one sect. The night was cool. Yi Xiaxuan finished her milk tea and left. The bookstore had closed, so Su Yi rode back to Wudong Street as usual in Lin Yun's car. He could have stayed in the dormitory, but since Lin Yun was leaving, Su Yi naturally couldn't rest assured in the late night. More importantly, Su Yi actually enjoyed this journey alone with Lin Yun. Su Yi, what does Principal Yan want from you? On the way, Su Yi didn't initiate conversation, so Lin Yun had to bring up topics herself, as it would be awkward if they both remained silent for such a long distance. He believed it again, Su Yi said, in a flat tone, devoid of any emotion. What did he believe again? He believed those things I said before. Su Yi continued. Did you see him when he left? Yes, he seemed in a good mood. And you? Su Yi asked, are you feeling okay? Me? Lin Yun was puzzled why Su Yi suddenly brought her into the conversation and quickly said, I'm feeling fine. What do you want to eat tomorrow? I'll make it for you. Su Yi remembered a line from a book that said, to capture someone's heart, you must first capture their stomach. The they referred to here is not gender specific. You cooked again? Lin Yun asked, did you bring this fish from home today? Yes. Is it okay? It's not about whether it's okay. Lin Yun remarked, it's so troublesome for you to bring food from home. You're right. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yi suggested, why don't we clean up the kitchen behind the bookstore and cook there in the future? Lin Yun was amazed. Su Yi, are you here to study or to cook? Su Yi replied calmly, these two things don't seem contradictory. Let's not set up a kitchen in the bookstore to avoid causing a fire. After a pause, Lin Yun continued, and also, don't bring food over in the future. I'll eat in the cafeteria. She wanted to maintain a clear boundary. She was here to work at the bookstore, and her relationship with Su Yi was merely friendly. Getting her a job was one thing, but him bringing food every day was too much. Fine. Su Yi didn't insist, didn't ask why, and even thought, should he go to the cafeteria to eat as well? Lin Yun didn't press on with the matter. If Su Yi insisted on cooking for her, she might resign due to his excessive warmth. Surprised and overwhelmed. This was the current state of Lin Yun. On the way, Su Yi chatted with her about some neighborhood affairs. When Su Diandian was mentioned, Lin Yun also became interested, and the two of them conversed happily, bringing them closer. In the early morning the next day, just as dawn broke, Yi Xiaxuan arrived at Su Yi's courtyard with vegetables in hand. Sorely, Su Yi, being an older person, wasn't usually tired in the mornings. Yes, master, what kind of dishes can you cook? These vegetables were bought by the maid at home, and Yi Xiaxuan suddenly wanted to learn how to cook. For a girl, not knowing how to cook was embarrassing. Especially considering Su Yi's disdainful gaze, she felt embarrassed. Su Yi glanced at the vegetables she brought and asked, what do you want to eat? What do I want to eat? Yi Xiaxuan's eyes sparkled, and she grinned. Dompo pork, ants climbing a tree, Kway chow shrimp, fish fragrant spare ribs, Dongnan chicken, Westlake vinegar fish. Hold on. Su Yi couldn't help interrupting her. Did you come this early to list out dishes? Or do you think I'm your personal chef? Yi Xiaxuan stuck out her tongue, inflated her cheeks, and said, I want to learn cooking. You want to learn cooking now? Su Yi raised his eyebrows. Come tell me this once old Lin's illness is treated. Don't think about unnecessary things. Oh. Yi Xiaxuan put down the vegetables and tentatively asked, what are we eating today at noon? I'll have lunch at the school cafeteria. The ingredients are at home. I'll cook them tomorrow. Su Yi was thinking about trying out the cafeteria. He had figured it out last night. As a student, he should act like one. Skipping classes aside, he should at least visit the cafeteria. School cafeteria? Yi Xiaoxuan was at a loss for words. What good food could there be at the school cafeteria? After tasting the food cooked by Su Yi, not to mention the cafeteria, even the meals made by the household's 5-star chef seemed less appetizing. I'm off to class. Su Yi heard Lin Yun's footsteps. At this time, she was going to class, he said, and left the courtyard. Su Yi, aren't you going to school? Lin Yun was used to Su Yi skipping class. At this rate, she didn't know if he could graduate. Of course. Why wouldn't I go? I'm a good student. Su Yi walked up to Lin Yun, naturally sat behind her on her electric bike. A good student? Lin Yun couldn't associate Su Yi with being a good student. It was rare for him not to skip class. Yi Xiaoxuan watched Su Yi and Lin Yun's figures getting further away in front of the courtyard, wrinkled her nose, snorted lightly, then walked into the Lin family's courtyard. Lin's illness could only be slowly treated, and while seeing Lin practicing boxing, she joined in. Xiaoyou, you're here so early. Lin and Yi Xiaoxuan weren't really close, he said. Su Yi taught me this boxing, and after practicing for a few days, it's really effective. Yi Xiaoxuan had initially only joined him in boxing, but she felt as if a warm energy was flowing in her body, and her body felt much better. This boxing technique, Yi Xiaoxuan was already convinced that Su Yi was a cultivator, and a powerful one at that. Last night, she had messaged Wang Zhu to inquire about Lin's identity, and Wang Zhu told her he was a Taoist master of the Zhengyi school. One should never offend him. Wang Zhu had also bragged about his own status as a cultivator, hinting that he was quite talented in cultivation and, after meeting Master Zhang, he might even achieve the realm of Yuanying. Poor Wang Zhu hadn't seen how respectful Master Zhang was towards Su Yi. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't reveal her suspicions, considering Su Yi was her master, and how formidable a master he was. Following Lin's practice had made Yi Xiaoxuan feel Su Yi's power more clearly. A seemingly ordinary set of boxing movements actually hid profound mysteries. If the Taoist master was considered a senior expert, Su Yi could only be called an immortal, right? Qingzhou University. In the school, there are many young masters from wealthy families. They have always treated ordinary students with a superior attitude. After all, nowadays, the wealthy are the ones in charge. Wang Junlin and Zhang Bao used to be bullied by those second-generation wealthy kids at school, but now things are a bit different. Yihu noticed that people in their dorm now avoid them, and the woes on the 3rd floor don't dare provoke them. Even the previously arrogant second-generation wealthy kids avoid them. Yu Xingge had trouble with room 306 before, but now he returned to school and told people not to mess with Su Yi. He only said this to those around him, but in a place like a school, how fast does news spread? Su Yi's name quickly echoed throughout Qingzhou University. The person who made Yu Xingge say such words must be extraordinary. Su Yi doesn't care about these trivial matters. After all, not everyone in the school knows him. In the morning, he went to 2 classes with Wang Junlin and the others. Sujie, do you want to have something to drink at noon? Although Wang Junlin is timid, he is smooth in handling matters. He saw Su Yi knock down Fenshin's people the night before, so as long as they cling to Su Yi, who in the school dares to bully them, Su Yi said, I'll eat at the cafeteria at noon. Cafeteria? Although Wang Junlin didn't know why Su Yi chose to eat in the cafeteria, he said, then let's go together. Su Yi asked, do we need a meal card to eat in the cafeteria? What kind of question is this? Not to mention college cafeterias. Don't high school cafeterias also require meal cards? Isn't this common knowledge? Yes, yes. Wang Junlin quickly came back to his senses and said, Sujie, you just arrived at the school and haven't gotten a meal card yet. You can use mine. After eating, I'll transfer the meal money to you. Su Yi understands a principle well. Even with close relations, finances need to be settled. Moreover, his relationship with Wang Junlin isn't that great. With a sneer, Wang Junlin said, how much does it cost to eat in the cafeteria? There's no need for this. I'll treat you. Yang Hu followed up and said, Junjie, how about you treating us this noon? Looking at Yang Hui's plump figure, it puts invisible pressure on the person treating. Bastard, Wang Junlin cursed, then said, I'll treat. Just me. Zhang Bao also smiled happily. These ordinary students aren't wealthy. They receive living expenses from their families every month, but usually, they go all out in the first half of the month and then manage with instant noodles and buns in the second half. It's already the latter half of the month now. The cafeteria and restaurants are crowded. Most people eating at the cafeteria are freshmen, while the seniors in their third year mostly order takeout. The campus is open. After all, isn't the food outside tastier than cafeteria food? Soo-yi followed Won Jumlin with a lunchbox in hand, queuing up and ordering some dishes at the cafeteria window. "Miss, I want this, and this." The cafeteria auntie serving food has a habit of shaky hands, but Soo-yi's call made her bask in happiness. No matter a woman's age, she is generally concerned with looks. The cafeteria auntie is no exception, especially seeing Soo-yi, a handsome young man with a unique aura. Her hands steadied, serving Soo-yi a full lunchbox. Won Jumlin's eyes widened. The cafeteria auntie usually has a stern face and doesn't smile, but just now, as she served food to Soo-yi, she was grinning like a young girl. Can good looks really get one anything they want? Or did Soo-yi calling her miss make her feel young again? It must be. Thinking this way, Won Junlin leaned in after Soo-yi got his food, tapped the window, and smilingly said, "Miss, I want this, and this. Give me a bit more." The auntie's face froze instantly. She glared at Won Junlin, then shook more violently, all scooping the food with a ladle. Won Junlin's mouth twitched. The differential treatment is too obvious, isn't it? "Miss, you see? Miss, you brat, I have more than enough children like you." With a clatter, the auntie put down the ladle, giving Won Junlin a disdainful look, clearly meaning there was nothing left. Reluctantly, Won Junlin walked off with his lunchbox. Yan Hu followed, saying, "Auntie, a little more for me. I eat a lot." The four roommates sat at a table. Won Junlin looked at Soo-yi's lunchbox, then at Yang Hui's. Damn. They were so dismissive. The same food, but even in Yang Hui's lunchbox, there was more meat than in his. As Soo-yi and the others ate, Lin Yun and her friend Ding Miao Miao walked over. "Soo-yi, are you eating here too?" Lin Yun hadn't greeted Soo-yi yet, but Ding Miao Miao approached with her plate in hand. Naturally, she also brought Lin Yun. Soo-yi remembered Ding Miao Miao. She was Lin Yun's best friend. They had met before and exchanged WeChat, but they hadn't really talked. "Hello." Soo-yi smiled at Ding Miao Miao. This smile actually made Ding Miao Miao blush. What a heavy blow. Are you a freshman?" Ding Miao Miao's face was red, and she looked nervous and stuttered. "Yes, a freshman. I'm Ding Miao Miao, a sophomore in the dance department. You're friends with Xiaoyun, right?" "Yeah." "Have a seat." Soo-yi nodded at Lin Yun. Lin Yun and her friends sat at the adjacent table. Won Junlin and his two single roommates sat there, forgetting to eat. Isn't it wonderful with Soo-yi around? In the past, when would they have had a beauty sit next to them during meals? It's not necessary to date someone, but having a beautiful woman beside you makes the meal more enjoyable. Lin Yun and the others didn't dare to dream, but with Ting Miao Miao, a cute beauty, they still had some thoughts. "Hello, I'm Soo-yi's roommate. I'm Won Junlin. We met last time." Seeing Ding Miao Miao, Won Junlin's eyes lit up. If he could win Ding Miao Miao, that would be quite good. College students are full of vitality. Apart from studying, it's about gaming and dating. If you don't date in college, what's the point of going? "Hello." Ding Miao Miao has a bit of baby fat, making her smile cute and infectious. She had seen Won Junlin before, but she didn't pay much attention last time. Zhang Bao and Yan Hui introduced themselves, and then everyone sat down, chatting while eating, except for Soo-yi, who remained silent. He just realized a problem. He didn't know Lin Yun's major. Knowing which department she's in means understanding her preferences, right? "Soo-yi, we have a social event tomorrow. Do you want to come with us?" Ding Miao Miao chatted with Won Junlin and suddenly shifted the conversation, her gaze fixed on Soo-yi. Soo-yi really didn't know what a social event was, so he looked at Ding Miao Miao with a hint of doubt. Won Junlin quickly said, "We will definitely come." "Soo-yi, right?" He looked at Soo-yi with anticipation. Although he knew that Ding Miao Miao mainly wanted to invite Soo-yi to the social event, a social event for the dance department would surely be full of beautiful girls. They never had the chance to participate in such events in their dorm before. This kind of opportunity was something many guys could not come by. Seeing Won Junlin's enthusiasm, Soo-yi could only nod and say, "I will definitely come." He came to the school to adapt to modern life, so social events like this should be similar to the poetry gatherings of old times. This kind of event seemed quite interesting. "That's settled then." Blushing, Ding Meow Meow buried herself in her food. Wang Junlin seemed shocked, but lightly pinched Ding Meow Meow's hand. After finishing their meal in the cafeteria, Sui and Ding Meow Meow parted ways, and Sui immediately received a WeChat message. Tomorrow night at 6, the social event will be held at the Yunhua Hall in the Crown Holiday Hotel. Splitting the bill. Sui glanced at the message and asked Wang Junlin, "What does splitting the bill mean?" "It means everyone eats together, and then splits the bill after the meal," Wang Junlin explained excitedly. "Did Ding Meow Meow send you the message?" "Yes," she said. "It's tomorrow at 6 at the Yunhua Hall of the Crown Holiday Hotel." "The Crown Holiday Hotel?" Wang Junlin gasped. "That place is expensive. Even if we split the bill, it would still cost a few hundred for each person." "A few hundred for a meal?" Sui also found it a bit pricey. Although he wasn't short of money, with 100 yuan, he could prepare a whole meal. What exactly will happen at the social event? It's a social event for the dance department. There will be many beautiful girls. Wang Junlin's eyes lit up at the thought. In the past, they mainly invited rich students from the school. Students like us wouldn't catch their eye. Sui thought for a moment, realizing it was similar to the poetry gatherings of the past. Those gatherings held by the young ladies of distinguished families only invited the children of officials and nobles, leaving commoners out. Even in this era, people still segregate into class circles. "Do you know which department Lin Yun belongs to?" Sui's main concern was still Lin Yun. Wang Junlin stared at Sui in disbelief. "Really? Sui? Lin Yun is the department's flower, don't you know?" Sui didn't answer him and continued. "So, she will also be attending the social event tomorrow?" "Of course she will be there." "Great. We can go together then?" Zhang Bao and Yan Hua glanced at each other, and Zhang Bao said, "We won't go. Sui, you take little Lindsay with you." Wang Junlin smirked, putting his arms around Zhang Bao and Yan Hua, saying, "Don't worry, when I charm a girl, I won't forget about you guys." Yan Hua mumbled, "I think Ding Meow Meow is into Sui. You don't stand a chance." "Come on. Can't you see Sui is into Lin Yun?" Wang Junlin retorted. "Even if Ding Meow Meow isn't into me, there are other girls." Zhang Bao chuckled, pulled out his phone, transferred 500 to Wang Junlin, and said, "You still have over 100 left. You have a few more days to find a girl, or you'll be in trouble." Yang Hui also transferred 300 to Wang Junlin and asked Sui, "Do you have enough money?" "Sui, I have over 400 left. If you need it, I can transfer it to you." Sui shook his head, saying, "I still have money. It's just a meal. Shouldn't cost much." He had some understanding of today's prices. Last time, ordering several dishes at the Bamboo Grove restaurant cost just over 100 yuan. Even if splitting the bill was a bit expensive, it shouldn't exceed 1,000 each. "Good. I'll keep 400 in case I can't charm a girl, so I can make it to the end of the month." Yang Hua said to Wang Junlin, "If you need more, just let me know." Sui understood that for this dance department social event, Zhang Bao and Yang Hua pooled their money for Wang Junlin, giving him the opportunity alone. They didn't want to go mainly because they were short on funds. "You guys should come too," Sui said. "I have some money, so don't worry." "How can we do that?" Zhang Bao was a bit embarrassed. In the beginning, when Yuxing wanted to pick a fight with Sui, they chose to stand by and watch. If Sui hadn't intervened, they might have been beaten up badly. If Sui hadn't stepped in the day before yesterday, Fenton and Yi Hu wouldn't have let them off either. Now, Ding Meow Meow's invitation to the social event was mainly directed at Sui. If Wang Junlin went, it would feel like he was forcing himself. Sui even wanted their whole dorm to go. "No problem. I'll let Ding Meow Meow know," Sui said, already messaging Ding Meow Meow. "All of us from our dorm are coming. Is that okay?" Sui asked. Ding Meow Meow almost instantly replied, "Of course, it's fine." Sui then asked, "How much money does each person need to contribute?" Ding Meow Meow, who was now with Lin Yun, saw Sui's message and quickly asked Lin Yun, "Xiaoyun, does Sui not have much money?" Lin Yun nodded. "I think he doesn't have much money." "Oh." Ding Meow Meow's eyes lit up and she swiftly replied, "You don't need to pay. I've already covered it. We'll split it." After sending the message, Ding Meow Meow's face was as red as a burn. She had made it too obvious. By splitting the bill, it implied they were in a relationship. If Sui made a casual joke or said he helped her pay, their relationship would be confirmed. "No need. We will each pay our own share. Just tell me how much." Sui couldn't make the girl pay for the meal. Ting Miao Miao had blushed with embarrassment just a moment ago, and now, after seeing this message, her face turned pale. Xiaoyun, do you think is he rejecting me? Ever since Ting Miao Miao saw Sui, she had been infatuated at first sight. After confirming that Lin Yun had no interest in Sui, she planned on making a move on him. Lin Yun scrolled through her phone, with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, laughing. I think he's not rejecting you, he's just straightforward. Let's see if you can persuade him. Ting Miao Miao clenched her fists and huffed, I'll make him see. Sui did not expect that another girl would want to pursue him. After clarifying that each person would pay for themselves, he dug deeper. So, for this gathering, how much does each person need to pay? Ting Miao Miao was also uncertain as she replied, if it's just for the meal, it should be around 500 yuan. If there are additional activities, it might require a few hundred more. Okay, 500 per person, so he could still accept this amount. After all, it seemed like all his roommates wanted to go, so he could afford it. At this moment, Ting Miao Miao had already returned to the dorm with Lin Yun. Seeing Suyi's message, Ting Miao Miao felt a bit helpless. It seemed like Suyi had no intention of flirting with her. Xiaoyun, do you know what Suyi likes? Ting Miao Miao had to start from Lin Yun's side. She had asked Lin Yun before, and Lin Yun had mentioned that she didn't like Suyi, which prompted Ting Miao Miao to pursue him. After some thought, Lin Yun replied, he seems to like reading. Reading? Is he the legendary top student? Ting Miao Miao's mouth gaped in disbelief. Suyi didn't seem like a nerd. Lin Yun nodded seriously. Possibly. You can call him Bookworm. Pa. Blushing, Ting Miao Miao teased Lin Yun. Are you suggesting calling him that while doing that? Lin Yun rolled her eyes. You are quite perverted. Who's the pervert here? It's you who brought it up. I just suggested calling him Bookworm. Why jump to such conclusions? Will you be thinking about what to name your future children next? Lin Yun was usually serious and aloof in front of strangers, giving the impression of being cold. However, with her close friend, she was different. Ting Miao Miao playfully pushed Lin Yun down onto the bed, teasing her. You think I'm that infatuated? You think, who can walk properly when they see a handsome guy? Lin Yun resisted, unsure why she suddenly had so much strength. Eventually, she turned the tables and playfully pinned Ting Miao Miao down, saying, let me check your body first. Oh, it seems to have grown bigger, right? So you would probably like it a lot. Lin Yun taunted Ting Miao Miao shamelessly, laughing loudly, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Don't touch me so casually. Ting Miao Miao blushed in embarrassment. Despite Lin Yun's usual cold veneer, she didn't hold back in saying such things. It's not like a piece of me would go missing if I do. Lin Yun retorted, if I don't touch now, who knows which scoundrel will take advantage later. With that, her hands became even more mischievous, causing the small bed to creak with their movements. At that moment, Ting Miao Miao was no longer thinking about pursuing Suyi. She was focused on dealing with the crazy woman in front of her. Breathless, Ting Miao Miao tried to struggle, but found Lin Yun, who used to be easily overpowered, had grown much stronger. Eventually, she gave up and collapsed on the bed, breathless, saying, who would take advantage of what scoundrel? Who else? Suyi. Lin Yun said amidst giggles. Ting Miao Miao's eyes welled up with mist. She had no choice but to let Lin Yun tease her. Pa, the story hasn't even begun, but I just feel like he might like you. Have you really not considered it? Oh, is that so? Are we going to have a best friend rivalry to win over a man? I'm not competing with you. As long as Suyi says he likes you, I'll retreat immediately. Ting Miao Miao huffed. Just a scoundrel. What's there to fight for anyway? As they were playfully joking around, the door suddenly opened. Lin Yun only got up from Ting Miao Miao when two elegantly dressed girls entered the room and, without even saying hello, went to their beds to do their own thing. The closeness of their relationships was immediately evident. Miao Miao, I'll leave first. Lin Yun straightened her clothes slightly, ready to leave. The girl sitting near the door suddenly asked out of the blue, Lin Yun, are you going to the gathering tomorrow? Before Lin Yun could respond, Ting Miao Miao quickly stood up and hugged Lin Yun's arm, saying, of course she's going. Oh, right. I heard Zhao Yin is pursuing you. He's also coming tomorrow, so you don't need to pay. It's great. Ting Miao Miao's voice raised a couple of notches. Wang Qing, that's not necessary. Xiaoyun never agreed to Zhao Yin. It's just a few hundred yuan. Does she need him to cover it? Wang Qing, with her back to them, chuckled and said, "Of course, meow meow, you naturally don't care about those few $100, but by helping him like this, he might just see you as a background prop." Lin Yun wasn't from the dorm, and she wouldn't have been here if not for Ding Meow Meow. Women were jealous creatures, especially someone like her. Treated like a goddess by the guys on campus, easy prey for jealousy. Most importantly, it was because she had no money. If she had the family background of Yu Huiyan, people like Wang Qing wouldn't dare to say such things. Ling Yun remained silent. She didn't know what to say to someone like Wang Qing. Ding Meow Meow glanced at Lin Yun and said with a smile, "Wang Mama, mind your own business. I heard that Qin Lin is still pursuing Yu Huiyan. If Yu Huiyan doesn't respond to him, he naturally turns to you. If she agrees, you might just become a spare tire." Wang Qing wasn't offended and chuckled, "Am I going to be a spare tire? Qin Lin already proposed to me." She extended her hand, showing off the diamond ring on her ring finger, then turned and smirked. "See, this is the engagement ring he gave me. We'll be getting married next year." The other girl beside her looked surprised, gazing at the ring on Wang Qing's hand. "Wow, Qin Ling really proposed to you." Wang Qing smiled smugly, the corners of her mouth lifting. "Of course he did." The girl "You're lucky. My guy only knows how to give bags, perfumes, and lipstick every day. I don't even know where to put them." Wang Qing, with a forced smile on her face, asked, "I think he who doesn't have much money, but he seems quite generous to you." "That's right. I feel bad for him. Last time, he gave me an LV bag worth over 50,000. I don't even know if it's real." The two women chatted away, completely ignoring Lin Yun and Ding Meow Meow, as if they were from different social classes. Ding Meow Meow felt a bit overwhelmed and pulled Lin Yun out of the room. As they stepped out, both shook their heads in unison, speaking in the same tone. Little Versailles. They looked at each other and chuckled. In the afternoon, Suyi, as usual, skipped class. He had made plans to go fishing with Old Lin and Old John this afternoon. When he arrived at the gate of Wadong Street, he stopped in his tracks. Several cars were parked at the gate, and various household appliances were being unloaded from the cars. Yi Xiaoxuan was inside, busily directing the workers. Nearby, a few elderly men and women stood at the gate watching the commotion. "Zisu, not bad. Bringing in so many big items all at once." Old Lin greeted Suyi when he saw him. "This young man is quite good. Bringing in so many big items at once." If Lin Yun followed him, life wouldn't be too difficult, he thought to himself. He was very satisfied. Suyi smiled and replied, "I think it was arranged by my cousin." "Your cousin is quite something," Old Lin remarked. Suyi didn't say much. He walked over to Yi Xiaoxuan and asked, "What are you doing?" Yi Xiaoxuan fixed her messy hair and chuckled softly. "Master, I noticed your house doesn't have any electrical appliances, which must be inconvenient. So, I bought some for you." "All right." Suyi was sentimental, but also wanted to move with the times. Adding a few electrical appliances would help him better adapt to society, so he didn't blame Yi Xiaoxuan. "Do you still need those old items?" Yi Xiaoxuan inquired. Then, she lowered her voice and leaned in to say to Suyi, "Master, don't tell me your tables and chairs can sell for millions?" Suyi lightly flicked Yi Xiaoxuan's forehead with his index finger. "Ouch." Yi Xiaoxuan recoiled, rubbing her head. Suyi scolded her, "Are you silly? These pieces of furniture are modern items. How much could they be worth? Should we throw them away?" Yi Xiaoxuan asked. Suyi instructed, "Why throw them away? Place them in the corner. If the neighbors nearby need them, give it to them." "Oh, I understand." Yi Xiaoxuan, a rich young lady, used to discard anything broken in her house. If it were her house, these old pieces of furniture would have been thrown away long ago. "Do not let them enter that room at the far back. Feel free to rearrange the other rooms as you wish." Suyi's study was protected with a formation. When he wasn't around, even Yi Xiaoxuan's consciousness would go blank if she crossed the threshold. He didn't want to come back from fishing and find a group of wooden people at the door of his study. "I know, you told me before." Yi Xiaoxuan smiled, looking obedient and sensible. "Well, you're busy. I'll go fishing with Old Lin and the others." So he picked up a fishing rod from inside and prepared to leave. As he stepped out of the courtyard, Yu Huiyan's car pulled up in front of him. Yu Huiyan rolled down the window, glanced at Suyi, and asked, "Going fishing?" Suyi nodded. "Yes, I made plans with someone. Yu Huiyan said, I'll go with you. Next time. Su Yi declined directly, then walked over to Old Lin and asked, Old Lin, do we have fishing rods? Old Lin glanced deeply at Yu Huiyan in the car. Another beautiful girl coming to visit. We have fishing rods. Is this your sister? Old Lin asked. Su Yi replied, No. Old Lin suggested, if she needs your help, go attend to her first. Su Yi chuckled. How could a young girl like her know how to fish? Yu Huiyan, sitting in the car, blushed and paled with anger. Was it about her not knowing how to fish? Even if she didn't, couldn't he teach her? Was it so painful to go fishing with a beauty like her? Old Lin felt Su Yi was a bit too much, but, overall, not bad. I'll go get the fishing rods. Old Lin went back inside to retrieve the fishing gear. Yu Huiyan got out of the car and glanced into the courtyard. Her gaze met Yi Shaxuan's, and she suddenly turned cold. Huh, Sister Yi. What are you doing here? Yu Huiyan walked into the courtyard. A smile slowly appeared on Yi Shaxuan's face. Is there anything wrong with me being here? Yu Huiyan squinted, looked at the workers carrying furniture, and asked, Are you here to deliver furniture to Su Yi? Yi Shaxuan wasn't sure if her brain was malfunctioning. She replied, I'm just moving in here. Before Yu Huiyan could respond, Su Yi interjected, I don't have extra beds at home. Yi Shaxuan made up her mind, stomped her foot, and said, Can't I buy another bed? After all, he was her master. At this moment, wasn't it only right for him to stand by her side and present a united front? Su Yi didn't hesitate at all, raised an eyebrow, and said, No. Internal injury. Yi Shaxuan nearly spat out blood on the spot. Yu Huiyan smirked, turned to Su Yi, and said, To thank you for not pursuing my brother's matter, I found a job for you. Would you like to take a look? Yi Shaxuan hurriedly said, He's working at my bookstore now. A bookstore? Yu Huiyan looked at Yi Shaxuan curiously. Since when did Sister Yi open a bookstore? Yi Shaxuan raised her eyebrows and said, It was opened specifically for him. While saying this, Yi Shaxuan thought to herself that she was helping Madame Fan chase away these vixens, which was only natural. Su Yi initially wanted to refuse, but after thinking for a moment, there might be some new possibilities now, so he asked, What kind of job are you talking about? Yi Shaxuan felt another internal injury. This wretched master. Was he taken with this little miss from the Yu family? Yu Huiyan smiled meaningfully. There are plenty of jobs. You can take a look, but I think you could do live broadcasting. Your image is decent. With some packaging, it's easy to make money. I happen to have a friend in the new media industry. Live broadcasting, new media. These terms were all filled with novelty for Su Yi. He nodded. I can give it a try. I'll go fishing with you. We can talk while fishing, Yu Huiyan said, looking at Yi Shaxuan with a smile, as if she had won a battle. Several people were trying to please Su Yi, which made Yu Huiyan curiously interested. Su Yi must have something extraordinary, or why would Yi Shaxuan act this way? Su Yi said impassively, Let's talk about work another time. I don't like discussing business while fishing. Indeed, she was rash. Being with Su Yi, one could get emotionally injured at any time. Yi Shaxuan smiled in triumph. It was true that he was her master, regardless of one's appearance. I want to go fishing too, Yi Shaxuan declared. She just wanted to keep an eye on Lin Yun for Su Yi. Nothing more. Without hesitation, Su Yi stated, No, you stay at home and make sure nobody enters that room. Indeed, a fair treatment for all. Su Yi arranged to slow down and walk with Old Lin and Old Zhang to the nearby stream to fish. Yu Huiyan stayed behind. Since Su Yi said not to discuss business while fishing, she had no intention of joining them. Fishing with two old men was not inherently a pleasant activity, and with Su Yi around who could easily anger people, Yu Huiyan thought it was better not to take the risk. Yi sister, are you close to Su Yi now? Yu Huiyan stayed in Su Yi's yard, trying to extract some information from her conversation with Yi Shaxuan. Yi Shaxuan and Yu Huiyan had formed a group together and had discussed Su Yi before, but as of now, Yi Shaxuan was definitely the person who understood Su Yi the most, even if only a glimpse. Kind of. We've been together these days, Yi Shaxuan said, as she directed the staff to arrange furniture. Yu Huiyan followed her and asked, From your look, you must have discovered Su Yi's extraordinary qualities, right? He's very handsome. Yi Shaxuan slowly turned her head and looked into Yu Huiyan's eyes. Yu Huiyan squinted. Just his appearance. What else? What more would you expect? Yi Xiaoxuan asked. He writes well, good drinker. Yu Huiyan's impression of Su Yi was limited to these aspects. Yes, he does. Of course, Yi Xiaoxuan knew Su Yi's writing was not just good. It was exceptional, but there were many other things she couldn't tell Yu Huiyan. This man, there were so many extraordinary aspects to him. Proficient in medical skills, knowledgeable in the art of immortality, exquisite cooking skills, and understanding of antiques. Could a normal young person understand all that? But if Yu Huiyan found out about these things, she might actually pursue Su Yi. How could her master allow others to covet him? Yu Huiyan asked bluntly, had you developed feelings for Su Yi? Yi Xiaoxuan remained composed. You can interpret it that way. In just a few days. Love at first sight. I'm shallow, Yi Xiaoxuan bluntly declared. So you won't have any intentions towards him, right? Shallow? Would Yu Huiyan believe that? Based on her grandfather's attitude towards matters involving Su Yi, it was clear that Su Yi was not as simple as he appeared. Rest assured, I won't compete with you, Yu Huiyan said with a smile, seemingly relieved. Only an idiot would fancy someone like Su Yi. Living with such a person could give you a heart attack in less than half a month. It's for the best then, so you don't have to bother introducing him to job opportunities, Yi Xiaoxuan said. I've already mentioned it. If Su Yi wants to do it, he will. If he doesn't, I won't introduce him further. After that, there wasn't much more to talk about for the two of them, but Yu Huiyan didn't leave. She stayed in the yard watching Yi Xiaoxuan busy herself, until the sun set in the west. Su Yi and the others returned carrying buckets and fishing rods. Little Su, you are indeed amazing. It's the first time I've seen someone catch so much fish in one afternoon. Is this a lot? I used to catch over 50 pounds of big fish. 50 pounds? Are you dreaming? Don't exaggerate. Where can you catch 50 pounds of fish now? That was a long time ago. Keep boasting. How old were you when you started fishing? What a long time ago. Su Yi was chatting happily with the two old men. Yu Huiyan and the others in the yard couldn't help feeling a bit depressed hearing Su Yi and the old men's conversation. If chatting with old men was so pleasant, why couldn't they chat with me? Is this a normal man? After catching fish, old John also brought Su Dian back from kindergarten. Su Dian wandered around Su Yi, his eyes staring at the lively fish in the bucket. Big brother Su Yi, do you want to have a fish feast tonight? If you want to eat, I'll make it for you. Su Yi knew there was a staff dinner tonight, but he still had time to cook for Su Dian. Thank you, big brother Su Yi. Su Dian grinned. After they returned, Su Yi poured the fish into the large fish tank at old Zhang's doorstep, then led Su Dian back to his own yard. By now, almost all the furniture in Su Yi's house had been replaced. The workers who delivered the furniture and appliances had already left. Yu Huiyan found herself a stool to sit on, while Yi Xiaoxuan reclined in an old armchair that Su Yi usually used, looking extremely content. Big brother Su Yi, there's another beautiful big sister in your house. Su Dian recognized Yi Xiaoxuan, but it was the first time she had seen Yu Huiyan, and when she saw Yu Huiyan, her eyes lit up. Su Yi said, shall we kill the little rabbit and treat the beautiful big sister? No. Su Dian, who was just now full of innocent smiles, immediately pouted upon hearing Su Yi's words, and her gaze towards Yu Huiyan became evasive. What a lovely child, Yu Huiyan commented as she saw Su Dian walking over. Yi Xiaoxuan also vacated Su Yi's armchair. Leading Su Yi by the hand, Su Dian hid half of her body behind Su Yi and asked Yu Huiyan, are you a fairy, sister? Yu Huiyan was indeed very attractive. Even a young girl like Su Dian would think she was a fairy. At the praise from Su Dian, Yu Huiyan couldn't help but smile but reply, I'm not a fairy. Then Su Dian asked, do you eat rabbits? She secretly glanced at the rabbit in the corner of the yard. Yu Huiyan was speechless. She probably understood why Su Dian asked her if she was a fairy. Perhaps in the eyes of a child, fairies don't eat rabbits. Yu Huiyan didn't know the relationship between Su Dian and Su Yi. She couldn't entertain children like Su Yi did, so she replied, I don't eat rabbits. Su Dian nodded, pondered for a moment, then said to Su Yi, big brother Su Yi, I'll go feed the rabbit. Go ahead. Su Yi let go of Su Dian's hand, then turned to Yi Xiaoxuan. We're going to have dinner later. Yes, we should head out now. Just a moment, I'll cook a fish for Su Dian, Su Yi said as he put the fishing rod and bucket inside the house, then turned to the yard of Old John to catch a fish. Old John, I'll cook a fish for Diane. You should also have some later. Suyi said. I'm going out for dinner with my cousins. Suyi's cooking skills need not be questioned. Elderly people like Old John and Old Lin loved fish, and if Suyi cooked it, it was undoubtedly the best. Bringing the fish back home, Suyi went straight into the kitchen, ignoring Yu Huiyan, and Yi Xiaoxuan followed suit. When Yi Xiaoxuan saw Suyi cleaning the fish, she realized that this was indeed a true chef. The crucian carp, which had few bones to begin with, was expertly sliced by Suyi, meticulously removing every tiny bone from the fish, making it more delicate than a surgeon in the hospital. Dining at the bookstore, this could also be considered a gathering arranged by Yi Xiaoxuan for Suyi and Lin Yun. Yi Xiaoxuan naturally didn't want Yu Huiyan to come along, so she said to her, Ziyu, we're having a staff dinner at the bookstore later, so I won't accompany you. Let's go together. Yu Huiyan was not polite either, saying, at most, I'll pay for my own meal. I also need to talk to Suyi about work. Since things had come to this point, Yi Xiaoxuan could only say, you can pay for your own. Let's go together, but it's just one more set of tableware. In that case, I won't be polite. Yu Huiyan smiled, showing no hint of politeness at all. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't say much to her and instead asked, Suyi, what would you like to eat? I'm fine with anything, you decide. How about beef? A new Yangzhou beef restaurant opened near the school. Sure. Suyi had no objections. Yi Xiaoxuan quickly informed Lin Yun and Wang Xiu, sending them the location of the Yangzhou beef restaurant. When they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, they saw a beautiful woman in hanfu playing the guzheng at the entrance. Inside the restaurant, there were flowing waters and artificial stones, quite quaint. The woman playing the guzheng wore a thin veil over her face, her fingertips emitting a melodious sound continuously. Clearly, she had real skills. Having such an artist perform at the restaurant would require some expenses, so you only lingered briefly at the entrance. The music was decent, a piece about mountains and rivers, at least it was on tune, making the dining experience quite pleasant. It was like in the old days during meals, occasionally someone would play a tune or the erhu. Suyi and the others arrived first and sat in the lobby by the window. The place didn't have private rooms, but the elegant and quiet environment was satisfactory overall. Lin Yun hadn't arrived yet, and as soon as Yu Huiyan sat down, she directly asked Suyi, let me tell you about the live streaming matter. Suyi nodded, indicating she could go ahead. Yu Huiyan then asked, do you know about the live streaming industry? Suyi raised his eyebrows and met her gaze. I have no idea what it is. This kind of thing could surely be easily searched on the phone, but now he was listening to Yu Huiyan explain it to him. After organizing her thoughts, Yu Huiyan said, in simple terms, live streaming is displaying talents, chatting with people, or playing games on the internet through your phone or computer. In addition to the payment from the live streaming platform, there are also gifts from viewers. So you seem to understand. So, it's like selling skills, right? You can understand it that way. Yu Huiyan paused and asked, so, do you have any skills in mind? Suyi glanced at the entrance and asked back, does playing the guzheng count? The guzheng? You mean the ancient zither, right? Yu Huiyan nodded. It counts. Do you know how to play? I do. Suyi had seen the woman playing the guzheng at the entrance when they enter. A 12-string chin from the Republic of China era. It had some history to it. Do you mind playing a piece now? Why is Yu Huiyan trying to find work for Suyi and recommending him to work in the live streaming industry? It's just to see what talents Suyi really has. It's been a while since I last played, but I can try. Suyi stood up and walked to the entrance. Yu Huiyan and Yi Xiaoxuan followed closely behind. Yu Huiyan was curious, while Yi Xiaoxuan was even more curious. Her master was knowledgeable in medicine, skilled in witchcraft, knowledgeable in antiques, excellent in cooking, and could also play the guzheng. Was she a deity? A person's lifetime is limited. Many things may require 10 years, decades, or even a lifetime of focus to achieve. Suyi was only 20 years old now. Knowing so much was truly remarkable. Miss, may I borrow the zither? Suyi stood in front of the woman at the entrance, politely asking. The woman raised her eyelids lightly. The sound of her fingertips stopped abruptly. She frowned at Suyi. Do you know how to play? A little. Suyi smiled. My zither is different from others. I know. It's a chin, made by manhwaedit. Up top, it resembles the seven heavens. Below, it's flat like the earth. The middle is hollow like the 6 unions. The string pillar imitates the 12 moons, establishing the 4 images. Drumming produces the 5 sounds. Suyi smiled. He had heard Meng Chia play a tune before, full of sorrow and vigor. Now that he saw it, he felt an itch to play a tune. The woman's expression relaxed slightly. Most people who saw the guzheng might mistake it for another instrument. Even if they knew it was a guzheng, most wouldn't recognize it as a qin, let alone know its origins and construction. Before the Han and Jin dynasties, the guzheng mostly had 12 strings. After the Tang and Song dynasties, it increased to 13 strings, and since the Ming and Qing dynasties, it gradually increased to 15 or 16 strings, and in recent years, there were also guzhengs with 24 or 26 strings. In modern times, guzheng players were already few, let alone those who played the qin. The woman asked, "What do you want to play? How about 8 views of Chang'an?" When Suyi mentioned this, he couldn't help but think of the magnificent sights of the Tang dynasty. That was the glorious period of the Qin. Bai Jui also composed a poem. Coach races to see peonies, gallops to listen to Qin music. 8 views of Chang'an. The woman's pupil suddenly constricted. That was an 8th grade piece for the guzheng. She had been playing it since she was 5, and still couldn't master it. Could this man in front of her play it? Is it okay? Suyi asked. Sure. The woman slowly stood up and made a gesture inviting Suyi. She was originally a student in the Kui department of Qingzhou University. When she saw Suyi and Yu Huiyan approaching, she thought Suyi just wanted to show off in front of beauties like Yu Huiyan and Yi Shaxuan. But now Suyi told her he could play 8 views of Chang'an. This piece was extremely difficult. Not even teachers at the college could guarantee a successful performance every time. Suyi, at this age, it was astonishing. Thank you. After sitting down, Suyi adjusted the tuning. The woman could tell at a glance that this person was an expert. Suyi took a deep breath. His fingers plucked the strings, and the sound of the strings leapt out, filling the room with the sound of the zither. Although Yi Shaxuan and the others didn't understand the guzheng, they were also amazed. The piece Suyi played was harmonious and beautiful, enchanting and soul-stirring. Closing their eyes, they seemed to be taken on a journey through mountains and waters. Incredibly marvelous. Inside the restaurant, many customers put down their chopsticks, stopped their conversations, and listened carefully, feeling purified in body and mind. Even the young man who had just broken up with his girlfriend was now completely empty-minded, feeling that everything that had happened before was just a prologue. This was only grade 8. The woman who had been standing aside, perhaps others couldn't tell, but having played the guzheng for over 10 years, how couldn't she know? Suyi's skill had already reached its peak. Even a person soaked in this field all his life wouldn't be able to match. Why would Yu Huiyan find work for Suyi and recommending him to enter the live streaming industry? It's just to see what talents Suyi has. It's been a while since I last played, but I can try. Suyi stood up and walked to the entrance. Yu Huiyan and Yi Shaxuan followed closely behind. Suyi gradually entered a state of perfection, his fingertips touching the strings, unconsciously falling into memories. During the prosperous Tang dynasty, Suyi also had some good friends. He once drank and admired the moon with the poet immortal Li Bai, traveled the Xian River with the poet sage Du Fu, and accompanied him on his final journey. At the ancient ferry of Xiaonyang, Wang Wei wrote an eternal and exquisite piece for Suyi. The morning rain of Wei City waits the light dust. The guest house's green willows are refreshing. I advise you to have another cup of wine. To the west of Yang Pass, there are no old acquaintances. With Suyi's recollections, those who heard the zither were as if transported back to the magnificent scenes of over 1,000 years ago. As Suyi played, even the people in the restaurant felt like they were traveling through the beautiful sights of the prosperous Tang dynasty. The Hua Mountain Fairy Palm, the Li Mountain Sunset, the Ba Willow Snow, the Ku River Drink, the Wild Goose Pagoda Morning Bell, the Xianyang Ancient Ferry, the Gross Cottage Smoke, and the Tai Bai Snow. When the music ended, the crowd felt as if they were awakening from a great dream. Just one piece of music was more realistic than any 3D movie effect. Anyone who heard the zither seemed to be following Suyi into that era. The Ku River Drink, the beautiful spring scenery of the Ku River, where the stream flows, petal by petal following the water, branches swaying and beckoning. To Ba Willow Snow, willow catkins flying by the bridge, like winter snow, green gauze hanging and dangling. To Tai Bai Mountain Peak, snow never melts all year round, remaining snowy white even in midsummer. A grand performance. When Suyi stood up, Yi Xiaoxuan and the others were all stunned, speechless for a long time. Even the girl who played at the restaurant entrance was dumbfounded. As the song ended, she remained immersed in it, lingering in the echoes, not wanting it to end. You. The woman looked at Suyi, unable to speak for a long time. Thank you. Suyi nodded slightly towards the woman and then returned to his seat to eat. Yu Huiyan and Yi Xiaoxuan quickly followed. Suyi, how long have you been practicing? Yu Huiyan asked. Just with your talent, if you were to live stream, you'd surely become very popular. Suyi replied, I haven't been practicing for long. As I've said, I only have a basic understanding. If this is good enough, then live streaming should not be a problem. Basic understanding. Alright. This was Suyi's definition of a basic understanding. Yu Huiyan didn't know what words to use to describe her feelings now, but finally bit her tongue and asked, aside from the zither, what else do you know? I think anything you mention, I should know a little bit. Suyi couldn't think of any skills he didn't possess at the moment. Yu Huiyan smirked and said, how about computer games? Do you play them? Huh. Suyi stared at her, realizing she had hit upon an area of knowledge he lacked. Just games, it's easy to learn. Suyi didn't think there was anything difficult in this world. Games, they should be simple things, right? Yu Huiyan pursed her lips and said, then learn it. Nowadays, most live streamers focus on playing games, singing, chatting. Your talent is a bit high-end. High-end? Suyi didn't see these things as high-end. Quite high-end. Yu Huiyan nodded. She now felt that letting Suyi do live streaming might be wasting his talents. Just by playing the piece he just performed, he could directly appear on CCTV. The appearance fee for any show would definitely be high. As they chatted, a middle-aged man in a gray suit, standing at 1.8 meters tall, arrived accompanied by a waiter and approached Suyi. General Yan, this teacher was the one who played just now. The waiter said to the middle-aged man, then stood by the side. The man looked deeply at Suyi, slightly bowed, and extended his hand, saying, hello. I am the owner of this restaurant. My name is Yang Yingsheng. You played that piece just now. Suyi stood to shake his hand, nodding. Yes, I played it. Yang Yingsheng smiled. Hello. My favorite type of people in my life are those with talent like you. May I ask for your surname, teacher? Hello. My surname is Su. You can call me Suyi. Suyi responded politely to the friendly stranger, trying to adapt to his current status and not come off as too arrogant. Mr. Su, would you be willing to visit my restaurant often in the future? Whenever you come, everything is free. If you play a piece in my restaurant, I'm willing to pay you 10,000 yuan per piece. Suyi replied, this doesn't seem right. I just played on a whim. I don't usually play. Yang Yingsheng quickly added, it's okay. I like making friends. As long as you come, everything is free. I keep my promises. Thank you then. Suyi smiled. He thought Yang Yingsheng was quite nice and decided it wouldn't hurt to make a new acquaintance. In any era, there will always be 2 or 3 friends. Yang Yingsheng was generous and left a good impression on Suyi. I won't disturb you and your friend's meal. This one is on the house. If there's anything unsatisfactory, just let me know. Yang Yingsheng said as he left, without asking for Suyi's contact information. Yi Xiaoxuan looked at Suyi admiringly. Was this her master? He really wasn't an ordinary person. Just 1 zither piece and a free meal forever. And 10,000 yuan per piece for future performances. Yu Huiyan felt a bit embarrassed. Was she encountering a wealthy big boss? With Suyi's talent, he could find a meal anywhere. Just as Yang Yingsheng left, the girl who played the zither at the front entrance came over. She removed her veil, revealing a lovely face, and faced Suyi, exaggeratedly bowing 90 degrees and loudly saying, Master Su, please accept me as your apprentice. Yu Huiyan and Yi Xiaoxuan's expressions were priceless. Yu Huiyan could tell that Suyi's words could irritate people, but he did have genuine talent, and it seemed like beautiful women were always around him. Just playing a zither piece, the restaurant owner came to make friends, and a beauty wanted to be his apprentice. Talented people were always in demand. Most importantly, Yu Huiyan and others recognized the girl in front of them. Her name was Wen Qianmeng, a 4th-year student in the traditional Chinese opera department at Qingzhou University. She had performed on CCTV, won a silver award, and also won the gold award in the Qingzhou City Traditional Chinese Opera Performance Competition. This was a celebrity. Now, just because Suyi played so well, she was coming to ask to be his apprentice. Yi Xiaoxuan looked at Su Yi, then at Wen Qianmeng. If Su Yi accepted her as a disciple, she wouldn't be his only disciple. Su Yi glanced at Wen Qianmeng and said, "No need to become an apprentice. If we meet again, I can teach you." Yi Xiaoxuan and Yu Huiyan both looked at Su Yi simultaneously, silently cursing him as a scoundrel. Wen Qianmeng can definitely be considered a great beauty, but when she tried to leave Su Yi a phone number and WeChat contact, she was firmly rejected by him. "I've said it. If we meet again in the future, I can teach you. Let's leave it to fate. There's no need for contact information." How upright and fearless, not swayed by beauty at all. If someone else had said these words, Yu Huiyan and Yi Xiaoxuan would probably think that person was playing hard to get. According to Su Yi's words, it clearly could relax one's guard, find a casual chance to create a coincidental encounter. Then it's fate again, teaching the zither. Isn't that easy to capture and control? When Su Yi said such words, Yu Huiyan believed him. In terms of appearance, she was not inferior to Wen Qianmeng, but Su Yi still treated her like a servant, speaking without any mercy. Since Su Yi looked down on her, it was not surprising that he also didn't fancy Wen Qianmeng. It was normal for Yi Xiaoxuan to believe Su Yi's words, too. From her understanding of Su Yi, except for Lin Yun, Su Yi seemed to treat other girls the same, so it was normal for him to refuse. Saying that he would teach her next time they meet was already quite gentle, right? Since Su Yi was unwilling to leave contact information, Wen Qianmeng could only regretfully walk away, sit at the door, not speaking anymore, nor playing the zither. With Su Yi's prominent presence, she now didn't know what to play anymore. Or perhaps, she didn't know what she had been playing all these years. The gap was truly too vast. Su Yi probably gained some understanding of the live streaming industry and then agreed to go to Yu Huiyan's friend's company for an interview tomorrow afternoon. Soon, Wang Zhu walked to the door of the shop and also noticed Wen Qianmeng sitting there lost in thought. At this moment, Wen Qianmeng furrowed her delicate eyebrows, looking melancholic and eliciting sympathy from onlookers. What a beauty! When Wang Zhu saw Wen Qianmeng at that moment, his heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. He may have his sights set on Yi Xiaoxuan, but his desire encompasses all beautiful women in the world. For an outstanding man like him, what's the big deal about having multiple wives and concubines? Yi Xiaoxuan is just one of his designated wives. Other beauties will also be collected without fail. Seeing Wen Qianmeng not playing the zither, appearing worried, instead of immediately approaching her, he walked over to Yi Xiaoxuan's table. When he saw Yu Huiyan, his eyes lit up again. Another beauty. It seemed like he was truly a chosen one. "Zuexu, is this beauty also your friend?" It was Wan Shu's first time meeting Yu Huiyan. Her looks were on par with Yi Xiaoxuan, so since she was invited by Yi Xiaoxuan to the employee dinner today, their relationship must be quite good. Yi Xiaoxuan's brow slightly furrowed. Although her relationship with Yu Huiyan was not bad, it wasn't particularly good either. If she hadn't insisted on coming today, she would have left Yu Huiyan hanging. This guy Wan Zhu was disgusting, showing such an expression at the sight of a beauty. Her name is Yu Huiyan. A simple introduction. She wouldn't falsely claim that the woman was her close friend. Anyone who competes with her for her master's attention is considered an enemy. At the moment, Yi Xiaoxuan was sitting next to Su Yi, Yu Huiyan was seated across from him, and Wan Zhu directly took a seat next to Yu Huiyan, saying with a smile, "Miss Yu, hello, I'm Wan Zhu, a friend of Zuexu's." "Hello." Yu Huiyan showed a polite smile, but only nodded at Wan Zhu before lowering her head to drink water. The strange look she gave Wan Zhu when he approached her earlier was all too familiar to her. She didn't particularly like people like him. The smile was simply out of good manners and not meant to push people away, but it maintained the necessary courtesy, especially since Wan Zhu mentioned he was Yi Xiaoxuan's friend. "You two must be good friends, right?" Wan Zhu started to self-assuredly lead the conversation. Yu Huiyan had been drinking water and nearly choked upon hearing his words. Obviously, she and Yi Xiaoxuan were far from being good friends. "Sorry, my throat has been uncomfortable recently, maybe it's a cold." Yu Huiyan also felt somewhat impolite, as if she was indirectly telling him that her relationship with Yi Xiaoxuan was not that good. "A cold. Shall I check your pulse? I've some knowledge of medicine." Wan Zhu asked eagerly. Yu Huiyan quickly waved her hand, saying, "No need, just a minor cold. I'll take some medicine. Let me take a look." Wan Zhu grabbed Yu Huiyan's wrist and placed 2 fingers on it. Yu Huiyan stared at him with a strange expression. Was this guy mentally challenged? Couldn't he tell that her cold was just an excuse? However, since he had already checked her pulse, she believed he would see that she wasn't sick. An ordinary person should also understand that she had just made an excuse to alleviate the awkwardness. You're fine. You're on your period now, right? Drink more hot water. Yu Huiyan's eyes widened. She was indeed on her period today. But, did he really need to say it out loud after checking her pulse? This guy was crazy. Yu Huiyan quickly pulled her hand back, her face turning pale, and said, I know to drink hot water. No need for your reminders. Yi Xiaxuan, sitting opposite, struggled to hold back her laughter. She almost choked. This clown Wan Zhu had really grossed out Yu Huiyan. It served her right for trying to seduce her master. Just desserts. Wan Zhu hadn't realized that Yu Huiyan was angry. In his mind, Yu Huiyan must have been very shy after he displayed his superb medical skills and even mentioned her menstruation. By the way, I saw a zither at the entrance, but the lady didn't play it. How about I perform a piece for everyone? Just now, Suyi played a piece called 8 Views of Chang'an, which was considered a masterpiece. Also, based on Suyi's conversation with Wen Qianmeng just now, they all knew it was a Qin piece. Although calling it a zither wouldn't be totally wrong, they felt that Wang Zhu was intentionally showing off his skills. Go ahead, Dan, play. Yi Xiaxuan couldn't be bothered and said. Her master had just played a piece earlier, but unfortunately, Wang Zhu arrived late and missed it. Now that he wanted to showcase himself, she could allow him to make a fool of himself while seeing the difference between an ordinary person and her master. Wang Zhu, hearing Yi Xiaxuan's words, immediately stood up and asked, Zuexu, what would you like to hear? Yi Xiaxuan was a medical student and not well-versed in music theory, let alone familiar with many pieces. But since Wang Zhu asked, she simply said, how about 8 Views of Chang'an? Do you know it? 8 Views of Chang'an. Wang Zhu was taken aback. Yi Xiaxuan actually knew about it. The difficulty level of that piece was extremely high. Although he had learned some music theory from his master, it was just superficial knowledge. Even if his master couldn't play 8 Views of Chang'an well, asking him to play it now. Seeing that Wang Zhu was stunned, Yi Xiaxuan asked, do you know it? Of course. Why wouldn't I? I started playing the zither at the age of 5 and had already played 8 Views of Chang'an over 100 times by the age of 10. Wang Zhu could only brace himself now. Since this high-difficulty piece was not well known to the average person, as long as he played it reasonably well, it should be fine, right? When she was 10 years old, had already played the Chang'an 8 Views not less than 100 times. When Qianmeng heard this sentence, her eyes lit up with a strange gleam. She turned and looked at Wang Zhu. This young man sat at the same table as Suyi. Birds of a feather flock together. Suyi plays so well. Naturally his friends who are with him won't be bad either. Playing the Chang'an 8 Views 100 times at the age of 10. What kind of concept is that? Absolutely a genius. Even though she may not reach the same artistic realm as Suyi, she definitely won't be too bad. Wang Zhu walked up to Wen Qianmeng with a smile on his face and said, beautiful lady, how about lending me the chin? At this moment, Wen Qianmeng's beautiful eyes were brimming with anticipation as she looked at Wang Zhu. If she could reach the level of Wang Zhu when she was 10 years old, she could barely imagine it. Please. Wen Qianmeng stood up slowly, nodded slightly to Wang Zhu, and smiled faintly. Wang Zhu smiled. Handsome as he was, he naturally received such an attitude from the beautiful lady. After sitting down, Wang Zhu smiled at Wen Qianmeng, adjusted the strings of the chin. Wen Qianmeng froze. So just now, Suyi had already adjusted it, and he had adjusted the strings used to play the Chang'an 8 Views. Why did this person still need to adjust them? Could his technique be different from Suyi's? Seeing her in a daze, Wang Zhu said, beauty, playing the Chang'an 8 Views is not easy. The chin strings must be adjusted. When Qianmeng weakly nodded. Of course, she knew that the Chang'an 8 Views were challenging to play. People who had played it 100 times at the age of 10 would naturally know how to adjust the strings, so it wasn't her place to instruct him. After Wang Zhu finished speaking, he began to pluck the strings. A few notes emerged, and when Qianmeng's eyebrows twitched. What on earth? The Chang'an 8 Views. Is he serious? After listening for a few more seconds, when Qianmeng's expression became even more colorful. These notes were all over the place. How could this be the Chang'an 8 views? Compared to Suyi's performance just now, it was simply a pile of crap, when Qian Meng now just wanted Wan Zhu to stop. This was the person who had just boasted about playing the Chang'an 8 views 100 times at the age of 10. However, she eventually held back, and when Wan Zhu finished, she looked at him expressionlessly. How was that? Duty, not bad playing, right? Would you like to exchange WeChat contact information? After standing up, Wan Zhu took out his phone and introduced himself. I'm Wan Zhu. And how should I address you? Beauty. No need for WeChat. When Qian Meng picked up the chin and walked out of the restaurant without a word, Wan Zhu watched when Qian Meng's retreating figure, smelling a faint fragrance, and mused to himself, girls are still shy. Next time we meet, you'll naturally give me your WeChat. Suyi never made any comments throughout. Although Wan Zhu's skills were a bit lacking, it reminded him of a time when he taught a child to play the zither. It was quite interesting, much like that 5-year-old child. Wan Zhu returned to his seat, smiling at Yi Xiaxuan, and asked, Xiaxuan, how was my performance? Yi Xiaxuan also wasn't very knowledgeable about music, except for Suyi. So to her, it sounded more or less the same. Not bad, Yi Xiaxuan smiled. After listening to Wan Zhu's performance and comparing it to Suyi's, she finally understood how talented her master was. With a smug smile, Wan Zhu continued sitting next to Yu Huiyan and looked at Yu Huiyan. Yu Huiyan. Wan Zhu continued to gaze at her. Yu Huiyan glanced at him and could only say expressionlessly, not bad. Wan Zhu smiled smugly again and looked at Suyi, asking, Suyi, do you want to learn? I can teach you. Suyi smiled but remained silent, finding this situation somewhat similar to teaching a child. A bit foolish. Teaching Suyi to play the zither. Yu Huiyan almost choked without even drinking water, covering her mouth and coughing repeatedly. Waiter, bring some hot water. Wan Zhu shouted for a waiter when he saw Yu Huiyan coughing, as if to remind her that she might be having her monthly period. Yu Huiyan finally caught her breath, her fists clenched tightly, almost wanting to punch Wan Zhu dead. She now seriously doubted whether she had checked the almanac before going out today. Suyi was already infuriating enough, and now she had encountered Wan Zhu, another lunatic. What kind of karma did I create? Yu Huiyan was already regretting. She was wrong. Really wrong. Why did she have to bring up the topic of live streaming with Suyi at all? Couldn't she have just communicated through text or a phone call? Was it not convenient enough? Ziyu, would you like to go to the restroom together? Yi Xiaxuan also noticed the torment on Yu Huiyan's face, and at that moment, she was finding it hard not to burst out laughing. Today, in Suyi's yard, she couldn't deal with Yu Huiyan, and now she was easily handled by Wan Zhu. Without saying a word, Yu Huiyan stood up, pulling Yi Xiaxuan along towards the restroom. As Yi Xiaxuan turned around, she had already reached the point where she was shaking with suppressed laughter, tears welling up in her eyes. Just a few steps into their walk, they heard Wan Zhu shout from behind, Did you bring your things? Yu Huiyan and Yi Xiaxuan simultaneously turned to look at him. Wan Zhu looked around, then silently mouthed 3 words. Quack. Yi Xiaxuan finally couldn't hold back, letting out a laugh like a goose and sounding like a lunatic. Yu Huiyan, without looking back, entered the restroom with Yi Xiaxuan. As they walked away, Yi Xiaxuan kept laughing like a goose, tears streaming down her face, and she mumbled unclearly. Quack, what's he talking about? Quack, menstrual pads. Quack, can you stop laughing? Is your sense of humor that low? Yu Huiyan clenched her fist, cracking her knuckles, and glared fiercely at Yi Xiaxuan. Yi Xiaxuan laughed for a while, wiped her tears, and said, I just didn't expect this person to be so crazy. My grandfather even wanted him to be my bodyguard. Yu Huiyan said, I suspect you deliberately provoked him to annoy me. Yi Xiaxuan finally stopped her goose laughter, but the smirk on her face persisted. I didn't ask you to come, you came on your own. This is a staff gathering. Wan Zhu is an employee of my bookstore, so it's normal for him to be here. Yu Huiyan turned on the faucet, washed her hands, and said, with such a person around, haven't you been driven insane? Yi Xiaxuan said, he just came down from the mountain. He's a cultivator, a bit ignorant of the ways of the world. It's normal, you'll get used to it. I think he's a cultivator who's made himself stupid. Yu Huiyan snorted. So you said he just came down from the mountain? What a character. I seriously suspect they are from the same master. Could be. Yi Shaxuan said aloud, but thought to herself, that idiot Wanzu can't be compared to my master, can he? That's definitely something you can't say out loud. Let Yu Huiyan dislike my master. It's best that she doesn't come looking for him in the future. That would be for the best. After Yi Shaxuan and the others went to the bathroom, only Suyi and Wanzu were left. Suyi lowered his head to drink tea while Wanzu suddenly asked, Suyi, have you ever thought about doing something else? What kind of thing? Suyi looked up at him. Wanzu said, like, following me. I can lead you to the peak of life. Suyi, feeling bored, asked, like what? Like first unifying the underground forces in Qingzhou City, then starting a company, going public, becoming the elite. Wanzu said seriously, I'm interested. Suyi nodded. What do I need to do next? Wanzu chuckled. Be my little brother. I'll have you do whatever I say. Sounds intriguing. Suyi had even been a beggar before, so being someone's little brother didn't seem like a big deal to him. Mostly, he found this little friend Wanzu quite amusing. Wanzu grinned and said, so from now on, you are my little brother. I haven't agreed yet. Suyi took a sip of water and said, you expect me to believe you can unify the underground forces in Qingzhou? And in this day and age, are there really underground forces? Heh. You only see the bright side of society. Where there's light, there's dark. Let's finish eating, and I'll show you. Wanzu was confident and firmly believed in the existence of underground forces in Qingzhou City. All right. Suyi thought the current society seemed quite peaceful, with anti-crime slogans all over the streets. Where were these so-called underground forces? Places like the bar owned by Fenjia, maintaining a few thugs with money, didn't really count as underground forces. By the time Lin Yun arrived, Yu Huiyan and the others had already returned. But this time, Yu Huiyan sat at the other end of the table and didn't want to sit with Wanzu. This was no longer a matter of politeness, she genuinely disliked Wanzu. When Lin Yun arrived, Yi Shaxuan quickly had her sit on Suyi's right, and then they began ordering food. Yu Huiyan and Lin Yun attended the same school and had met once or twice before, so sitting at the same table for a meal, they exchanged smiles as a form of greeting. Xiaoyun, let me introduce you. This is Yu Huiyan, Yi Shaxuan said. Introducing Yu Huiyan. This is Lin Yun, Suyi's friend and also my best friend. Suyi's friend and Yi Shaxuan's best friend? Yu Huiyan hadn't expected that. Suyi having friends was one thing, but to be referred to as Yi Shaxuan's best friend was something she had never heard before. During the meal, Wanzu continued to chatter about the interesting experiences he had on the mountain. Suyi listened quietly, not interrupting. As for Yu Huiyan, she was wary of Wang Shu's annex and chose not to speak. She didn't know what shocking things Wanzu might say if she started a conversation. Dinner went relatively smoothly. After the meal, Wanzu proposed to take Suyi out for a stroll, leaving the three women to go their separate ways. I'll take you to the river over there. After leaving the restaurant, Wanzu assumed a big brother stance, wanting to show Suyi his idea of underground forces. Wanzu hailed a cab and brought them to a street familiar to Suyi, then to the entrance of the clear-minded bar. Suyi stood at the entrance, feeling a bit conflicted. Why were they back at this bar again? Were they deliberately trying to provoke someone? Wanzu glanced at Suyi and said, I heard you worked at this bar before and got fired, right? Who told you? Suyi asked. I have my sources. Wanzu smirked. Today, I'll help you seek revenge and restore your dignity. Avenge his honor. Suyi felt a bit guilty toward the owner of the clear-minded bar. But since John Ting had sold her shares, Suyi didn't feel as burdened. Wanzu patted Suyi's shoulder and said, Don't worry, today, I'll show you what real skills look like. They entered the bar, where the staff immediately recognized Suyi, and someone informed Fenjia. What are you looking at? Bring the wine. Wanzu casually found a seat and told the server to bring the drinks. The server had received instructions from Fenjia. As long as Suyi didn't cause trouble, he would be served normally and offered a couple of drinks later. When Suyi left last time, he had apologized. If Suyi insisted on causing trouble due to his skill, they would have to call the police. Ultimately, they were legitimate business people. Some past conflicts had been resolved, and there was no need for things to escalate into a life-or-death struggle. In this era, making money was what mattered. What kind of wine would you like, sirs? The server, wanting to avoid any trouble, politely handed over the drink menu. Wanzu took the menu, glanced at it, and said, Let's start with 10 bottles of 1996 Lafite, Then bring the other wines, fruit platters, and snacks. 10 bottles of 1996 Lafite to start with. That was quite a hefty order. While they didn't have Lafite from 1982, the 1996 vintage wasn't cheap either. Each bottle was priced at 29,000 yuan, so 10 bottles equated to nearly 300,000 yuan. Sir, will you be paying by card or scanning? The clear-minded bar was upscale and required prepayment for orders to keep track of the bills, given the high turnover of customers and limited staff. You want me to pay before we even start drinking? Wang Xiu raised an eyebrow and said coldly, why not call your boss over so we can discuss? I don't want to make things difficult for a mere employee like you. He came here looking for trouble and wasn't going to pay upfront. He didn't have that much cash on hand. All right, sirs, please wait a moment. The server nodded and walked away. The beef between Suyi and Fenjia was widely known among the bar staff, so seeing Suyi accompanied by someone and placing such a massive order without payment seemed like trouble. When the server reported to Fenjia, he smiled, grabbed a bottle of Lafite, and walked over. Suyi, I think we should call it even regarding what happened before. Placing the wine on Suyi's table, Fenjia said, consider this a treat from me. Let's not escalate the situation. Suyi had excellent skills, and Fenjia had seen the injuries inflicted on his henchmen. One with a detached retina and a moderate concussion, the other with 3 broken ribs. He didn't want to provoke such a person. Suyi never liked to argue with people too much. The conflict between him and Fenjia before was actually resolved, and it wasn't a big deal to begin with. Later, Fenjia gave him a large sum of money, which was considered as an apology. I don't dwell on the past, Suyi said calmly. Glancing at Wang Xiu and continued, he said he wants to show me the underground forces in Qingzhou and wants me to be his little brother. Underground forces? Fenjia looked at Wang Xiu in confusion, wondering if this person was crazy. What underground forces? In recent years, the anti-corruption campaign in Qingzhou City has been exemplary. Once identified as criminal forces, they would definitely face a heavy crackdown. Those big brothers in Qingzhou City are now all sitting in prison. Even those who used to engage in illegal activities can now only rely on him for a living. He operates a bar. What kind of underground forces is that? Bars may attract some local bullies, but aren't they just trying to keep the peace with the customers? And those small-time hooligans, if he offers them drinks, smokes, and even brings girls to entertain them, how can this be considered an underground force? Wang Xiu put his legs up, looking arrogant, scanned around, and smiled at Suyi. You're the boss, aren't you? Yes. How should I address you? Big brother. Fenjia handed him a cigarette and quickly changed his title. Leader, the minor conflicts between me and Little Su have been resolved. I'm just running a bar honestly. I have never engaged in illegal activities. Fenjia did engage in some illegal activities, and there were some shady businesses in his factory. If investigated, it wouldn't end well. Is that so? Wang Xiu sneered. I can see that your establishment is quite large. Do you often have troublemakers causing problems? Fenjia's heart skipped a beat and said, it's been a long time since there was a fight in our bar. People usually just come for drinks and chats. How can there be any trouble? Bars are known for conflicts, but the majority of fights are resolved outside the bar. If there is a fight, Fenjia would try to handle it quickly to avoid trouble. Really? Wang Xiu raised his tone, getting straight to the point. I won't waste words. Starting from now, you will pay me 200,000 every month, and I'll ensure the safety of your establishment. Such familiar words. 10 years ago, Fenjia used to pay protection money. Back then, the public order wasn't as good. Any objections? Wang Xiu coldly chuckled, staring fiercely at Fenjia. After hesitating, Fenjia looked at Suyi and asked, Suyi, is this your friend? Suyi shook his head. Not really, he wants to recruit me as a little brother. I haven't agreed yet. He said he wants to unify the underground forces in Qingzhou, and once he does that, I'll be his little brother. Fenjia understood instantly that Suyi's relationship with this person was probably not good, and this person seemed a bit delusional, probably due to watching too many gangster movies. So you won't get involved in this matter. Fenjia confirmed with Suyi once again. Suyi smiled. He wants me to be his little brother, and now he wants me to see his skills. Why should I interfere? All right then. After confirming that this person wasn't a leader of any organization, Fenjia felt relieved. All right with what? Wang Xiu slammed the table, breaking it apart along with the bottle of wine on top. I'll ask you directly. 20,000 a month. Are you giving it or not? Fenjia wasn't stupid. Breaking a table with one hand clearly showed expertise, but so what? Not giving. Fenjia was firm. Who would pay protection money now, when they were trying to make a living? Even if he had skills, would Wang Yu dare cause trouble in the bar? Fenjia's greatest fear was not of Su Yi's strength but of Su Yi's relationship with the Yu family. Asking for death, Wang Yu suddenly moved, grabbing Fenjia by the neck. Fenjia felt frustrated. He had been grabbed by the neck several times in the past few days. The small-time thugs in the bar rushed to Fenjia when they saw him being attacked, surrounding Su Yi and the others. Quite a crowd. Wang Yu laughed, let go of Fenjia, and lunged towards the crowd, starting to fight, creating chaos in the room. Anyone who fought against Wang Yu was left with bruises and some even had broken bones. Don't fight back. Fenjia was quick-witted. Wang Yu was obviously skilled. How could these small thugs be a match for him? If they fought back with so many people, it would result in a mass fight, and the bar has surveillance cameras. Wang Yu initiated the trouble. If they didn't fight back inside the bar, the police were patrolling outside. If Su Yi started the fight, he might hesitate because of the Yu family's power, but Wang Yu was acting irrationally. That's enough. Su Yi couldn't stand it any longer. The police officers had been diligent, so he sealed Wang Yu's aura. Wang Yu felt his strength being drained away instantly, as if he was targeted by a ferocious beast, unable to gather his energy. In the next moment, a police baton struck his temple, and 2 officers subdued him on the ground. Su Yi remained seated throughout the incident, not moving at all. The police asked Fenjia about the situation, and Fenjia said that this person came to his bar demanding protection money. When denied, he resorted to violence. The surveillance footage backed up his account. Su Yi was eventually taken to the police station to give a statement. He truthfully stated, Wang Yu and I are both employees of Qingshan Bookstore. After dinner tonight, he said he wanted me to be his follower, and then he brought me to Clear Bar. The police officer recording the statement chuckled. There are still people collecting protection fees these days. That's impressive. Do you see your colleague often? I don't know. I just met him 2 or 3 days ago and we're not very close. Su Yi replied. Do you have your boss's contact information? Yes. Our boss is called Yi Xiaxuan. Here is her phone number. Su Yi, a typical law-abiding citizen, answered all questions truthfully, and even left Yi Xiaxuan's phone number. Then sign here, give a fingerprint, and you can go, the police officer said. Although Su Yi arrived at the bar with Wang Yu, surveillance footage showed that Su Yi didn't even touch anything. With Su Yi's cooperation, there was no point in keeping him here. Thank you. Then I'll leave. Su Yi stood up and asked, by the way, officer, will my colleague go to prison? I'm not sure. Your colleague seems to have some skills. His attacks were quite serious, causing significant injuries to many people. If the compensation is reasonable, they might let it go. But if they pursue it, with his actions, he might be sentenced to at least 3 years in prison, the police officer replied. Also, is he mentally stable? I'm not sure. Su Yi thought for a moment. Judging from the way he stopped Wang Yu's breathing just now, he estimated Wang Yu would not be able to use his full strength for at least a month. If he did end up in prison, with his abilities, he would probably still be able to escape. After Su Yi left the police station, Yi Xiaxuan called him. Master, are you okay? I'm fine. Wang Yu got arrested. Su Yi naturally couldn't have any issues, as he was a law-abiding citizen. Arrested? What happened? Yi Xiaxuan was speechless. With the abilities of Wang Yu and Su Yi, Wang Yu shouldn't have gotten himself into trouble that led to his arrest. He went to the bar to collect protection fees, then ended up injuring some people. The police told me he might go to prison. Master, where are you now? Yi Xiaxuan didn't know how to describe her feelings at the moment. If Wang Yu needed money, he could have just asked her directly. Going as far as collecting protection fees, wasn't that asking for trouble? Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he practices martial arts? This is a society ruled by law. I'm at the entrance of the West City Police Station. I'll be right there. Su Yi waited at the police station entrance. A peaceful society, indeed. Everything was calm. Fenjia soon came out of the police station and handed Su Yi a cigarette. Su Yi, you said you wouldn't get involved in this matter. I didn't do anything. Su Yi took the cigarette and smiled. Fenjia noticed he didn't have a lighter, so he lit the cigarette for him. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Fenjia understood that sometimes it's better to resolve conflicts than to hold grudges. By building a good relationship with Su Yi, he might even bond with the powerful Yi family. Su Yi took a puff of the cigarette and said, "I'm not leaving for now, my boss is coming to handle Wan Shu's matter." Your boss? Fen Jia's pupils constricted. He probably had a good understanding of Su Yi's skills. If someone like Su Yi called someone else their boss, that person must be extraordinary. Is it someone from the Yi family? Su Yi nodded and asked, "Are you planning to pursue this matter?" Fen Jia asked again. "You and Wanzhu are colleagues?" "Kind of." Su Yi had no intention of setting up Wanzhu. If he really wanted to teach Wanzhu a lesson, he didn't need to resort to these means. He could just eliminate him directly. Fen Jia said, "I'll wait for your boss. This matter isn't that big. Let's have a drink and talk it out." Su Yi's boss must be a big shot, and Fen Jia didn't plan to be uncooperative. The two chatted outside the police station, as if the previous events had never happened. Soon, Yi Xiaoxuan arrived in her BMW at the police station, accompanied by a lawyer from her family. "This is my boss." Su Yi introduced Yi Xiaoxuan to Fen Jia. Seeing Su Yi, Yi Xiaoxuan asked, "Are you okay?" Su Yi shook his head. "What could happen to me?" "This is the bar's owner. Wanzhu broke several tables, injured some people, and even wounded two police officers." Yi Xiaoxuan held her head in frustration. She usually only studied medicine at home, and hadn't dealt with such complicated matters before, which was why she brought the family's lawyer. "Hello, I'm the bar owner. I think we can resolve this matter privately. I assure you that the injured won't pursue this further." Fen Jia, being discerning, noticed from the car plate and the lawyer's attire that this woman was no ordinary person. "I'm sorry. I'm Yi Xiaoxuan, Wanshu's employer. This is our fault. Please tell my lawyer the amount of compensation needed. He will ensure full compensation. If you agree not to pursue this matter, it would be best." Since Yi Xiaoxuan didn't have a business card, she relied on the power of the Yi family. Wanzhu was hired by her father, so if he caused trouble, her father would compensate for it. Fen Jia nodded. "All right, I'll cooperate." Yi Xiaoxuan ultimately entered the police station with the lawyer to check on Wanzhu. The rest of the matter was left to the lawyer. After much persuasion, the lawyer could only go along with what the police suggested, telling them that Wanzhu, who had been too involved in the bar scene, had shown signs of mental issues, resulting in the day's events. He also apologized to the two injured police officers. As a result, Wanzhu was detained for 15 days. This was a case of minimizing the consequences. "I'll drive you back," Yi Xiaoxuan, not too concerned about Wanshu's situation, believed that after this incident, he would behave better. Su Yi didn't mince words with Yi Xiaoxuan, sitting in her car and going straight back to Wudan Street. Fen Jia stood at the police station entrance, discussing the situation with the lawyer and subtly inquiring about Yi Xiaoxuan's background. Upon gaining some insights, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Miss of the Yi family. Damn it. Luckily, he was clever enough not to confront Su Yi head-on. The daughters of the Yu, Bai, and Yi families. The three major wealthy families' young ladies in Qingzhou City were all connected to Su Yi, who had indeed reached an unprecedented level of living off others' wealth. The next morning, Su Yi went to school as usual. What happened last night was merely a small incident to him. At noon, he continued to have lunch at the cafeteria. Ding Miaomia and Lin Yan coincidentally encountered the people from their dormitory again, chatted for a while, and agreed to meet at the school's east gate at 6 o'clock to go to a hotel together. After lunch, Yu Huiyan called him. "Su Yi, do you have time now?" "Yes, I have time." Su Yi didn't decline. He had agreed to visit Yu Huiyan's friend's company, which was arranged yesterday. Su Yi wouldn't stand Yu Huiyan up. "I'm at the east gate. Come over and I'll go with you." Su Yi replied, and hung up the phone. After bidding farewell to the people from his dormitory, he proceeded to the school's east gate. Yu Huiyan's car was definitely not inconspicuous on the school campus. Whenever her car moved, it would definitely attract the attention of students, especially some admirers who never ceased. When Su Yi reached the east gate, Qin Lin was already standing by Yu Huiyan's car window. "Yin Yan, do you have time tonight? I want to have dinner with you alone. I think there may be some misunderstandings between us." Qin Lin had actually arranged to attend a dance department gathering tonight. However, in their circle's recent card game, he had won, so it was his turn to pursue Yu Huiyan. If Yu Huiyan agreed to date him, there was no way he would join a gathering. There were indeed many girls at the gathering, but how many could compare to Yu Huiyan? As long as he could win over Yu Huiyan, he would surely have both wealth and love. He could become the son-in-law of the Yu family, with everything at his disposal. I've been quite busy lately, and there are no misunderstandings between us. Yu Huiyan had accumulated experience in rejecting people over the years, and it had almost become a habit for her. Getting accustomed to politely turning down men's invitations, Qin Lin wasn't as aggressive as Zhao Yin. Since he had won in the previous card game, he had a grace period of half a month. During this period, as long as Yu Huiyan didn't directly reject his confession, it was his turn. Other people couldn't interfere. How about tomorrow? A new Michelin restaurant just opened on Tianfu Street. Shall we go together? I already have plans tomorrow. Yu Huiyan saw Su Yi and, feeling somewhat impatient, got out of the car. She frowned slightly, feeling a bit put off because Su Yi had clearly come, but was standing 5 meters away, without approaching. Following Yu Huiyan's gaze, Qin Lin also spotted Su Yi. It's that poor Bo again. Why don't you come over? Yu Huiyan was frustrated. What was he standing there for if he wasn't going to move? Su Yi finally walked over slowly and asked, have you finished talking? We're done. Get in the car. Yu Huiyan got into the car expressionlessly. Su Yi smiled at Qin Lin before getting into the car. After Su Yi boarded, Yu Huiyan immediately drove off, leaving Qin Lin standing there looking like a fool. Su Yi. Qin Lin clenched his fists, watching the car disappear into the distance, filled with resentment. If he had lost to someone else, he might have been able to accept it, but losing to a poor guy like Su Yi, he truly couldn't swallow it. Sitting in the car, Su Yi took out his phone and started reading the news. He had only just discovered last night that his phone had this function. Through his phone, he could keep up with what was happening domestically and internationally. It was incredibly convenient. Keeping up with the news also helped him stay current. Yu Huiyan felt a bit annoyed. What was she doing? Coming all the way to pick up Su Yi for a job interview. Was being a driver this enjoyable? Watching Su Yi get into the car and immediately start looking at his phone as if he were the boss was quite a sight. So busy. Su Yi. Later you can demonstrate what you know. My friend will help select an agent for you, tailor-make a plan for you, and it should be quite profitable. Okay. Su Yi put down his phone, looked at Yu Huiyan, and said, thank you. Few Su Yi actually said thank you. Yu Huiyan felt she should be touched. At least this time the thank you wasn't because she opened the car door for Su Yi. Soon, they arrived in the Qingyang district of Qingzhou. This area was full of office buildings. With Yu Huiyan leading the way, they entered the office building of Octagon Tower. Many companies nowadays rented one or several floors in office buildings. It was Su Yi's first time entering such a high-rise building. The environment inside made Su Yi feel comfortable. It was clean and spacious. People in suits and office ladies moved about impeccably. The contrast between this place and the noisy chaos of the old city district felt like two different worlds. Entering the crowded elevator, Su Yi could sense the bustle and lives of these people. In 50 years, what used to be areas of cottages and flat buildings were now filled with towering skyscrapers. This was progress never before seen in history. In any previous dynasty, wouldn't these high-rise buildings be inhabited by royalty and nobility? How come now they were used as offices? Lanyu Media Co. Limited. This was the company owned by Yu Huiyan's friend. Leading Su Yi inside, they immediately attracted curious glances from the busy employees in the office area. Being in the media industry, apart from the live streaming sector, they were also involved in the film industry. There were also celebrities coming in and out regularly. That handsome guys and beautiful girls like Su Yi and Yu Huiyan were a rarity. In terms of appearance alone, Yu Huiyan could outshine many big stars. With her aristocratic background and a certain air of nobility, she was a presence that many celebrities couldn't replicate. Wherever she went, she was a sight to behold. As for Su Yi, no need to say much. He was already handsome. Even just walking, he exuded a natural elegance. If this were a time in the era of immortal cultivation, anyone closely observing his gait might elevate their realm. His temperament was truly extraordinary. When such two people walked together, how could they not attract attention? Yu Huiyan spoke to the reception desk, and they were immediately escorted to the office of the chairman of the board. The chairman of the board of Lanyu Media was Yu Huiyan's friend, named Ren Lanyu. She was also a rich kid, with her family providing her with 20 million as startup capital. Within just a year, Lanyu Media's market value had reached 5 billion. Of course, she had a high starting point. With the substantial capital and extensive personal connections her family provided, Everything seemed to flow effortlessly for her. Making money was naturally much easier. When Suyi and the others entered Ren Lanyu's office, she was working with her head down. When she heard his voice and looked up to see Suyi, she was stunned. Is this the person Yu Huiyan introduced to her? Being in the media industry, she naturally understood what Suyi's appearance signified. Even if Suyi didn't know anything, with the company's packaging, he would definitely bring in profits. Moreover, Yu Huiyan had told her that Suyi not only wrote good calligraphy, but could also play the guzheng. What a talented individual! The moment Ren Lanyu saw Suyi, she was not just impressed but also saw her company's profits skyrocketing. Once she signed him, there would be steady gains. After Yu Huiyan gave a brief introduction, Ren Lanyu asked Suyi and the others to sit on the sofa on the side for guests. Suyi, you look very young. How old are you this year? Suyi replied without changing his expression. 20. Very good. Ren Lanyu looked satisfied as she nodded, saying, I heard from Yinyan that you also know how to play the guzheng. Suyi said, I know a little bit. Yu Huiyan on the side gave a stiff smile. If Suyi only knows a little bit, then perhaps no one in this world understands music theory. Yesterday, Yu Huiyan had also told Ren Lanyu that Suyi played the guzheng exceptionally well, but she didn't go into detail about how good he was. Ren Lanyu knew that popularity is important nowadays, and with Suyi's looks and temperament, packaging him properly would surely make him popular. Being able to play the guzheng is just a bonus since not many people listen to that kind of music these days. Knowing a little is enough. Ren Lanyu then asked, do you have any other special talents? Suyi replied, for musical instruments, I know a bit about various ones. A jack of all trades. Can you play the guitar? Yes, I can. Haven't played it in years though. Suyi furrowed his brow. He had traveled to ancient Egypt in the past and during the 13th century in Spain. The Moorish guitar and Latin guitar had already appeared. Musical instruments are interconnected, so Suyi can easily pick up the basics. I have a guitar here. What can you play? Can you play songs by Jay Shu? Ren Lanyu was a bit excited. Handsome, refined, young, talented in music. She wanted to see how skilled Suyi really was. Her company didn't have a guzheng temporarily, but she did have a guitar. Suyi asked confusedly, Jay Shu, who is that? Ren Lanyu was stunned. You don't know Jay Shu? Suyi asked naturally. Is it strange that I don't know? Ren Lanyu thought for a moment. The stars that post 2,000 individuals like may be different, but she was a hardcore fan of Jay Shu, so she felt a bit uncomfortable that Suyi didn't know him. Then which celebrity do you like? I don't have any favorites. When Suyi scrolled through news, he saw some gossip about celebrities, but he was genuinely not interested. He just hadn't realized that actors held such high status in this era. What songs can you play? With guitar, I know a few songs. Suyi could remember some of the guitar pieces he had heard before that were not too difficult to play but were still good. Ren Lanyu called the receptionist to bring the guitar in. Do you need finger picks? Ren Lanyu asked again. No need. After receiving the guitar, Suyi just prepared for a moment and then started playing. The song he played was a piece from the 13th century in Spain, one that cannot be heard these days. The song was light and joyful, fairly simple. After Suyi finished playing, Ren Lanyu and the others felt their whole bodies relax, feeling more comfortable than going for a massage. Earlier, when the secretary brought in the guitar, she hadn't completely closed the door. People in the office area outside couldn't help but stop their work upon hearing the guitar. Even a copywriter, who was exhausted from overtime work, felt his brain relax and some of his fatigue dissipate. Suyi knew that his music could have an impact on ordinary people. Yesterday, at the restaurant, he played so seriously that everyone was trapped in his world. Today, he had learned his lesson and restrained his focus. However, even in such a state, the music he played still had an extraordinary effect. After the song, Ren Lanyu couldn't help but ask, what song is this? Suyi answered truthfully, I don't know the name. He had heard the song on the streets of Spain and hadn't bothered to ask anyone about its name. Ren Lanyu had studied economics and management in college, but she could tell whether a song was good or not. Yu Huiyan, sitting on the side, felt deeply shocked. Is Suyi really this talented? You said you know all musical instruments. Do you know how to play the piano? A bit. Another a bit. Yu Huiyan couldn't believe what the person was saying anymore. If you call yourself a bit, how can others live? Do you know at least a little bit, right? Can you sing? Ren Lanyu's eyes were already shining. Today, She had hit the jackpot with Suyi. I don't really sing. Suyi had only hummed a few folk songs before. He wasn't the kind of person who really sang. That's okay. If you don't sing much, you can learn. Your voice is very pleasant, so singing should suit you. Ren Lanyu said, if you're interested, you can enter the entertainment industry directly. Suyi asked, didn't I come here today to apply for a live streaming position? Ren Lanyu exclaimed, with your skills, do you still need to go live? Suyi was a bit stubborn. I'll just go live. Alright then. Ren Lanyu said, if you're going live, I'll arrange a manager for you. Let him take care of you. Well, I'll personally guide you. Let's exchange WeChat first, and then you download Lanyu Live. You need to first join the guild. I'll think about your persona. Suyi took out his phone and handed it to Yu Huiyan, saying, please help me download it. Thank you. Yu Huiyan also knew that Suyi was probably at the level of the elderly when it comes to downloading apps, as she had never taught him how to before. Taking the phone, she helped him download the app. Ren Lanyu was a bit surprised to see this. Let Miss Yu help him download the app. Which man would be so honored? Looking at the phone Suyi passed over, she cautiously said, Suyi, your phone might not work well. Let me give you a new phone. Consider it as a business phone the company provides for your work. With that, she took out a new Huawei Mate 40 from her office drawer. Ren Lanyu always kept to spare new phones at the office. In case of faults or issues with a phone, they could be swapped easily, without any hassle. The new business phone reason was acceptable to Suyi, and he thanked her before passing the phone to Yu Huiyan. Can you set it up for me? Thank you. Sure. Yu Huiyan slightly rolled her eyes and said, you should transfer your SIM card too. I'll help you log in to WeChat again. Ren Lanyu looked curiously at Yu Huiyan, her mind filled with endless gossip. She was 3 years older, but they were childhood friends. She had never seen Yu Huiyan be so patient with any man, helping him download and log back into WeChat. What kind of thing is this? If they were just ordinary friends, she wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. These two are having an affair. Yu Huiyan helped Suyi with his phone for half an hour, and also noticed Ren Lanyu's strange gaze. Without explaining, after everything was set up, she told Suyi which button was for news and which one was for music, teaching him the simplest phone functions. Then she helped him register for a live streaming account. Ren Lanyu's mouth slightly agape. Suyi, you've never used a phone before. You know, even 4 or 5-year-olds nowadays know how to play with phones. Suyi not understanding these things seemed too strange. If it wasn't for the fact that Suyi had just played the guitar so well, Ren Lanyu would have suspected his intelligence. Suyi was quite calm. After Yu Huiyan gave him the phone, he opened Lanyu's live stream and randomly entered a room. The female host in the room was just chatting with people, occasionally receiving gifts and thanking a certain someone for their gift. Is this what live streaming is? Suyi raised his eyebrows. Ren Lanyu said, yes. You can see how others are live streaming first. Suyi pondered for a moment and asked, can I not show my face? Not show your face? Ren Lanyu didn't expect Suyi to make such a request. Why not? Your appearance is an advantage. I don't want to show my face. Suyi had made some acquaintances 50 years ago, people he currently had no intention of meeting, nor did he want them to come looking for him. Naturally, he didn't want to reveal himself. Ren Lanyu pondered for a moment and said, it might be a bit difficult not showing your face. You can try though. Then Ren Lanyu explained some details to Suyi, spending over 2 hours in total. Suyi finally understood what live streaming was about. To him, live streaming wasn't much different from performing on the street. It was just a different form. When performing on the street before, didn't you have to consider the audience and the money? Creating a scene? The songs you played earlier are great. Even without showing your face, you could become popular if you play similar pieces. Ren Lanyu suggested signing a contract. There aren't many songs like that, but I know others. I can try. As for the contract, no need to sign. I won't be doing this for long. Suyi wanted to familiarize himself with the entertainment and work styles of this era. Since live streaming was similar to performing on the street, Suyi didn't plan on doing it long term. Won't be doing this for long. Ren Lanyu felt a bit disappointed, but Suyi was introduced by Yu Huiyan. He couldn't possibly be a long-term streamer. The Yu family has no lack of resources. According to Yu Huiyan's attitude towards Suyi, as long as Suyi wishes, she can introduce him to any job. Ren Lanyu had no objections. Initially, She wasn't sure if Suyi would be a cash cow since he didn't want to reveal his face. Not signing a contract for now was fine. Suyi, where are you going later? To the Crown Holiday Hotel. Meeting someone. Dance department social event. You take me back to the East Gate, and I will go with my dorm mates. Dance department social event? Ren Lanyu's eyes lit up. Can I go? Many girls in the dance department were quite attractive. The dance department at Qingzhou University was no exception. If they could recruit some handsome men and beautiful women, it would benefit the company. Yu Huiyan didn't know that Qin Lin was also attending the dance department's social event. After a glance at Ren Lanyu, she understood what her childhood friend was thinking. If you want to go, go ahead. We'll have a table next door. Let's see you go first, and we can casually bump into each other. Great idea. That settles it. Ren Lanyu wasn't fond of social and drinking events, but meeting some handsome men and beautiful women was still interesting to her. With this conversation, Suyi had no objections. Since they were next door, it didn't concern him. Ren Lanyu smiled at Suyi. Suyi, you can go first later. Let me know where you are sitting. Okay. Suyi wasn't averse to beautiful women. It was a man's nature after all. Ren Lanyu had ventured into entrepreneurship, carrying an air of maturity. Her attire was elegant, wearing light gold-framed glasses, exuding a charming demeanor. Compared to the slightly green Yu Huiyan, Ren Lanyu had a unique charm. Hehe, Suyi, we can be considered friends now. In the live stream, you don't have to treat me as your boss. Ren Lanyu smiled at Suyi. I like good-looking guys like you the most. She then explained to Yu Huiyan, when I say like, it's truly about liking his appearance. Handsome guys, I like them all. I know. Yu Huiyan lightly pursed her lips. Why do you need to explain to me? Hehe. Yu Huiyan smiled without saying a word. Explain what? Was there a need to say it out loud? Understanding was enough. Why bother speaking about it? Her smile caused Yu Huiyan to roll her eyes. What was with that smile? As if there was something between her and Suyi. Ren Lanyu made some arrangements at the company and then drove off with Yu Huiyan. They dropped Suyi off at the east gate of the school before heading out for shopping. Ren Lanyu needed to change out of her work clothes and dress more casually, resembling a friendly neighbor rather than someone out to poach towns. Suyi wasn't planning to go to class at the moment, so he went to Green Hill Bookstore and waited there. With Wang Zhu being arrested yesterday, during this time students were mostly in class. There weren't many people in the bookstore. As soon as Suyi entered the store, Yishiaxuan came up, smiling sweetly. Master, you finally came. Disciple has several questions I don't understand. Suyi raised an eyebrow. Speak properly. If you don't understand something, just ask. Cough. After cultivating inner energy, what should I do next? Fast, Suyi replied. Yishiaxuan's expression was priceless. I know fasting, but do I really only eat pine nut petals? Won't I starve to death? Of course not. Suyi observed Yishiaxuan. You've progressed quickly. It's only been a few days, and your Czech cultivation is already complete. I'll start with 2 cups of milk tea to calm my nerves. Yishiaxuan grinned at Suyi. Dear master, I'll get you a different flavor to try. Yishiaxuan did order 2 cups of milk tea indeed. One was red bean flavor, and the other was rose boba milk tea. When the milk tea arrived, she first handed the red bean flavored one to Suyi and said, Master, try this one. Knowing that Suyi didn't like cold drinks much, both cups were served hot. Suyi took a sip and nodded, saying, not bad. Yishiaxuan then handed over the other cup to Suyi and said, try this one too. Suyi, without much thought, took a sip, licked his lips, and said, this one is good too, with a floral scent. Yishiaxuan asked, so which one will you drink? Suyi held the cup in his hand and said, I'll stick with this one. Oh. Yishiaxuan nodded gently, held the other cup of red bean flavor, sat across from him, took a sip, and whispered, I think the red bean flavor is also pretty good. Suyi stared at Yishiaxuan intently, sensing Suyi's gaze. Yishiaxuan felt her heart racing nervously, stiffening all over. Finally, Suyi asked, the cup I drank from, aren't you bothered by it? Huh. Yishiaxuan, like a startled deer, looked up abruptly, her face turning red, but pretending all was fine. She lightly replied, why would I mind you? You are my master. That's good then. I see you're a bit nervous, Suyi said seriously. Maybe sometimes I'm harsh on you, but you don't have to drink the cup of milk tea if you don't want to. I'm not that scary. How could it be? Master, don't overthink it. I won't mind you, Ishiakuan said, then lowered her head and took a big gulp of the milk tea. She hadn't expected Suyi to ask so directly, making her a bit embarrassed. Suyi picked up a book and continued reading, no longer dwelling on the issue. Tonight, Lin Yun and I will go to a social event. You stay and watch the store, Suyi said. Oh. Okay, Ishiakuan said with her head down. Grandpa Lin's health has improved a little over the past few days. This month should be fine. Suyi, without looking up, said, handle that matter yourself. Ishiakuan asked some questions about fasting to Suyi. Suyi patiently answered her questions. Following Suyi's method of cultivation, she would surely achieve results quickly. During fasting, foods like poria, kudzu root, and Solomon seal were to be consumed, and more importantly, practitioners needed to choose locations with ample heavenly and earthly spiritual energies for meditation, usually renowned rivers, mountains, or places near dragon veins. After finishing her milk tea, Ishiakuan pitifully looked at Suyi and asked, Master, can I not only eat those herbal medicines? As a food lover, having to eat herbal medicines daily was torment, let alone with her current habit of relying on Suyi for meals and practicing under him. Food was more important to her than cultivation. Without much thought, Suyi said, all right, it's just fasting, only to eliminate impurities from the body. I'll set up a gathering spirit array in the bookstore. You only need to meditate quietly for 3 hours daily. Regular cultivators usually fasted for 3 to 5 years, eating only herbs and flower petals daily. But Ishiakuan was Suyi's apprentice. Apart from other benefits, Suyi's cooking was highly beneficial for cultivators. Why should she have to fast like others? A gathering spirit array. Ishiakuan's eyes lit up. What materials do we need? Bring down the inkstone and brush, Suyi said, putting down his book, preparing to set up a small gathering spirit array for Ishiakuan. Hearing this, Ishiakuan hurriedly ran upstairs, brought down the brush and inkstone, and said, Master, I'll grind the ink for you. Suyi made a sound of agreement, picked up the brush, feeling somewhat hesitant. It was already the last days, not ancient times. Would this small gathering spirit array had any effect when drawn? Suyi was well versed in the formations of cultivators and remembered some minor formations discussed with the Taoist Hongjun. Fearful that his actions might unintentionally alter the world, Suyi didn't use cinnabar when drawing the array, opting for regular ink instead. After preparing the ink, Ishiakuan handed it to Suyi. He dipped the brush in the ink, took a deep breath, and began to gather the spirits. The tip of Suyi's pen touched the oak table in the bookstore. At that moment, Ishiakuan felt as if the world around her had vanished, leaving only Suyi with his brush strokes. With each stroke, a myriad of colored clouds appeared above the bookstore. Nearly everyone in Qingzhou looked up at the sky. It wasn't yet evening, but this unexpected phenomenon of colorful clouds was indeed a spectacular sight. However, Suyi was unaware that his simple brushstroke caused such extraordinary phenomena. The formation continued, and Suyi continued to draw fervently. Unbeknownst to him, even more terrifying alterations were occurring in the world. Dragon cries echoed from Kunlun Mountain and Changbai Mountain. In many places, although it was daylight, stars shimmered in the sky, competing with the sun's radiance. At the other end of the earth, where it was night, even the lightless night skies of large cities twinkled with stars. Countless stars seemed to come alive. Astronomers were baffled by this sudden display of stars. How could this be explained scientifically? Only in secluded sects of cultivators, advanced practitioners watched the sky excitedly. What has happened? Has the dormant dragon veins been reawakened? The energy of billions of stars transformed into spiritual energy. Is the sky changing? Qingzhou. More spiritual energy is converging in Qingzhou. Does this mean there's a heavenly treasure appearing in Qingzhou? ... At that moment, Suyi furrowed his brow slightly and muttered, it seems like the effect of this scattering spirit array is a bit too good. If those cultivators knew that all this was due to Suyi drawing a small gathering spirit array, they would probably all kneel in adoration outside his bookstore, filling the entire street. Oh, the effect of this gathering spirit array is just a bit too good. More like unfathomable. Overall, Suyi was quite satisfied. He had already tried to reduce the array's effect slightly. If he had used cinnabar or his own blood, there would probably be thousands of new cultivators in the world by tomorrow. Master, is this okay? Ishiakuan looked at the fading ink on the oak table. The characters and patterns Suyi wrote just now were too profound. And although she had carefully watched, now that the formation had vanished from the table, she had completely forgotten what she had just seen. "It'll do." Suyi put down his brush, picked up a book, and said, "Put the things away. I'll teach you another breathing technique. You won't need to meditate, and you can cultivate at any time." Suyi himself is not a cultivator, and the theories related to cultivation are all heard from some great figures in Taoism. So the method he teaches for breathing is actually some things discussed with Han Zheng when they were discussing doubt, plus some of his own understanding, mainly circulating the primordial Qi inside the body. Primordial Qi is divided into the Qi of the 5 viscera, the 6 bowels, and the meridians. Normally, cultivators first circulate the primordial Qi in the meridians on a small circulation path, and when the meridians are strong enough, they then circulate it on a large circulation path to nourish the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, thereby retaining the Qi in the body and expelling impurities and toxins. What Suyi taught Yi Xiaoxuan, on the other hand, is the reverse. He wants her to first nourish the 5 viscera and 6 bowels with primordial Qi between breaths, then circulate it throughout the body, without any distinction between large and small circulation paths. The difference between these two cultivation methods is very obvious. The former requires focused sitting practice, circulating the paths, and a slight distraction can lead to deviation, but the cultivation speed is faster. Suyi's method has a natural Taoist flavor, where normal breathing suffices, without pushing for progress. He doesn't even restrict activities, like eating, or going to the bathroom. Before Suyi set up this spirit gathering array, if Yi Xiaoxuan had practiced according to Suyi's method, she probably wouldn't have made much progress in 100 years, as it's too passive. But now, likely, there isn't any other blessed land in the whole world as spiritually abundant as Qingshan Bookstore, so being passive doesn't really matter. "I knew my master was the best." Yi Xiaoxuan was truly happy. Her cultivation was incredibly comfortable. Fasting was not necessary, and there was no need for sitting meditation. Following Suyi's breathing method, Yi Xiaoxuan felt refreshed, warm all over, and extremely comfortable. "I'll leave first." Seeing that Yi Xiaoxuan had learned, Suyi no longer paid attention, finished his milk tea, checked the time, and realized it was time to go. Yi Xiaoxuan watched Suyi's figure and couldn't help but pout. Her master had gone on a date with his master's wife. How could she follow along? As Suyi leisurely walked to the east gate, Wang Junlin and the others were already waiting there. Wang Junlin was wearing a suit, his hair styled with gel. His reserved appearance caused even Suyi to raise his eyebrows. How should I put it? It's not that he looked bad, but there was a feeling of inconsistency. Clearly a youth still quite green, but appearing overly mature, somewhat out of place. "Sujie, you're here." Wang Junlin hurriedly greeted when he saw Suyi. If not for Suyi's favor, their dormitory couldn't participate in the dance department's gathering. "I see you all arrived quite early." Yang Hu muttered. "This guy was standing here at 5 o'clock, like an idiot. You know nothing." Wang Junlin chided Yang Hui and chuckled. "When you have a date with a girl, you can't be late. We can't let the girl wait for us." Suyi chatted with Wang Junlin and the others for a while. Soon, it was 6 o'clock, and Ding Miao Miao finally appeared in their sight. Obviously, Ding Miao Miao had meticulously dressed up, with delicate light makeup, wearing a navy blue wool coat with white lace cuffs, looking petite and adorable. Wang Junlin and the others were stunned. Not just their 3 pairs of eyes, but also many other students were staring at Ding Miao Miao. Ding Miao Miao's features were already good. With a slight touch-up, she looked even more beautiful. "Suyi, Xian has something tonight and can't come." Ding Miao Miao came up and straight away said that Lin Yun couldn't make it. She had been pestering Lin Yun for a long time, but Lin Yun had refused, understanding Lin Yun's family situation. Even if she wanted to help cover the entrance fee for the gathering, Lin Yun wouldn't agree. She also understood that between close friends, it's best not to involve too much money, so the friendship can last longer. When she said this, Ding Miao Miao was also observing Suyi's expression. If there was even a hint of disappointment, she would retreat. The ... Suyi just nodded slightly, showing no emotional fluctuation. In this way, Ding Miao Miao roughly confirmed that Suyi didn't like Lin Yun. Otherwise, with a youth's temperament, it would show some expressions upon hearing the girl they liked couldn't make it to an already agreed date, like disappointment or embarrassment. But for a calm person like Suyi, it most likely meant he wasn't fond of her. "Let's go." Suyi was attending the dance department gathering not just because of Lin Yun, but also because his roommates wanted to go. At this point, if he didn't, it would be too disappointing. Suyi prepared to leave. Walking was more his habit. I've booked a DD ride for us to share a car. Won Junlin, you guys take another car. We'll meet at the hotel entrance. 5 people couldn't fit in one car, so Ding Miao wanted to ride with Suyi, and the other 3 would take a separate car. Suyi didn't ask what DD was, he just followed Ding Miao. After waiting a few minutes at the east gate, a white BMW slowly stopped in front of them. The window rolled down, and Qin Lin was sitting in the driver's seat. Ding Miao, come with us. Qin Lin ignored Ziyi and called Ding Miao. Ding Miao glanced into the car and heard her roommate Wang Qing say, Miao, get in the car. Who are you waiting for? You guys go ahead, I'll take a cab. Ding Miao couldn't possibly get in Qin Lin's car. Wang Qing was so derogatory towards Lin Yun in the dorm room. If Ding Miao got in, she would have to endure her boasting. Alright then, honey, let's go. Wang Qing didn't really intend to take Ding Miao with her. She simply stopped Qin Lin's car earlier to show off. Qin Lin glanced at Suyi deeply, a strange smile appearing on his lips, and said to Ding Miao, okay, we'll meet at the hotel. Ding Miao just replied with a sound. Nothing more. Suyi naturally noticed Qin Lin's strange smile and knew what it implied. He didn't take Qin Lin seriously and didn't need to think about how to deal with him unless Qin Lin went too far. Suyi wasn't planning to resort to violence. Peaceful solutions for a peaceful world. Conveniently, Yuheian and the others would also be coming soon. Suyi believed things wouldn't escalate, and they would just enjoy the food and drinks with the 3 from the dormitory in the hotel later. Suyi, if Qin Lin and his friends say anything later, don't get mad. I'll support you guys. Ding Miao suddenly realized a problem. If Suyi's dormmates were mocked by Qin Lin and his friends at the gathering, it might cause unpleasantness. Don't worry, I have a good temper. Suyi smiled. This smile made Ding Miao's heart race. She really liked boys with good tempers. The Crown Plaza Hotel in Qingzhou is also known as a high-consumption place. No matter what kind of cuisine, you can find it here. Even the most expensive wines are available here. Of course, the prerequisite is to have money. The hotel's decoration can be described as magnificent, with a spacious lobby, a 10-meter-high ceiling with huge ceiling crystal lights hanging above, and 2 rows of waitresses in cheongsam standing at the hotel entrance. Each waitress meticulously selected for their appearance and tall, attractive figures. Yang Hu leaned close to Suyi and nervously whispered, Suje, it's my first time here. Suyi smiled. It's my first time too. He had indeed never been to such a grand hotel before, but he had been to palaces and grand halls in the past, as well as the palaces of various big gods in the primeval period. Compared to those places, this hotel was not that impressive. Ding Miao said, it's just a place to eat. She had also heard from Lin Yun that Suyi was not from a wealthy family, so she naturally had to take care of his emotions. Suyi smiled then didn't say anything. And Wang Junlin echoed, Miao is right, it's just a place to eat. Accompanied by the waiters, they arrived at the Fanghua Hall, where quite a few people were already seated. Suyi wasn't dressed extravagantly, but his temperament was there, which was enough. When Wang Junlin and the others entered, they seemed a bit out of place among the wealthy young masters present. Miao, are these the friends you mentioned? Wang Qing, sitting next to Qin Lin, asked when Ding Miao and the others entered. You should introduce them first. The tables in the dining room were large, with 20 seats, and there were still 5 empty chairs. When Wang Qing said that, everyone looked at Suyi and the others. Suyi's reputation at Qingzhou University was quite prominent, but many had never seen him in person. Ding Miao, not shy at all, introduced directly. He is Suyi from the history department. He is Wang Junlin. He is Zhang Bao. He is Yan Hui. It's everyone's first meeting. Let's make friends and chat while eating. There were 10 girls present, along with 5 men, in addition to Qin Lin and Yihu, whom Suyi knew. Qin Lin tapped on the table, lost in thought, glanced at Suyi, and said, sit down first. What are you standing there for? Suyi also didn't stand on ceremony and led Yan Hui and the others to sit on the empty chairs. After they sat down, Wang Qing said, oh, Miao, didn't you say Ling Yun was coming? Why haven't we seen her? She has something to do and can make it. Ding Miao smiled, stealing a glance at Suyi. She couldn't afford to lose her temper today. She had to maintain her ladylike image in front of Suyi and the others. Wang Qing said, Something came up. I heard she was doing part-time work at a bar. Right? Well, work is important. As the people at the table heard that Lin Yun was working part-time at a bar, there were some not-so-good speculations going around. Whispers and strange smiles on their faces. Meow meow, which bar does Lin Yun work part-time at? We should go take care of business too, a beau asked loudly. Ting meow meow gritted her teeth, forced a smile on her face, and said loudly, she's working at a bookstore now. Don't listen to Wan Qing's nonsense. Really? Was I talking nonsense? Wan Qing said. She was working at a bar a few days ago. Think about it. Some part-time jobs don't have to be at a bar. Wan Qing's sarcastic remarks were lucky, so he didn't know the meaning behind the part-time job she mentioned, so he just gave her a faint look. If Suyi knew what she was implying, she might have exploded by now. Ting Meow Meow raised her eyebrows, burning with anger. She placed her hands on the table, glared at Wan Qing, her temper on the verge of erupting. Qin Ling realized it wasn't right and spoke up. Wan Qing, say less. Since he had spoken, Wan Qing naturally dared not say more and closed her mouth. Qin Lin was targeting Suyi today, and didn't want Ding Meow Meow to lose her temper at this point. Since everyone was here, they would have to handle things more carefully. Seeing Qin Lin stop Wan Qing, Ding Meow Meow didn't want to lose face in front of so many people, so she sat down, took a sip of tea, and looked at Qin Lin, saying lightly, Qin Deshao, I heard you're planning to marry Wang Qing next year. Is that true? Qin Lin didn't expect Ding Meow Meow to bring up his business again in front of so many people, but since she asked in front of everyone, Qin Lin could only reply, I have that intention. Wang Qing, hearing Qin Lin's words happily, hugged Qin Lin's arm. Most of the remaining people offered their congratulations. Ding Meow Meow glanced at Wang Qing, and after everyone finished talking, she asked Qin Lin again, Qin Deshao, didn't you recently pursue Huanyan? How come you're planning to marry our Wang Qing so soon? Women's words often hid needles inside cotton. Ding Meow Meow appeared cute on the outside but had a fiery temper inside. Lin Yun was her best friend, and hearing Wang Qing speak this way in public made Ding Meow Meow more angry. If she didn't seek revenge, she couldn't even eat. Qin Lin felt things were getting out of hand. He had lied to Wang Qing about marrying her next year, considering that someone like Wang Qing was about average-looking and only fun to play around with. Compared to Yu Huanyan, she wasn't even worthy of comparison. Ding Meow Meow's question struck at his heart. If he denied pursuing Yu Huanyan today, and it leaked out tomorrow, he would be in trouble with Yu Huanyan. Why hadn't he dealt with Suyi yet? But now he was cornered by Ding Meow Meow. Qin Lin pondered for a moment and said coldly, I am pursuing Yu Huanyan. So what? Wang Qing, who had been so happy just now, stiffened at his words, and the whole room fell silent. Qin Lin snorted and turned to Wang Qing, saying, I did mention marrying you, but it was just talk. We were just playing along. If you want to leave now, go ahead. The atmosphere was tense even before the meal began. Qin Lin had made a very decisive and heartless move, but he knew exactly what he wanted. Wang Qing's face turned pale, hesitated, and asked, What about the diamond ring you gave me? If you like it, keep it. I don't lack that bit of money. Qin Lin said, You like money, don't you? Whatever you want, buy it. Marrying me is definitely not an option. Qin Lin's blunt way of speaking in front of everyone was indeed damaging to one's morality, but it was also the bitter truth. Seeing Wang Qing slowly retract her hand, her eyes red from wiping away tears, feeling endless humiliation and shame, she wanted to leave. But if she left Qin Lin, could she still live such a privileged life in the future? Her family was not as prosperous as Yu Huanyan's family, but being with Qin Lin during this time had made her realize how good it was to have money. It is easy to transition from simplicity to luxury, but once accustomed to luxury, going back to a simple life is difficult. Ding Meow Meow thought Wang Qing would stand up angrily, even slap Qin Lin, but she didn't. She just sat quietly beside Qin Lin, tears streaming down silently. Qin Lin's face grew colder and said, If you want to cry, cry outside. Wang Qing was so frightened that she trembled, wiped away her tears, and sat obediently by Qin Lin's side without saying a word. Qin Lin's actions at the table made the atmosphere a little awkward. Ding Meow Meow also fell silent. At this moment, she surprisingly felt a bit of sympathy for Wang Qing. After all, they were classmates in the same dormitory. If Wang Qing had left in anger just now, she would have followed suit, maybe even stood up for Wang Qing. Qin Lin's words were just too despicable. serve the dishes, Qin-Lin nonchalantly called the nearby waiter to start serving as if nothing had happened. The change in his expression happened too quickly, even the waiter seemed a bit caught off guard. After the waiter left, Qin-Lin's gaze slowly scanned everyone present and said, "I don't want to hear anyone talk about today's events outside. Do you understand what I mean?" Yihu quickly responded, "Understood. Qin, rest assured, we won't mention today's events to anyone, except for Suyi and them." The other three guys also chimed in their agreement. The other girls didn't want to provoke Qin-Lin either, some even joked that they wouldn't talk about it. Ding Miao Miao looked away, completely ignoring Qin-Lin. In other words, except for Ding Miao Miao, only Suyi and his group did not express their stance. Qin-Lin coldly stared at Suyi and asked, "Suyi, what do you have to say?" Suyi wasn't one to act as a justice bringer. He had encountered people like Qin-Lin before. It was a matter of live and let live. Suyi wouldn't advocate for Wang Qing given her clear displeasure towards Lin Yun in their conversation earlier. "I'm just here to eat. I didn't hear what you all were talking about earlier," Suyi said casually while playing with his phone. He texted Ren Lanyu their location and pretended not to have heard anything, indirectly guiding the people from their dormitory. Now, room 306 was following Suyi's lead, and with him on their side, Wang Junlin and the others had no choice but to comply. It seemed like a group of weak students were bowing their heads to Qin-Lin, the delinquent. Qin-Lin was quite satisfied with Suyi's attitude, thinking to himself, "You understand the situation well." However, after feeling pleased with himself, Qin-Lin brought up another matter. "By the way, I heard you have some issues with Yu Xingge. I already asked him to come, and he should be here soon, but it seems like he's brought a friend along. This table might be a bit cramped. Do you mind asking your 3 dorm brothers to make some room for him? I'll have another small table set up for them to sit at." It was clear he was implying that Wang Junlin and the others didn't deserve to sit at their table but instead at a separate one, which was more insulting than outright kicking them out. Naturally, Wang Junlin and the others weren't too pleased with this suggestion. Ding Miao Miao couldn't bear it anymore and stood up, saying, "Forget it, Suyi. Let's go. We're not eating here." The young girl finally lost her patience. Suyi, however, grabbed Ding Miao Miao's wrist, lifted his eyelids slightly, and smiled. "If Yu Xingge comes, he can sit. If there's no seat, we'll bring over a few small wooden stools for his friend, or maybe set them up at a separate table." Qin-Lin's smile widened. He had heard that there was a conflict between Yu Xingge and Suyi, and though it was advised not to provoke Suyi, Qin-Lin suspected Yu Huiyan might be the reason behind it. Has Yu Huiyan really chosen to be with Suyi, the poor kid? But even then, if Yu Xingge, the little tyrant, caused trouble once he arrived and tangled with Suyi, things would definitely get messy. Yu Huiyan cherished her brother the most. Everyone in their circle knew that. If Suyi clashed heavily with Yu Xingge, Yu Huiyan might not stand by Suyi's side. Qin-Lin's calculations were quite accurate. He knew that Suyi was quite capable. That's why he invited Yu Xingge, but also mentioned wanting to make connections with the seniors from Qingshan Martial Arts Hall. It was likely that Yu Xingge would bring people from there. If a fight broke out, Suyi might not necessarily come out on top. Even if the people from Qingshan Martial Arts Hall weren't a match for Suyi, would Yu's family and the people from the Martial Arts Hall spare Suyi if he injured them? As long as Yu Xingge arrived, it didn't matter what happened next. The strategy of sitting back and watching the show was just brilliant. In case of any trouble, Qin-Lin could wash his hands off the matter, and Yu Huiyan wouldn't blame him either. Suyi had a strong attitude, and Wang Junlin and the others had seen Suyi's skills. With him speaking up, they remained calm and composed. As Suyi held Ding Miao Miao's wrist, she felt the firm and reassuring grip, and looking at Suyi's profile, though she didn't understand where he drew his confidence, his calm and composed demeanor gave her an unparalleled sense of security. After hearing Suyi's words, Qin-Lin was even more pleased. He had been worried that Suyi might leave at that moment, which would have been embarrassing for Suyi but wouldn't have directly caused a conflict with Yu Xingge. Arrogant enough. Excellent. Qin-Lin's lips twitched slightly. The more arrogant now, the more embarrassed later. He was eager to see what would happen when Yu Xingge arrived. The waiters were already serving the dishes. Yihu and the other 2 guys started lightening the mood, chatting and joking with the girls as if nothing had happened. "Excuse me, can you bring me a small table for 4 people and for plastic stools?" Qin-Lin called the waiter to arrange for a small table and plastic stools to be brought in. He wanted to see who would end up sitting there. "Sir? Hello. We don't have plastic stools in our hotel. Would wooden ones be okay? The waiter cautiously asked. Plastic stools are more commonly found in small eateries and night markets. It would be a bit undignified to have them in such a place. Qin Lin's gaze turned cold. He took out his wallet and handed a stack of 100 yuan bills to the waiter. If you don't have them, go buy them. I want to see plastic stools within 5 minutes. The waiter reluctantly took the banknotes, nodded, and said, I'll go find them immediately. Then he hurried out. This weirdo, coming to a 5-star hotel and insisting on plastic stools. Does he miss the taste of his mother's home cooking from his childhood? The waiter muttered to himself before going to the kitchen to find the stools. Does he really want to insult Suyi and his friends by asking for plastic stools? Ding Miao Miao's expression turned even uglier. She had already made up her mind. If Xingge insisted on Suyi and the others moving to the small table, she would splash the soup in Qin Lin's face without a second thought and then leave with Suyi. The waiter didn't make Qin Lin wait too long. He quickly brought over 4 plastic stools and also brought a small table to place next to their large table. Besides Yihu and Qin Lin, the other 3 boys also noticed that Qin Lin was targeting Suyi. Qin Lin's family background was better than the other 3 boys, and he was more popular in school. Now was the perfect opportunity to win over Qin Lin. One of the curly-haired boys gestured towards Suyi and asked, Suyi, right? What does your family do? Suyi's gaze slowly fell on the curly-haired boy and replied nonchalantly, My family, it's the emperor. Ah, are you crazy? You are the emperor already. Haven't even started drinking and you're already acting so high and mighty. The curly-haired boy scoffed. Suyi couldn't be bothered to deal with him. He had no parents and was now all alone. Back then, he may have been an emperor once, but after that, he found it uninteresting. Loneliness begets emperors. This sense of solitude was something only Suyi could truly understand. Compared to Suyi, even those emperors from ancient times weren't truly alone, fatherless and motherless, with neither son nor daughter, experiencing the changes of history and the passage of time alone. Who else could truly understand this kind of loneliness? Seeing Suyi ignore him, the curly-haired boy continued, You just told brother you to sit over there, right? Let's see if you dare get up later. Suyi furrowed his brow. What's it got to do with you? Is your surname also you? I am surnamed Wang. You can call me Wang Jie or just call me Curly. Wang Jie suits me. The curly-haired boy was already provoking Suyi, while Qin Lin calmly sipped his tea, pretending not to hear. Yihu had witnessed Suyi's capabilities before and naturally didn't want to provoke him. After Suyi entered, Yihu avoided talking to him, realizing that the person who had a scuffle with Suyi a couple of nights ago was still hospitalized. Provoking him would be suicidal. Suyi took a sip of tea, picked up a chopstick from the table, calmly stood up, and lightly pressed it downward. The chopstick directly pierced into the solid wood table. Everyone watched in silence. The table was made of solid wood, and the chopstick pierced through it like it was tofu. Seeing this scene, the curly-haired boy felt a shiver down his spine. What would happen if the chopstick was aimed at him? Suyi's gaze remained calm as water as he looked at the curly-haired boy and asked, Curly. Ha. The curly-haired boy nervously swallowed and stuttered. You, Suje. Just call me Curly or Z Wang. Oh. Is that so? Let's eat, Z Wang. I don't quite like your voice. Suyi had always been someone who didn't provoke others unless provoked first. Those princes and princesses who played palace intrigue would kneel before him. With just one look from Suyi, the curly-haired boy trembled, bowed his head, and held his empty bowl, too scared to speak further. The others dared not provoke Suyi, for who knows where the chopstick might land next. Qin Lin watched Suyi with a glint in his eyes. Suyi's move was indeed impressive, but the more formidable he was, the better. If Suyi managed to harm Xingge severely or cripple him, would powerful martial skills allow one to do as they pleased? In this day and age, money was king. If they harmed the young master of the Yu family, the city of Qingzhou wouldn't tolerate it. Ding Miaomia sat beside Suyi, her eyes sparkling. She finally understood where Suyi's confidence came from. Handsome and skilled. What's not to love? Suyi put down the chopstick, wiped it with a tissue, and seeing that the dishes were almost ready, he told Wang Zhenglin and the others, Let's eat. No need to wait for them. Since it was a split-bill meal, there was no need for a host. In traditional Chinese etiquette, the elder or higher status person starts eating before others. Who could match Suyi's seniority? Who could dare to claim superiority in front of him? Suyi started eating. followed by Ding Meow Meow and the others. Qin Lin remained seated, wearing a smile on his face. The others knew that Yu Xingge was on his way and understood the kind of person he was. How could they act as brazenly as Su Yi, starting to eat even before everyone had arrived? Thus, except for Su Yi and his group, no one else dared touch their chopsticks at first. Yang Hui had a big appetite, and with a table full of delicious food, the temptation was immense for someone of his size. With Su Yi backing them up, he started eating with gusto. In just a few minutes, the table had been cleared of many dishes. Wang Junlin also realized that Qin Lin looked down on their dormitory mates, but since they were dining at a high-end place and were splitting the bill, they had to make the most of it. Damn. After scrimping and saving for a week to afford hundreds of yuan, now they were faced with this lavish spread. Seeing Yan Hui enjoying himself like a pig, Wang Junlin couldn't afford to fall behind. Although there were many beautiful girls present, he tried to maintain good table manners while eating swiftly. The others watched as these few indulged in food and drink. The 1980 to law fight poured freely, glasses clinking merrily. Qin Lin initially didn't mind, but watching Wang Junlin and the others drinking, he was amused. The 1980 to law fight costed 188,000 yuan per bottle. Even if they didn't consider the meal expenses, just that bottle alone split among 20 people was nearly 9,000 yuan each. Wasn't Su Yi formidable? Once Su Yi was dealt with, these three losers from dorm 306 would be left to face their debts like dogs in front of him. This red wine is not bad. After a couple of drinks, Wang Junlin was starting to feel tipsy and softly chuckled beside Su Yi. Qin Lin sneered, of course, 188,000 yuan per bottle. You five enjoy it while we didn't even touch a drop. You'll have to settle the bill yourselves later. Are martial skills truly effective? A penny can stump a hero. With 188,000 yuan, could these poor losers afford it? Wang Junlin's tipsiness disappeared instantly at the mention of 188,000 yuan, his face turning pale. Yan Hui and Zhang Bao were also in shock. Just earlier, they were thinking about breaking even. Now, 188,000 yuan. They had emptied their pockets, and there was nothing left. Seeing the three roommates looking terrified, Su Yi calmly said, "Just drink. If it's not enough, order another bottle." The roommates didn't understand why, but after Su Yi's words, their fears and worries vanished. Su Yi didn't look like a wealthy person. At this moment, Yan Hui called out, "Another bottle." The waiter, carrying a payment machine, approached Yan Hui and asked, "Sir, would you like to pay by card or bank transfer?" After all, 188,000 yuan meant no more credit, and it was impossible to drink first and pay later. Yang Hui could only look towards Su Yi. Pulling out his phone, Su Yi said, "I don't have that much money either." "Not this much money?" Yang Hui felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. "Big brother," it was you who said, "if it's not enough to drink, just get another bottle, right?" "No money. How can we get another bottle? Can you really get a free ride in a place like this?" Because of the force Su Yi just displayed, Yihu and the other three boys didn't dare to mock Su Yi for his failed bluff. If it were before Su Yi inserted the chopsticks, Huan Mao would definitely have taunted him directly for being broke and still pretending. But now they didn't even dare to make a peep. The embarrassment was all on Su Yi. They would just watch how Su Yi would step down. Qin Lin's courage was about to increase many-fold. He thought even if Su Yi was powerful, he couldn't really lose face in public. "Su Yi, you have no money. That's not good. I'm not very familiar with you. I want to drink, but I don't want to pay. Do you think it's possible?" Su Yi smiled and said, "Wait a moment. The one who pays is coming soon. Are you calling Yu Huiyan over?" Qin Lin's face darkened, and he said, "Using a woman's money, you really have some skills." The people at the table had different expressions. The girls from the dance department looked at Su Yi with strange eyes, eating for free and still acting so self-righteously. Such a man, even if he was good-looking and skilled, they couldn't afford to keep. Ding Meow Meow bit her lip and stole glances at Su Yi. Could it be that he really had an affair with Yu Huiyan? Or is it true, as the rumors say, Su Yi is being kept by Yu Huiyan? As for Yang Hui and the others, they looked at Su Yi with even more admiration. Gold diggers rely on some real skills. As the saying goes, when meeting a good person, marry them first. When meeting a benefactor, build a career first. When meeting a wealthy woman, marry and establish a career. Su Yi is now the role model in their minds. Regardless of others' gazes, Suyi just smiled and said nothing. After a few seconds, the door of the hall was suddenly pushed open, and everyone looked towards the door. Is it Yu Huiyan coming? Qin Lin frowned. If Yu Huiyan really came before Yu Xingge, then he would be in trouble. All plans would fail, and he would be caught red-handed by Yu Huiyan. However, the next moment, Qin Lin completely sighed in relief because entering the door were Yu Xingge and 3 senior brothers from the Qingshan Martial Arts Hall. He almost burst out laughing. This is the perfect scenario. Qin Lin stood up to greet, Young Yu, you finally came. I've been waiting for you. Yu Xingge was originally going to exchange pleasantries with Qin Lin, but he suddenly caught sight of Suyi sitting opposite. He froze. As the only descendant of the Thousand-Acre land of the Yu family, when has he ever feared anyone before? This guy Suyi, his grandfather had warned him countless times, whenever he met Suyi, he had to address him as Mr. Su. Besides, he must not provoke or be impolite. Last time's incident was forgiven, but if there was a next time, his grandfather would really break his legs and confine him at home for 10 years. Yu Xingge also realized that Suyi was definitely not an object suitable for his sister. He must have a strong background, a background even their Yu family dare not offend. He even told himself silently, in the future wherever Suyi is present, he must keep his distance. If you can't fight, at least hide, right? He never expected that Suyi would be here today. Seeing Yu Xingge staring blankly at Suyi, Qin Lin turned and pointed to the 4 seats over there, teasing, Young Yu, those 4 seats were originally reserved for you, but Suyi brought 3 people from his dormitory and took the seats. Besides, I already said, you hadn't arrived yet, and his dorm buddies were almost done eating. Yu Xingge slowly pushed Qin Lin aside and walked towards Suyi. His 3 senior brothers followed him. They were responsible for Yu Xingge's safety, so to speak, his bodyguards. If anyone bullied Yu Xingge, it would deal with those people. If Yu Xingge wanted to bully others, they would also handle those people. Based on what Qin Lin had just said, it was obvious that the young man named Suyi wouldn't be able to walk out of here standing today. Qin Lin looked at Yu Xingge's back with a cold smile playing on his lips. Suyi, show your skills. I want to see how good you really are. Seeing Yu Xingge approaching, Ding Miao Miao hurriedly stood up, wanting to stop him, but once again, she was pulled back by Suyi. Yu Xingge, don't cause trouble. Yu Xingge's mouth twitched as he walked up to Suyi, smiling. Mr. Su, hello. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's really a pleasant surprise. Suyi nodded. You've become more sensible. Hiss. Countless people gasped in shock at this moment. He actually said Yu Xingge had become more sensible. Yes, yes, yes. I offended Mr. Su before. That was not right of me. I haven't had the chance to apologize properly yet. And since we've met today, let's have a few drinks together. Yu Xingge was quite angry, but he didn't want to risk getting his legs broken by his grandfather and then being confined at home for 10 years. At this point, losing face was definitely better than losing his legs. Another dead silence fell, with Qin Lin's eyes almost popping out. Damn, what's going on here? Is Yu Xingge really that afraid of Suyi? Ding Miao Miao sat down dumbfounded. Yu Xingge's reputation preceded him. Most people in the school knew that this Yu young master was arrogant and lawless, doing as he pleased in the school. And now, in front of Suyi, he was so honest and humble. Find a seat for yourself, fan, sit. Suyi raised his eyelids slightly, then ignored him. Yu Xingge's gaze swept across the hall, and there was a seat beside Ding Miao Miao, but they were for people. In addition, there was a small table next to it with 4 plastic stools. Qin Lin, what do you mean by this? Yu Xingge was now desperate to beat the crap out of Qin Lin, and he felt cheated. He had avoided him for several days, only to meet Suyi in such a situation, and now Qin Lin was still instigating between him and Suyi. He wasn't going to provoke Suyi now, but he wasn't afraid of Qin Lin. Qin Lin had already realized that things were not going according to his earlier predictions. He could only point to Yi Hu and Huan Na and say, You 4, go sit down. Qin Lin was not someone they could afford to offend. And now with Yu Xingge there, and Suyi being a tough guy, Yi Hu and the others could only sit down quietly with their bowls and chopsticks in hand. Bring the wine. Order more dishes. After Yu Xingge sat down, he directly let the waiter bring the alcohol and food. And with a smile on his face, he said to Suyi, Mr. Su, let's have some. Suyi said to Yan Hui, Yan Hui, you order. The waiter handed the menu to Yan Hui, saying, Sir, what would you like to order? Yang Hui stared blankly at Yu Xingge. Anything is fine. Yes, I'll pay. Yu Xingge nodded. He had already decided to foot the bill today. He was afraid Suyi wouldn't give him this chance. The dishes at 5-star hotels are generally delicately prepared and tasteful, but the portions are not very generous. When Yang Hui, a heavyweight athlete, eats in the cafeteria, even the cafeteria can't help but want to give him an extra spoonful of food, fearing that the child will be too hungry. When the menu fell into Yang Hui's hands, Yu Xingge said casually, "Just order whatever you want. I'll pay. Chinling salted duck, Hexi 8 beauty platter, Waichi stewed softshell turtle, garlic vermicelli steamed abalone, white boiled shrimp, fragrant beef ribs, braised pig's feet. Let's have one at each of these." Whenever Yang Hui ordered, he would glance at Yu Xingge's expression from time to time, only to see Yu Xingge smiling, showing no signs of displeasure. After ordering, he tentatively asked, You, can we order another bottle of wine? Yu Xingge glanced at the wine model on the cart. Damn, 80 to la fight. One bottle not enough. Open 3 bottles first. We won't leave until we're all drunk today. Although Yu Xingge is a second-generation rich, his father actually manages him very strictly. His pocket money is not small, but he doesn't consider it too much, especially after what happened before. Now, he only has a monthly allowance of 5,000 yuan, and his living quality has seriously declined. But today, he is treating Suyi to a meal. "Sir, would you like to pay by card?" The waiter could only come to Yu Xingge's table. Yu Xingge forced a calm smile and said, "Let's go out together to make the payment." Yu Xingge walked out of the dining room with the waiter, leaving Qin Lin to look at Suyi not knowing what to say. He originally thought that as long as Yu Xingge came, things would go according to his script. However, a twist occurred. Yu Xingge treated Suyi respectfully and even paid the bill himself. How could this be? On the other hand, Wang Junlin and others exclaimed upon hearing the dishes ordered by Yang Hui. As soon as Yu Xingge left, he took out his phone and called his father. "Dad, transfer $1 million to me." How direct and straightforward. The nearby waiter almost stumbled upon hearing this. On the other end, Yu Xingge's father fell silent for a moment and asked through gritted teeth, "Tell me, what trouble have you caused now?" Yu Xingge chuckled. "What trouble could it be? I'm taking Suyi out for dinner, but I have no money." "You're asking for $1 million just for a meal?" Yu Xingge confidently said, "I have already ordered for bottles of La Fight. Just tell me if you will transfer it or not. If you don't, I'll ask Grandpa myself, and I'll tell Grandpa that if you don't give me money and I happen to offend Suyi later, don't blame me." "You brat. You are threatening me, aren't you?" "Yes. Tell me again. Will you give it or not? If not, I'll hang up." Yu Xingge suddenly realized that meeting Suyi wasn't so bad. He could confidently ask for money and even leave his father feeling helpless. That was true satisfaction. After a moment of silence on the other end, old Yu finally asked, "Which card?" "The one from ICBC. After this, make someone bring over a card with several million. I'm at Crown Holiday Hotel." Yu Xingge was ready to hand up, as ICBC has a daily transfer limit of 1 million yuan. He would deal with that afterwards. Old Yu, upon hearing this, was close to smashing his phone. To ask for $1 million just for a meal, and especially Yu Xingge's attitude in asking for money. He was never this arrogant before. After a few minutes, Yu Xingge received the bank transfer message with a smile, and then proceeded to settle the bill at the front desk. The total bill was over 410,000 yuan, but Yu Xingge did not feel a pinch. It used to be difficult for him to ask his father for pocket money. He would get scolded for asking, and he might receive a mere 1 or 2,000 in the end. If he needed pocket money, he would have to ask his mother and sister. To be able to directly ask his father for 1 million yuan like today was beyond his imagination. As he walked back to the dining room, Yu Xingge's mind was already thinking ahead. His grandfather had advised him not to provoke Suyi, but not provoking didn't mean he couldn't occasionally invite him for a meal, have a drink, and strengthen their relationship. Although he was the young master of the Yu family, the family believed in raising daughters in richness and sons in poverty, all in the name of training. But if he were to occasionally meet Suyi in the future, he would have a reason to ask for money from his family. It felt like the doorway to a new world had been opened. Initially, Yu Xingge didn't like Suyi, but now he felt this person was quite good. If Suyi could become his brother-in-law, that would be wonderful. Upon returning, Yuxing's gaze towards Su had completely changed. It was no longer a forced smile. "Mr. Su, I have already paid for the dishes we ordered earlier. Do you need anything else?" Sitting down, Yuxing, despite the curious gazes of others, sounded very pleasing to Su Yi. Su Yi gave him a faint glance and said, "Ask my friend." Yuxing quickly looked at Yan Hui and asked, "Brother, do you want more dishes?" In the past, Yuxing would never have treated per students like Yan Hui as brothers, but Yan Hui, naturally reserved, responded indifferently, "Let's discuss after we finish eating." Even with Yan Hui, the people from room 306 were hugging Su Yi's thigh, seeing no sign of Yuxing trying to please Su Yi. "Let's decide later." Yuxing had the wine poured and raised his cup first. "Mr. Su, I apologize in front of everyone here. I hope you can forgive me. If you have any needs in the future, just tell me. I will spare no effort to help." Since the apology had been made, it was better to completely make amends with Su Yi. He believed that if his grandpa warned him not to provoke someone, others in school would also not dare to offend Su Yi. Besides, Su Yi was his lucky star, wasn't he? Without good relations with him, what could one achieve? Let's not dwell on the past. After Su Yi finished, he raised his glass and drank it all up. After Yuxing had finished, he toasted Wang Junlin and others one by one, establishing a warm and cordial bond with them. It seemed as if their relationship had always been good. The critical point was, after toasting them, Yuxing started introducing Su Yi to the senior brothers from the nearby martial arts gym, not drinking with Qin Lin and the others present. This clearly differentiated treatment made Qin Lin lose face. Yuxing's alcohol tolerance wasn't that great. After a few glasses of red wine, he was already stumbling over his words. Eventually, he stumbled over to Su Yi's side. "Brother Su, I was wrong before. From now on, you are my real brother. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it." Yuxing grabbed the chair Su Yi was sitting on, squinted his eyes, and stuttered, If you ask me to catch chickens, I won't become a duck." All right. Su Yi was a reasonable person. When someone is drunk, anything they say is right. "I can even be a dog. Ha ha ha." Yuxing, completely out of his senses from the alcohol, said something shocking that surprised everyone present. "Is this still the arrogant and domineering young master Yu from the Yu family? Sit down and eat something first." Su Yi had no choice but to deal with him. There had been some friction between Su Yi and Yuxing before, but Yuxing hadn't done anything particularly offensive. Su Yi decided to let it go. "I'm fine." Yuxing's steps were already unstable. Suddenly, he looked at Ding Miao Miao and asked, "Brother Su, is this young lady your girlfriend?" Ding Miao Miao blushed when he asked. She didn't dare to speak and couldn't even look at Su Yi, nervously grasping her hands, waiting for Su Yi's response. Su Yi replied directly, "No." At that moment, a hint of discomfort arose in Ding Miao Miao's heart, but she quickly accepted it. After all, she had only met Su Yi a few times. If Su Yi had said yes, that would have been too sudden. "Not at all." Yuxing smiled and said, "Then, Brother Su, is it possible for you to be with my sister? My sister looks pretty good. If you become my brother-in-law, I'll support it wholeheartedly." This statement made Qin Lin, who was sitting opposite, visibly darkened. He had called Yuxing over to undermine Su Yi, but now, Yuxing not only acknowledged Su Yi as his elder brother, but he was almost acknowledging him as a brother-in-law on the spot. It was going too far. Just then, Yu Huiyan and Ren Lanyu had walked in, pushing the door open. Standing there, Yu Huiyan hesitated for a moment, opened her mouth, but ultimately did not step forward to stop him. Ren Lanyu even grabbed Yu Huiyan's hand, signaling her not to say anything. At this moment, Yuxing was practically forcing his sister into a corner. It was better that Yu Huiyan didn't go forward at this point. Ding Miao Miao, who was sitting next to Su Yi, lowered her head nervously, straining to hear how Su Yi would respond. "I have no possibility of being with your sister." Su Yi was well aware that Yu Huiyan and Ren Lanyu were present. The conflict between him and Yuxing had been related to Yu Huiyan's affairs, so it was better to clarify things in front of them. With his statement, some were joyful while others were saddened. Qin Lin turned to see Yu Huiyan and quickly stood up to greet her. Upon hearing Su Yi's reply, Yuxing, excitedly, asked, "Brother Su, is something wrong with my sister?" "Nothing is wrong." Su Yi glanced at Yu Huiyan and continued, but it's just not possible. Although he wasn't sure if Yu Huiyan had any feelings for him, Suyi was very calm. Sometimes, it was better to be straightforward. He wasn't even sure if he still had a chance with Lin Yan, let alone Yu Huiyan. Finally, Yu Huiyan couldn't hold it in anymore. Stepping past Qin Lin, she walked a few steps forward, looking at Yu Xingye and shouted, "Yu Xingye, what are you doing here?" Yu Xingye was startled by his sister's voice and half sobered up instantly. Standing upright, he said, Sis, you see, I'm just apologizing to Brother Su here. From now on, he's my brother. If you can make him my brother-in-law, that would be even better." Yu Huiyan coldly ordered, "I'll count to 3, and you better go back to sleep right away." "Sis, let me say one thing. 1. I just want to say one thing. 2. Yu Huiyan's face was already very ugly. She had just been rejected by Suyi in front of so many people. Even if she knew Suyi wasn't interested in her, wasn't being rejected like that a blow to her ego. "Sis, I'm going back to sleep." Before Yu Huiyan could say 3, Yu Xingye added, "Brother-in-law, think about it. Give my sister a chance. I won't drink with you. She's a bit fierce." Yu Huiyan's face turned red and white in turns. That 3 was stuck in her throat. What mistake had she made to deserve such a brother? Had she reached the point where she couldn't find a husband? When Yu Xingye finished speaking, he stumbled towards the door and the 2 brothers from the Qingshan Martial Arts Hall quickly went forward to support him. "Sis, I'm leaving. Good luck." Yu Xingye had indeed drunk a bit too much. His sister's intimidation wasn't enough to make him shut up. Yu Huiyan gritted her teeth in anger. If there weren't so many people present, she would have definitely punched Yu Xingye. She spoiled her brother, but siblings fighting was just a normal thing, right? With Yu Xingye gone, the atmosphere became even more awkward. Qin Lin was almost completely ignored by the Yu siblings. Wang Junlin and the others in the dorm room were getting drunk. Ting Miao Miao, pretending to be drunk, had taken a sip of red wine with Suyi just now and was already starting to act intoxicated. She had to pretend to be drunk. If she wasn't, how could Suyi take her home? If Suyi didn't take her home, how would she have a chance with him? Yu Huiyan was here now. Ting Miao Miao wasn't insecure about her appearance, but she knew there was a slight difference between her and Yu Huiyan. She pretended to be drunk, hoping Suyi wouldn't leave her behind. Ren Lanyu didn't see anything wrong with Suyi and Yu Huiyan. It was just a tiny matter, right? Was Yu Huiyan afraid of not finding anyone? Being honest as an adult was better. If there was no interest, there was no interest. In this aspect, she admired Suyi. "Hello, I'm Ren Lanyu, Suyi's friend. Any beautiful ladies here interested in doing live broadcasts, you can contact me." Ren Lanyu's speech was all about talent scouting. She started distributing her business cards. She didn't look like a group CEO, more like an employee. Among the girls present, many of them were from the dance department of Qingzhou University, well-maintained and quite attractive. Some of them were even already doing live broadcasts. Initially, they thought Ren Lanyu was just a business manager or something like that. But when they received the business cards, they saw the name of the company, Lanyu Media Group Limited, Chairman, Ren Lanyu. The company was named after her, and many had heard of her name, so the atmosphere became lively again. Ting Miao Miao, pretending to be drunk, took the card and felt like, were there too many beautiful women around Suyi? Ren Lanyu also found 2 good girls, so this trip wasn't in vain. Yihu and the others sat at a small table, eating in silence, surrounded by laughter. It seemed like they had no connection to any of it. This was their setup, and normally, during this social event, the 3 bows sitting with Yihu should be able to pick up a girl. But at this point, they had lost all their dignity, and the girls at the main table didn't give them a second glance. It was because of Yu Xingye and Ren Lanyu's attitudes towards Suyi that those girls started to take an interest in Wang Junlin and the others. Suyi seemed aloof. Even Yu Huiyan said it was impossible. If they tried to pursue him further, they would only humiliate themselves. However, these girls realized a problem. Suyi was not as simple as he appeared. Yu Xingye was trying to please him desperately, even wanting Suyi to be his brother-in-law. Ren Lanyu claimed to be Suyi's friend, so Suyi was at least a wealthy second generation, and he was a more powerful one than Yu Xingye. If they couldn't handle Suyi, they could handle his brother. Though Wang Junlin and his friends seemed a bit shabby, with a brother like Suyi, they were bound to rise high in the future. Or if they encounter any trouble in the future, asking Suyi for help should be simple. At that moment, Many girls were chatting with Wang Junlin and his friends, exchanging contact information. It was like watching a loser's unexpected comeback play out. Yu Huiyan had sat down and hadn't spoken since. She listened to Ren Lanyu chatting with the girls from the dance department, not looking at Suyi. She was filled with resentment. She had found a job for Suyi as a driver, but he had mysteriously rejected it. The key was she had never intended to date Suyi. Yu Xingge had dragged her into this mess. How frustrating. Qin Lin sat there quietly, watching for a while before asking Yu Huiyan, "Yin Yan, do you have time tomorrow? Teacher Liu Hanyan is coming back to our city to hold an art exhibition. Do you want to go?" "I've told you already. I don't have time. I won't go." Yu Huiyan loved painting. Teacher Liu Hanyan was a renowned Chinese painting master. She had planned to go by herself, but Qin Lin had invited her, so she had to refuse. Qin Lin tried to bring up topics that interested Yu Huiyan, but unfortunately, she wasn't interested in him at all. None of his topics piqued her interest, and the conversation became awkward. Suyi was at ease, savoring the food on the table. After all, it was prepared by a 5-star hotel, and some dishes were new to him. After tasting them, he was already considering how to improve them and make them himself at home. Yu Huiyan was fed up with Qin Lin's persistence. She had already rejected him several times. He continued to pester her like a sticky plaster, which was boring. Qin Lin felt uncomfortable talking. Yu Huiyan occasionally responded with a sound, but it was meaningless to continue the conversation. After going out with Yu Xingge, he hadn't left. When settling the bill earlier, the restaurant had given him a discount. Although he had drunk a lot, he still remembered to ask the boss for a receipt. He even had his father's men send his bank card. And his 3 senior brothers from Qingshan Martial Arts School were sitting on the sofa in front of the hotel. Time passed slowly, and they didn't expect his father to come personally. As the current head of the Yu family, Yu Xiao was not a fool and couldn't tolerate his son squandering money before graduating from university. Handing over several million worth of cards, who knows what Yu Xingge might do? "Dad, why are you here?" Yu Xingge was at a loss when he saw his father. Yu Xiao was busy with the company's affairs on a daily basis. Many things needed his personal attention, and flying to several cities a day was normal. Situations like today didn't require his personal presence. "If I didn't come, would you still be going out of control?" Yu Xiao sneered. Normally, busy with company matters, Yu Xingge hardly saw his father these days. Even in the rare occasion he was home, Yu Xingge would hide like a mouse, avoiding meeting him at all costs. Today, how dare he call and ask for money so arrogantly? This bad behavior had to be nipped in the bud. "Dad, you're so busy. Why do you need to come for such a matter? Speak up. How much did this meal cost?" Yu Xiao narrowed his eyes at his son. $1 million for a meal. He had never been so extravagant. 835,000. Yu Xingge handed over a stack of invoices. Yu Xiao didn't bother looking at them. "Give me your phone. I'll check the message." He wouldn't be clueless about fake invoices. He was an old hand at this. Yu Xingge twitched his mouth and said, "My phone is broken." "All right, it was 650,000. Give me the phone." Yu Xiao reached out his hand. Yu Xingge took out his phone, and the screen was shattered. Unaware of his father's visit, he still prepared for this. Feeling smug, he thought, "The old man's out to get me. How about I get an extra 200,000 today?" Yu Xiao said, "Fine, I will have your bank card checked. If you dare to deceive me, you know the consequences." "Old man, do you have to be so extreme?" Yu Xingge was exploding with frustration. His father was cunning. If he wanted, he could freeze Yu Xingge's bank card whenever he pleased. "Today I spent over 410,000, but next time I eat with Suyi, do I have to ask you for money every time?" Yu Xiao smiled. "You better watch your tone when talking to your old man. You can leave the remaining money in your account, but for every expense, you must text me. Now take me to see Suyi." "All right, my dear father." Yu Xingge was defeated, but the money was in his account, and there were many ways to manage the reporting process. Moving towards the private room, he couldn't walk a straight line, and Yu Xiao grabbed him, asking, "You drank a lot?" "Just a few cups." Yu Xingge rolled his eyes. "Your son can handle a few drinks. What's the big deal?" Yu Xiao didn't say much. He just wanted to see this Suyi his father had mentioned. Yu Xiao had only learned of the existence of Su Yi a few days earlier. What's most important is that when he inquired about Su Yi's identity with his father almost didn't tell him anything at all. Instead, his old father had Yu Huiyan running errands for Su Yi. Furthermore, because of Su Yi, he threatened to break Su Xingge's leg, which made people inevitably speculate about Su Yi's identity. Even if Su Xingge was not talented, he was still the legitimate heir of the Su family. It's worth noting that in the past, when Yu Xiao punished Yu Xingge too harshly, his old father didn't intervene. Also, there's Yu Huiyan, who is like the apple of Yu Xiao's eye. Growing up, Yu Xiao always doted on Yu Huiyan the most. Whatever Yu Huiyan wanted, he unconditionally satisfied her. During these past few days of investigation, he discovered that his precious daughter had been running around doing trivial things for Su Yi. Considering these circumstances, how could Yu Xiao not go meet this mysterious young man? Under Yu Xingge's lead, Yu Xiao entered the fragrant hall. At that moment, Ren Lanyu was having a cheerful conversation with a girl. When they saw Yu Xiao, they directly froze. The lively atmosphere suddenly quieted down as everyone turned their gaze towards Yu Xiao and his party. "Dad, why are you here?" Yu Huiyan stood up immediately upon seeing her father. Qin Lin also promptly stood up and greeted Yu Xiao. "Uncle Yu, hello." Yu Xiao gestured with one hand and said, "Please, have a seat." As he spoke, his gaze had already landed on Su Yi. As the head of a wealthy family and chairman of over a dozen listed companies, Yu Xiao had a discerning eye. Among all the people in the room, Su Yi stood out the most. Perhaps in the eyes of some people, aside from his handsome appearance, Su Yi was nothing special. But Yu Xiao saw it at first glance. Su Yi's demeanor was truly exceptional. Just with one look, Yu Xiao felt as though this young man had seen through him completely. Yu Xiao gazed at Su Yi and asked, "Are you Su Yi?" Su Yi didn't stand up but instead asked in return, "Are you looking for me?" His attitude was calm, not arrogant, but in the eyes of Qin Lin and Ren Lanyu, Su Yi's demeanor towards Yu Xiao signaled some sort of conclusion in his interactions with Yu Huiyan. Addressing an elder in such a manner, especially Yu Xiao, once he learned that he was Yu Huiyan's father, and not even budging, displayed an arrogance beyond measure. "I came here just to take a look," remarked Yu Xiao with some displeasure towards Su Yi's attitude. Regardless of Su Yi's capabilities, based on his demeanor alone, Yu Xiao truly couldn't bring himself to like him. Slowly rising from his seat, Su Yi said, "I've seen you now, and I've eaten my fill, so I'll take my leave." Yu Xiao raised an eyebrow, unable to restrain himself any longer. "Young man, hasn't your family taught you any manners?" No matter how much importance Yuan Guo attached to Su Yi, Yu Xiao felt that as the current head of the Yu family, perhaps Su Yi was an acquaintance of Yuan Guo. Perhaps he had great abilities, but based on Su Yi's attitude, Yu Xiao truly didn't like him. Su Yi smiled. He was actually quite satisfied. Based on Yu Xiao's attitude towards him, at least Yuan Guo hadn't disclosed his identity to others. Accompanying Yu Xiao was a personal bodyguard, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, which was quite powerful in the current world. From their conversation, the bodyguard seemed eager to act. Though cultivators couldn't harm ordinary people without cause, a small lesson wouldn't hurt. Pointing at Su Yi, Yu Xiao said, "Su Yi, right? Come with me." With that, he turned around, wanting to see for himself what this young man, so highly regarded by his father, was capable of. Qin Lin glanced at Su Yi with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Kid, you're too arrogant. After today's events, you're done for. Yu Huiyan probably won't contact you anymore. Without the Yu family backing you up, and even offending Yu Xiao, you won't have a place in Qingzhou anymore." Su Yi didn't offer much explanation, simply following behind. And Ding Miao Miao, who had stopped pretending to be drunk, went forward to grab Su Yi's arm. "It's all right," Su Yi reassured her with a comforting look. Yu Huiyan quickly walked over to Yu Xiao's side, explaining, "Dad, Su Yi just came out from the mountains. He's not familiar with etiquette. Please don't be too hard on him." Yu Xiao coldly replied, "It's precisely because he's not familiar with etiquette that he needs to be taught. If he continues to act disrespectfully toward others in the future, it might be too late." Su Yi remained silent, seemingly aware that Yu Xiao intended to educate him. Upon leaving the hall, Yu Xiao called over a waiter and inquired, "Is there anyone in the adjacent room?" Feeling an invisible pressure from Yu Xiao's question, the waiter cautiously replied, "Sir, there are no guests next door. Would you like it arranged for you?" "That won't be necessary. Just let me use the space, and no one is to enter," Yu Xiao declared before entering the adjacent room, with his bodyguard following behind. Suyi was about to follow, when suddenly Yu Huiyan called out, "Suyi." Pausing, Suyi turned to look at her. "Don't worry, my dad won't harm you. Just be polite to him," she reassured him. Suyi smiled faintly, understood, and walked into the room. Qinlin leisurely walked over to Yu Huiyan's side, gazing towards the door of the private room with a smile. "Yin Yan, Suyi is terribly arrogant, lacking respect for others." Yu Huiyan glanced at him askance, but didn't reply. Suyi was indeed unlikable, but Qinlin now seemed detestable, reveling in others' misfortune. Inside the private room, Yu Xiao took a seat and gazed at Suyi, asking, "Are you a cultivator?" Suyi shook his head. Not quite. He truly wasn't a cultivator, as he had been an invincible entity since his earliest memories. Not a god, nor an immortal, he didn't need cultivation. Even the ancient gods, great monsters, and immortal lords from the primordial times were nothing before him. If he wanted, even the grandmother Hanjun Daozu would be a mere move for him. In that case, you should learn to be more modest. Being too arrogant will eventually lead to trouble, Yu Xiao said with seriousness. Although I don't know why my father values you so highly, you must understand, there will always be someone better. Heaven above heavens, Suyi understood, but the notion of someone better, Suyi truly had no knowledge of that. All right then, if you can withstand 3 moves from me, I'll permit you to associate with my daughter. Otherwise, you can leave Qingzhou on your own. I don't care about your relationship with my father, nor do I want to know, Yu Xiao stated calmly. A tree's shade is good for resting, but it's not boundless. Without true capabilities, with your current attitude, you may as well return to your mountain. Yu Xiao has always had strong analytical skills. According to his logic, Suyi should be a descendant of an acquaintance of the old master, possibly possessing some talent, wanting to recruit him as a son-in-law for the Yu family. Maybe the older generation has some special agreement, but in Yu Xiao's view, none of this matters. He is now the head of the Yu family. And if Yu Huiyan does not like Suyi, as her father, he should make the decision for her. Engagement? If the old master insists, he doesn't mind making Suyi disappear from this world. Can the old master break his legs? Yu Xiao's bodyguard stood there, smiling at Suyi. "Young man, I can give you 3 moves. If you can hit me, you win." He had already investigated Suyi. Just an ordinary person. He may know some martial arts and physical skills, but in front of cultivators, so-called martial arts are useless. Suyi smiled. "Give me 3 moves." "Sure." Yu Xiao also said. "That's fine. Let's begin. You can make your move now." The bodyguard of Yu Xiao didn't even consider Suyi a threat. Suyi thought for a moment. The person in front of him was slightly stronger than an ordinary person, but he was trying to control his strength to the minimum, so a practice session wouldn't hurt. He slowly clenched his fist. The two were only 2 meters apart, and he aimed a punch directly at Yu Xiao's bodyguard. Suyi did indeed try to control his strength to the minimum, but when he threw the punch, a natural force of the Dao emerged, impossible to avoid even if it was extremely weak. Even if this force was weakened to the extreme, it was something a foundation and establishment cultivator couldn't dodge. At the moment his fist struck, Yu Xiao's bodyguard felt the world turning into nothingness, as if there was only this one punch in existence. Nowhere to hide, no way to avoid it. Originally, he had thought of at least a dozen elegant poses to dodge Suyi's attack, but at this moment, he couldn't even muster the strength to protect himself by reaching out. Dang! Yu Xiao's bodyguard stood there stupidly like a sandbag, being sent flying by Suyi's punch, crashing into the wall where it cracked around him. "Sorry, I went a bit heavy. Are you okay?" Suyi glanced at the cultivator. He was afraid of accidentally killing someone with his strength. Cough. Yu Xiao's bodyguard coughed up blood, his face pale and grim. "Come on. I was careless just now. No dodging. I'm serious now. Let's go." Suyi told himself internally to be a bit gentler this time. He had almost mastered controlling his strength to just the right level. Just then, Yu Xiao's phone rang. He was now unable to discern Suyi's true strength. Who exactly was Suyi? Not a cultivator, yet able to send a peak foundation establishment expert flying with one punch. Picking up his phone and looking at it, it was actually the old master calling. Yu Xiao didn't stop the battle between Suyi and his bodyguard. After answering the phone, he asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Yuan Guo on the other end asked coldly, "I heard you went to see Mr. Su. Didn't I warn you? Don't go near him." "I just came to take a look." not allowed even for a look. Get back here now. Yuan Guo had to be nervous. If Yu Xiao offended Su Yi, just like Yu Xingge did, it would truly be the end. Yu Huiyan was a girl, and Su Yi shouldn't hold a grudge against women. Even if something happened to Yu Huiyan at Su Yi's hands, she was just a girl. If something happened to Yu Xiao and Yu Xingge, the entire Yu family would be doomed. I have already seen. Yu Xiao gulped hard, looking at his unconscious bodyguard knocked out by Su Yi. He couldn't believe he was so careless. There was a moment of silence on Yuan Gu's end, nervously asking, "You didn't disrespect Mr. Su, did you?" Yu Xiao gritted his teeth. "I let Lao Chong spar with him." Yuan Guo now really wanted to break his own son's legs. He roared angrily, "Yu Xiao, didn't I tell you not to provoke him? Didn't I tell you to show utmost respect to him? You let someone spar with him. How can a fool like you be my son?" Yu Xiao didn't get angry at the scolding. His bodyguard Lao Chan had fallen for the third time, this time not getting up. This meant Su Yi's strength was at least above peak foundation establishment. Is Lao Chan dead? He should not be. Yu Xiao was now unsure about his bodyguard's life or death, as he lay motionless on the ground. "Don't worry, he isn't dead." Su Yi walked up to Yu Xiao, extending his hand. "Give me the phone." Yu Xiao didn't even have the reflex to refuse, dumbly handing over his phone to Su Yi. "Zian, it's me." Su Yi picked up the phone and called out. Yu Xiao almost fainted. "Zian, Zian." Su Yi actually called his old father Zian. Yuan Guo nervously said, "Master, my brat at home doesn't know your identity. Please don't argue with him." "I won't touch him," Su Yi said. "Tell your son not to bother me anymore. As for your grandson and granddaughter, they're fine." "Thank you, Master." Yuan Guo let out a sigh of relief. Even though he had spent over 10 years living with Su Yi before, he still didn't fully understand Su Yi's temperament. Sometimes he felt that Su Yi had a good temper, but he also saw Su Yi wipe out enemies with a wave of his hand. The Tang family is a good example. They have already sold off all their assets and are now living in seclusion in a small county. "Tell your son yourself. I'm just an ordinary person now. He doesn't need to know anything about me regarding your family," Su Yi said before handing the phone back to Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao was completely dumbfounded now, with Su Yi's way of addressing his father ringing in his head. It sounded like even his father could only be considered a junior in Su Yi's presence. Su Yi waved his sleeve towards Lao Chong, the unconscious bodyguard, and the bodyguard moved his finger slightly, gradually waking up. "I'll be on my way." Su Yi didn't even look back, opening the door of the private room. Ting Miao Miao and the others stood outside, anxiously waiting for Su Yi. When Su Yi came out unscathed, Ding Miao Miao quickly asked, "Su Yi, are you okay?" Yu Huiyan took a step forward but stopped, just gazing at Su Yi. Su Yi had only been inside for a few minutes before coming out. There were 3 loud sounds heard inside, and Qin Lin thought Su Yi must have been taught a lesson. "I'm fine." Su Yi didn't want to reveal his identity, saying, "We just had a simple chat." Su Yi walked out for less than half a minute, and Yu Xiao also followed, but he just stood at the door and waved to the waiter. Everyone looked at him except Su Yi. Yu Xiao has a great reputation nationwide, a famous entrepreneur, and the richest person in Qingzhou City. Perhaps the waiter recognized him too. After walking over, he asked softly, "May I help you?" "Call your boss." Yu Xiao didn't bother with the waiter. The situation inside the room seemed a bit scary. The walls were already cracking. Since Su Yi had already said he was just an ordinary person, this matter had to be handled discreetly. The waiter dared not delay and hurried to the front desk to find the manager. Upon learning that the visitor was Yu Xiao, the manager could only summon the hotel owner. Su Yi wasn't interested in knowing how Yu Xiao would handle the aftermath, so he left with Ding Miao Miao and Wang Junlin directly. Qin Lin was deeply shocked. What exactly happened inside the room just now? Even though the soundproofing of the 5-star hotel rooms was excellent, they could clearly hear the 3 loud noises from outside. It was obvious that Su Yi and Yu Xiao's bodyguards had a physical altercation. The extent of Yu Xiao's bodyguard's prowess was unknown, but judging by Yu Xiao's status, one could speculate that his bodyguard was at least formidable. Su Yi emerged unscathed, while Yu Xiao personally had the waiter call the hotel owner, and when these incidents were connected, it was extremely unsettling. The hotel owner also ran over, and Yu Xiao called him into the room and closed the door behind them. The hotel owner was dumbfounded upon seeing the condition inside the room. He was well aware of the quality of their walls. Even if he had swung a sledgehammer wildly, it probably wouldn't have produced such an effect. Yu Xia asked calmly, "Do you know me?" The hotel owner nodded hastily, saying, "Mr. Yu, I do know you. I am Li Kong, the largest shareholder of this hotel." Yu Xiao nodded slightly and instructed, "Take care of everything in this room. I don't want to hear any strange rumors. Nothing happened in this room tonight. Understand?" "I understand. I understand." Li Kong nodded repeatedly, saying, "Mr. Yu, rest assured, I will handle it." "That's good." Yu Xiao handed a business card to Li Kong and said, "If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can call me." Li Kong took Yu Xiao's business card, hand trembling. Yu Xiao's words were worth a fortune. They might change his destiny. Yu Xiao didn't pay him any more attention and left, telling Yu Huiyan, "Let's go back home." Yu Huiyan and Yu Xingge didn't dare to inquire further since Suyi had already left. "Uncle Yu, that Suyi was too arrogant. Do you want me to teach him a lesson?" Qin Ling couldn't stand it. What the hell was going on? Right after Yu Xiao had Suyi summoned, Suyi swaggered out in no time. What exactly was Yu Xiao's attitude towards Suyi? Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Yu Xiao glanced at him deeply and left without a word. Is Suyi very arrogant? For someone with strength, perhaps a bit of arrogance is warranted. Qin Lin actually wanted to teach Suyi a lesson. Who did he think he was? Since Suyi claimed to be just an ordinary person, they might as well pretend nothing happened today. If Qin Lin wanted trouble, he could have it. At the moment Yu Xiao turned around, he felt a bit of dark amusement. Today, he had certainly kicked the iron plate. How could anyone be happy about kicking an iron plate and hurting their foot? As they exited the hotel, Yu Huiyan asked quietly, "Dad, what did you talk about with Suyi?" "Your marriage." Yu Xiao, who usually had a busy work schedule, joked with his daughter. "Huh?" Yu Huiyan was taken aback. "Are you scared?" Yu Xiao laughed. "Don't worry, you decide about your marriage. No one can force you." As for Suyi, when he mentioned Suyi, Yu Xiao's smile gradually faded. Suyi referred to his father as Little An, which confirmed that Suyi was older than his father. Even for a cultivator, there would still be a generational difference. Yu Huiyan didn't quite understand her father's meaning, but Yu Xingge jokingly said, "Sis, don't worry. If you like Subro, I'll help you make a connection." As soon as he said this, both Yu Xiao and Yu Huiyan glared at him. Yu Xiao now felt like punching this brat. "It's ridiculous. Suyi calls you Grandpa Little An, and here you are calling him bro." Yu Huiyan had been itching to beat up her younger brother for a long time. If it hadn't been for Yu Xingge today, would she have been in such an embarrassing situation? Did I say something wrong? Yu Xingge nervously glanced at his dad and then at his sister, feeling extremely flustered. Why did he sense that these two people's expressions were off? The father-daughter pair sternly said, in unison, "Shut up." Yu Xingge almost cried. Now he wanted to go back and ask his mom if he was really her biological child. "Suyi, listen to your grandpa." Yu Xiao remained calm. Until now, he was even more uncertain about Suyi's identity. Previously, he had speculated that Suyi might be an old man's acquaintance, but now he could only position Suyi as the old man's acquaintance. Elderly monster. Suyi didn't return home tonight but took a car back to school with Ding Miao Miao. Walking under the shade of the trees on campus, Ding Miao Miao asked, "Suyi, did Yu Xiao do anything to you?" "What could he do to me?" Suyi laughed. "We just had a simple chat." "That's good." Ding Miao Miao asked again, "Are you close to that Ren Lanyu? We just met today." Suyi answered truthfully, but Ding Miao Miao felt they probably weren't meeting for the first time. Perhaps Suyi was saying so just to comfort her. Huh? Was Suyi already considering her feelings? Could it be that Suyi also liked her? It had to be said. Ding Miao Miao's thought process was really out there. Even with the simplest statement, she could find infinite interpretations. Or rather, most women tend to think emotionally when considering matters. In the end, Suyi escorted Ding Miao Miao to the entrance of the female dormitory, inquired about the cost of the event, and Ding Miao Miao said she would message Suyi when she got back. Since they weren't very familiar with each other yet, Ding Miao Miao wanted to have a topic ready to chat with Suyi later. In the middle of October in the southern part, the night is not considered cold. The night breeze blowing on the face is even somewhat pleasant. Suyi strolled on the campus, under the clear moonlit sky sprinkled with stars, occasionally hearing the rustling sound of leaves in the wind. Even though it was not late, young couples on the campus were still scattered around in their own world. Having lived for so many years, Suyi never lived for someone else. As for the romantic love that people admired, he saw it as an exaggeration by literati when pursuing girls. When he arrived at the Qingshan bookstore, the shop door was still open. Yi Xiaoxuan had messaged Suyi earlier, but Suyi hadn't replied. As Suyi approached the shop door, Yi Xiaoxuan, taking advantage of her position as Suyi's cousin, questioned him. Suyi, why didn't you reply to my messages? Lin Yun was also present at that moment, otherwise, she would have been calling Suyi sweetly like a spoiled child. It was because of Lin Yun that Yi Xiaoxuan could maintain her authoritative demeanor as an elder cousin. Suyi raised his eyebrows and glanced at Yi Xiaoxuan, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck and timidly gaze at Suyi. Speaking to the master in such a manner as a disciple, in the past, she would likely have been expelled from the sect. Suyi wasn't that petty, and after some reflection in the past few days, he realized he might have been too cold and old-fashioned, unable to connect with young people nowadays. I was simply having dinner and didn't notice the message, he replied. If Yi Xiaoxuan was truly Suyi's cousin, she would have said, is it so difficult to reply to a message? But unable to do so, she weakly asked, oh, will you come with us for some late-night snack? Yi Xiaoxuan's message to Suyi was about why Lin Yun didn't come, and both she and Lin Yun were hungry and wanted to have a late-night snack, waiting for Suyi to come back and join them. Despite receiving several messages, Suyi hadn't responded. Let's go. I'll close the shop, Suyi said. Even though Yi Xiaoxuan was his silly disciple, men were better suited for trivial matters, like closing the shop. After Lin Yun came out of the shop, she was still messaging Ding Miaomia. Ding Miaomia vividly described Suyi's behavior that day, mentioning that she had several competitors, some of whom were quite formidable. Xiaoyun, do you think Suyi would like older wealthy women? Are you talking about Ren Lanyu? Who else could it be? She must be around 26 or 27. Suyi probably wouldn't be interested in someone so much older than him. Lin Yun didn't quite believe her response, knowing Suyi had been seen drinking with wealthy women in their 30s or even 40s at a bar. Would Suyi like older women? She wondered. Lin Yun was familiar with Ren Lanyu, a beautiful CEO, and found it surprising that Ding Miaomiao referred to her as an old woman. After Ding Miaomiao shamelessly praised herself, she messaged, after I came back, I sent Suyi several messages, but he still hasn't replied. Glancing at Suyi closing the shop, Ding Miaomiao wondered if his phone was on silent mode. Our current situation, of course, calls for barbecue. You're treating. Okay. Yi Xiaoxuan said. Suyi still had some money left, and whether he could finish the food was not a concern for him. If he wanted to, he could probably eat a whole cow in one night. They slowly made their way to a specialty lamb barbecue restaurant. Yi Xiaoxuan and Lin Yun ordered all vegetarian dishes, while Suyi ordered 2 skewers of lamb testicles, 2 skewers of lamb kidneys, along with several skewers of lamb meat and other meat dishes. Yi Xiaoxuan found Suyi's choices quite meaty, wondering if he was preparing for a big feat. Suyi sat down and sipped tea after ordering while Lin Yun was bustling around. Ding Miaomiao was on the verge of collapse. She had sent several messages to Suyi, and half an hour had passed, with no response. She couldn't call him in this situation, so she vented to her friend. Suyi. Lin Yun replied to him, don't you check your messages? Suyi then took out his phone and found multiple WeChat messages, not just from Ding Miaomiao, but also from Ren Lanyu and Yu Huiyan. Ding Miaomiao informed him that every person had to share the expenses for the gathering, and Suyi had to be cautious because Qin Lin had paid for the wine earlier, and Yu Xingge only covered the later bill. Ding Miaomiao also inquired if Suyi had martial arts training. Although Suyi didn't understand how to pursue girls, it didn't mean he didn't understand their subtle thoughts. When a woman becomes interested in a man and curious about him, it is not long before she falls for him. However, Suyi didn't want Ding Miaomiao to fall for him that easily. He first transferred 1500 to Ding Miaomiao and then messaged her saying, I have someone I like now. Before Ding Miaomiao even received the money, she quickly sent an expression of shock. This sudden message from Suyi almost made her heart leap out of her throat. Did this mean he was confessing to her? She took a screenshot and sent it to Lin Yun, feeling flustered and asking if she should accept if Suyi confessed or maintain some restraint. As the strategic advisor, Lin Yun advised her to take advantage of the situation and be slightly reserved. Ding Miaomiao then eagerly anticipated Suyi's confession, sending a cute emoji and asking, are you keeping other dogs outside? Suyi typed on the virtual keyboard. Well, at least it's not you. This straightforward response sent Ding Miao's heart crashing to pieces. How could Suyi be so direct? Despite being innocently dressed up and asking Suyi out for dinner, although subtly, Suyi's rejection shouldn't have been this explicit. Ding Miao's affection for Suyi plummeted from 100 to negative as she requested payment from him. And then message, "Stop being shameless there. It's not like I like you." After sending the message, she deleted Suyi's WeChat. This series of actions flowed smoothly, illustrating women's changeable nature perfectly. Suyi had actually replied with approval, thinking this was for the best. However, when he tried to send the reply, it showed that Ding Miao had friend verification enabled, and he wasn't her friend, so he had to wait for her approval to chat. Suyi really didn't know that when WeChat shows such a prompt, it means that he has been deleted by the other party. Looking at the prompt on WeChat, he turned to ask Yishiaxuan, what does it mean when WeChat says, "I'm not her friend yet," and to send a friend verification request first? Yishiaxuan was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. "You got deleted." Suyi raised an eyebrow. "So you can actually delete someone after adding them on WeChat?" But this clarified things for Suyi, completely ruling out the possibility of him being with Ding Miao. Ding Miao was just interested in him, and there was no deep emotional foundation between them. After he directly said those things, it would be strange not to be deleted. Lin Yun was sitting across from them. Hearing Suyi's question, she was also stunned. Ding Miao was supposed to have dinner with Suyi tonight. They had just talked about confession, so why would she suddenly delete him as a friend? Her confusion did not last long, as Ding Miao had already called. "Sister Yi." "Excuse me for a moment." Lin Yun knew that Ding Miao must be calling to talk about Suyi. She informed Yishiaxuan and then went to answer the call. Once Lin Yun left, Yishiaxuan couldn't resist gossiping. Master, who deleted you?" Suyi nonchalantly replied, "Lin Yun's friend, Ding Miao." Ding Miao. Yishiaxuan didn't know Ding Miao, but asked, "Why did she delete you?" Suyi also didn't evade the question and said, "I already told her that I like someone else, not her." Ahem. Yishiaxuan coughed twice in a row and asked, "So the girl confessed to you?" Suyi muttered, "No. Ha ha ha. She hasn't even confessed yet, and you've already rejected her. You're quite ruthless." Yishiaxuan burst into laughter. "Master, with your attitude, are you saving her for the new year?" Suyi looked at her expressionlessly, and Yishiaxuan immediately stopped laughing. Yishiaxuan composed herself and said, "Master, you haven't sorted things out with Master's wife yet. Offending her friend, I see your path is getting even more difficult." "What do you mean?" Suyi used to be very direct in finding a partner. Even in the past thousands of years, it was always decided by parents or matchmakers. After marriage, the partner would stand by his side, and the opinions of her friends were not important. Yishiaxuan whispered, "Master, don't you know your girlfriend's friends are like future mother-in-laws? Besides, your future wife is not your girlfriend yet." Future mother-in-law. Suyi smiled indifferently. He had dealt with many wives before, and his relationships with their mothers-in-law were not bad. Seeing his contemptuous smile, Yishiaxuan knew that her master's path to love in the future would be long and bumpy. Only someone extremely self-centered would reject someone before they even confessed. How arrogant must one be to reject someone before they even declared their feelings? Lin Yun listened to her friend talking about how arrogant and self-absorbed Suyi was, and her favorable impression of him decreased significantly. Ding Miao does like Suyi, but she hasn't said anything yet. Why did he reject her? How self-centered must one be to reject someone before they even confess? Lin Yun glanced at Suyi in secret, knowing that she had to stand by her friend. Yishiaxuan also looked towards Lin Yun. Since the one who called Lin Yun must be Ding Miao, her beloved master was in trouble. Yishiaxuan said, "Master, you haven't confessed, you haven't made a move. How can you win over my master's wife like this?" Suyi remained calm and said, "Taking it slow can also show sincerity." Oh. Yishiaxuan didn't know how to refute this. Everyone has different understanding and ways of dealing with such matters. When Lin Yun came back, she acted as if nothing had happened. When the barbecue arrived, she focused on eating. "By the way, Xiaoyun, do you have class tomorrow afternoon?" Yishiaxuan was annoyed that Suyi and Lin Yun were not speaking, thinking they had some grouch. She had to break the deadlock. Lin Yun raised her head and said, "No class. Why do you ask? Oh, I have 3 tickets for the landscape painting exhibition tomorrow. Let's go together. Yi Shaxuan smoothly made arrangements. Since her master didn't ask others out, she had to do it. Suyi asked, "Is it Liu Hongyun's art exhibition?" Today, at the gathering, Suyi heard Qin Lin invite Yu Huiyan to Liu Hongyun's exhibition. It couldn't be a coincidence that there were 2 art exhibitions in the city all on the same day. Yes, Master. You also know Master Liu Hongyun? Yi Shaxuan asked excitedly, nearly calling him Master. Suyi nodded. I've heard of him. He had only just heard of him today. He knew many famous artists from ancient and modern times, and some of them had even received guidance from him. Although he didn't want to boast about his painting skills, Suyi's artworks were full of charm and certainly not comparable to ordinary people's. Master Liu is the current master of traditional Chinese painting. An opportunity to see his works is very rare. Tomorrow there will also be a charity auction, and the proceeds will help children in poor mountainous areas, Yi Shaxuan explained. Honestly, if I wasn't studying medicine, I would also want to learn painting. You want to learn how to paint? Suyi raised an eyebrow. Yi Shaxuan was his disciple, yet she was praising others so highly. Although it didn't upset him, it was just painting. Suyi was curious to see the level of contemporary Chinese painting masters. He needed to lower himself to a level that could be accepted in this era. It was better to remain modest. However, Suyi was too talented, and sometimes inadvertently doing something might have a shocking effect. Squinting her eyes, Yi Shaxuan stole a glance at Suyi and said with a smile, "If someone teaches, of course, I would learn." As long as Suyi was willing to teach, she would want to learn regardless of the topic. 3 people continued to eat supper until 11 o'clock in the evening. Yi Shaxuan initially said he would drive them home, but Ling Yun wanted to ride an electric bike, otherwise she wouldn't be able to come to school tomorrow. Suyi naturally rode back on Lin Yun's electric bike as usual, shamelessly hopping on without hesitation. Yi Shaxuan, of course, did not want to disturb their time together, so she drove home by herself. On the way back, Lin Yun remarked, "Suyi, I didn't expect you to have such a good appetite." Earlier at the barbecue stall, they had ordered quite a few dishes, of which Yi Shaxuan and Lin Yun didn't eat much. The leftovers were all eaten by Suyi, especially the meat dishes. Lin Yun found them greasy, but Suyi enjoyed them. Surprisingly, despite his hearty eating, Suyi maintained a good physique. It was known that before supper, he had attended a gathering, and according to Ding Miao's later description, Suyi almost cleared the table from top to bottom with his eating. Even after that, he could still eat so much it was truly remarkable. Suyi said, "This is nothing. The older folks used to eat even more than me." Speaking of eating, Suyi found that people nowadays tended to eat less. In the past, there was a saying that if you ate, you should finish it all. People in ancient times had much larger appetites compared to people now. Lin Yun, feeling a bit discontented with Suyi's behavior towards Ding Miao, asked, "Why did you reject Miao?" Suyi responded confidently, "There's nothing wrong with rejecting someone you don't like, is there?" Lin Yun retorted, feeling puzzled, "But she hasn't even declared her feelings for you, has she?" Suyi explained, "In that case, there's no rejection. I just informed her that I already have someone I like." Lin Yun persisted, "But you should have noticed by now that Miao likes you. Even if you want to reject her, couldn't you do it more tactfully?" Suyi countered, "So, do you think I should wait for her confession before rejecting her? Or should I leave her with some hope, deliberately stringing her along?" Ling Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. Upon detecting Ding Miao's subtle intentions, Suyi promptly rejected her. While this might seem heartless, it would have been worse to lead her on or reject her after she had fallen deeper. At least after being turned down today, Ding Miao only scolded Suyi a little and didn't end up heartbroken. Lin Yun fell silent for a while before asking, "Do you like Yu Huiyan or Ren Lanyu?" Suyi replied, "I like both." Lin Yun teased, "Playbo, if I record what you just said and send it to them, you'll be in trouble." Lin Yun, for some reason, felt relieved after posing this question to Suyi, though she regretted it immediately. If Suyi replied that he liked her, things could get awkward. Suyi nonchalantly said, "Go ahead and send it to them. Both of them are good-looking. Everyone desires beauty." Suyi's words reflected his intuition from years of interacting with women. He sensed that if he were to tell Lin Yun something like "I like you" at that moment, they might never see each other again. More importantly, he hadn't figured out yet what he truly felt for Lin Yun. Undeniably, her face was too familiar. Every time he was with her, even in silence, his heart felt inexplicably calm and secure. But was he pining for the past or genuinely fond of the living, breathing person in front of him? This question had plagued Suyi for many years, but each time in the past, things just fell into place naturally, as if that reincarnated person was destined to be with him. This time, however, it felt different. As they were neighbors, there was no need for sentimental farewells. Upon arriving at Lin Yun's doorstep, Suyi bid goodbye and headed back home. At this time, old Lin was still asleep, but the house lights were on, waiting for Lin Yun's return. Elderly folks were light sleepers at night, and when someone did not return home, they always worried, especially if it was a girl like Lin Yun. Upon hearing the commotion outside, old Lin opened the door, and upon seeing Suyi accompanying Lin Yun back, a smile crept on his face. Although he hadn't spent much time with Suyi, he felt an inexplicable closeness to him, considering him a good person. Suyi watched Lin Yun enter the yard and exchange greetings with old Lin before heading home. His home was equipped with various electrical appliances, and Suyi spent the night exploring their functions and searching online for more information about them. After familiarizing himself with the appliances, Suyi marveled at the rapid progress of human civilization. From the refrigerator to the television to the massage chair and mattress, Suyi quickly got the hang of it all, except for the computer. It wasn't until dawn that Suyi returned to the yard and took a short nap on the rocking chair under the sycamore tree. Su Diandian then walked in with a bowl of noodles. "Do you want to eat noodles, Suyi?" There wasn't much broth left in the noodles in Su Diandian's bowl, but she was enjoying them nevertheless. Suyi sat up, glanced at her bowl, which was almost empty, and cut into small pieces. "I want to eat. Give me some." Suyi reached out his hand. Su Diandian hesitated for a moment, glanced at her bowl of noodles, then at Suyi, and said, "These are what I've eaten." Suyi asked, "Do you have any left? Cook it yourself, you lazy pig." Su Diandian finished the noodles in her bowl in a few bites, then asked Suyi, "Do you not have any noodles at your house?" Suyi has lived for so many years and has never seen a kid like Su Diandi, who is simply as annoying as he is. "Suyi Jeej, do you have a mother?" "Why haven't I seen your mother?" Suyi swore that Su Diandi was truly annoying. "Grandpa said my mom is coming back today." Su Diandi held her bowl and finally shared with Suyi what she wanted to share. She came over mainly to tell Suyi about this. "I know your mother." After Suyi said this, he started thinking that Su Diandi called him Jeej while he called John Tingting. Yeah, the generation seemed a bit mixed up. But when really considering the generation, it seemed difficult to keep track. "You're lying. You haven't even seen my mom." Su Diandi stared, not believing what Suyi said. Suyi did not continue discussing this matter with Su Diandi, but got up and walked towards the kitchen. Su Diandi followed Suyi, curiously asking, "Suyi Jeej, where are you going?" "To make noodles." There were no ready-made noodles at Suyi's house, so if you wanted to eat them, you had to make them yourself. Of course, the simplest way was to go to the convenience store or supermarket to buy a bag of noodles, but Suyi preferred to make them himself. There was some flour at home, as well as eggs. Suyi cracked 2 eggs, added some water to the flour, and began kneading the dough. "Suyi Jeej, what are you doing?" Su Diandi looked at Suyi kneading the dough, unable to imagine that noodles could be made this way with her young mind. "Are you stupid? I already said, I'm making noodles," Suyi said as he kneaded the dough. "You're so silly. If your mom sees you like this, she might spank you." At that moment, Lao Zhang called out to Su Diandi from outside, and after hearing him, Su Diandi stuck her tongue out at Suyi and said, "You're silly. You're the silly pig, Suyi Jeej." Then, she ran out hastily, stumbling along the way, and Suyi was a bit worried this annoying kid might fall. If she did fall, this cute kid would surely cry for a long time. After Su Diandi left, Suyi continued to knead his dough. Noodles have a history of over 4,000 years, and due to differences in how they are made, flavored, and cut, there are thousands of varieties across the country. Suyi had traveled far and wide, and had tried noodles from all over. After kneading the dough, Suyi checked the ingredients in the fridge and decided to make 2 bowls of yanchun noodles to taste. Yanchun noodles, also known as clear broth noodles, originated during the time of the first emperor of Qin. He unified weights and measures, and, after shifting the calendar to match the Zia calendar, which considered October as the first month, This month was referred to as Showdown. Each bowl of noodles sold for 10 copper coins. This term was later adopted in Suzhou dialect, where Yanshan translates to 10, hence the name of the noodles. Yanshan noodles traditionally required a rich broth, but Suyi used plain hot water instead. With 3 green onions, a spoonful of lard, the resultant scallion oil was already incredibly aromatic. While Suyi was cooking noodles, a guest arrived in the yard. Bai Miao Miao had come early in the morning. Suyi didn't go out to greet her, instead cooking the noodles on his own. Bai Miao Miao wasn't one to stand on ceremony, so she walked up to the kitchen door and knocked. Suyi, are you making breakfast? Yes. Have you eaten? Suyi glanced at Bai Miao Miao. This girl had wanted him to be her son-in-law from their first meeting. Later, although she had once paid him 1,000 yuan for a meal invitation, they hadn't been in contact for a few days. Suyi was also thinking about when he could take on another job. Having both meals and money. Could this be what they called an easy life? After living for so many years, this job was the most relaxed. Bai Miao Miao praised Suyi and said, I don't eat anything in the morning. Then I won't cook for you. Suyi was straightforward and only made to Liang of noodles. Eating too much of this kind of food wouldn't be good. To Liang was just right. Suyi lifted the noodles, placed 3 blanched bok choy leaves on top, poured a spoonful of scallion oil over, added the seasoning, and a bowl of Yanshan noodles was made. When he served it, Bai Miao Miao peeked into his bowl. The noodles were firm and smooth, the light so broth clear, floating with golden oil droplets and spakes of green minced garlic, emitting a fragrant smell. She couldn't help but salivate secretly. Suyi gave her a deep look, then turned to grab chopsticks and mixed the seasoning evenly before handing her half the noodles and soup. I don't, thank you, let me taste it. Bai Miao Miao wanted to refuse, but found herself saying thank you as she looked at the noodles in her bowl, and involuntarily reached for the chopsticks. Even though it was just a simple bowl of noodles, Bai Miao Miao felt an inexplicable pull that made her unable to resist. Suyi clicked his tongue. These guests who initially claimed they didn't eat were the most troublesome. He took the noodles and sat under a wadon tree. There was a stone bench and table under this tree, and if it wasn't crowded, Suyi liked to eat under this tree. Bai Miao Miao followed him, holding the bowl, and sat across from him under the tree. If there's something to discuss, we can do it after the meal, Suyi said before starting to eat the noodles. With not a lot to begin with and having shared half with Bai Miao Miao, Suyi cleaned his bowl in a few bites and finished all the broth. Bai Miao Miao didn't hesitate either, picking up some noodles to eat. With her first bite, she couldn't contain herself. The noodles were chewy, smooth, and refreshing, tender and delicious with the fragrant scallion oil. Eating a bite of noodles followed by a sip of soup, she felt warm all over, lingering flavors in her mouth. Although it was just a seemingly ordinary bowl of noodles, Bai Miao Miao felt an illusion that this might just be the most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. Terrifying. Why did she have this strange illusion? Bai Miao Miao had tasted many delicacies, yet a simple bowl of plain noodles conquered her taste buds. She tried to convince herself in her mind that she had eaten too many delicacies in her daily life, and suddenly eating such plain and light noodles just felt fresh. Soon, Bai Miao Miao's bowl was completely clean, not a drop of broth left. Suyi understood what was happening. The process of kneading the dough had already made these noodles extraordinary. Yet, because Bai Miao Miao wasn't a cultivator, she couldn't sense the fragments of the dough hidden within the noodles. If it was a great god from the ancient times, eating these noodles would probably lead to a breakthrough. For ordinary people, eating these noodles only brought a sense of bliss and satisfaction. Suyi suddenly realized he might have made a mistake. Would this woman now show up at meal times to mooch meals from him? That would be really terrible. Breakfast was quickly resolved. After setting down his bowls and chopsticks, Suyi looked at Bai Miao Miao and asked, "Did you come looking for me for something? Coming so early in the morning, it must be for a reason." Suyi couldn't believe that Bai Miao Miao specifically came over just to mooch off of him. "Come eat with me tonight. 1,000 yuan, Bai Miao Miao said. "We agreed on this before." "Of course, no problem." How could Suyi refuse such a comfortable job? Bai Miao Miao didn't expect Suyi to be so straightforward. She added, "But this time, you have to help me deal with some people. Can't be like last time, where you just confessed everything to my dad." "No problem, taking people's money, solving people's problems," Suyi said while clearing the tableware. "But what do you mean by solve? Want to buy someone's life for 1,000 yuan? Nowadays, human life seems too cheap." Bai Meow Meow twitched her mouth and said, "Who said anything about buying a life? It's just a blind date. You have to make him feel ashamed, not daring to get close to me. You're really making adults worrying." So Yi finished cleaning up the tableware and headed towards the kitchen. "Isn't blind dating a good thing? I'm ruining someone's marriage fate. I'll go to hell after I die." "Nonsense about marriage fate. I don't want to get married. The thing I fear most in this life is blind dates." Bai Meow Meow followed Su Yi and said, "Are you going to help or not? Don't just sit there eating, not doing anything. How did you think of me for this? Can't you find someone else?" Su Yi really missed his idiot apprentice at this moment. At least with her around, Su Yi wouldn't have to wash dishes. Bai Meow Meow said, "I just feel like my grandfather sees something in you, that you have some skills. Most importantly, you're not interested in me." Bai Meow Meow seemed somewhat melancholic as she spoke. Even though she didn't want to get married and didn't like being bothered, being rejected ruthlessly twice by someone she sought to marry was quite a blow to her pride. Helping her as a shield couldn't be entrusted to just anyone, lest they take it too seriously and make the situation difficult for her. "Who said I'm not interested in you?" Su Yi glanced at Bai Meow Meow. "You look good, with a good figure. If it's meant to be, then perhaps I can accept. HMPH. How old are you? You still want to fool around?" Bai Meow Meow spat out. "Don't even think about it. I'll ask you again. Will you help me?" "I will. With an added fee," Su Yi said. 2,000 teal. Su Yi was already bored, with food to eat, money to earn, and this interesting task of making someone feel ashamed. Why would he refuse? Bai Meow Meow blinked and asked, "Can you paint?" "Taint?" Su Yi couldn't help but think of that art exhibition again, right? The blind date is with Liu Hanyun's son, a master of traditional Chinese painting. Bai Meow Meow said, "If you're good at painting and can outshine him in his best field, that would be great. If not, it's fine. We won't compete in painting, but in drinking." Bai Meow Meow was most impressed by Su Yi's capacity for alcohol. If Su Yi agreed to help, challenging her blind date to a drinking competition would be a surefire tactic. As long as he dared to drink, the game would be over. Su Yi's tolerance for alcohol was extraordinary. "I know a little about painting." Su Yi often wrote characters more than he painted. "A little is enough. Let's just challenge him to a drinking match." Bai Meow Meow had a plan in mind. Even if Su Yi didn't know how to paint, that didn't matter. "Even if you don't know how to paint, we'll just outdrink him." Seeing Bai Meow Meow, Su Yi couldn't help but think of that art exhibition. "You don't want me to go with you to see Liu Hanyun's art exhibition, do you? Shouldn't dinner be in the evening? Why did you seek me out so early?" Bai Meow Meow said, "Don't you need to change your clothes? Let me take you to buy a new outfit, my treat." "No need. I think this outfit is fine," Su Yi replied. His current attire was something he picked up after coming down from the mountain, and he considered it quite decent. He didn't even need to wash his clothes. With a thought, the dirt and stains disappeared, always leaving his clothes clean. "Let's buy a new one. Your current outfit looks a bit ordinary," Bai Meow Meow suggested. "Since you're accompanying me for dinner, you should at least look very refined." "I don't understand your idea of refinement," Su Yi said, putting away the wash tableware. He never believed that a person's worth should rely on their clothing. Seeing Su Yi washing dishes, Bai Meow Meow, despite seeking his assistance in matters of love, found him embodying an effortless refinement. Off the mark. A normal man won't refuse Bai Meow Meow's request for a son-in-law. Although Bai Meow Meow was not young anymore, at 26, she had figure, looks, and a successful career, not to mention her self-perceived star quality. But Su Yi still turned her down. "All right, no need to buy." Bai Meow Meow thought for a moment. Su Yi could hold his liquor, and his outfit didn't matter. Even if Su Yi showed up in beggar's clothes, it could be considered performance art if she introduced him as her friend. Su Yi could feel that the spiritual energy in Qingzhou City was a bit off. It was likely due to his small gathering formation that would attract the attention of many cultivators. Just as he was considering visiting the Qingshan bookstore, Yi Shouwan walked into the courtyard carrying groceries. Su Yi finished cleaning the kitchen and stepped out when he heard Yi Shouwan call out, "Master, I bought some groceries. Do you want to make lunch?" Bai Meow Meow followed Su Yi out of the kitchen, and when her eyes met Yi Shouwan's, the air seemed to freeze. "Master, father," Bai Meow Meow suddenly realized that something was wrong here. Yi Xiaxuan running over so early, shouting "Master, father," if it wasn't Su Yi, then who could it be? Su Yi remained silent, Bai Miao stared at Yi Shaoxuan, her face full of confusion, mixed with a hint of shock. Before this, she had built a group with Yi Shaoxuan and Yu Huiyan. Although they didn't chat much in the group, in Bai Miao's understanding, among the three of them, Yu Huiyan and Su Yi should have had more contact. As for Yi Shaoxuan, hadn't she not even seen Su Yi in person? Why are you here? Yi Shaoxuan and Bai Miao were at odds, the smile on her face just now suddenly turning cold. Su Yi liked Lin Yan. That went without saying. As his disciple, she had no right to say anything. However, for another woman to run to her master's house so early, possibly even last night, was intolerable. I naturally have something to discuss with Su Yi. Bai Miao raised an eyebrow, realizing things weren't that simple. Yi Shaoxuan's proficiency in medical skills among the younger generation was top-notch. She called Su Yi master. Did that mean, apart from his astonishing alcohol capacity, Su Yi was also skilled in medicine? If that was really the case, it explained why the elders at home valued Su Yi so much. A young divine doctor was indeed worth winning over. Master, what does she want? Yi Shaoxuan didn't need to pretend to be Su Yi's cousin in front of Bai Miao. Even if she did, with Bai Miao's intelligence, she naturally wouldn't believe it. Su Yi said, she invited me for dinner. Don't go. I'll treat you to dinner. Yi Shaoxuan didn't want other women near her master. She gave money and invited me to dinner. Why wouldn't I go? Su Yi said. She gave however much, I'll double it. Yi Shaoxuan pouted. How could a master take money from his disciple? Besides, I've already agreed to her invitation. I can't go back on my word. Su Yi furrowed his brows. Oh, fine. Yi Shaoxuan pouted, a bit unwilling, but quickly reacted, her eyes shining. Then I can also go with you. No problem if I eat whatever food. I'll pay for it myself. Yi Shaoxuan really couldn't understand why Su Yi, who wasn't short of money, had to agree to have dinner with Bai Miao. Did her master fall for Bai Miao's seduction? Pa, this old woman's breasts would sag in a few years. Her figure would deteriorate, right? Su Yi had no idea that Yi Shaoxuan would think so much. He said, we're also going to Liu Hongyun's charity event at night. Aren't you going to? HMPH. Yi Shaoxuan sneered at Bai Miao. The food at the event is free. Can that be considered treating my master to dinner? I have a ticket here. No need to go with you. Bai Miao huffed. Your master has agreed to help me solve my blind date. This afternoon, of course. He'll go with me. Yi Shaoxuan paused, leaned over to Su Yi's side, and whispered, Master, don't forget, we made arrangements to meet the future mistress. Are you sure you want to go with this woman and even help her with her blind date? Aren't you afraid the future mistress will misunderstand? What's there to misunderstand? A gentleman has nothing to hide. There's nothing between us, just eating dinner. Su Yi was genuinely open-minded. He and Lin Yan were not yet a couple, so what did he have to fear of being misunderstood? Yes, of course, you're a gentleman, I'm the villain. Master, go ahead if you want to. Can I, as your disciple, stop you? Yi Shaoxuan was naturally dissatisfied. Was Su Yi short of money? No. He wasn't. Yet he agreed to have dinner with another woman. Wasn't that just because she was good-looking, tempting his desires? Most importantly, Bai Miao had a seductive look with such a large chest, she could easily entice anyone at first glance. Why did this old woman have to find someone to act as a shield? Why choose Su Yi? What ulterior motive was she harboring? For a moment, Yi Shaoxuan's gaze towards Bai Miao became increasingly unfavorable. Such an age, yet still pursuing younger partners, shameless. Bai Miao could clearly feel the resentment emanating from someone. She smiled slightly and glanced at the vegetables in Yi Shaoxuan's hand, asking, Xuan, why did you become Su Yi's disciple? And bringing vegetables so early here? Yi Shaoxuan sneered, do I need to report to you when I come to my master's house to eat? But Bai's here so early. Did you sleep here last night? Su Yi gave Yi Shaoxuan a deep look, and Yi Shaoxuan immediately closed her mouth, not daring to speak further but turned her head away, also showing her defiance. Being an adult, Bai Miao wouldn't blush and get flustered from such provocation. She didn't show a hint of a smile, saying, why do I smell a hint of jealousy? Yi Shaoxuan's face went off for a moment, but she still glared at Bai Miao, saying, do you have a problem with your nose? Do you want me to take a look at it? She even set down the vegetables and took out a thin silver needle. After exchanging one more look with Yi Shaoxuan, Bai Miao Miao could clearly see the strong intent of threat in her eyes. I think it's unnecessary. Bai Miao Miao realized she had touched a nerve. She didn't really believe Yi Xiaoxuan would do anything to her, but when a rabbit gets anxious, it bites. If she continued, inciting Yi Xiaoxuan could lead to unpleasant consequences, which was not good. Su Yi calmly said, "All right, Xuan. Put the vegetables in the refrigerator. We'll go to the shop." Okay. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't want to continue arguing with Bai Miao Miao on this topic and walked into the house after picking up the vegetables. After Yi Xiaoxuan had gone inside, Bai Miao Miao spoke, "Su Yi, your disciple is quite obedient. I wonder what you've been teaching her." Su Yi didn't answer her, his gaze coldly fixed on Bai Miao Miao. Bai Miao Miao suddenly felt a bit panicked. The pressure around her seemed to increase, making her feel uneasy. Su Yi raised his eyelids, turned around, and said, "Forget it. I won't meddle in the matters between you girls. Just don't bully her." Bai Miao Miao almost cried. When did she ever bully Yi Xiaoxuan? It was Yi Xiaoxuan who took out such a long silver needle, who would court death by bullying her. Su Yi didn't say much more. Although he had a good temper, he was somewhat protective. The insinuation Bai Miao Miao made with her vinegar comment seemed to suggest an affair between them as master and disciple, which felt like an insult. Yi Xiaoxuan was his disciple, and to her, matters of purity were more important than life itself. Su Yi wouldn't tolerate anyone bullying his disciple. After Yi Xiaoxuan entered the room, she could actually hear what Su Yi and the others were saying. After all, she had achieved a great level of cultivation, and her hearing had improved significantly. The words Su Yi spoke were very helpful to her, proving that he was indeed her master and ultimately stood by her side. Hey. Yi Xiaoxuan was originally a bit frustrated, but upon hearing the words Su Yi said to Bai Miao Miao, she instantly calmed down. Moreover, just now when Su Yi asked her to bring the dishes into the house, he called her Juan, right? As she put the vegetables away, she chuckled to herself, enjoying this nickname. "Master, shall we eat at home for lunch?" When Yi Xiaoxuan ate at home, it was a very dull meal as her parents were busy and her grandfather usually only asked about her studies. But when she ate with Su Yi's family, it was different. She even had a bit of interest in that little girl opposite, named Subayandian, right? Su Yi said, "Come back and cook. There's a lot of food. It would be a waste not to eat." Elderly people generally have a trait, that is, being frugal. It's not about rich or poor, but making sure to finish all the food available without wasting a single grain, so if there are leftovers at home, they must be eaten completely. Yi Xiaoxuan excitedly said, "Great. Shall we go to the store now?" Su Yi said, "I'll go. Don't you need to see Law Lin?" "Oh. Okay. Then I'll prepare the food in a while, you come back and cook." Yi Xiaoxuan's reason for going to Su Yi's house early in the morning was actually to assist Lao Lin with medical treatment, and this was the task Su Yi assigned to her, something she couldn't refuse. At this moment, Bai Miao Miao said, "Where are you going? I can drive you there." "No need." After Su Yi finished speaking, he walked out to the yard, and at that moment, Lin Yun came out riding a bike. It was not a coincidence, as Su Yi could still hear footsteps from the next yard. His ears were more sensitive than a street dog's. Lin Yun looked at Su Yi somewhat curiously and asked, "Are you going to school?" "Of course, I am a good student." Lin Yun sneered at the notion of Su Yi being a good student, but still asked, "Shall we go together?" "Let's go." Su Yi naturally got on the bike. He had promised Bai Miao Miao to have dinner together in the evening, but it is morning now, and as a student, he should be attending classes. In Su Yi's yard, Yi Xiaoxuan and Bai Miao Miao watched as Su Yi rode Lin Yun's battery bike and left. Yi Xiaoxuan pouted for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. She glanced at Bai Miao Miao and said, "Miss Bai, my master has left. Why are you still here? Are you here to see a doctor?" Bai Miao Miao cleared her throat and said, Juan, I don't think I've offended you before, right?" Yi Xiaoxuan replied, "No, but we're not exactly close, are we?" Bai Miao Miao understood how she had provoked Yi Xiaoxuan and was straightforward, saying, Juan, let me be frank. I asked Su Yi for help because I previously asked him to be my husband, and he refused. So, I feel more at ease asking him for help." "What? You asked my master to be your husband?" Yi Xiaoxuan was shocked. Bai Miao Miao was a bit too forthright. Bai Miao Miao continued, "My elders asked me to find Su Yi before. You know about that, right? You were also called by our elders, right?" I didn't want to get married initially, but the pressure from my family was intense. I thought Suyi was arranged as a blind date for me, so I planned to marry him, but he declined. Now, he's the only person I trust. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't say anything. What Bai Miaomia said was the truth. At the beginning, she also thought Suyi was a blind date match, but later her grandfather told her that there was no chance of Suyi being interested in her. She was frustrated for a long time back then. Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't help asking, "Is your family pressuring you that much?" Bai Miaomia smiled bitterly. "You'll understand when you reach my age without a partner." I'd rather not understand. The thought of her family constantly pressuring her to get married or go on blind dates made Yi Xiaoxuan shudder. It was terrifying. Bai Miaomia took a deep breath and said, "So you can rest assured, I have no special feelings for Suyi." Yi Xiaoxuan rolled her eyes. "You don't need to tell me all this." Bai Miaomia smiled and didn't say much. Women understood women best. Perhaps Suyi couldn't see through Yi Xiaoxuan's little thoughts, but she could see them clearly. "Can I have a casual meal at your master's place for lunch today? No one is stopping you." Yi Xiaoxuan realized she might have been overly sensitive, and her behavior just now resembled a jealous wife arguing over trifles. Bai Miaomia had no intention of leaving, although she had no romantic feelings towards Suyi. She could tell Suyi was extraordinary just from Yi Xiaoxuan's act of accepting him as a master, and since she had nothing else planned for the day, recalling the half bowl of noodles she had earlier and the fact that Suyi would be cooking for lunch, Bai Miaomia felt reluctant to leave. Yi Xiaoxuan hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked, "Can you cook?" White Bai Miaomia raised an eyebrow and countered, "Are you trying to tell me you can't cook?" It was a reasonable argument, and Bai Miaomia couldn't refute it. "Do you have an electric cooker at home?" "Yes." "Then it's simple, right? Don't look at me like that. Teach me if you want to have lunch here. Even if you don't know, can't you just search on Baidu? Besides, there are instruction manuals." Yi Xiaoxuan suddenly felt insulted by her own intelligence and asked blankly, "Do you want to teach me or not?" Bai Miaomia could only explain how to use the electric pot. So simple. Yi Xiaoxuan finally understood why Suyi had looked at her as if she were an idiot before. It was embarrassing. Suyi had no idea that the intelligence of a certain disciple in his home was being ruthlessly rubbed on the ground. When he arrived at the school, he found many cultivators had gathered on the grounds. Despite their low cultivation levels, without anyone achieving the nascent soul stage, they were undoubtedly drawn by his spirit-gathering array. Suyi didn't like being disturbed. If these people were wandering around the bookstore for no reason, wouldn't that be troublesome? He couldn't possibly kill them all. After parting ways with Lin Yun, Suyi didn't go directly to class, but headed straight to the bookstore. The store was closed at this time, but inside, there were unexpected guests, and not just one. In the Qingshan bookstore, a young man wearing Zhongshan suit and a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s faced off. The young man had a stern expression, staring fixedly at the middle-aged man in front of him, and asked expressionlessly, as a cultivator, infiltrating someone else's place in broad daylight, "What is your intention?" The middle-aged man sneered twice and said, "The spiritual energy in Qingzhou, surging, especially at Qingzhou University. Now, cultivators from all over the world are gathering here. I'm just here to find my incompetent disciple. I haven't harmed ordinary people. Isn't your 13 departments being a bit too broad in your oversight?" The young man said coldly, "Since the founding of the country, there has been an agreement that cultivators must not interfere in worldly matters, let alone harm others without cause. Now that cultivators are appearing in large numbers in Qingzhou, we, the 13 departments, have to take action. If the seniors are willing to abide by the rules, please leave now. If you are truly looking for someone, you should wait for the owner to arrive before coming back. HMPH. You think the 13 departments can oversee the entire cultivation world?" The old man's eyes gleamed, his aura surging, forcing the young man to step back repeatedly. The young man snorted and angrily asked, "Are you trying to bully us with your power? In the world of cultivation, the strong are respected, so what if I bully you? If your leader comes in person, I might give him some face. How dare a brat like you shout at me? Get lost." The middle-aged man was ready to make a move. Originally, Suyi wanted to wait for them to finish before entering, but listening to their conversation, the young man seemed to be in charge of managing cultivators and maintaining order, social stability and prosperity. This kind of environment is quite good. Suyi approached and pushed open the door directly. The bookstore's door was an antique wooden door, already unlocked, so he didn't need to open it. Creak. The door opened, and the two people inside the room looked at Suyi in unison. They hadn't noticed anyone approaching. After entering the room, Suyi pretended to be surprised and asked, "What are you doing in my shop?" The two inside the room concealed their auras and appraised Suyi, an ordinary person with no cultivation. The middle-aged man remained calm and casually said, "When I passed by, I saw the door of your bookstore wasn't locked. I thought there might be someone inside, so I came in to read a couple of books. It must be that I forgot to lock the door when I left last night." Suyi didn't really care about getting involved with these cultivators. He wanted to live a normal life, but in his eyes, what's the difference between these cultivators and ordinary people? It's just better to keep a low profile to avoid being bothered by too many people. The young man asked, "Are you the owner of the bookstore?" Suyi shook his head and said, "I just work here. My boss isn't around." The young man thought for a moment and handed a seemingly ordinary business card to Suyi. "If you encounter any trouble recently, you can call me." Suyi took the card and saw it belonged to Wu Wen's, Deputy Director of the Education Bureau on Zufu Road. "Director Wu, hello." Suyi put away the card, thinking about what kind of official title this was. It sounded quite impressive. Wu Wen's nodded slightly, glanced at the middle-aged man, and asked, "Mr. Wang, do you still want to read here?" The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and asked Suyi, "Young man, do you know Wang Zhu?" Suyi replied, "I know him. He worked here a few days ago and got into a fight at a bar and got arrested." "Arrested?" The middle-aged man's face turned dark. Wang Zhu was his personal disciple, whom he had sent to Qingzhou to join Wang Lin. If Wang Zhu could have a good relationship with Wang Lin's granddaughter, it would be the best. But now he got into trouble in Qingzhou. Wang Lin had no reason not to intervene. Middle-aged man stared at Wu Wen's hand and asked coldly, "What did you do?" "Our people didn't arrive until 2 days ago," Wu Wen said. "If he was arrested by the police, it's not related to our department." "So, my disciple was arrested by the police." The middle-aged man squinted. "Isn't it normal?" Wu Wen asked in return. This sentence made the middle-aged man feel insulted, not because the police were not capable, but because Wang Zhu, at least a cultivator, got involved in a fight and was caught by ordinary policemen. It was embarrassing. "Where was Wang Zhu detained?" asked the middle-aged man. "Chengxi police station." Suyi confirmed that these two men hadn't noticed the gathering array on the wooden table. After all, the array he drew was a bit too advanced for these cultivators. Only then the middle-aged man asked Wu Wen's, "Director Wu, could you please help me get my incompetent disciple out?" Wu Wen sternly said, "It's the duty of every citizen to abide by the law. If the emperor breaks the law, he shares the same guilt as the common people. Even our office has no special privileges." "All right, I'll handle it myself." The middle-aged man probably also sensed Wu Wen's temperament and didn't say much. He and Yilin were longtime friends. His disciple came to join Yilin. Now that Wang Zhu had trouble in Qingzhou, Yilin had no reason not to intervene. After Wu Wen's left, the middle-aged man sat opposite Suyi and asked, "Young man, I am Wang Degui. You can call me Uncle Degui. Can I ask if the owner of this shop is Yilin's granddaughter?" "Uncle Degui." Suyi raised his eyebrows slightly. Wang Degui was not an unusual name. There were many Wangs. He was simply a bit wealthier with this name. However, asking Suyi to call him Uncle Degui was a bit too much. "The owner of this shop is called Yijak Suan." "What's the matter?" "Exactly. She is the granddaughter of my old friend." Wang Degui grinned. "So, young man, what does your boss look like?" "What does the boss look like?" Suyi just observed Wang Degui's expression and appearance. Although his hair doesn't seem to have turned white yet, the yellow and stained teeth along with his sleazy smile may Suyi have a bad impression of him. Normally, Suyi doesn't judge people by their appearance, but when Wang Degui asked him about how his apprentice looks, he had already judged him by his appearance, clearly wanting Wang Zhu to hook up with Yishak Suan. First of all, Suyi hasn't taken a liking to Wang Zhu yet, and as for Yishak Suan marrying someone, it definitely has to go through the approval of her master. This prospective son-in-law, Suyi also hasn't taken a liking to. "She's extremely ugly," Suyi said in a gossipy tone. "She looks somewhat decent with makeup on a regular day, but when I saw her without makeup, she scared me." "Whoa." Wang Degui gasped and said, "I've heard that nowadays, these girls' makeup skills are touted as one of the 4 great evil arts. Hearing you say this today seems like it's true." Suyi nodded, indicating he agreed. Wang Degui suddenly realized that he was chatting quite well with Suyi, smacking his lips and asked, "Young man, do you know how my apprentice feels about that girl from the Yi family? Has he been deceived?" Suyi replied, "I don't know about that. I haven't had much contact with your apprentice." Wang Degui shook his head. "I assume he's been deceived. That kid is very naive, just coming out from the mountains. How would he know about the dangers of the world? In the past, beautiful women were the best at deceiving people. Now even ugly women with makeup can still deceive. Luckily you told me the truth today." Of course, Suyi smiled. Strictly speaking, even though his disciple couldn't be described as stunning, he wasn't too bad either. Even if he wanted to find a son-in-law, at least he should come from a comparable background. But Suyi didn't particularly like this Wang Zhu kid. Wang Degui slowly stood up and said, "I won't talk about other things for now. As for this shop, I will buy it tomorrow. You can continue working here. I find you quite agreeable." Suyi looked at Wang Degui with some surprise. This guy was actually planning to buy his bookstore. Anyway, Yishaxuan wouldn't sell, so there was no need to pay attention. After finishing speaking, Wang Degui left the bookstore with folded hands. And thus, the bookstore was left with only Suyi. He closed the door, went up to the second floor, and brought down the brushes and ink. The array he previously drew seemed a bit out of place for this era. Maybe he should change it. Suyi sat at the oak table, placed his right hand on the table, lightly wiped away the previous array he drew. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the world rapidly dissipated, and the originally awakening dragon veins gradually fell back into slumber. All the immortal cultivators in China were baffled. What had happened? Wasn't the spiritual energy supposed to be restored? Yet within a few days, it fell silent again. Mourning and wailing could be heard everywhere. If there had never been the revival of spiritual energy before, the cultivators might have taken it in stride. But just a moment ago, the spiritual energy was so abundant, and in the next instant, they could feel the dissipation around them. It was like a pauper winning 500,000, unable to enjoy it before getting robbed in the next lane. Such drastic shifts in fortune were the most unbearable. Inside the bookstore, Suyi didn't feel much, as the abundance or lack of spiritual energy didn't affect him in the least. The main thing was to provide his disciple with a place for cultivation. Wiping away the previous array, Suyi dipped his brush in ink and started drawing again. He wasn't an immortal cultivator himself, and rarely drew arrays like this, but his understanding of the Tao had long surpassed anyone else. Each stroke could command the power of heaven and earth. His array was drawn swiftly, and as it completed, a myriad of lights appeared in the sky above Qingzhou City, resembling the ascension of immortals. Water started to glisten, murky substances in the water disappeared, and dried trees sprouted with tender shoots, all facing towards Qingzhou direction. The cultivators couldn't help but shed tears of joy as the dissipated spiritual energy gathered once again. After finishing his array, Suyi carefully sensed the surrounding spiritual energy. It seemed similar to before. He had used the simplest technique he can array. "No good, redo it," Suyi said as he wiped off the newly drawn array. The smiles on the cultivators' faces gradually froze. What happened again? How did it dissipate again? Suyi pondered for a moment and realized that if he gathered all the spiritual energy at the bookstore, more people were bound to be attracted, which would be troublesome. Forget it. I'll draw a better one to prevent them from flocking here. Suyi got a bit carried away at this point, completely forgetting what he had told himself before, not to change the world's balance based on personal preferences. He wandered to the second floor, rummaged around but couldn't find the cinnabar, so after going downstairs, he hesitated, extended his left index finger, and a drop of crimson blood dripped onto the inkstone. The plain inkstone suddenly emitted a faint golden light, and the ink in the inkstone turned a light golden color. Suyi dipped his brush in the ink and drew once more. As the brush stroke landed, the spiritual energy in the world surged like a floodgate had opened. With the bookstore at its center, numerous plants suddenly sprouted. Even some buildings began to crack as towering trees grew from the ground. Students in class were frightened and ran out of the classroom. Fortunately, it would take some time for these trees to break through the cement of the buildings. Thus, building collapses were rare. Suyi immersed himself fully in the array. When he completed his array once more, famous rivers, mountains, and forests globally seemed to come alive from their slumber. Some sects' mountain gates were particularly terrifying. The thousands of years old spirit medicine revived. Dry spiritual veins burst forth with even more fearsome spiritual energy. and the long-dormant treasure of the sex awoke once more. On Kingyun Mountain, an old celestial suddenly opened his eyes, turning to his old friend saying, "The spiritual energy is more abundant than the last time by at least tenfold. Could this be the beginning of a new era of cultivation?" The old man beside him smiled bitterly. "What use is abundant spiritual energy? The world lacks proper cultivation methods. Difficult to find even one complete technique beyond the Yuan infant realm. With this sudden change in the world, some ordinary people might begin eliciting spiritual roots. If left unregulated, the world might fall into chaos." The old celestial sighed, saying, "Blessing or calamity. Let the disciples go down the mountain. If it's truly chaotic, help them, but if it remains peaceful, return in a month." After finishing his array, Suyi hesitated for a moment, not daring to wash the brush. If this ink flowed into the river, who knows what kind of drastic changes it might bring. Placing the inkstone and brush back upstairs, Suyi was quite pleased with his cautiousness, yet when he pushed open the door, even he, usually composed and calm, couldn't help but smack his lips. Just a small array. Is it necessary to be this extravagant? Suyi actually doesn't have a very clear concept of how abundant spiritual energy is. For him, a place with abundant spiritual energy is just slightly more comfortable. Compared to the Jingling formation that Hanjun started with, the formation he just used was on a higher level, and he even used a drop of his own essence blood. At this moment, the trees of Qingzhou University have all grown taller, and wild grass and flowers have sprouted on the green stone slabs. "It probably won't have a huge impact," Suyi said as he looked at the scene in front of him, slightly sinking into contemplation. His formation raised the spiritual energy of the entire world. In terms of its impact on ordinary people, it might not be that significant. In the primordial times, with such abundant spiritual energy, humans who didn't cultivate were still weak. When spiritual energy is abundant, it means that everyone's living environment is the same. In this era, there aren't as many cultivation techniques as in the primordial times, and there are only a few immortal cultivation sects. Wanting to revive the immortal cultivation civilization is simply impossible. Back in the primordial times, there were many ancient gods and great demons, but now, those existences have all perished. Countless inheritances have been severed, so even if spiritual energy is 100 times more abundant, humans might only experience some improvement in their physique and live a few decades longer at most. Suyi couldn't help but sigh as he thought about it. He realized that he had been acting a bit recklessly. If he continued like this, in just a few hundred or 1,000 years, a complete system of immortal cultivation might reappear in this world. "I should go back and study the formation again, and create a truly small-scale Jingling formation," Suyi decided. After thoroughly researching the formation, he would have to erase the one he just used. He was already forcibly altering the course of human development. As it was still early, Suyi had initially planned to attend a class before going back home to cook. However, all the students had come out, and all classes had been suspended. Walking along the tree-lined streets of the university, Suyi noticed that the once neatly trimmed trees had become much lusher. Even the cement ground had sprouted wild grass. The students of Qingzhou University gathered in groups, discussing animatedly. "This must be the legendary revival of spiritual energy. Maybe we'll awaken some special abilities," one student said. Another replied, "Really? Do you feel stronger? Or have you already awakened some special ability?" Suyi couldn't help but smile upon hearing the students' discussions. Due to his actions, some minor changes had occurred in the world. However, even so, the average person's physique wouldn't change significantly in the short term. If spiritual energy was viewed as a kind of energy, ordinary people didn't even know how to harness this energy, so how could they have special abilities? It could only be said that living in such an environment for a long time would improve their health, and perhaps over an extended period, their bodies might absorb the spiritual energy instinctively, granting them some special abilities. The biggest beneficiaries is time, were probably the cultivators and some long-term cultivated monsters. So he hadn't walked far before meeting Wang Junlin and two other people. These three individuals were eagerly discussing the events of the day. Wang Junlin asked excitedly, "Suje, have you awakened any special abilities?" "Not really," Suyi replied. "Have you?" Wang Junlin responded seriously, "I haven't noticed anything yet, but I think I might have already awakened something. Perhaps I need a spell or a testing crystal ball." Suyi narrowed his eyes slightly. What was a testing crystal? Even in the primordial times, they didn't have such things. Yang Hui chimed in, the current situation does seem to match the scenario described in the spiritual energy revival. Suyi asked, what? The mention of this made Wang Junlin excited. He took out his phone, opened a reading app, and showed a passage from a book, saying, bro, don't you read these? A lot of them are written like this. According to the plot, before long, some monsters and monsters will appear, and we will also gain special abilities. Suyi took the phone and flipped through a few pages. The scenes described in the spiritual energy revival were indeed similar to the current situation, but as for what came next, unless Suyi kept a formation he had just drawn and let it stay in place for decades or centuries, such scenarios might appear. After returning the phone to Wang Junlin, Suyi decided that within a month, he would erase the formation. The peaceful society now was quite good, and there was no need to have so many cultivators just because of him, which might lead to turmoil again. How Suyi felt didn't really matter. It was destined to be an extraordinary day. He chatted with Wang Junlin and the others for a while before heading home. Apparently, there were no more classes in the afternoon, so he didn't need to go back to the university. Walking back to Wudong Street, he noticed that the old stone paths in the city center were also teeming with grass. The Wudong trees in his courtyard had grown significantly lusher. Along the way, Suyi saw many people clearing the recently grown wild grass and flowers. He believed that in a couple of days, everything would return to normal. He also knew that with today's technology, there were many ways to prevent weeds from growing on the roads. In a few days, these ordinary people should realize that they hadn't gained any special abilities and should resume their usual activities. Master, you're back. The yard suddenly sprouted many flowers, Yishaxuan said excitedly upon seeing Suyi. And this Wudong tree has grown many new leaves. Suyi replied, I saw it on my way back. By Miao Miao added, I've read the news. Similar situations are happening worldwide. I wonder what's going on. Suyi, the one who started it all, replied nonchalantly, I have no idea. Let's just cook. Yishiaxuan could clearly feel that the spiritual energy around them had increased. Following Suyi's cultivation methods, her progress had also quickened, but she didn't feel that anything was amiss. Perhaps she was just naturally talented, thanks to Suyi's good teachings. Little did she know that everything that was happening was all because Suyi wanted to create a small-scale Jingling formation for her. As Suyi was about to enter the kitchen, he heard John Ting's voice from behind. Zisu, Sister John, you're back. Have lunch at my place today. Suyi had already sensed John Ting's presence and turned to smile at Su Diandian. How about it? Should I introduce myself to your mom? Su Diandian, holding John Ting's hand, looked bewildered and then made a funny face at Suyi, asking, Big brother Suyi, are you going to kill little bunnies today? Indeed. Whether he knew her mom or not was never the key question for Suyi. Today, Suyi did not kill a rabbit because there were too many vegetables in the fridge and they wouldn't be able to finish another rabbit. Bai Miao Miao had met John Ting once before and knew she was a bar owner. After Suyi entered the kitchen, he chatted with her casually. Yishiaxuan followed Suyi into the kitchen and curiously asked, Master, is this Sister Ting Zudian's mother? Yes. Suyi calmly chopped vegetables and said, She used to be my boss, and she took good care of me. Yishiaxuan curiously asked, Master, you are so talented and wealthy. Why do you still have to work? One must stay busy, or life becomes dull, Suyi said. Have you learned the cultivation method I taught you? Yishiaxuan chuckled. Your disciple is talented and quick to learn. Suyi smiled but didn't say anything. He had taken on some disciples before, but Yishiaxuan was probably the slowest learner. Why are you laughing? I just find your reasoning sound. Why do I feel like that's not what you really think? Suyi had heated up the oil, added the vegetables to the pan and said, Your intuition is quite accurate. Yishiaxuan realized she was wrong. She shouldn't have asked her master such questions. If she was stupid, she should keep quiet. Suyi didn't say much to her and focused on cooking. Yishiaxuan didn't dare disturb her master anymore and quietly watched from the side. Didn't she say she wanted to learn to cook? Now was a perfect opportunity. When Suyi cooked, he inevitably entered a state of concentration, emanating subtle rules of the Tao. Yishiaxuan, who hadn't practiced cultivation before, couldn't sense these rules initially. But now, she felt mesmerized watching Suyi cook, as if something was tugging at her soul. Just by watching Suyi cook, the spiritual energy in Yishiaksuan's body became incredibly active. As Suyi finished the last dish, Yishiaksuan felt a slight sound emanating from the depths of her soul, and the qi in her body naturally gathered together, circulating through her organs and up to her forehead. Suyi glanced at her. Not long ago, he thought this disciple was slow, but in a short time, she had already condensed her spiritual energy into a virtual pill. Yishiaksuan quickly regained her senses, breathed out heavily, feeling something marvelous happening within her. Previously, her ability to manipulate qi was weak, but now, with just a thought, the qi would respond accordingly. If before, the qi flowing within her body was merely a form of energy, now it seemed to have completely melded with her, at her backhand call. Master, what just happened? Yishiaksuan looked at the countertop and saw that Suyi had already cooked 5 dishes. To her, it felt like centuries had passed in a blink of an eye, a strange and wonderful sensation, indeed. Suyi smiled. You've made a breakthrough. In cultivation terms, you've reached the realm of virtual pill. A breakthrough. Yishiaksuan found it unbelievable. She seemed to have done nothing, so how did she make a breakthrough? Bring out the dishes, it's time to eat, Suyi said, picking up 3 dishes and heading out of the kitchen. Yishiaksuan followed with the remaining 2 dishes, asking softly, Master, is it easy to reach the realm of virtual pill? It's quite simple, Suyi nodded. 3,000 years ago, an average cultivator might need around 50 years to progress from entering the body to forming a virtual pill. 50 years passed in a blink of an eye. Yishiaksuan had been with Suyi for only a few days, yet she had already become a cultivator in the virtual pill realm. Suyi didn't find this surprising. After all, she was his disciple. If others knew about Yishiaksuan's unique cultivation experience, they would probably seek Suyi as their master. After placing the dishes in the yard, Bai Miaomia and Zhang Ting had become familiar with each other. Su Diandian had pulled some flowers and plants from the yard to feed the rabbits. Apparently, she thought the rabbits were still too young to be cooked. Suyi set down the dishes and called over old Zhang and old Lin from the opposite and neighboring houses. It was just a matter of a few extra sets of bowls and chopsticks. Old Lin came over without any hesitation. In his eyes, Suyi could be considered a potential son-in-law, and if he pursued his granddaughter, he would definitely approve. Suyi discreetly observed old Lin and noticed his physical condition had improved considerably compared to a few days before. With the combination of the martial arts Suyi taught and Yishiaksuan's care, the old man's vitality had increased significantly. Suyi. Thank you. Zhang Ting raised her glass of juice to him. Although she wasn't considered wealthy before, she had her own properties and business as a bar owner. She never imagined she would survive a difficult time because of a bartender working in her bar. Suyi raised his glass, laughing. It was a small favor. From the heart, Zhang Ting finished her drink. She knew the money she received from Zhang Dan was given by Suyi. With her father present, there were things she couldn't say, so she planned to return the money to Suyi. Suyi took a sip of juice and asked, have you thought about what to do next? A few days ago, Zhang Ting wouldn't have considered this question. She had money, connections, and many friends. As long as there were plenty of people, they could easily start a business with minimal investment of money and effort. But now, her thoughts had changed. Because of Su Chuan, she couldn't partner with some of her old friends. Most importantly, after her divorce, she suddenly realized that she had been neglecting her father and daughter, all living carefree. Over the years, she spent holidays entertaining at the bar, waking up late the next day and continuing to drink at night, rarely spending quality time with her family. If possible, she preferred to earn less money and spend more time with her daughter and father. After giving it some thought, Zhang Ting said, I plan to open a breakfast shop on this street, but I'll need to learn first. Opening a breakfast shop on Wadon Street should be sufficient to cover the expenses of her family. Life doesn't have to be about becoming super rich. Suyi nodded, saying, if you have time, I can teach you. When it came to gourmet cuisine, Suyi was undoubtedly more knowledgeable than anyone else in the world. He knew how to cook delicacies from all over the world. T.S. Due to the New Year holiday these days, I had some things to do, causing a delay in updates. Starting tomorrow, I will update 5 times a day. Please supervise, and if the count is insufficient for the day, it will be made up within 2 days. Liu Hongyun's art exhibition did not postpone due to the spiritual energy resurgence this time. Not everyone believes that this spiritual energy resurgence will give them supernatural abilities, and the authorities have debunked various rumors using science to explain this phenomenon. The general idea is that the abnormal fluctuation in the magnetic field is caused by the passing of a celestial body close to Earth, leading to the resurgence of all things. It was also explained that this magnetic field fluctuation only had a minor impact on plants. This statement is the conclusion of many scholars joined research, and although many people have doubts, most people around the world now believe in science. The abnormal fluctuation of the mysterious magnetic field led to the widespread overgrowth of plants globally, coupled with previous various phenomena. This at most could only be considered a spectacle, especially since no one has awakened supernatural abilities. This essentially confirmed the statement. The occurrence of such a phenomenon on the day of Liu Hongyan's art exhibition added a touch of legend to the exhibition. Suyi, you cook so well, you could totally open your own restaurant. Why bother working at the bar before? After lunch, Bai Miao was even more convinced that Suyi's cooking skills had reached the pinnacle. With his skills, he could easily open a restaurant and have a thriving business. And during the meal, Suyi also told Zhang Ting that he can make all kinds of breakfasts. So once Zhang Ting decides what she wants, Suyi can teach her. With such great cooking skills, why work at a bar? Suyi simply said, I enjoy working at the bar. Huh. Man. Bai Miao pursed her lips slightly, unable to continue the conversation. Of course, he enjoys it, with so many wealthy women drinking with him, and money to be made. How could he not be happy? Yi Xiaxuan stood by and listened, not saying a word. How could Bai Miao, this busty woman, know how powerful her master is? Master, why don't you ride in my car? We'll go pick up the future wife of our master. Although Yi Xiaxuan believed what Bai Miao said earlier, with no one else around now, she had nothing to hide and said to Bai Miao, Bai Ye, please wait for us at the art exhibition. The mention of future wife made Bai Miao stunned. So Suyi already has a girlfriend? The Mountain and River Art Exhibition was held in a private club called Mountain and River. The tickets for Liu Hongyan's art exhibition were given as gifts to some wealthy people in Qingzhou City and friends within Liu Hongyan's circle. After all, they planned to auction the artworks and hold a charity gala. Such gatherings were more like a conversation among the elite of Qingzhou. About 70% of the people attending the art exhibition were members of the club. To become a member of this club, one had to provide proof of assets worth at least millions. Of course, renowned families like the Bai family and the Yi family would only need to present their membership cards. Along the way, Yi Xiaxuan did her best to explain to Suyi the motives behind this visit. After Lin Yun got into the car, Yi Xiaxuan tentatively asked, Little cousin, you're not really going to pretend to be Bai Miao's boyfriend, are you? Pretend to be a boyfriend? Lin Yun curiously glanced at Suyi. Suyi casually said, I've agreed to it. She's paying me 2,000 yuan. Why wouldn't I agree? Yi Xiaxuan sneered at this reason. Although she thought her master was impressive, pretending to be someone's boyfriend in front of a girl he liked, that took a lot of nerve. Hearing this from him, Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh. Your appearance fee is quite high. Suyi nodded. Rich girl. Foolish and wealthy. Cough. Yi Xiaxuan coughed lightly, scolding who? Lin Yun said, if your employer overhears this, your business will definitely be ruined. Suyi said, of course, she won't hear it. I still need to make money to support my family. Yi Xiaxuan really wanted to spit on Suyi's face. With your background, you still need to make money to support your family. Selling a set of tea sets at home would be enough to eat for a lifetime. However, Yi Xiaxuan didn't expose him since she wanted Lin Yun to understand that Suyi would later be acting and not to misunderstand. If the disciple had gone this far, it should be almost enough. Otherwise, with Suyi's personality, he probably wouldn't bother explaining to anyone. Pursuing someone like this, when they arrived, Bai Miao was still standing at the club's entrance. Aside from her, there was a man with a small braid talking to her. Bai Miao hurried over when she saw Suyi and them, her face beaming with a smile. Suyi, why did you just arrive now? Suyi remembered his agreement with Bai Miao. Taking money to help others out is not as bad as killing someone. It's just about annoying people. We just parted, and you missed me so soon. Suyi's eyes were full of tenderness. With a natural smile, he approached and held Bai Miao's hand, looking just like a couple deeply in love. Bai Miao was dumbstruck. Who said he wouldn't pretend to be her boyfriend earlier? What's with this look? This smile? and holding hands so directly. Was it because she didn't pay him enough before? Sui smiled. Why stand there dumbfounded? Let's go inside. He had actually loosened up a bit now. Back at the bar, he could drink with wealthy women, and pretending to be a boyfriend wasn't like getting married, so he could accept it. Sui was not a rigid old man. Although he was facing by Miao Miao now, he also paid attention to Lin Yun's expression. Since Lin Yun knew he was acting, he might as well play it sincerely. If Lin Yun did have special feelings for him, seeing this scene would surely evoke some unique expressions. Envy makes one look ugly. Unfortunately, Sui found that besides shock, there were no other emotions on Lin Yun's face. Indeed, post-reincarnation, Lin Yun did not form a profound attachment to him immediately upon meeting, unlike women in the past who easily fell for him. However, Sui failed to notice that Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes were almost popping out. Oh no! Oh no! When did her master smile so tenderly, and even took the initiative to hold the hand of that old woman by Miao Miao, holding her hand in front of Lin Yun? If she didn't know in advance that they were acting, she might have thought these two had long been caught up in an affair. Bai Miao Miao quickly snapped out of her surprise. She wasn't a naive young girl. Although she instinctively pulled her hand back when Sui held it, she quickly composed herself, put on a smile, and said cooperatively, "Let's go inside." The man who was chatting with Bai Miao Miao at the club's entrance was genuinely horrified, his face turning pale. The blind date partner, with whom he saw another man intimately holding hands and being all lovey-dovey in front of him, the insult was beyond belief. Both Yi Xiaoxuan and the man in their minds almost simultaneously cursed, "Despicable couple." "Sui, let me introduce you. This is Liu Shide, the son of teacher Liu Hanyun." Bai Miao Miao led Sui to the man with braids and introduced him with a smile. "This is Ziliu, my boyfriend Sui." Liu Shi's expression was already unpleasant, and he tried to look magnanimous as he forced a smile that was more grimace than grin, asking, "Mr. Sui, may I know where you study?" Sui replied, "I am a freshman at Qingzhou University." Liu Shi was momentarily at a loss for words. He took a deep breath, his smile turning strange as he looked at Bai Miao Miao. "Miss Bai, is he really your boyfriend?" Bai Miao Miao's inner turmoil was almost causing her to break down. She almost forgot. Sui was still a student, and a freshman at that. She was almost 27 this year, and she was the president of a company. Her boyfriend turned out to be a freshman student. This was no longer a matter of belief or disbelief. "Yes, he is my boyfriend." "Is that not allowed?" Bai Miao Miao could only tough it out now. Changing her statement at this point would be embarrassing for both her and Sui. "It's allowed. Why wouldn't it be?" Liu Shi completely lost his prior embarrassment and frustration, and instead chuckled. "I wonder if Mr. Bai knows about your relationship." Bai Miao Miao was starting to feel uncomfortable. Sui had accompanied her to her grandfather's before and confessed on the spot that he wasn't her boyfriend. If her dad showed up today, it would be really awkward. Of course, he knows. Bai Miao Miao's tone turned slightly cold. Although Sui is just a freshman, our relationship is good, and age is not an issue. My dad won't interfere in this matter. Bai Miao Miao promised herself that next time she needed a fake boyfriend, she definitely wouldn't pick Sui. It was just too obvious. "A freshman," Liu Shi said disdainfully. "Just graduated from high school, an inexperienced youngster. At this age, what does he understand?" Sui had handsome features, deep eyes, and no traces of youthfulness on his face. In fact, some might believe he was 27 or 28. Liu Shi's tone toward Sui was full of disdain. Sui glanced at Liu Shi indifferently and said, "I may be inexperienced, but I'm in good health." Liu Shi's face changed drastically as he stared at Sui and asked, "What do you mean? Are you implying something about my health?" "I'm talking about you," Sui said. "Do you experience a dull pain in the lower left abdomen when you're sleeping? Is your manhood weak and unable?" The three women all stared at Sui simultaneously, then exchanged knowing glances with each other before looking back at Liu Shi. Wasn't that a bit too direct? Liu Shi, being somewhat of a second-generation rich kid and taking advantage of his identity as an artist, had played around with many young girls and had already wrecked his body. What Sui said hit the nail on the head. He was completely softened. Each time he was with a woman, he needed medication to help, which only exacerbated the situation in the long run. Without these medications, he couldn't even achieve a certain level of firmness. Sui's words directly struck a nerve. The biggest pain for a man. Liu Shi gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think youth makes you superior?" "Sorry, but youth really does make you superior," Sui said with a touch of arrogance. He was quite formidable. Who asked for this man to feel humiliated by Sui, right in front of everybody? It was evident that Liu Shai was truly enraged, as young people could truly act unabashedly. Liu Shai was still unwilling to give up and said, "What can you offer Miao Miao as a freshman? If you truly care for her, it's better to leave early." Sui raised an eyebrow. "I can only offer her my body. What more does she need from me?" Liu Shai almost spat blood. Who was this person? How could he say such things in front of so many people? Although Bai Miao Miao was no longer a young girl, Sui's words still made her blush, her face as though it might burst into flames. What did he mean by only offer his body? It sounded like Bai Miao Miao was maintaining him. Even if she were, he didn't need to say it so boldly. Liu Shai couldn't help but ask, "Do you have any shame at all?" Sui held Bai Miao Miao's hand and chuckled. "Why is your health so poor? Don't you realize it yourself?" Liu Shai was about to curse. How could this guy keep talking about his poor health, especially in such a specific way? Sui calmly said, "You're weak and love to play." Liu Shai was on the verge of exploding. Yi Xiaoxuan stood by, her mouth slightly agape. Is this her master? How could he be so disrespectful? She was beginning to worry that Liu Shai might actually drop dead from anger here. "Let's go inside first." Yi Xiaoxuan didn't want to witness any more of Sui's chats. It was getting crowded and things might escalate further. Liu Shai didn't want to continue this confrontation with Sui either. If there were more people around, getting humiliated by Sui might spread across the entire Qingzhou city. Liu Shai didn't speak, and Bai Miao Miao was embarrassed, so she pulled Sui inside the club. Sui looked so innocent and serious. How could he be so straightforward in his speech? According to what he had just said, Liu Shai was actually done for, and Bai Miao Miao had now become someone who lusted after Sui's body, like a sugar mommy. After Bai Miao Miao pulled Sui inside, Yi Xiaoxuan also followed with Lin Yan. She said, in a low voice, "Xiaoyun, my cousin isn't usually like this. He was just trying to provoke that guy surnamed Liu." Lin Yan smiled without saying a word. Her understanding of Sui was quite one-sided. She had seen him at bars drinking with older women before, and now she witnessed him unabashedly confronting Liu Shai in public, leaving him speechless. Regardless of the perspective, Sui was definitely not an elegant or easygoing person. After entering the club, Bai Miao Miao lightly pinched Sui's waist and gritted her teeth, whispering, "Can you please save me some face? I just made him feel humiliated as per your instructions." Sui whispered back, "Is there a problem?" Bai Miao Miao was still unsettled. Her chest rose and fell unevenly. She resentfully said, "Next time you make him feel humiliated, can you consider saving me some face?" "I'll be more careful next time," Sui said. "If you were satisfied earlier, could you settle the bill first?" Bai Miao Miao raised an eyebrow. "Let's settle it after we're done." Sui quipped, "The way you speak makes me feel truly insulted." Liu Shai didn't rush to go in. Instead, he waited for Sui and the others to enter first. He stood at the door and smoked a cigarette before walking in with a gloomy expression. As for Bai Miao Miao, he could ignore her, but that freshman just now must be shown how cruel society can be. If he couldn't handle even a freshman, then Liu Shai would have wasted all these years. So he didn't care about Liu Shi's thoughts. After entering the club, he saw many paintings hanging on the walls. Most of these paintings didn't catch Sui's eye. The artistic skills were average, lacking any artistic conception. He didn't understand why these paintings were worthy of exhibition. If Sui painted something like these, he would probably just throw them away instead of showing them to anyone. However, in this era, it's difficult to find a masterpiece. Even the famous masterpieces from the Tang and Song dynasties would be considered average to Sui. Sui? This painting was done by Liu Shai. Bai Miao Miao led Sui to a painting of thousands of galloping horses and said, "Someone offered 50,000 to buy this painting, but he refused to sell it. Do you have the skills to match his level?" Bai Miao Miao said this to undermine Sui, as he had just attacked indiscriminately at the door. "Is that it?" Sui glanced at the painting on the wall, genuinely surprised. Someone was willing to pay 50,000 for this kind of artwork. He didn't even have that much money after a night of drinking. "You don't think it's good?" Bai Miao Miao provocatively asked. "So, you're saying you can do better?" "It's not about whether I can do better." Sui thought for a moment and said, "I'm sure I can't replicate this style." Sui believed even the simplest drawing he could produce would be better than this. The painting of 9 horses lacked vigor, charm, and spirit, reminiscent of Liu Shai, lacking vitality. You could tell a lot about a person from their artwork. This was pure trash. Bai Miao thought Suyi was conceding, so she smiled and suggested, if he causes trouble later, we can just invite him for a drink. Sure, Suyi was indifferent. He preferred to keep a low profile. Did he really have to compete in a drawing contest with someone like Liu Shai? Was he worthy of Suyi's attention? Yi Xiaoxuan and the others followed behind, watching the two holding hands in front, feeling like they were forced to eat dog food. Lin Yun asked softly, Sister Yi, does Suyi really like this Miss Bai? How is that possible? Yi Xiaoxuan got excited. I told you, they're just acting. Lin Yun chuckled. Who knows? What if Suyi actually wants to make it real? They seem quite compatible. How are they compatible? Yi Xiaoxuan rolled her eyes, linking arms with Lin Yun, saying, Bai Miao is 27, and Suyi is only 20. A 7-year gap. How can they be compatible? Lin Yun said, as long as it's sincere, it shouldn't matter that much, right? It's understandable if the man is 7 years older, but Bai Miao is an old woman. Yi Xiaoxuan sounded frustrated and halted her sentence halfway. Master, only you brought this upon yourself. Who can you blame? This time, I won't help you. Scumbag, Lin Yun asked cautiously, aren't you friends with Miss Bai? Yi Xiaoxuan fell silent for a moment and replied, even if she considers me a friend, wants me to treat her as a friend, can she play the role of my younger sister? Do you think that's possible? Isn't that taking it a bit too far? Yi Xiaoxuan finally couldn't hold back and asked, you truly have no feelings for Suyi? Seeing them like this doesn't make you uncomfortable? Lin Yun stopped in her tracks and countered with, why would I be uncomfortable? I have no feelings for your cousin. All right, Master, you're doomed. Yi Xiaoxuan wasn't sure of her own feelings at the moment, feeling a bit of schadenfreude and relief for some reason. Although Suyi and Bai Miao walked in front, Suyi was still monitoring the conversation between Yi Xiaoxuan and the others. Despite what Lin Yun said, Suyi remained unaffected. His inner turmoil was minimal as they continued walking with Bai Miao. At that moment, Suyi finally confirmed something, regardless of any connection between Lin Yun and that person from thousands of years ago. Lin Yun is a new and independent individual. In reality, there was no love at first sight after countless cycles. Lin Yun's recent words felt like a stone dropped in Suyi's heart, but surprisingly, it didn't make much of a ripple. At that moment, Suyi let go and smiled lightly, feeling a slight change in his mindset. He wouldn't cling on to Lin Yun any longer. Over 10,000 years, appearances fade, and despite many cycles, they were still individual entities. Society has changed. In the past, life was too short to love more than one person. Lin Yun asked, what are you smiling at? Suyi glanced at Bai Miao and retorted, I'm laughing at myself. What's it to you? Just because you pay doesn't mean you control my laughter, right? Bai Miao was exasperated. Was this guy always so confrontational? How could someone like him have a girlfriend? Bai Miao inquired, do you like the girl behind us? Suyi shot back, why are you so talkative? If I don't like her, does that mean I have to like you? Bai Miao was truly speechless. How could a relationship form with this kind of person? She asked again, do you like the girl behind us? Got some nerve. I don't like her. Do I have to like you? Hiss. Bai Miao forced a smile, secretly seething. Who was it that held her hand and smiled softly at her? She almost fell for it. Yi Xiaoxuan and Lin Yun kept a distance of about 5 or 6 meters from Suyi and the others. Lin Yun hadn't heard their conversation and remarked, they look like a couple whispering secrets, very lovey-dovey. Yi Xiaoxuan chuckled, barely able to contain laughter. Lin Yun couldn't hear what Suyi and Bai Miao were talking about, but Yi Xiaoxuan could understand every word. From Suyi's tone and words, could they really be a couple? Bai Miao was probably boiling with rage, just like Liu Shai. This scene reminded Yi Xiaoxuan of Suyi talking with Yu Huiyan in the past. Truly, he was consistent and impartial. The number of people in the clubhouse is increasing, and constantly, someone comes over to greet Bai Miao. Bai Miao, the young mistress of the Bai family and vice president of Fengyi Group, is someone whom many people wish to establish a relationship with. To be honest, just one project leaked by Bai Miao through her fingers could make someone earn millions. If it's a long-term partnership, it's like embracing a big tree. Most importantly, Bai Miao is 27 years old and still unmarried. If one can win favor from Bai Miao, that would truly be gaining both wealth and status. Undoubtedly, the appearance of Suyi seemed a bit out of place. When Bai Miao Miao greeted others, she held hands with Suyi, with a sweet smile on her face, as if she were a young woman in love. Whenever others asked about Suyi's identity, Bai Miao Miao could only introduce him with a forced smile. "This is my boyfriend, Suyi." Finally, at that moment, she realized that she had been impulsive. Being affectionate with Suyi in public like this would surely spread gossip throughout their circle the next day. Her father would definitely find out soon. Being exposed was a certainty. Impulsive, Suyi let go of Bai Miao Miao's hand, rubbed his hands, and asked, "Are you nervous? Your palms are all sweaty." "Forget it, it's a dead end anyway. You help me make Liu angry later." Bai Miao Miao couldn't care less at this point. She had already experienced Suyi's abilities and she estimated that she would be scolded by her father again today. She didn't want Liu Shai to have any thoughts about her anymore. A man who grabs a small advantage to consider himself an artist truly gave Bai Miao Miao bad impression of Liu Shai at first sight. Of course, Suyi's only good impression to her was probably that he cooked delicious meals. Bai Miao Miao was in the middle of speaking when her phone suddenly rang. She took a look at her phone from her handbag and couldn't help but sigh heavily. My father is really well informed. After answering the phone, Bai Miao Miao still had a smile on her face. "Hey, Dad. What's up?" On the other end, Bai Yangyan paused and asked, "Did you take Suyi to the art exhibition?" "Yes. Is that not okay? You told others that Suyi is your boyfriend." Bai Miao Miao went to a corner, lowered her voice, and said, I don't like that, Liu Shai. So you let Suyi pretend to be your boyfriend again?" Bai Yangyan sighed and said, "If you really like the young man surnamed Su, it's fine. But the way you are now, what are you going to do in the future? You keep telling people that Suyi is your boyfriend. Are you stupid, huh? So, do you still want me to go on blind dates? Anyway, almost everyone now knows that I have a boyfriend." Bai Miao Miao suddenly realized a problem. By being so reckless today, almost everyone in their circle now knew she had a boyfriend. Whether it was an inappropriate relationship or not wasn't important. Ruining her reputation wasn't a bad thing. "I don't care about you anymore. Do as you wish." Bai Yangyan had other thoughts as well. Suyi was not simple. After all, Bai Miao Miao was close to Suyi, and he didn't have any objections. He had people investigate Suyi. The daughters of the Yu and Yi families often went to see Suyi, especially Yi Shanshuan, who almost lived at Suyi's house. The patriarchs of the three families were old friends. He even called Yu Xiao today to ask if he knew Suyi's background. Ironically, Yu Xiao claimed he didn't know who Suyi was. Yu Huiyan had visited Suyi countless times. Could Yu Xiao, as a father, not know about this? Regardless of the truth in Yu Xiao's words, Bai Yangyan was certain that the daughters of the Yu and Yi families were sent by their patriarchs to find Suyi. These old men were not simple. Someone who was valued by all of them, and moreover, his father explicitly said not to trouble Suyi and even refused to disclose Suyi's background. This young man's surname Su was indeed mysterious. Upon hearing her father's words, Bai Miao Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Was she finally emancipated? "Daddy, love you. Bye." Bai Miao Miao couldn't help but laugh at the thought of not having to deal with blind dates anymore. "Okay, I'll inform Liu Hongyan," Bai Yangyan said. "I also had someone check his son. He isn't deserving of you. But be polite. Don't offend anyone. Don't worry, your daughter is amiable. How could I offend anyone to death?" Bai Miao Miao chuckled and said, "I won't tell you anymore. I'll hang up first." After hanging up, Bai Miao Miao walked over to Suyi and whispered, "My dad said I don't have to go on blind dates anymore." Suyi raised an eyebrow. "Then we don't need to keep up the act. Let's pay the bill." That was direct. "But I just told someone you're my boyfriend. How about we finish acting for today?" Bai Miao Miao gritted her teeth. "Are you afraid I won't pay?" "All right, let's settle after we finish." Bai Miao Miao felt suffocated and short of breath. "Could you please change the word you used? Isn't that what you said?" While they were chatting, not far away, Qin Lin held his phone and took several photos of them. Suyi also noticed his arrival and just glanced at him lightly. Qin Lin provocatively smiled at Suyi, and even waved his phone at him. It seemed like he had captured evidence of Suyi and Bai Miao Miao being together. Then, unexpectedly, he walked over. Yi Xiaxuan was standing with Lin Yan, paying no attention to them. She could see that no one could take advantage of her master. Qin Lin going over was just to offer himself up. "Miss Bai." "Hello." When Qin Lin walked over, He had already sent the recent photos to Yu Huiyan, and also activated the recording function on his phone. Bai Miaomia and Qin Lin had only met a few times. They weren't very familiar, but as a matter of courtesy, Bai Miaomia smiled politely at Qin Lin. Hello. Qin Lin glanced at Su Yi next to Bai Miaomia and asked, I wonder who this is. He is my boyfriend, Su Yi. Bai Miaomia smiled, pretending not to recognize Su Yi. Yet Su Yi slightly squinted and said, Are you pretending not to know me? Do you not need the money I owe you back? Qin Lin planned to bring up this matter later. He hadn't expected Su Yi to mention it proactively. You owe him money? Bai Miaomia was curious. 18,000. Su Yi nodded. Debt must be repaid, but I don't have the money right now. Qin Lin was taken aback. He dared to bring up the matter without the money, and so boldly. Did he think that Bai Miaomia would repay it for him? Had this guy already reached such a transcendent state by being kept by a rich woman? 18,000? I'll help you repay it. Bai Miaomia indeed did not disappoint, offering to help Su Yi repay his debt as soon as she spoke. 18,000 was nothing to her. Sometimes buying a random handbag would cost even more than that money. Qin Lin was directly dumbfounded, wondering if Su Yi was really so good at winning women's favor. Before he could say anything, Su Yi had already said, no need. Bai Miaomia did not insist either, pursing her lips slightly. She couldn't possibly beg to help Su Yi repay his debt. Su Yi asked, can paintings be sold here later? Yes. What's up? Bai Miaomia was a bit puzzled. Why did Su Yi suddenly ask this? Su Yi nodded and said, then I'll earn some money later and pay him back. Qin Lin almost burst out laughing. Earn some money later and pay him back. 18,000 was nothing to them, but Su Yi, a freshman student, saying he would earn some money later to pay back, it was like a beggar saying he could beg for a bar of gold later. Was he dreaming? Then I'll wait for you to repay me. Qin Lin smiled. Since you are Miss Bai's friend, I'll give Miss Bai face. Within today, if you repay me, it's good enough. If Bai Miaomia really helps Su Yi repay his debt, he would really be embarrassed. It felt like he had to go to an art exhibition to collect debts. Su Yi didn't even speak, yet someone offered to help him repay the debt. If that was the case, he would be like a clown. Bai Miaomia couldn't figure out how Su Yi would earn 18,000 later. The words were already spoken, failing to deliver would be embarrassing. Bai Miaomia even wondered how to help Su Yi earn 18,000. He had to be able to accept it with a clear conscience. Qin Lin glanced at Su Yi and asked in a strange tone, Su Yi, how do you plan to earn this 18,000? Don't tell me you want to paint a painting and sell it for 18,000? Then he laughed. Su Yi looked at him irritably and said, it's none of your business. Just wait for your money. Qin Lin's face darkened. He was about to speak when his phone in his pocket suddenly exploded. The sound wasn't loud, but his leg emitted smoke, frightening him. He quickly took out the phone and threw it on the ground in panic. His pants already had a hole burned in them, and his thigh was slightly burned. Bai Miaomia was also startled, looking at the burning phone on the ground with a puzzled expression, watching Qin Lin jump around like a monkey in place. Wasn't this guy just too unlucky? Encountering a phone explosion of all things, Qin Lin endured the pain, glaring at Su Yi. He felt like Su Yi had caused his phone to explode somehow, but Su Yi hadn't done anything. They were over a meter apart. Could it be that his phone exploded just because Su Yi looked at him? Su Yi remained calm. He never expected the phone to still be ignited after breaking. It was quite high-tech indeed. Not far away, Yi Suan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Qin Lin was just a scapegoat. She had been with Su Yi for just a few days, but she could already sense the obvious changes in herself. A regular person competing with a cultivator. Was there anything to argue about? Yi Suan even suspected that if Su Yi wanted to, he could stare Qin Lin to death instantly. Unable to blame Su Yi, Qin Lin could only say to Bai Miaomia, Miss Bai, I'm sorry for scaring you. I'll go bandage my leg and change my pants. This injury wasn't severe. A quick bandage would suffice. Technically, after getting injured, he shouldn't have come, but today he wanted to see how Su Yi would earn 18,000 to repay him. This idiot, it never seemed to end well whenever they met. Qin Lin's injury attracted some staff, who quickly took him for emergency bandaging. After Qin Lin left, Bai Miaomia asked, Su Yi, are you really planning to paint a painting and sell it for 18,000? Can I paint? Su Yi pondered the question. Repaying a debt made sense, but was there a place to paint here? Bai Miaomia said, of course, but can your painting really be worth that much money? At this point, she paused, as if she suddenly understood something, and didn't say anything further. It was an auction in the evening. As long as Suyi's painting was put up for auction, she wouldn't need to worry about how well it was painted. She could just buy it for 18,000. Even if she didn't buy it, Ishakusuan should cooperate. Thinking about it, it was indeed simple, and Suyi didn't need any painting skills. Just painting is fine. After confirming that he could paint, Suyi began to consider what to paint. It couldn't be too good. Miao Miao thought she understood Suyi's intentions and didn't expose it. She would just wait and see how things unfolded. The art exhibition proceeded orderly, and Suyi also met the protagonist of this exhibition, Liu Hongyan. Liu Hongyan was actually a cultivator, but just a beginner in the chair-finding stage of cultivation. Suyi saw his paintings, which were not exceptional from his perspective, but they carried a strong spirit. Miao Miao, is this young man your boyfriend? Liu Hongyan was an old friend of Bai Yangyan. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been this blind date, but he had just heard that Bai Miao Miao had brought a boyfriend to the exhibition. A freshman student? It was a bit ridiculous. Putting aside prejudices, age was a significant issue. Bai Miao Miao didn't falter, linking arms with Suyi, and smiling. Yes, Uncle Liu, his name is Suyi. At the moment, Liu Hongyan had quite a few people around him, and they all couldn't help but look at Suyi. Suyi's temperament was undeniable. Even though he was dressed plainly, there was an inexplicable aura emanating from him. It was not distinguished, but he exuded a sort of elegance and affability. Liu Hongyan smiled at Suyi. Young man, are you still in your freshman year? Suyi nodded, asking, what's the matter? Suyi showed no respectful attitude toward Liu Hongyan either. There probably wasn't anyone in this world whom he would show respect to upon first meeting. Liu Hongyan was somewhat displeased with Suyi's attitude, frowning. Do you understand painting? A little. Suyi always said he understood a little. He felt that even he couldn't claim to have reached the pinnacle in anything. Time was too long, and at intervals, he would grow in certain aspects. If he looked back at what he had painted now after 10,000 years, he might find it quite ordinary. Liu Hongyan chuckled, pointing to the painting beside him and asking, what do you think of this painting? The painting he referred to was part of the exhibition and was different from the others in the corridor. It was his pride and joy, the painting titled Rejuvenating Peonies. The Peony Rejuvenation painting is the highlight today. The entire painting is composed of ink wash with only black and white colors, yet rendered extremely well, lively and vibrant. This time at the auction, the Peony Rejuvenation painting is also included with a starting price of 5 million, with each bid increment no less than 20,000. Liu Hongyan could foresee that his artwork would sell for at least 10 million. At this moment, near Liu Hongyan stood many masters in the world of painting, and his painting too was enclosed by a fence with 2 tall security guards standing nearby. Suyi glanced at the painting on the wall and casually said, it's okay, just okay. Liu Hongyan couldn't help but laugh this time. The other masters around also chuckled. Teacher Liu, you don't need to take young people seriously. To those who don't understand, they can only say it looks good. Yes, do you still want young people to point out what's wrong? Young people, don't act like you understand everything. A group of masters flattered Liu Hongyan, while undermining Suyi, and their sycophancy was so obvious. Miao Miao gently tugged at Suyi's sleeve and then said to Liu Hongyan, Uncle Liu, Suyi is just a freshman and not even studying painting. You shouldn't be hard on him. Suyi has a good temper. When he said okay earlier, he was already giving face to Liu Hongyan, and he didn't want to be too ostentatious. But what did they mean by young people shouldn't act like they understand everything? A slight smile appeared on Suyi's face as he said, I'm sorry, I take back what I said earlier. Oh, Liu Hongyan's smile widened on his face, as he looked at Suyi, as if he had heard a pile of rainbow farts. Suyi shook his head and said, this painting is really bad. The whole room first fell into silence, then erupted with a commotion. What does a kid know? A freshman dares to say Teacher Liu's painting is bad. I really don't know what your parents have been teaching you. If you don't understand, then don't pretend. If Teacher Liu's paintings are all considered bad, then who in the entire country can be considered good? People around were discussing fervently, mocking Suyi in every way possible. Suyi remained calm and composed, maintaining his smile. When he wanted to be low-key, he would be. But if he wanted to be high-profile, who would dare to say anything? In the past, those who dared to speak to Suyi in such a way would likely be directly ignored. But now, In an era of peace and rule of law, Suyi couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Liu Hongyun raised a hand and said, "Everyone, calm down." After he spoke, people around slowly quieted down, but each person stared at Suyi unkindly. Yi Xiaoxuan stood not far behind, feeling irritated by so many people criticizing her master, but she didn't intervene. She believed Suyi could handle the situation. Ling Yun couldn't help but say, "Sister Yi, it seems like Suyi is in trouble. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine," Yi Xiaoxuan said. Although she hadn't seen Suyi paint, his calligraphy was already impeccable. Thinking of the mysteries surrounding her master, a group of old men, how could they deal with her master? If Qin Lin was being a scapegoat just now, then this group of people was just forming teams for the execution. Liu Hongyun's smile had turned cold. He frowned, staring at Suyi and said, "Young man, speak up. If you can't provide a good reason why this painting is bad, then I will have to ask you to leave without considering your feelings." Suyi chuckled and, without even looking at the painting, said, "When I said it was okay earlier, it was to give you some face. But since you insist on asking, what's the point?" "What do you mean by that?" Liu Hongyun asked, frowning. Suyi casually said, "In Ningguash peonies, the relationship between light and shade and the virtual and the real is mainly expressed through the variation of faint color. The two petals on the left side of your painting are obviously too dark, and you paused 3 times while painting. Not to mention the inconsistency in the orientation of the flower crown, distribution of petals, and the integration of the leaves. The overall coordination is lacking. A painting like this, which couldn't even be completed in one go, can you dare to say it's a good painting?" Liu Hongyun listened with a blank expression. He turned back to look at his own painting as Suyi had pointed out. It was indeed as Suyi described. What was even more terrifying was how Suyi could tell he paused 3 times while painting this piece. Liu Hongyun stared at his own painting, swallowed hard, and found himself at a loss for words. No one had pointed out these flaws before, and he had always thought his painting was remarkable. Once these shortcomings were pointed out, his self-proclaimed masterpiece seemed to suddenly become trash. It was a strange feeling, like something thought to be flawless. Once a flaw was pointed out, the whole thing seemed flawed. Liu Hongyun fell silent, and those around him dared not speak out. Seeing Liu Hongyun's state of hesitation, the other masters with some level of competence also noticed the flaws in this painting pointed out by Suyi. Suyi continued, "You aim to portray your charm, but without dignity and ambition. What flavor can the peony you painted exhibit? It's just a superficial ink charm." These words were like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Liu Hongyun's eyes widened as he stared at the painting on the wall. His breathing became rapid, mumbling something incoherently. No one could make out what he was saying. He probably didn't even know what he was saying. Liu Hongyun suddenly, and mad, roaring like a beast, and rushed into the enclosure, tearing down the peony rejuvenation painting. The security guards wanted to stop him, but he shouted, "Get lost." Then he fiercely trampled on the painting that he had earlier thought could fetch millions. Everyone around was stunned. Was Liu Hongyun driven mad? By Miao Miao was also stunned. Was this what Suyi meant by casual understanding? That was a bit too terrifying. Only Yi Xiaoxuan smiled at Ling Yun and said, "See, I told you not to worry about it." Suyi's gaze swept over the group surrounding him and asked, "Are all of you contemporary painters?" This sentence was filled with disdain. Human technological development is indeed rapid, but certain cultural heritages seem to have faded almost completely. Even a painting that Suyi couldn't appreciate could still be praised so highly. If all those gathered here were painters, it would truly be a lamentable era. His question left everyone speechless. It was only when Liu Shikong roared loudly, "What's the use of just talking? If you're capable, why don't you paint one too?" At this moment, Liu Shai was the most excited person. He was the one who revealed the affair between Suyi and Bai Miao Miao to his father, originally intending for his father to teach Suyi a lesson. But now, to his surprise, Suyi's few words actually made his father break down. Watching his father almost go insane, Liu Shai felt more embarrassed than sympathetic. The old man always boasted about how great he was, but just a few words from someone had made him this way, truly tarnishing his dignity. Of course, the main culprit was Suyi. Veins popped on Liu Shi's forehead, his eyes bloodshot and fixed on Suyi as if he were a wild beast ready to pounce. The other artists nearby also joined in the teasing. Yes. Who can't talk big? Show your skills and paint something better than Teacher Liu. Such a big talker. I even said I could fly on a sword. Teacher Liu. I think he's just talking nonsense, like those fortune tellers on the streets, using psychological manipulation on you. Earlier, Suyi had asked then if they were contemporary painters, a tone full of disdain and sarcasm, making him a target of criticism. In this situation, they were like jackals attacking a wounded lion, eager to join forces against him. If Suyi couldn't paint something better than Liu Shai, he would surely face ridicule and possibly be kicked out. Suyi glanced indifferently at Liu Shai and said, "You want me to paint, so I'll paint?" Then simply left. Everyone watched Suyi, and even though he didn't paint, they couldn't do anything about it. As Suyi took a step forward, the group of people surrounding him unconsciously made way for him. They didn't know what had come over them. Normally, they should have stopped Suyi and not let him leave without painting. But when Suyi approached them, they instinctively stepped aside. Seeing Suyi leave, Bai Miao Miao followed suit. She caught up to him and asked in a low voice, "Suyi, can you really paint?" Suyi smiled. "I told you. I know a bit." Bai Miao Miao couldn't help rolling her eyes and asked, "Then what do you think of Teacher Liu's level?" "He also knows a bit, just a bit less," Suyi replied. "So, you're saying you're better than Teacher Liu?" Bai Miao Miao was speechless for a moment. "It's not that I'm better than him, I just don't know how to explain it to you." Suyi truly didn't think someone like Liu Hongyan could compare to him. When it came to painting skills, Gu Kezi from the Eastern Jing era and Wu Daozi from the Tang dynasty might be on par with him, but in terms of artistic charm, they were far behind Suyi. After noon, the art exhibition held little significance for Suyi. He was just waiting for dinner. In his leisure time, he sat in a corner with Bai Miao Miao, reading an English version Yuval Noah Harari's Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind with great interest. Reading a book at an art exhibition, this was probably the biggest insult to Liu Hongyan. Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind tells the story of human development from signs of life 100,000 years ago to the intertwined capital and technology-driven history of the 21st century. The book was well written, but there were some things in it that one couldn't understand without experiencing them. As Suyi was engrossed in reading, Qin Lin approached him with some difficulty. He had heard about what happened earlier and the fact that Suyi made Liu Hongyan collapse was quite a feat. However, Qin Lin felt that despite having some theoretical knowledge, at Suyi's age, he was probably not good at painting. It was like how some food connoisseurs could taste the quality of dishes but couldn't cook them themselves. Provoking Liu Hongyan and his group of artists had also offended them. Today, Suyi probably wouldn't have a good time at the art exhibition. The other artists wouldn't confront Suyi out of shame, but Qin Lin was different. Suyi owed him money. 180,000. The debt collector is here again. Suyi put down his book, looked up at Qin Lin, and asked Bai Miao Miao, "Didn't you say we could paint here? Do you really want to paint?" Bai Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with disbelief. Suyi stood up and said, "I owe money, and the creditor is right here. Let's paint a little. I'll talk to the staff. There's a studio here." Bai Miao Miao wasn't new to this club. They had previously held art exhibitions here, and some artists would paint live. Suyi nodded, planning to create a simple painting. He had noticed that besides Liu Hongyan, there were two other cultivators present, and any random piece from him would probably attract their interest. Selling for a meager sum of 18,000, even the trash Liu Shai painted could fetch 50,000. Surely, his work wouldn't go unsold. "Suyi, I heard that you utterly devalued Master Liu Hongyan's painting just now." Qin Lin attempted to provoke Suyi once again after tidying up his wound slightly. Suyi just stared at him, indicating to speak if he had something to say. Qin Lin critically remarked, "You said you wanted to earn 18,000 to repay me earlier. Are you planning to paint and sell a painting? Then I'm really interested to see." Suyi smiled without a word, then turned away. At that moment, as Suyi turned, the wound that Qin Lin had already bandaged suddenly gushed blood. The bandage couldn't contain it, and his pants immediately turned red as if a woman had started menstruating. Bai Miao Miao was dumbfounded at the sight. Qin Lin didn't feel much pain, just a wet and hot sensation down there. When he looked down, he couldn't help but exclaim, "How was this bandaged?" The staff rushed over and had to help him back to the medical room. Without turning back, Suyi found Yi Xiaxuan and Lin Yum leisurely wandering through the crowd. "Xiaxuan, come with me," Suyi called Yi Xiaxuan. not wanting too many people to see him painting. Ordinary people couldn't understand much watching him paint, but if cultivators watched, they might gain insights. What's wrong? Yi Xiaoxuan blushed when Suyi called her, feeling that in Lin Yun's presence, Suyi should call her elder sister. Suyi said, "Help me grind." Yi Xiaoxuan followed behind Suyi, and Suyi handed the book he had read earlier to Yi Xiaoxuan. This book was obtained by Suyi using his supernatural abilities to retrieve it from the bookstore, but he couldn't just toss it to make the book disappear now. Lin Yun also followed behind, feeling that Suyi's attitude towards his cousin was not very polite, but it's also possible that their cousin relationship is strong, and that's why Suyi referred to her as his cousin. Bai Miao's efficiency in handling matters was also extremely high. She quickly found the staff and had them arrange a studio. Although Liu Hongyan was not the owner of the clubhouse, he had heard the rumors and knew that Suyi might be about to paint. He led a group of painters and hurried over, and for a moment, they all stood next to the studio. Liu Hongyan understood that although Suyi, this young man, might have a good eye for appreciating art, it didn't necessarily mean that the works he painted would be very good. No. They were definitely not good. If Suyi's painting skills were really outstanding, he would have been famous long ago. After all, the circle was not that big, and if a young painter emerged out of nowhere with extremely high standards, how could he not be known? It's easy for literary men to make money. Some calligraphers and painters charge tens of thousands of dollars for a single character, and they often require a deposit upfront, and then you have to wait until they have the time and mood to write. Suyi, this name, had only just been heard. How could he be such a high-level painter? Liu Hongyan straightened up, waiting to see Suyi embarrass himself. Young people, thinking they understand something and are so naive, thinking painting is such a simple thing. Suyi walked to the studio, ignoring Liu Hongyan and the others, and said to Bai Miao, "Nobody should come in. I don't like to be disturbed while painting." Bai Miao felt a bit awkward as this wasn't her territory, so she could only look at Liu Hongyan and say, "Uncle Liu, what do you think?" Liu Hongyan's face was unsightly. He had never seen Suyi's painting skills, but his demeanor was that of a master. "Let him in to paint." Liu Hongyan waved his hand. He couldn't possibly insist on going in to watch, could he? Generally speaking, when a young person paints, they hope to receive guidance from others. If they could watch from the side, it would be a great honor for any young painter. But with Suyi's attitude, it seemed as though Liu Hongyan and the others were just a group of mediocre apprentices, while he was the master. Since Liu Hongyan did not object, naturally, the others did not dare to enter. Suyi took Yi Xiaoxuan into the studio and closed the door. "Didn't you say you wanted to learn how to paint?" Suyi approached the table, picked up a brush casually, and said, "Pay close attention later. After seeing it, you can leave your name on it." "Huh? Why leave my name?" Yi Xiaoxuan was surprised. Suyi raised an eyebrow and suddenly became stern. "To learn to paint, you need to learn how to write first. I'm just asking you to write your own name. Are you afraid you won't write it well?" "No, I'm not." Yi Xiaoxuan also felt nervous. "Grind the ink." Suyi didn't want to grind it himself now. Each action he took was imbued with a bit of Daorim. It was an instinct that even he found hard to change. If he ground it personally, the results would have some enhancements. Immortal practitioners nowadays had low realms, and Suyi couldn't just paint a picture that would immediately cause heavenly phenomena to occur and enlighten those practitioners, right? Yi Xiaoxuan quickly put down the book in her hand, hurried to the table, and started grinding ink for Suyi. Suyi thought for a moment it should be simple, the simplest kind, and not too deliberate. But teaching Yi Xiaoxuan might be the most challenging part. "Forget it. I'll paint to pieces. You can watch the second one closely." "Okay." Yi Xiaoxuan nodded repeatedly. Suyi glanced at the nearby ink. He picked up a bit with the brush tip and then started painting casually. It was just a few strokes, more like a trial, and within a minute, a simple and concise ink painting of a small sculpture appeared in front of Yi Xiaoxuan. Yi Xiaoxuan was completely absorbed in watching Suyi's brush tip the moment he started painting. As the brush tip touched the paper, she became entranced. The ink seemed to create a scene of the creation of the world. She faintly saw a small sculpture hatching from an egg, as if it was about to leap out of the paper. In that instant, the qi in her body churned madly, nourishing her internal organs. Yi Xiaoxuan had only recently begun to delve into immortal cultivation. Unlike those who started using various medicines to nourish their bodies before the age of 10, she had missed the best time for cultivation. Although her realm had soared rapidly under Suyi's guidance, her foundation was not very strong. In just that short moment, her physical condition had at least doubled. "Master, I need to use the restroom." Yi Xiaoxuan's face turned red. Why did she have to go to the restroom at this moment? Go. Suyi probably also knew what was happening. Yi Xiaoxuan had gained some insights just now, and impurities were being expelled from her body. For ordinary practitioners, this process would probably make them look dirty all over, but Yi Xiaoxuan followed Suyi's cultivation methods, so during purification, all she needed was a normal excretion, most likely. The studio also had a toilet. Blushing, Yi Xiaoxuan rushed in and, even with the door closed, the sounds were probably audible. "I'm going to die." Yi Xiaoxuan's fists clenched, tears almost streaming down her face. Having diarrhea at this time was really destroying her image. She wondered what Suyi would think of her. The image of a fairy was ruined. "It's all over." Yi Xiaoxuan spent about 10 minutes in the restroom and, when she was about to flush the toilet, she glanced inside and turned pale with fright. The mixture of black and red inside. The overwhelming stench. Was this really what she expelled? She was a medical student. In this situation, it either indicated a stomach bleed or hemorrhoids. Or worse, she had some terminal illness. Yi Xiaoxuan's facial expressions were quite dramatic. Her stomach was fine. She knew that. Hemorrhoids, that was impossible. Could it be that she had contracted some terminal illness? Yi Xiaoxuan's face was now very expressive. She knew that her stomach was fine. Hemorrhoids, even more unlikely. Could she really have some terminal illness? Opening the door, Yi Xiaoxuan pouted, her eyes red. She walked pitifully to Suyi and, with a tearful voice, said, "Master, I might have contracted a terminal illness. Please diagnose me. I just checked my pulse and everything seemed normal. But, please take a look." Suyi had already prepared the ink, and upon hearing Yi Xiaoxuan's words, he reached out and flicked her forehead with his index finger, asking, "Is the stuff you expelled from yourself filthy and abhorrent?" Yi Xiaoxuan touched her forehead, startled. "How did you know, you?" She wanted to ask if he had peeked, but after a moment's thought, she had closed the door herself. How could Suyi have peeked? But then she wondered, as her master was an immortal cultivator with unfathomable depths, could he have some kind of insight ability? No way. Did the master really peek at her? As Yi Xiaoxuan pondered, her face blushed once more. Just now, she thought she was on the brink of death due to a terminal illness, but now she was overwhelmed with shame. "What are you thinking?" Suyi frowned and said, "This is just a normal situation of purging impurities from your body. You don't think you have a terminal illness, do you, huh?" Yi Xiaoxuan first looked confused, then asked, "Is this normal?" "It's normal. If you don't believe it, look in the mirror. Your complexion and skin have improved a lot." Suyi didn't know what else to say. It seemed that this beginner cultivator really didn't understand anything. "Really?" Yi Xiaoxuan took out a small mirror from her bag, looked left and right. Her face was still red, but her skin seemed to be better than before. "Not scared now, right? Just watch closely." Suyi pretended to be fierce and said, "If the characters you write later are still so terrible, I will break your hand." Yi Xiaoxuan was scared stiff. If someone else had said that, she might have thought they were joking. But when Suyi said it, she felt it might be true. Breaking and then reconnecting. Breaking and then reconnecting. Oh my god, too scary. Suyi picked up a brush and once again began to write. This time, he personally refined it a bit and put in some effort. The moment the brush touched the paper, Yi Xiaoxuan was once again drawn into a wonderful realm. Suyi continued to draw a giant ROC. With one stroke, it was grand and majestic, as if the tip of the brush carried the essence of the universe. Yi Xiaoxuan saw everything from the primordial era, all influenced by Suyi's mind. It was a memory from ancient times, with a desolate and ancient aura. A giant ROC soaring in the sky, devouring all things. Endless fierce beasts roared, and the gods and Buddhas were suffocated by this giant ROC. Suyi also inexplicably recalled a palm strike that ended the entire immortal and devil era, and unconsciously added a line of text. Blood stains 9,000 miles. Corpses sink in the Tenyan palaces. Yi Xiaoxuan's vision shifted, only to see a great god in golden armor gazing at the sky, full of despair, and a 100-jaw-tall primordial fierce beast with endless despair in its eyes, its mournful roar echoing in her ears. All things wailed, the earth shattered. All because of someone's anger. A sad and desolate atmosphere permeated the heavens and earth. As Suyi finished writing, Yi Xiaoxuan was still immersed in his artistic conception, her pupils contracting, trembling all over, her face devoid of any color. Almost made a mistake. Suyi picked up the brush and crossed out the line he had just written. Only then did Yi Xiaoxuan come back to her senses, looking at the drawing of the giant ROC soaring in the sky, still restless, her inner fear uncontainable. Sigh. Suyi's hand pressed on the drawing, forcibly suppressing its artistic conception. Yi Xiaoxuan looked at Suyi in disbelief. Master, what did I just see? It's an illusion. Suyi could only say that to her. He had never told anyone about the fact that he had lived for 100,000 years. This drawing was also impossible to help Yi Xiaoxuan make any progress in her cultivation. If Suyi didn't suppress the artistic conception within the painting, Yi Xiaoxuan would forever be trapped in endless fear. Now that it was completely suppressed, perhaps there was only a faint hint of artistic conception left in addition to the painting technique. Suyi pondered for a moment, then picked up the brush again and wrote, "Given to disciple Yi Xiaoxuan." At that moment, Yi Xiaoxuan vaguely felt a certain connection with the drawing, as if there was some kind of bloodline link between it and herself. "I'll give you this drawing. I've also written your name on it. Write your name on that painting yourself," Suyi said. "After writing it, sell it for 18,000. I'll give it to that person's surname Chin." To Suyi, the small carving he had just drawn was just a doodle. There was nothing serious about it being circulated. "Oh, thank you, Master Father." Yi Xiaoxuan smiled with joy. Suyi had actually given her a drawing, so she had to preserve it well. As for selling this painting, only children had to make choices. She wanted them all. Anyone who dared to contest it with her, she would confront them. "Write it." Suyi went to the side and watched Yi Xiaoxuan. Yi Xiaoxuan also noticed the elegant calligraphy Suyi had just written. It was still decent, and she could only be thankful that her master didn't use wild cursive script. She wouldn't have been able to imitate it. Actually, Yi Xiaoxuan's handwriting was not too bad. After all, she was born into a wealthy family, and her education from a young age was incomparable to ordinary people. However, compared to someone like Suyi, she still had a long way to go. Yi Xiaoxuan took a deep breath, looked down, and couldn't help but think of that woman with the big chest. How did she become so well endowed? Seeing her distracted, Suyi couldn't help but get a little angry and said, "What are you thinking? Write the characters." "Oh." Yi Xiaoxuan, startled, picked up the brush, focused her energy, and imitated Suyi's handwriting to write her name. Suyi took a look, and it was really just an imitation of his handwriting, with a few similarities, but lacking her own imposing aura. All show and no substance. "After you go back, write your name 1,000 times every day." Suyi was truly disappointed. This disciple was really dim-witted. "Oh." Yi Xiaoxuan puffed out her cheeks, nodded sulkily, not daring to question anything. "All right, let's go out. Bring the drawing." Suyi picked up the book Sapiens and walked towards the door. Yi Xiaoxuan hurriedly ran to the table, took a look, and said, "Master Father, the ink hasn't dried yet. Should I have it mounted before taking it out?" "As you like," Suyi said and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Liu Hongyan and the others stepped forward to greet them. Liu Hongyan hadn't spoken yet when Liu Shai sneered, "You really dare to draw?" Suyi directly ignored him, walked past everyone, and sat on the sofa on the side, looking at his book, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Liu Shai was even more furious. He wanted Suyi to lose face, but this guy just blatantly ignored him. It was as if he had exerted all his strength to throw a punch, only to hit thin air and dislocate his own hand. The other artists nearby were discussing this incident. Some said Suyi was arrogant, while others snickered at Liu Shai. Suyi was indeed a madman. He even dared to criticize Liu Hongyan's work. By stepping out, wasn't Liu Shai seeking to be slapped on the face by others? Liu Hongyan didn't have an outburst, as he hadn't seen the drawing yet. Naturally, he didn't dare to make any unfounded conclusions. If Suyi really had a high level of skill, the more he pretended now, the more embarrassed he would be later. The group entered the studio, and Yi Xiaoxuan stood at the table, saying, "Have someone mount the drawing. The ink hasn't dried on this one yet." Liu Hongyan's first glance fell on the small carving Suyi had made. Then, he remained silent for a long time. Liu Shai reacted even faster than his own father. When he saw the small carving, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Is this it? Just this? A tiny bird without any background, What is this supposed to be? Suyi's small carving was as simple as could be, composed of just a few strokes, with no scenery around it. At first glance, it appeared quite monotonous. The most thought-provoking aspect was the signature under the small carving. Yixiaxuan. Liu Hongyan was after all known as a master of traditional Chinese painting, and the skill behind those simple strokes was evident. Chinese ink painting emphasizes depicting the spirit through form, capturing the essence in the portrayal. As for the interplay of light and shade, this painting had probably reached its peak. Liu Hongyan had also seen works of art by ancient masters, and in terms of technique, this simple small carving surpassed many of those renowned artists. Moreover, what stunned Liu Hongyan even more was the essence emanating from this small carving. With just one glance, it set his cha flowing vigorously within him. It was obvious that this painting was done by a cultivator, and this cultivator's level was not low at all. Liu Hongyan gazed at Yixiaxuan with a dazed look and in a hoarse voice muttered, "Excuse me, are you Yixiaxuan?" He had initially wanted to address her respectfully, but he was unsure of Yixiaxuan's temperament. After all, as a woman, calling her an elder in front of so many people, would it imply calling her old? A single gesture of respect should suffice. Yixiaxuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You, Liu uncle, I am Yixiaxuan, and if anything, I should be the younger one here. Yilin is my grandfather." Yixiaxuan did not know Liu Hongyan, nor whether he knew her father, so she could only mention her grandfather's name. Yilin, a contemporary renowned physician. Surely Liu Hongyan must have known him. Yilin is your grandfather." Liu Hongyan was even more astonished. If this was true, then Yixiaxuan's age should be quite young. Yet, judging by the painting she created, one could tell she had attained profound cultivation. Yilin's granddaughter turning out to be a cultivator. Yixiaxuan nodded and then picked up the small carving on the table with both hands. She said, "Have someone frame this painting first. It will be auctioned." Before Liu Hongyan could respond, Liu Shai chuckled. "Miss Yi, did you paint this piece? I recall your family being renowned in the field of medicine. How come you're painting now? Wasn't Suyi supposed to paint this? And your painting is indeed quite simple. Smack. Liu Hongyan swiftly smacked Liu Shi's face, the crisp sound resonating loudly, and the force behind it was heavy. Liu Shi let out a cry, spitting out two bloody molars, covering his face as he stared incredulously at his father. His mother had passed away early, and he was the only son at home. Usually, his father doted on him greatly. Even if he had made many serious mistakes before, Liu Hongyan had never struck him. Yet here he was, slapping him so hard in front of everyone over such a trivial matter. Liu Hongyan roared, "Get out! Who gave you the right to speak here?" Liu Shai was flabbergasted. The blow from his father's hand was quite severe, leaving him too shocked to do anything but sheepishly retreat. Liu Hongyan ordered for a framing kit and personally framed the painting. When he picked up the painting, he finally noticed Suyi's kunpeng soaring underneath. Suyi had placed the small carving over the kunpeng soaring when requesting Yixiaxuan to write her name, showing no concern about potential ink smudges. At the sight of the kunpeng soaring painting, Liu Hongyan was filled with overwhelming awe. The powerful visual impact made it seem as if the kunpeng within the painting was breaking free from the restraints of the paper, soaring into the sky. If the previous piece showcased the artist's skill and ink charm, this second piece's technique and artistic conception were astonishingly breathtaking. This was painted by Suyi. Liu Hongyan's eyes widened, his voice hoarse and difficult to articulate. The first painting was enhanced by the essence of a cultivator, while the second was a true masterpiece of art. Surveying the centuries-old renowned paintings of Huaxia, Liu Hongyan dared to say that this piece was undoubtedly the most perfect work he had ever seen. Not even Gu Keizi's admonition scroll or Zhang Zeduan's Along the River during the Qingming festival could elicit such a strong sense of awe from him. Suyi was young. How could he possess such extraordinary skill? The words apprentice, Yixiaxuan were bold and forceful, exuding an indescribable beauty that could perhaps match only the preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion. On the side of the painting, a word had been erased, adding a mysterious touch. Even the erased stroke didn't feel out of place, but rather enhanced the mystery, prompting one to ponder what phrase might have been written there. Who exactly was Suyi? Liu Hongyan stared at the painting below and asked, "Miss Yi, is this painting also up for auction?" Yixiaxuan exclaimed excitedly, "This one will not be sold. Have you not seen what is written on it? It has already been gifted to me. Selling it was out of the question, even if it was a small carving. It was not for sale. With her signature and Suyi's painting, how could it be sold? Putting it up for auction was mere formality. Yi Xiaoxuan had over 10 million in her bank account and had to buy it today no matter what. Liu Hongyan remained silent, gazing at the painting intently. Frame the painting quickly. Yi Xiaoxuan started to feel uneasy seeing the eager look in Liu Hongyan's eyes. Was he planning to take it by force? At this point, she cared not about seniority or respect. Initially, they had been making things difficult for Suyi, and Yi Xiaoxuan had only been polite out of instinctive courtesy. Yes, yes. Liu Hongyan sighed heavily and called the staff to frame the painting. The Kunpeng soaring painting had suppressed the essence above through Suyi's intervention, and by giving it to Yi Xiaoxuan, it was as though he had acknowledged her ownership. Only Yi Xiaoxuan could sense the special nature of the painting, others could not. Despite Suyi's attempt to remain low-key, his extraordinary skill was indubitable. Artists standing behind him came forward to observe the painting. Not being cultivators themselves, many couldn't fully grasp the subtleties of the small carving on top, but the painting itself below left them deeply impressed. True art speaks to all, even the uninitiated, making them appreciate its beauty. Suyi's ink painting depicted the Kunpeng with distinct layers in black and white, its wings seemingly ready to sweep the land, and its eyes exuding an aura of domination. Little did they know that if Suyi hadn't erased that line or suppressed the essence, everyone present would have been irresistibly drawn into the painting. *PS. Adding to the chapters from the day before. Aiming for 5 chapters daily, but still behind by 2 chapters. It's already 2 AM now. I'll try to make up for another chapter, but please don't rush me to update. Seeing constant reminders for updates all over the screen, one might think I post updates daily. Particularly giving low ratings for late updates seems a bit overboard. Though ratings have little bearing on the book's impact, I do prefer ratings above 9. Liu Hongyan and others were mounting paintings in the studio. Liu Shai was also not idle. After getting slapped by his father, he was filled with anger and didn't understand why his father would hit him. Moreover, it was in front of so many people. As he walked out of the studio and saw Suyi sitting on the sofa, leisurely drinking tea and reading a book, he felt even more frustrated. Covering his right cheek with anger, he walked towards Suyi. When he reached the table, he looked around but couldn't find any weapon, so he ended up kicking Suyi in the face out of anger. Suyi, however, easily dodged the kick and just glanced at Liu Shai. Suddenly, Liu Shai felt like he had fallen into a deep abyss. His pupils contracted, and he couldn't kick anymore. His body couldn't maintain balance. He stiffened, fell to the ground. Suyi ignored him and continued reading his book. Liu Shai lay on the ground twitching for a while, trembling all over. The staff came over and helped him up. "Mr. Liu, are you okay?" The staff felt a bit helpless. Fighting and brawling were not something that people of their status would do. Liu Shi's actions just now were clearly an attempt to attack someone, but he couldn't even stand steady and ended up falling. The key point was, not only was he unable to kick properly, he even ended up falling himself. How incompetent could he be? Both talentless and weak. I'm fine. After being helped up, Liu Shai sneakily glanced at Suyi. Even though Suyi did nothing earlier, the moment he lifted his leg, fear filled Liu Shi's heart. It felt as though if he had kicked Suyi, it would have been a disaster. But Suyi acted as if nothing happened, just reading his book. Overcome by fear, Liu Shai quickly turned and left. He couldn't even bear to look at Suyi directly, as if just one glance at Suyi would be fatal. This feeling was not wrong at all. He should also be grateful that Suyi abided by modern laws. Otherwise, with his actions just now, even if he didn't die, he would have lost a leg. In the studio, Liu Hongyan had already had 2 paintings framed. Yi Xiaoxuan also asked Liu Hongyan to keep her painting of Kunpeng soaring for her and would take it when she left. Although she was a bit worried, she wasn't afraid. She felt a certain connection with this painting and could clearly sense its aura. Besides, she couldn't go around holding the painting while eating. After Liu Hongyan left, he was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. From the small carved picture, he could sense that Yi Xiaoxuan's cultivation was far superior to his. Yi Xiaoxuan was also Yilin's granddaughter, someone he couldn't afford to offend. And then there was Suyi. Although he had questioned Suyi's strength before, the painting behind him was truly one of a kind. To create such a masterpiece in less than an hour, Suyi could definitely be considered a master in the painting world, at least not someone Liu Hongyan could compete with. Suyi was also so young. "Mr. Su, My previous doubts were unfounded. I hope you can forgive me. Liu Hongyan couldn't sense any cultivation aura from Suyi, but he had to admit defeat. The other artists nearby dared not even breathe loudly. Some of them might not have understood the significance of Suyi's painting, but it was clear that Liu Hongyan had already conceded. Referring to a young man in his 20s as Mr. Suyi put down his book, didn't even move, and said, "It's okay, but please don't bother me. Everyone, let's disperse." Suyi couldn't care less about these titles in the art world. If he wanted fame, he could easily stand at the peak of countless industries, but right now, he just wanted to live as an ordinary person. It was best not to engage with people he didn't like. Everyone dispersed. His tone was calm yet carried a sense of dominance unique to those in power. Liu Hongyan truly couldn't figure Suyi out. Yi Shaxuan, a cultivator, even regarded Suyi as her master. Was it truly because of his amazing painting skills? After Suyi spoke, Liu Hongyan could only retreat, and the other artists behind him obediently followed suit. Dai Miao Miao and the others returned to Suyi's side. Dai Miao Miao couldn't help but exclaim, "Suyi, you're really talented." "Not bad," Suyi smiled. "It was just painting. It wasn't a big deal." He even thought that taking photos now would save a lot of trouble. Dai Miao Miao remarked, "Your skill is somewhat terrifying." "Yeah. Maybe." Suyi had just smiled earlier, but now he wanted to finish his book. He nodded perfunctorily, then resumed reading. Dai Miao Miao pursed her lips, realizing that Suyi wasn't interested in talking, so she found a place to sit. Yi Xiaxuan was now joyful, sitting opposite Suyi with Lin Yun. "Sister Yi, you seem different," Lin Yun whispered. Yi Xiaxuan feigned surprise, asking, "In what way?" "I can't pinpoint it, you just seem more beautiful." "Really? Could Yi Xiaxuan not be more beautiful?" Her face was filled with a sweet smile of a woman in love, enhanced by the elimination of impurities within and the elevation in her cultivation, making her skin smooth and radiant. Dai Miao Miao stole a glance at Yi Xiaxuan and saw the happiness on her face, her complexion vibrant and glowing. Dai Miao Miao was eager to gossip. She couldn't help but sneak a look at Suyi. Wow, he really knew how to play. Painting in such an intense atmosphere with so many people watching, it was quite thrilling. How could Yi Xiaxuan know that this busty woman could think so deeply? She also peeked at Suyi. Suyi was reading with such intensity, his handsome facial features becoming more attractive the longer she looked. His reading posture was so refined. He truly was her master. Suyi sensed Yi Xiaxuan and Dai Miao Miao's gazes, lifting his eyelids slightly and scanning them. Both women quickly averted their eyes. "If you have nothing to do, don't sit here. Just go around and enjoy yourselves," Suyi said before focusing back on his book. It was truly annoying to be watched while reading. At 5:30 in the afternoon, as the art exhibition was nearing its end, the social elites of Qingzhou City, whether they were following the trend of elegance, flaunting their wealth, or buying gifts, had basically decided which artworks they wanted to purchase. Suyi finally flipped to the last page, a satisfied smile on his face as he closed the book. At this moment, Qin Lin, who had rested in the medical room all afternoon, walked out. He was really frustrated today. How could his phone explode for no reason? Even if his phone exploded and his wound was bandaged, how could it suddenly start bleeding inexplicably? And it was a burn wound, wasn't it? The burn had already been wrapped in gauze, but the blood sprayed out dyed the gauze red, which was a bit too exaggerated. After resting in the medical room for the afternoon, he was sure his wound wouldn't bleed again, so he limped out. He still didn't know that the painting Suyi produced had caused a sensation, surpassing Liu Hongyan's work and leaving other artists feeling embarrassed. When he walked up to Suyi, who was sitting alone on the sofa while Yi Xiaxuan and the others sat on chairs not far away, he hesitated to approach. The three women were chatting in whispers, discussing typical female topics, seeming quite harmonious. Qin Lin sat down on the sofa opposite Suyi, his face pale but smiling. "Suyi, are you really planning to auction off a painting?" Suyi had just closed the book and was free, so Qin Lin's arrival added some amusement. Why was this kid so forgetful? Talk to him once and get scolded, and yet he dared to come back. He really had some courage. Young people like him are fearless, Suyi really admired that. "Even if I don't paint, I can still repay you. Why are you in such a hurry?" Suyi's attitude was unpredictable. Earlier, he didn't want to bother with Qin Lin, but now he seemed a bit interested in chatting nonsensically with him. Everything was just because of boredom. After finishing a book, there was always a strange sense of emptiness, and Qinlin's arrival provided an opportunity for some idle chat. Hearing Su Yi's words, Qinlin sneered. Do you seriously plan to have Miss Bai help you repay your debts? As a man, you should be able to handle it by yourself. Su Yi smiled slightly and said, believe it or not, I can make you Huiyan help me repay the debt. Qinlin's mouth twitched. Was that something a person would say? Su Yi just looked at him, waiting for his response. Clenching his teeth, Qinlin said, I already sent the intimate photos of you and Miss Bai to you Huiyan. Su Yi chuckled. You're so affectionate, but she ignores you. Is it worth it? Qinlin's face darkened, feeling like he was being called a lapdog, and a penniless one at that. Do you think Yu Huiyan is that naive to still pay attention to you? Do you really consider yourself a ladies' man? Do all women like you? That's not necessarily true. How about I send her a message and borrow 18,000 to repay you? Su Yi raised an eyebrow. This young man's behavior was quite entertaining. In the past, if a woman ignored a man, would any man act like him? Is this deep-seated affection or something else? The situation and the sentiment seem a bit out of place. Qinlin's face darkened. But inside, he was thrilled. You can borrow it. A man who had just been intimate with another woman turned around and borrowed 18,000 from a different woman. Considering Qinlin's understanding of Yu Huiyan, even if she had the money, she wouldn't lend it. Su Yi's actions would only make Yu Huiyan resent him. Su Yi didn't say much more. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a voice message to Yu Huiyan. See you. Can you lend me 18,000? I'll repay you tonight. Qinlin sneered. Hey, repay tonight? Su Yi. How is this different from scamming money? Do you think Yu is a fool, borrowing money without even giving a reason? Did he think Yu Huiyan was a money tree and would pay him to connect? Soon, Su Yi's phone rang. He turned the screen towards Qinlin. Qinlin stared at the screen and saw that Yu Huiyan had transferred 50,000, then 50,000 again, and another 50,000, and one more 5 OK. Her single transaction limit should be 5 OK, but she transferred 4 times, lending Su Yi 200K in total. She didn't even ask why she did it. Qinlin clenched his fists, unable to speak for a long time due to frustration. After Su Yi accepted the payment, he transferred it back to Qinlin. This transaction details was a clear slap in the face to Qinlin. Qinlin had lost a lot of blood in the afternoon. His face was already pale and ugly. The turn of events made him alternate between red and white with anger. I don't know you now, Su Yi smiled. So, you don't need to worry about my paintings. Qinlin took a deep breath, took out a new phone, trembling as he opened WeChat, and found Yu Huiyan's profile picture. Can you lend me 200K? I found a painting at an auction, and I'm 20K short. I've invested 10 million in funds, but it won't be available until tomorrow. I'll repay you as soon as it arrives tomorrow. It was the first time Qinlin had asked a woman for money. He didn't want you to think he was broke. By explaining why he needed the money, emphasizing he had it, and mentioning repayment, he wanted to prove to Su Yi that Yu Huiyan would lend him money too. He wanted to show that Su Yi wasn't a special person to Yu Huiyan. Ding. A WeChat message caught Qinlin's attention. It was a voice message. Su Yi smiled and looked at Qinlin. Qinlin didn't dare use the speakerphone and listened to the voice message by holding the phone to his ear. Qinlin, we're not that close, are we? If you're short on cash, you don't have to buy it. Borrow from your other friends. Besides, I don't want any financial dealings with you. Qinlin's face darkened further. Was this the treatment people received from each other? Although they were nearly 2 meters apart, Su Yi heard every word Yu Huiyan said, and he watched Qinlin with a teasing smile. Qinlin gritted his teeth and said, What are you laughing at? You only has 200,000, and you've taken it all. If you don't repay tonight, I won't let you off. Oh, really? Su Yi picked up his phone, opened the chat with Yu Huiyan, and sent another voice message. Ziyu, lend me another 200,000. Barely 5 seconds after sending the message, Su Yi received payment notifications. 5 transactions of 50,000. For a total of 5 OK. Even stated in a text message, that's it, you're out of luck. Qinlin was in complete distress. The speed of response was too fast. This was not just a slap on the face, but a vicious blow to the heart. Su Yi looked at the rich expressions on Qinlin's face and found it particularly interesting for a while. In fact, he also wanted to make Qinlin understand that it's useless to cater to a woman who doesn't love him. Of course, the most important thing was to make him understand the treacherous nature of society. That's how it was said. Suyi had met Qin-Lin a few times, and each time this young man showed a displeased face, clearly targeting him. Suyi also did not advocate violence unless necessary. Following the advice of Bai Miao Miao, it would be sufficient to just make him angry. Qin-Lin had never gained any advantage in front of Suyi. When he came out of the infirmary, he initially wanted Suyi to embarrass himself like a clown in front of Bai Miao Miao and her friends. But he did not expect that the real clown was himself. As Suyi conversed lightly with Qin-Lin, a young man in a gray casual suit with extraordinary temperament walked over under the guidance of the staff. When Qin-Lin saw this young man, his expression changed again. He stood up directly and waved to greet him. However, the young man's attention was not on him at all. He went straight to Yi Xiaoxuan and her two friends. Qin-Lin raised his hand, feeling embarrassed again, prompting Suyi sitting opposite to chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Qin-Lin glared at Suyi. Suyi also remained good-natured, with a smile, saying, "I was just laughing." Qin-Lin really found himself helpless against this poor boy. He couldn't just rush up and beat him up, could he? Recalling yesterday, at the hotel, when Suyi stuck a chopstick into the table, Qin-Lin realized that he might not necessarily be able to beat him, making things even more awkward. The young man over there was Zia Shan, the owner of this club, with an initial stage of golden core cultivation level, already over 100 years old in actual age. Although he had not achieved rejuvenation yet, his special cultivation techniques made him appear in his 20s. He was originally an LSP lustful sexy pervert, running this club for his own indulgences. When he saw the small carved figure that was about to be auctioned, and saw the signature, Yi Xiaoxuan, a female cultivator, women cultivators were not common these days. From the characters on it, the other party should at least have a cultivation level of Che training, or above. If he could cultivate with such a woman, it would be worth 100 ordinary women. So, he inquired about her. When Zia Shan saw Yi Xiaoxuan and her two friends, even as someone who had seen countless women, he couldn't help but be fascinated. Bai Miao Miao had an excellent figure and temperament, Yi Xiaoxuan had a solid and thick aura, and Lin Yun seemed unique, emitting a special kind of aura. He couldn't quite describe the aura, but after many years of indulgence in yin and nourishment in yang, he vaguely felt that if he were to cultivate with Lin Yun, it might be even better than cultivating with Yi Xiaoxuan. "Hello, three beautiful ladies. I am Zia Shan, the owner of this club." Zia Shan was not a rash young man. As he spoke, he smiled noddingly, not even extending his hand. His expression was calm, his eyes full of sincerity, without any aggressiveness. Anyone who didn't know might think he was a refined gentleman. "Hello, Yi Xiaoxuan." Yi Xiaoxuan introduced herself simply. Suyi was nearby, and she didn't want to be misunderstood. Lin Yun nodded slightly. "Hello, I am Lin Yun." Bai Miao Miao narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Mr. Zia, we have met before." "Miss Bai, I am pleased to see you again. Are you enjoying today?" Zia Shan actually knew Bai Miao Miao a long time ago, but he didn't want to provoke the Bai family, so he naturally didn't make a move on Bai Miao Miao. If something were to happen to Bai Miao Miao, with the influence of the Bai family, Section 13 would definitely get involved, and that wouldn't be fun. Bai Miao Miao was still wary of Zia Shan. She knew his influence in Qingzhou City. When such a man came looking for them, it was mostly about being lustful. "I'm fine. What did Mr. Zia come over for?" Bai Miao Miao smiled on her face, but her words were already refusal. "Miss Yi, did you paint that small carved figure?" Zia Shan's gaze turned to Yi Xiaoxuan. Yi Xiaoxuan glanced at Suyi on the side. It seemed like her master didn't like being disturbed. "Yes. Any problem?" Yi Xiaoxuan probably also knew why Suyi had her name left on that painting. Besides making her practice calligraphy, it was also to have her take the blame for these matters. "Of course not. I just really like Miss Yi's painting and admire her painting skills, so I wanted to make a friend." Zia Shan also followed Yi Xiaoxuan's gaze and glanced at Suyi on the side. "Just an ordinary person. Not worth paying attention to. If it's about making friends, there's no need. Mr. Zia, I have something to attend to, so I won't talk to you." After Yi Xiaoxuan finished speaking, she pulled Lin Yun and stood up, walking towards Suyi, sitting down next to him. Rejected so directly, Zia Shan suddenly became interested. Having lived for over 100 years, with considerable wealth and a golden core cultivation level, his charm was not something an ordinary woman could reject. Moreover, He had not been too aggressive, just saying he wanted to make a friend, yet being rejected made him find this woman in front of him intriguing. Having lived for so long, he had not encountered anything challenging for a long time. Xia Shen smiled and followed Yishiak Suan, walking towards Suyi's direction. Bai Miao Miao could see Xia Shen's intentions towards Yishiak Suan. In just a moment, everyone had moved to sit next to Suyi. Bai Miao Miao called Yishiak Suan a troublemaker. Even though Suyi had exceptional painting skills, Yishiak Suan was clearly deflecting attention towards Suyi. Xia Shen was not a kind person. If he wanted to deal with Suyi would probably have a hard time. Sure enough, after Xia Shen approached, he glanced at Suyi and asked, "May I know the name of this friend?" Suyi's mood was still good at the moment. He had already realized that the young man in front of him was trying to court his disciple. To him, someone over 100 years old was still considered young. With a cultivation base at the golden core level, his talent seemed average. It was uncertain how his character was. Suyi was also observing Xia Shen, almost seeing through his intentions at a glance. Yin and Yang cultivation. Suyi deduced this man's cultivation technique from Xia Shen's aura. Although Suyi acted based on his likes and dislikes, not concerned with the morality of cultivation techniques, someone indulging in yin and nourishment in yang was mostly not a decent man. How could such a man be worthy of his disciple? After seeing all this, Suyi immediately lost any favorable impression of Xia Shen. Xia Shen smiled. "I've heard about you, that you made Liu Hongyan bow down before you today. Very impressive. I am Xia Shen, the owner of this club. Let's be friends." Suyi smiled. "I usually don't make friends with men." No face at all. Suyi has no good feelings towards Xia Shen, so he can't be bothered to be polite to him. Make friends. Suyi doesn't have many friends. The smile on Xia Shen's face gradually froze. Being rejected by Yishuan would make him feel challenged, but if Suyi rejected him, there would be nothing else to discuss. This person leaving the club is definitely a death sentence. Even Jesus couldn't save him. Very well. Xia Shen nodded towards Suyi, then turned and left. Bai Miao Miao quickly said to Xia Shen, "Mr. Xia, Suyi is my friend. That's just how he talks. Please don't argue with him." Xia Shen paused slightly and turned to Bai Miao Miao, saying, "Miss Bai, I am giving you face, but your friend has made me lose face. I am not happy now." With that, he ignored Bai Miao Miao and left directly. Bai Miao Miao felt Xia Shen's anger and became inexplicably nervous. This Suyi, always making enemies wherever he goes. Does he really think he's invincible? After Xia Shen left, Qinlin couldn't help but smile again. "Suyi, I suddenly admire you a lot. Oh, there's more for you to admire behind this." Suyi could already sense the killing intent emanating from Xia Shen. Young people nowadays really have quite the temper. Good luck. Qinlin also didn't want to continue chatting with Suyi. He made a strange smile and left as well. He just wanted to know if tomorrow Suyi would still be able to speak so confidently. Xia Shen isn't just someone who runs a club. He knows most of the socialites in Qingzhou City, and his influence is so great that Qinlin can only behave himself in front of him. Now, Suyi has offended Xia Shen. Perhaps Suyi is very skilled, but Qinlin still thinks Suyi will have a hard time today. A freeloader. What does he have to be so arrogant about? Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just by befriending a few rich ladies? Suyi looked at Qinlin's back, a smirk forming on his lips. Qinlin's wound on his thigh started bleeding again. Damn. What's going on? Is this bandage poisonous? Qinlin had already forgotten about his image, the bleeding making his mind explode. The staff came over again to help him back to the medical room. The staff here were also at a loss. Just a minor burn. Why is there still bleeding after 2 bandages? Does this guy have a blood disorder? Yishuan looked on, holding back a laugh, feeling that her master was really mischievous. Needless to say, without explanation, this was definitely something her master had arranged. Bai Miao Miao couldn't find it in herself to laugh. Remembering Xia Shen's parting words made her feel that Suyi was dangerous. Bai Miao Miao thought about it and felt uneasy, so she walked to the side to call her grandfather. Bai Qishan was already aware that Suyi had arrived at Shan Club. Although Suyi had said that their fate had ended, he still needed to pay attention to Suyi's news. His granddaughter had gotten close to Suyi. He didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. Hearing that the Yi family's girl had also gotten close to Suyi, building what seemed like a good relationship, Bai Miao Miao might not have a chance. If they acted foolishly, it could turn out badly. It was more like a gamble. If they bet right, the Bai family would continue to prosper for centuries. If they bet wrong, Bai Kishan was conflicted, and the butler brought him the phone. "Sir, Miss Miao Miao is calling." Bai Kishan picked up the phone and asked, "Miao Miao, what's the matter?" Bai Miao Miao lowered her voice and said, "Grandpa, Suyi has caused trouble." Bai Kishan was puzzled. So what if Suyi caused trouble? Who was the trouble for? What kind of trouble was it? Bai Miao Miao asked, "Do you know Zia Shan?" "Yes." "Has he provoked Zia Shan?" Bai Kishan smiled, knowing Zia Shan was a cultivator in the Golden Core realm. "Yes. Zia Shan seems very angry. I'm afraid he will do something to Suyi. Should we send someone to protect him or inform Zia Shan?" "You don't have to worry about this matter." Bai Kishan asked, "I heard you made him pretend to be your boyfriend again." "Ah, you know too." Bai Miao Miao felt a bit embarrassed, saying, "That's not what we're talking about now." Bai Kishan didn't even dare to call Suyi by name, asking, "What's his attitude? Did he agree?" "Ooh, I gave him 2,000 yuan to pretend to be my boyfriend for a date, and he agreed." Bai Miao Miao really didn't know what her grandfather was thinking. The focus was not on this issue at all. "You should at least tell Zia Shan." Bai Kishan didn't care about Zia Shan, asking, "Is the Yi girl with you as well?" Bai Miao Miao was speechless, wondering if her grandfather was getting senile. Why was he asking these questions that were irrelevant to the subject she was talking about? "Yi Xiaowan is here too. What's wrong? How is the relationship between Yi girl and him?" Bai Miao Miao weakly answered, "It seems fine." "Does the Yi girl reject you?" No. "Why would she reject me?" Bai Miao Miao felt like she had dialed the wrong number. "That's good. It's okay. Just try to be friends with him. I think you should not have any improper thoughts." Bai Kishan thought the best result would be for Bai Miao Miao to be friends with Suyi. This way, nobody would be offended, and the prosperity of the Bai family for nearly 100 years would be secured. If Bai Miao Miao had any inappropriate thoughts about Suyi, and Suyi was already close to the Yi girl, it could very well backfire. Bai Miao Miao was so angry she almost popped the button on her chest, but she couldn't manage to complete a sentence in the end. What does it mean not to have improper thoughts? Okay, you don't need to worry about other things. Bai Kishan hung up the phone. He handed the phone to the butler beside him, and his face turned cold. "Tell them, all business related to Zia Shan should be withdrawn without considering the losses. In addition, keep an eye on all of Zia Shan's businesses and be prepared at all times. When I give the order, take them all over." Bai Kishan understood very well the consequences of offending Suyi and the people Suyi might provoke. A cultivator in the Golden Core realm, the Tang family even invited Zhang Tianqi, a true one from the Dao, and ended up retiring as a family, didn't they? Over the years, Bai Kishan had learned a lot. The more he knew, the more he felt that Suyi was unfathomable. By challenging a cultivator in the Golden Core realm, Suyi was asking for trouble, wasn't he? First, he needed to draw a clear boundary between his family and Zia Shan. This was also a kind of attitude he must take, whether Suyi could grasp it or not. Also, he didn't immediately meddle with Zia Shan's business because he didn't know how Suyi would deal with Zia Shan, ignore him, or eliminate him directly. The charity gala is being held in the lounge on the second floor of the club. This private club covers more than 1,000 square meters, with the first floor serving as an art exhibition center, the second floor as the venue for banquet activities, and the third floor housing various entertainment facilities. Additionally, the fourth floor has accommodations and bathing facilities, making it a small but complete space. Suyi followed by Miao Miao to the second floor, where many people had already arrived. The guests in attendance were all well-dressed and engaged in quiet conversations. The so-called charity gala was just Zia Shan's way of inviting these wealthy individuals to gather and get acquainted during the banquet, forming a social circle. The information within this circle was quite valuable. Zia Shan had installed listening devices beneath the floor of the second floor, allowing him to eavesdrop on various commercial information. Even some people's secrets had immense value in his hands. So, why would they charge for tickets to the art exhibition? Suyi and the other three walked to the second floor, immediately drawing attention from many people. Setting aside the fact that Suyi had outshone Liu Hongyan, Bai Miao Miao and her two other beautiful companions entering together had already become a dazzling sight. "Let's sit over there," Bai Miao glanced around the room and led Suyi to an empty table without bothering to greet anyone. Since it was a charity auction, there were many small tables set up. Each table could comfortably accommodate 4 to 5 people. After Suyi and the others sat down, a female server in a cheongsam brought over the auction list, followed by a cart with red wine, beverages, and pastries. Going slightly, the server asked, "May I take your order?" Upon entering, Suyi noticed a long tables behind with plenty of food. Hearing the server's question, he glanced over and asked, "Can we eat from that side?" The server nodded with a smile. "Yes, you may. If you'd like anything, I will get it for you." Suyi chuckled. "No need to trouble yourself, I'll go over myself. I'll have a bit of everything." "Do we need to pay?" The server responded quickly, saying, "Everything here is complimentary." "Great," Suyi smiled. He wasn't usually one to take advantage, but with the food right there and free of charge, how could he not eat? Seeing the scene they were making, with Suyi carrying a full plate of food, some guests nearby speculated whether he was a server or if he had managed to sneak in. If it weren't for Yi Xiaoxuan accompanying him, someone would have likely come over to inquire about Suyi's identity. "What would you like to eat?" Suyi asked Lin Yun. While observing Suyi's full plate, Lin Yun tentatively suggested, "Shall we finish eating before we go over?" "That works." Suyi hadn't had seafood in a while, so he grabbed a giant king crab along with a bunch of other seafood items. Yi Xiaoxuan also followed suit, choosing meat dishes at Suyi's suggestion. The master and disciple duo looked like they were very hungry as they navigated through the crowd back to Bai Miao's table. Seeing their mannerisms, Bai Miao covered her face with her hands and shook her head. She really wanted to tell those staring at their table that she wasn't close with these two. Suyi, however, didn't care about how others perceived them. Once seated, the server quickly brought utensils, specifically Western-style cutlery. Despite being from a different era, Suyi was adept at using these utensils. With a graceful motion of his hand, Suyi effortlessly cracked open the king crab shell and skillfully picked out the meat. His movements were elegant, fluid, and it left Bai Miao stunned. Initially, she thought Suyi would indulge voraciously using his hands, but his refined mannerisms resembled those of a medieval aristocrat, with a speed that was neither fast nor slow, and not a drop of residue visible on his lips. Yi Xiaoxuan wanted to emulate Suyi's eating style, but couldn't quite grasp it. Suyi, being thoughtful, quickly disassembled the giant king crab, extracted the meat, and distributed portions to the 3 ladies' plates, adhering to the habit of elders offering food. At one point, serving food was considered a warm gesture, and Suyi's mood was good today. Furthermore, he wanted to integrate into the modern youth culture, so he interacted warmly with Bai Miao and Lin Yun. As for his previous intentions to pursue Lin Yun, Suyi had let go of that idea. He felt it was better to go with the flow, as matters of love and emotions weren't that crucial to him at the moment. Perhaps, by not overthinking things, he could have a better interaction with Lin Yun without the pressure of making her feel special. Suyi also called for a garbage bin. In just a few minutes, he had emptied all the shelled items, leaving only the meat in the plates. This way, the table didn't look cluttered with food anymore. Observing the crab and shrimp meat in the plates, Bai Miao couldn't help but remark, "You have quite the skill." Suyi chuckled. "Of course, I consider myself half a chef." While watching Suyi, Yi Xiaoxuan quipped, "Those who don't want to become painters become good cooks. Always have something to say. Just eat already." Suyi teased her. After half an hour, the charity auction began with the host taking the stage. Suyi had nearly finished eating and picked up the auction list. Among the items up for sale were works by Liu Hanyun and contemporary artists, as well as some antiques. The painting titled Young Carving attributed to Yi Xiaoxuan had a starting price of 180,000 yuan. The host stood on the stage and spoke a few simple sentences before the auction officially began. Bai Miao was relieved because since she had been sitting here, Liu Shai had not come to disturb her. Little did she know that upon seeing Suyi, Liu Shai inexplicably felt a sense of fear in his heart. Just like a rat seeing a cat, where would he dare to come over? Previously, Bai Miao had been thinking about how Suyi would deal with Liu Shai when he came over, but now it seemed unnecessary. After the auction began, the wealthy businessman present started bidding eagerly, pushing the atmosphere of the auction to its peak. Suyi also watched the performances of these people with interest. Yi Xiaoxuan was not idle either, saying to Suyi, Most of the money obtained from this auction will be used for education in impoverished areas. We've already agreed on the painting we're auctioning. 18,000 will go to us, and the rest will be donated. Suyi nodded without saying much. He wasn't a saint who pitied the world, but he was very interested in education. In the past, studying had been a way for those from humble backgrounds to rise up, but in this era, studying might not guarantee success, but at least people living in the lower levels are no longer ignorant. Reading and literacy are now more about enriching oneself. Soon, it came to the auction of Suyi's Young Eagle picture. When this piece was put up, the guests below instantly became excited. Selling for 180,000? What is this? Ishiaksuan? Who's that? I've never heard of her. Is she a recent painter? The name Ishiaksuan sounds familiar. I remember now, Yilin's granddaughter is called Ishiaksuan. Some people didn't know who Ishiaksuan was and couldn't appreciate such a simple artwork. Ordinary people couldn't perceive the artistic conception within. They couldn't understand why a painting like this would be worth 180,000. I offered 200,000. Zia Shan, who sat in the front row, was also the first to call out a price. With this bid, many people suddenly came to their senses. Zia Shan was the owner of this clubhouse, and for this painting to inexplicably appear at the auction, didn't that show some intention towards her? A gentleman doesn't take advantage of someone's weakness, and there weren't many people at the scene who wanted to contend with Zia Shan. Offending him would not bode well for one's status in Qingzhou City. 300,000, came a voice from a corner. Suyi didn't even look over in that direction. Wang Degui had also joined in, and he had known about it beforehand. Zia Shan narrowed his eyes, locked gazes with Wang Degui, and shouted, "For 100,000. Wang Degui sneered. 1 million. He had seen the 3 words Yishiaksuan. But what made him bid that high was the painting itself. Just by looking from afar, he could sense a particular artistic conception. Wang Degui was certain that the painting was not done by Yishiaksuan, as the signature and the painting style clearly didn't match. 2 million. Zia Shan's main method of cultivation was absorbing yin to nourish yang. His understanding of the Tao was shallow. He only felt that the painting looked good but didn't perceive any artistic conception in it. Initially, his bid was to earn favor with Yishiaksuan, but now he was in a competition with Wang Degui. He shouted a bid, and there were people competing with him. Wasn't this a loss of face for him? In his territory, someone was vying against him. Wang Degui gritted his teeth and shouted without hesitation, 5 million. Zia Shan sneered, 8 million. He could tell that Wang Degui was also a cultivator. But so what? Was it just about who had more money? Wang Degui furrowed his brow. He had secluded himself in the mountains for years, and even though his cultivation was not low, he didn't have much wealth. Did he have to borrow money from Yilin because of this? Yishiaksuan was also stunned. In just a short time, the price had reached 8 million. I want to bid. Yishiaksuan looked pitifully at Suyi. Suyi was speechless. He had entrusted all the money from the cup selling to Yishiaksuan, and he hadn't even thought about using that money. Was she wanting to do something with educational causes? Do as you like. Suyi was indifferent to money matters. He didn't need much. As long as he gave the 18,000 back to Yu Huiyan, it would be enough for him, but he couldn't be bothered to ask Yishiaksuan for it. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Yishiaksuan raised her hand and shouted, 9 million. Zia Shan frowned slightly, but when he looked at Yishiaksuan, he had to refrain from bidding further. Would it not be disrupting things if he continued? Wang Degui had originally planned to continue bidding, but when he followed the sound and saw Suyi, a new idea sprouted in his mind. Didn't that girl who was buying the painting know Suyi? If she bought it, it wouldn't be a problem for him to go over and take a look. Not spending any money, but still benefiting. Wouldn't that be great? Consequently, Wang Degui stopped bidding. Getting something for nothing was always the best deal. In the midst of shocked gazes, a painting that the majority of people didn't appreciate was bought for 9 million. Yishiaksuan soon paid the amount, but she would receive the 18,000 after the auction ended. Suyi had finished eating, and he glanced at the list of auction items. Nothing caught his eye, so he said to Bai Miao Miao, "Shall we leave now?" "Sure." Bai Miao Miao had wanted to leave a long time ago. Her father had said he wouldn't force her into blind dates again, so why stay here unnecessarily? They had eaten and participated in the auction. They were free to leave. Today had been a comfortable day. However, she was a little worried about Suyi's safety. Would Zia Shan cause trouble for Suyi? As the group prepared to leave, Zia Shan and Wang Degui also stood up. By Meow Meow whispered to Suyi. Suyi, be careful of that guy surnamed Zia. Suyi smiled and said, I know. He then took out his phone and made a call. Hello. May I ask who you are speaking with? Director Wu. Hello. We met at the bookstore this morning, and you said, if I had any trouble, I could contact you. I remember now. What trouble have you run into? That man from this morning is still following me. Suyi didn't mention Zia Shan, since Wang Degui was also there. Since Wu Wen's was focusing on Wang Degui, he just directly mentioned his name. Where are you? Wu Wen's was undoubtedly a responsible person. Upon hearing that Wang Degui was still following Suyi, he began to take the situation seriously. Mountain River Club. Why did you go there? Upon hearing the name of the club, Wu Wen's couldn't help but frown. Zia Shan was already a key figure they monitor at the 13th Division. Why would Suyi not go elsewhere and choose to go there? Was he asking for trouble? To see an art exhibition? Suyi said casually. Wait for me inside. 10 minutes. Okay. Suyi hung up after speaking. By Meow Meow asked with curiosity. Who did you call? The deputy director of the neighborhood committee. Street office? By Meow Meow supported her forehead with her hand, almost speechless. Is it useful to have someone from the street office come over? Who is Zia Shan? Is he someone who can deal with Suyi? A street office director? And he's just a deputy director. I really don't know what Suyi is thinking. But Suyi said, he asked me to wait for him inside for 10 minutes. By Meow Meow said, tell him not to come. You come with me. I believe he will still give me some face. I think Director Wu's face should be bigger than yours, Suyi said, as he found a sofa to sit down. He doesn't advocate violence now. If there's an issue, find a leader. That's definitely correct. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't ask much, saying, you guys wait, I'll go get my painting. The painting Suyi gave her is still stored in the exhibition center, and she's a bit worried about others sending it back. Since they're leaving, they will definitely take it with them. All right, I'll sit for a while. Suyi sat on the sofa, already decided to wait for Director Wu to come over before deciding what to do. By Meow Meow and Lin Yun could only sit down with them. Yi Xiaoxuan took half the effort to finally come out with a framed painting, wrapped tightly in hard shell paper. She remembered Lin Yun hadn't seen this painting at the exhibition, so naturally, she didn't see the words written on the painting. In front of Lin Yun, she is still Suyi's cousin. Wang Degui and Zia Shan followed. They took the elevator down together, and the two had a secret confrontation in the elevator, but in the end, neither could have the upper hand, considering it the draw. After getting off the elevator, they acted like nothing had happened at all. Eventually, they expected Suyi to leave the clubhouse directly, but after going downstairs, they found Suyi leisurely sitting on a sofa on the first floor. Wang Degui grinned at Zia Shan. Are you planning a murder and theft? Zia Shan smiled. Friend, did you set your eyes on that painting? Wang Degui couldn't help but taunt. Aren't you? I really am not. Zia Shan decided to disclose. How about this? You take the painting, and the person is mine. Wang Degui didn't have Suyi's keen eye and didn't detect Zia Shan's cultivation method. He asked straightforwardly, which person do you want? Zia Shan squinted. Yi Xiaoxuan. Wang Degui bluntly declared, no way. In fact, up to now, Wang Degui still didn't know who Yi Xiaoxuan was. But he and Yilin have been good friends for many years, and now that he heard someone wanted to harm his granddaughter, he couldn't just sit idly by. Zia Shan's dark expression grew ugly as he said, are you truly thinking I'm afraid of you? Previously, Wang Degui had already competed with him for the painting. Now Zia Shan had given him some face, but Wang Degui remained stubborn. What exactly did he want? What did he take Zia Shan for? Wang Degui didn't waste words with him, and walked directly towards Suyi. As he walked past, he also assessed by Meow Meow and the others. The three women seemed decent enough, but he didn't know which one was Yi Xiaoxuan. According to Suyi, Yi Xiaoxuan looks extremely ugly without makeup. But these three girls in front of him all looked fine. Were they wearing makeup? Wang Degui really couldn't tell. Suyi, didn't expect to run into you here. Wang Degui greeted Suyi with a smile after he came up. Suyi smiled. I didn't expect it either. Wang Degui got straight to the point, saying, by the way, which one is Yi Xiaoxuan? Yi Xiaoxuan looked at Wang Degui in confusion and asked, who are you? Wang Degui scrutinized Yi Xiaoxuan for a moment. This girl looked quite pretty and had a good figure. It's a pity. If she already looked like this naturally, that would have been better. But appearance is something one can't control. Thinking to himself, Won Degui couldn't help but let out a sigh, saying, "Miss, since I am friends with your grandfather, you can call me Grandpa Won." Yi Xiaxuan asked, "Are you Master Won of Wanzhou?" Won Degui nodded and said, "My disciple caused trouble in Qingzhou for you." Yi Xiaxuan quickly said, No, Wanzhou is still good." Won Degui shook his head inwardly. This little girl seemed to have taken a liking to his disciple. That lad is indeed causing problems everywhere. But he has a good relationship with Yilin. If Yilin's granddaughter is harmed because of his disciple, it wouldn't sit well with him. However, he should stay out of young people's affairs. If two young people have feelings for each other, he shouldn't ruin it due to Yi Xiaxuan's appearance. How could Yi Xiaxuan have imagined the many thoughts going on in this old man's mind? He was already beginning to find fault with her appearance. Won Degui could only propose, "Shall we go? Why are we still sitting here?" So Yi also stood up, estimated the time, and thought director we should be arriving soon. Won Degui glanced at Xia Shanhan, made it clear that he's got these people protected. If Xia Shan makes a move, he would be the first line of defense. Xia Shan shook his head at Won Degui with a smile, turned away, and didn't follow. But his intentions were already clear that Won Degui couldn't protect him. Once someone has caught his eye, it isn't easy for him to let go. What about Yilin's granddaughter? The woman he sets his eyes on. No one can easily guarantee her safety. So Yi followed Won Degui out of the clubhouse, and they met Wu Wen's head-on. The moment Won Degui saw Wu Wen's, he paused. Wu Wen's glanced at Su Yi, didn't waste words, and said to Won Degui, "Won Degui, come with us." At this moment, standing beside Wu Wen's was a delicate-looking young woman who seemed to be only 18 or 19 years old. She stared expressionlessly at Won Degui. Won Degui was so nervous that he couldn't speak. What did I do wrong?" Just as Won Degui asked, the next moment, the young woman had already punched him in the abdomen, followed by a shoulder throw, harshly throwing him on the ground. A pit was created on the ground, and she added another kick to his abdomen. Surprisingly, as a golden core cultivator, Won Degui didn't even have a chance to retaliate. He was beaten unconscious and then dragged away like a dead dog. Yi Xiaxuan and the others stared wide-eyed, watching the slender figure of the young woman. They were speechless for a while. "I apologize, our director has a bad temper," Wu Wen's told Su Yi. "You don't have to worry. I believe he won't come to harass you again in the future." Su Yi nodded and watched in a daze as the girl walked away. He never expected such a talented person from a street office. That girl just now was a bit special. She didn't possess golden core or nascent soul, but her cultivation technique seemed to be the same as Su Yi's from tens of thousands of years ago. How could that be possible? Su Yi himself does not cultivate, but tens of thousands of years ago, in order to integrate into the cultivation civilization, he also created some cultivation techniques, just like the set he taught Yi Xiaxuan to cultivate. In addition to this, he has also created many unpredictable cultivation techniques, such as the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder technique created by Su Yi that the Emperor Heotian cultivated in his early years, thus establishing the heavenly court and becoming the J Emperor in mythology. Another famous one is the 8 or 9 profound techniques. The way that girl just circulated Qi in her body is clearly the method that Su Yi taught the Nine Heavens mystery woman back then. This set of cultivation techniques, Su Yi has only taught her alone, and he is also sure that no third person will learn it. But isn't Lin Yun someone who has experienced many cycles of thousands of years? How does this girl have the same cultivation technique as him? Su Yi is full of doubts, not knowing where he went wrong. Bai Miaomia asked, "The one earlier was the director of the street office that you mentioned." Su Yi nodded and asked, "Do you think who has more face, you or him?" Bai Miaomia looked at the pit that was smashed on the ground and chuckled. "I think this might not be a matter of face." The movement of that girl just now was so fast that Bai Miaomia and the others couldn't see clearly what had happened. Won Degui had already been knocked unconscious, and then there was a pit on the ground. Normally, if someone was hit like that, the ground would not have been smashed like that, but the person would definitely be covered in blood. Everything seemed so unusual, so he could feel Xia Shan watching him in the dark, so he said to Bai Miaomia, "Could you please take Lin Yun home? We have something to attend to." "No problem." Bai Miaomia was now truly puzzled. Didn't Yi Xiaxuan say that this Lin Yun was her future master aunt? Logically speaking, Su Yi should be closer to Lin Yun. So why didn't he escort the girl home himself and instead asked her to help? Su Yi said to Yi Xiaxuan, "Let's go. Oh, Yi Xiaoxuan nodded quickly, hugged the painting, and said to Lin Yun, "You go home first, I will go do something with Su Yi." Lin Yun didn't ask them what they were up to and followed by Miao Miao to the car. After they left, Yi Xiaoxuan asked in a low voice, "Master, where are we going now?" "Just follow me." After leaving the club, Su Yi walked toward a deserted alley. Yi Xiaoxuan followed him closely, and when they reached the end of the alley, she started to feel nervous. "Why are we going in here? This place seems deserted. It's dark and windy." Did Su Yi ask that big-chested woman, by Miao Miao, to take Lin Yun home to do something inappropriate to her? With these thoughts, Yi Xiaoxuan's heart raced, feeling panicked and chaotic. Su Yi asked, "Are you nervous?" "Huh?" Yi Xiaoxuan suddenly looked up at Su Yi, stuttering, "A little bit, maybe." Su Yi suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes fixed on Yi Xiaoxuan, and said softly, "What is there to be nervous about? It's just just nervous. I've never done this before." Yi Xiaoxuan's voice trailed off as she lowered her head, feeling more and more timid. Su Yi said, "You have to go through it eventually. The first time is always the hardest." Yi Xiaoxuan became even more nervous, whispering, "Is it too fast?" Su Yi replied, "Fast? I think it's about right." Clenching her fists, Yi Xiaoxuan bit her lip and stared at Su Yi, looking around cautiously before asking hesitantly, "Are we going to do it here?" Su Yi furrowed his brows and asked, "Where else?" "I think here is fine. There's no one around." Yi Xiaoxuan became even more anxious. She never expected Su Yi to be so direct. "Is it too intense?" she asked. Su Yi nodded and said, "If it's your first time, it might be a bit intense, but after experiencing it a few times, you'll get used to it." "It is my first time," Yi Xiaoxuan said, feeling something was off, and stared at Su Yi, saying, "Have you done this many times before? Is it strange?" Su Yi usually chose secluded places when he had conflicts with others, and as for the number of times he had done it, it was countless. Yi Xiaoxuan looked puzzled and didn't know what to say or do. How could this happen in such a place, and he had done it so many times before? How many girls had Su Yi been with? And he acted so nonchalant about it. She had thought Su Yi was a pure young man. Su Yi asked, "Are you ready?" Yi Xiaoxuan felt her composure return. If Su Yi was really like that, she couldn't afford to be deceived. "Can I refuse?" "No." Su Yi's expression turned serious as he said, in a deep voice, "Come out." At the other end of the alley, Xia Shan walked out leisurely and chuckled. "I never expected you to find out, but so what?" Yi Xiaoxuan was stunned. What was going on? Su Yi said to Yi Xiaoxuan, "Have you ever fought with a cultivator before? Give it a try." Huh? Yi Xiaoxuan finally realized her mistake. What was she thinking just now? Oh my god, it's so embarrassing. She actually thought Su Yi wanted to do that thing with her in such a place. Oh, how embarrassing. "What are you thinking?" Su Yi frowned and asked, "Are you not focused during a fight? Do you want to die?" Yi Xiaoxuan glanced at Su Yi, then stared at Xia Shan, asking, "What do you want to do?" Xia Shan smiled and said, "Miss Yi, I see you have remarkable bones and extraordinary talent. Would you be interested in cultivating with me? I guarantee that your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds." Disgusting. Yi Xiaoxuan was not a fool and of course knew what cultivating together meant. She was now angry again, after calming down earlier, to ask for that so directly. Just how shameless can one be? Xia Shan didn't get angry but smiled and said, "You may not know, but I also have a nickname, Xia Luanliu." Bah. Yi Xiaoxuan really wanted to beat this shameless person up. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Calling himself Xia Luanliu. I like the sound of "bah." Xia Shen no longer appeared polite, with a lecherous grin on his face, saying, "I like it when people talk back to me." This time, without Su Yi's order, Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't hold back anymore. Taking a step forward, she charged at Xia Shan and punched his face that needed a beating. "You have quite a fiery temper. I like it." Xia Shan chuckled weirdly. He dodged her punch effortlessly and reached for her chest with his right hand. At that moment, he felt as if his hand had been shocked by electricity. Before he could make contact, his hand froze in midair, and the next moment, his whole body became immobile. What exactly happened? Xia Shan's pupil suddenly dilated, feeling incredulous. Yi Xiaoxuan's cultivation was definitely not as good as his, but at the moment he reached out his hand, he already felt something unusual. Not only his hand couldn't move, His body couldn't move either. He was frozen in place, as if an invisible giant hand tightly grasped him. Yi Xiaoxuan still held the painting, but it didn't affect her performance. The initial punch was dodged by Xia Shan, and she thought she had encountered a worthy opponent, but the next moment, Xia Shan stood there like a wooden man. Yi Xiaoxuan had never fought against a cultivator, but she had some martial arts training and was skilled. Xia Shan was suppressed by Su Yi again, while Yi Xiaoxuan seemed to face a sandbag that couldn't move. A punch was dodged, followed by a knee strike. Ooh, Xia Shan muttered incoherently. Deserved to be shouted at. Yi Xiaoxuan shouted and relentlessly delivered a series of blows. In the blink of an eye, Xia Shan was kicked to the ground. Throughout the process, she still held the painting, effortlessly and joyfully dominating. Xia Shan felt indescribable bitterness, as a cultivator at the Golden Curse stage was rendered powerless, not knowing where the problem lay. For a full 3 minutes of one-sided violence, Xia Shan lay on the ground like a dead dog, with no chance for retaliation after the initial dodge. Ha! Is this a cultivator? Yi Xiaoxuan kicked Xia Shan's waist, walked to Su Yi, lightly brushed the messy hair off her forehead, and disdainfully said, I think I can take on 10 of this kind. Xia Shan wasn't beaten to death, but nearly succumbed to these words. When he first acted, he was sure Yi Xiaoxuan was merely a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. If his check could function normally, he could easily overcome Yi Xiaoxuan with just one move, considering they were a realm apart. Slowly walking to Xia Shan, Su Yi said, From now on, you will practice with her. After these words, Xia Shan felt his check could flow normally again. Practice. Xia Shan's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. He suddenly pounced toward Su Yi's throat. Su Yi didn't move, and Xia Shan's hand stopped 3 centimeters from Su Yi's throat. If you wish to die, I can grant your wish. Su Yi furrowed his brows slightly, and Xia Shan's body was suspended in midair, unable to move. He realized then that the ordinary person before his eyes was the most terrifying existence. Could everything just now be because of Su Yi? I don't kill me. Xia Shan's eyes were filled with fear. Once he believed that as a Golden Curse stage cultivator, he just had to avoid being targeted by the woman from 13 sects to do as he pleased. Now he realized he was wrong. Completely wrong. In front of Su Yi, he not only dared not attack, with just a single glance, he couldn't move. If Su Yi truly wanted to kill him, probably a glance would be enough. Despite being a Golden Curse stage cultivator, he was not invincible in this world, but definitely not someone to be trifled with. I said, practice with her from now on. Su Yi also noticed an issue. Teaching Yi Xiaoxuan cultivation techniques alone wasn't sufficient. Yi Xiaoxuan lacked combat experience, and he had no desire to train her while Xia Shan served as a punching bag. A perfect solution. All right, no problem. Whatever you say goes. Xia Shan felt his life was threatened. If he didn't agree, Su Yi might directly wipe him out. At this moment, even if it meant being a dog, he would immediately submit. Su Yi then released him. Falling from midair, Xia Shan stood unsteadily, lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, his clothes already soaked. Since he started cultivating, no one had ever exerted such pressure on him. Don't even think about escaping, Su Yi said. If you run away, even if you hide at the ends of the earth, I will kill you. If you don't believe me, you can try. I dare not. Xia Shan struggled to stand up, shaking uncontrollably, not daring to question Su Yi's words. Leave her your number. Be ready to assist whenever called upon, Su Yi told Yi Xiaoxuan. Looking disdainfully at Xia Shan, Yi Xiaoxuan said, He's both despicable and weak. I don't need him to practice with me. Then let it be. Su Yi raised his hand. Xia Shan, who had just managed to stand up, knelt down. Sir Su, spare me, though I might be somewhat weak. Even a piece of tissue paper, or a pair of underpants, has its use. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it as long as you spare me. Although Yi Xiaoxuan looked down on Xia Shan, upon hearing Su Yi intended to dispose of him, she didn't know what disposal meant. Unable to help herself, she said, Maybe let him be. Despite his vulgarity, he might still have some usefulness. It's up to you, Su Yi said. He's a Golden Curse stage cultivator. If you really fought just now, you wouldn't stand a chance. So, you should practice more with him or let him stand there while you strike him. A Golden Curse stage cultivator is not easily defeated. Xia Shan's lip twitched viciously. Indeed, he had some usefulness. A punching bag, Golden Core. Yi Xiaoxuan observed Xia Shan and asked Su Yi, Then what stage am I in now? Su Yi answered, you just condensed your foundation establishment. In terms of stage, you're slightly lower than him. Den Golden Cur isn't that great. Yi Shaxuan glanced at Xia Shan with disdain, shaking her head. It seems I can challenge higher levels. Although Yi Shaxuan didn't follow the internet, she watched TV dramas where the protagonists often exceeded their limits, making her believe she was such a character. So Yi said unsympathetically, you lack real combat experience, yet you aim for higher challenges. If I hadn't sealed his cultivation just now, you wouldn't stand a chance against him. Oh, so, he's quite powerful. Yi Shaxuan found it hard to believe that the despicable man she had ruthlessly attacked was stronger than her. Xia Shan was on the verge of tears. If he hadn't encountered a freak like Su Yi, wouldn't he easily deal with the foundation establishment stage cultivator? Unable to contain her curiosity, Yi Shaxuan asked Su Yi, Master, what stage are you in? Su Yi calmly replied, I have no stage. Su Yi has never had much cultivation realm. Since he became conscious, he has been an invincible presence. Whether it's the God King, immortal monarch, or ancient demon, they are no match for Su Yi. The golden core is just too weak. After Su Yi restrained his aura, Xia Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Su Yi said he wanted to disable him just now, although he didn't specify how, it was obvious that no matter how he was disabled, it was definitely not something he could accept. Yi Shaxuan looked Xia Shan up and down, her eyes always filled with disdain. But since Su Yi asked him to come along to practice, having an extra punching bag and follower was not a bad thing. What's your phone number? Yi Shaxuan also understood. With her master there, that despicable LSP wouldn't dare do anything to her. Since when she had gone into the police station and hadn't come out yet, she still needed to go to Laolin's place in the morning to have him treated. The bookstore needed someone to watch over it, so having one more person around was fine. Xia Shan gave his contact information to Yi Shaxuan. Yi Shaxuan asked, do you have time tomorrow morning? Yes, yes, yes. No matter how busy Xia Shan was, he wouldn't dare say he didn't have time. Right now, he couldn't even tell what realm Su Yi was in. After all, he was at least a Golden Cur realm cultivator. If he couldn't determine Su Yi's realm, it meant that Su Yi was at least in the Nasan Soul realm. If a Nasan Soul realm great deity wanted to kill him, he really wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Most crucially, judging by Su Yi's performance, Su Yi was likely more than just in the Nasan Soul realm. That's really scary. Then tomorrow morning, go to the South Mountain Bookstore on Wendy Street at Qingzhou University. Yi Shaxuan took out the keys to the bookstore and asked Su Yi, Master, can I let him guard the store? Yes, you can, Su Yi said. It's just that the store's lock has been broken, so your key is useless. This morning, when Su Yi went to the bookstore, the lock had been broken by Wanda Gui. Oh. Yi Shaxuan shrugged her shoulders and then said to Xia Shan, then tomorrow, go buy a lock and keep an eye on the store. Do you want me to give you money for the lock? No need. No need. It is my honor to serve you. Xia Shan quickly smiled and accompaniedly said, where would he dare ask Yi Shaxuan for money to buy a lock? Just that little money. It would be enough if he gave it. In the future, without my consent, if I don't ask you, you are not allowed to talk to me. Yi Shaxuan stared at Xia Shan harshly. Although Xia Shan's previous words weren't a big deal, that one sentence just made Yi Shaxuan feel that this LSP was pushing it. I understand. Xia Shan completely didn't know what he had done wrong in front of Yi Shaxuan but could only nod repeatedly. So Yi took a deep look at Xia Shan, didn't say anything, and went out of the alley. Yi Shaxuan also ignored Xia Shan and followed Su Yi out of the alley with the painting in her arms. Master, did you know that pervert was following us? Su Yi said. He was mainly targeting you. That person just now specializes in collecting yin to replenish yang. Collecting yin to replenish yang? Yi Shaxuan shivered with fear. If what Su Yi said was true, her strength was actually inferior to Xia Shan's. If Su Yi hadn't been with her today, what would she have faced then? Su Yi nodded. So I wanted to disable him just now. Yi Shaxuan tentatively asked. When you say disable, do you mean? Su Yi didn't answer her but said, it's getting late. You should go rest too. Yi Shaxuan quickly said, I'll drive you. No need. Go back. I want to be alone. Su Yi didn't wait for Yi Shaxuan. He walked away by himself. Yi Shaxuan stood there, stuck out her tongue, frowned slightly, and muttered softly, can't you just say you want some alone time? Some things happened today, but even if Xia Shan came out to intercept, Su Yi didn't care. The only thing that puzzled him was the girl from the street office. There were some things he wanted to figure out, but once things were made clear, they seemed to lose interest. It was better to ignore everything and go back to sleep. Yi Xiaoxuan returned home with Su Yi's painting. Her home was in an independent manor in the western suburbs, with a vast estate and strict guards everywhere. There were even several security guards at the front gate, but even late at night, there were still many cars parked at the gate. Yilin's reputation was well known, and many people with serious illnesses or strange diseases would often wait at the gate, some even kneeling and begging for treatment. Yi Xiaoxuan wasn't surprised by this scene anymore. When Yi Xiaoxuan was young, she once asked her grandfather why he didn't treat the sick people kneeling outside the gate. Yilin's explanation was simple. If someone kneels down and he treats them, then won't all the sick people in the world kneel at his gate? Some people's illnesses were clearly not very serious, and they could be treated at any major hospital, but they had money. They valued their lives, they were suspicious and didn't trust hospital doctors. They insisted on kneeling in front of Yi's gate. Should Yilin save each and every one of them? That's not acceptable. When Yi Xiaoxuan's car pulled up to the gate, someone tried to flag her down, but they were quickly stopped by the security guards. While the doctor has compassion, Yi Xiaoxuan felt that her grandfather was also right. Illness can be cured, but the heart is hard to heal. Even if Yilin was a divine doctor, his energy was limited, and it was impossible to save one person for every person who knelt at his gate. When Yi Xiaoxuan returned tonight, there was still a person kneeling at the gate of the Yi family manor. She glanced at him and felt that he looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't it the boss of Changsheng Workshop, Zhang Chibei? But she wasn't very sure. She had seen the boss a few days ago when Tang Yue just bought the hidden dragon pearl. Zhang Qibai looked emaciated, but at least he still looked human. However, the person kneeling in front of the gate now seemed like a dried-up zombie, with no trace of color on his face, looking like he was close to his last days. Yi Xiaoxuan entered the manor, parked her car, and with Su Yi's painting in hand, walked towards the central house of the estate. At this moment, the Yi family was brightly lit up with many people sitting inside, seemingly discussing something important. Xiao Shuan, you're back. Have a seat. Yi Xiaoxuan's father, Yi Jingshan, called out, continuing, that person outside, Zhang Qibai, has agreed. As long as we can save his life, he will sell all his family property as payment. However, I took a look at him from afar and couldn't discern his condition. Yi Xiaoxuan's second uncle, Yi Jingguo, sitting next to Yi Jingshan, chuckled and said, Big brother, it doesn't matter what illness he has. Since he has agreed, let him in. Take a closer look, and if he's cured, that's all that matters. Yi Jingshan shook his head. Father, is not easy to make a move now. He probably won't get involved in this matter. Judging from that person's complexion, it's probably close to the end. If we bring him in and he dies in our house, then the reputation of our Yi family will be ruined. Yilin rarely takes action now, but facing a huge temptation, people like Yi Jingshan find it difficult to stay on move. Zhang Qibai runs an antique shop and recently made a huge profit selling the hidden dragon pearl, with a current net worth of over 2 billion, making billions from treating an illness. As the current head of the Yi family, Yi Jingshan finds it hard to refuse. Yi Jingshan, crossing his legs, strangely smiled and said, Big brother, are you afraid you won't be able to cure him? Second brother, what do you mean by that? Yi Jingshan's face slightly changed, his gaze coldly fixated on Yi Jingguo. Yi Jingguo sighed, glanced at the people present, and finally locked eyes with Yi Jingshan, chuckling, Big brother, why are you so agitated? Staring at me like this, there are things I dare not say. Yi Jingshan spoke coldly, say what you want to say. I haven't shut your mouth. Then I'll really say it. Yi Jingguo exaggeratedly coughed twice and said, Our Yi family, in the eyes of outsiders, is a medical family, but in reality, it's just a family started from our ancestors. It's easy to conquer, but hard to maintain power. If one lacks ability, what if our ancestors are no longer around? Who will maintain our large Yi family? Yi Jingguo's gaze swept over the people from the Yi family present, speaking earnestly to Yi Jingshan, so, big brother, shouldn't we give the younger generation a chance? Yi Jingshan sensed something amiss but could only ask with a cold face, what are you trying to say? Yi Jingguo chuckled, what I mean is, big brother, if you lack confidence in your medical skills, why not step down and give the young people a chance? Yi Jingshan finally understood what was waiting for him here. Throughout history, There had been no familial affection in royal families. Though the Yi family wasn't part of a royal family, they could be considered a prestigious household. Power struggles like this had become commonplace. Yi Jingshan raised his eyebrows and said, "Second brother, if you still don't agree to this at this point, even if you become the head later on, you'll likely lose credibility." "All right. Then bring John Kibai in. Whoever in the younger generation can cure his illness will be the next head of the family, with full control of the company." Yi Jingshan said, "However, we need to inform father about this. John Kibai's disease is difficult to cure, and I don't want him to die in our Yi family. Juan, go ask grandfather to come." Yi Xiaxuan never expected that after just returning, she would encounter a fight for power and position. She confirmed that the person kneeling outside was indeed John Kibai and that she could cure his illness. But only a fool would want to be the head of the family, having to worry about family matters and manage so many businesses. In the past, she saw her father working day and night and felt that her father was exceptionally foolish. Wasn't her second uncle also a member of the family? Why not let him handle it? Now, her second uncle wanted to seize power. In her opinion, just let it be given to him, right? What's there to fight over? After entering the room, before Yi Xiaxuan could speak, she was immediately asked to call her grandfather. Holding the painting in her arms, she walked out of the main hall, crossed tree-lined avenues, and finally arrived at her grandfather's small courtyard. "Miss Xiaxuan, do you have something to tell grandfather?" Standing in front of the courtyard was a middle-aged man, the family steward Mozi, also Yi Lin's personal bodyguard, a cultivator of the virtual den realm. When he saw Yi Xiaxuan, he couldn't help but be surprised. What was going on? Just a couple of days ago, he saw Yi Xiaxuan when she was only at the Che cultivation stage. How did she progress to the virtual den stage so quickly? Moreover, the aura she exuded, solid and condensed, was much stronger than his. Yi Xiaxuan said, "Uncle Mo, my father asked me to bring grandfather over. Come in with me." In the past 2 years, Yi Lin had become more reserved. Even for Yi Jingshan and others who wanted to meet him, it wasn't easy. But he had instructed Mozi that if Yi Xiaxuan sought him out, she was to be brought in directly. Yi Xiaxuan, holding the painting, followed Mozi into the courtyard. At this moment, Yi Lin was still sitting on an armchair in the courtyard. There was also a giant parasol tree in the courtyard, somewhat similar to the setting of the Su family. "Is Juan here?" Yi Lin asked. "And did Zia Shan die?" Yi Xiaxuan didn't expect her grandfather to ask about this right away. "He didn't die." "Oh. Did your master not kill him?" Yi Lin was somewhat puzzled. Yi Xiaxuan said, "No. He's going to help me manage the bookstore in the future. Master asked him to accompany me in practicing." "Good. Good." Yi Lin's face lit up with a smile full of wrinkles, saying, "Tell me about what happened with your master today." "But grandfather, why father asked me to bring you over. Second uncle is causing trouble with him," Yi Xiaxuan said. "Why don't you go first, and we'll talk later. If they want to make trouble, let them. Let's talk about our matters." Yi Lin sat in his chair, showing no intention of getting up, and asked, "What are you holding?" Yi Xiaxuan couldn't help but smile. "The painting master gave me." "Gave you a painting?" Hearing this, Yi Lin stood up, and Yi Xiaxuan quickly went to assist him. Yi Lin waved his hand, indicating she needn't help, his eyes fixed on the tightly wrapped painting in Yi Xiaxuan's hands. Excitedly, he said, "Can grandfather see it?" "Of course." To the study. Yi Lin respected Su Yi tremendously. Unlike Tang Wenyao, he wasn't afraid that Su Yi would covet his family's assets, seeing this more clearly than Tang Wenyao. Therefore, Su Yi's paintings couldn't be seen casually. Moreover, Su Yi had actually given a painting to Yi Xiaxuan. What a great favor. In the hundreds of years, the Yi family should be worrying-free. Yi Lin's study room is very spacious, with 6 bookshelves filled with various books. In addition, there is also a huge desk. Yi Xiaxuan placed the painting drawn by Su Yi on the table, carefully removing the hard paper shell covering the painting. Yi Lin stood in front of the desk, staring intently at the painting on the table. As the painting gradually revealed itself before him, Yi Lin's body began to tremble. Although he and Tang Wenyao had been with Su Yi for quite some time, they had hardly seen Su Yi paint. Zhang Changfeng was the one who ground ink for Su Yi, and after Su Yi finished painting, he mostly kept them to himself. At least Yi Lin had never had the chance to see Su Yi paint. This painting. Yilin couldn't help but smile when he saw it. He remembered Su Yi saying not to enter the study room, as the paintings inside could easily draw one in. He also mentioned nearing the end of his life and expressed a deep desire to see Su Yi's paintings, even if it meant getting lost in them forever. If that were the case, perhaps his life had been fulfilling enough, better than being buried in the ground after death. Xuan Xuan, if I die, just burn me with the painting. I hope my ashes can be in the same room as this painting. Yilin took a deep breath, his eyes welling up with tears as he continued. Don't place it too close. You can look at it in your free time to avoid upsetting others. Yi Xiaoxuan was also taken aback, hastily saying, Grandfather, what are you saying? You are in good health. Yilin waved his hand and said, I know my own health. I don't have many days left. After speaking, he looked at the painting again and smiled. He had thought that seeing Su Yi's paintings would trap him and lead to his death, but he realized he was still alive. Not dying wasn't so bad. Let's go. Let's see what your second uncle and your father are arguing about, Yilin said, no longer inquiring about the events between Su Yi and Yi Xiaoxuan that day. Seeing the words on the painting, he understood that Su Yi had acknowledged Yi Xiaoxuan. Being gifted a painting by Su Yi was a blessing Yi Xiaoxuan had cultivated for generations. As for what they had done that day, they could discuss it when they had time. Yilin and Yi Xiaoxuan slowly made their way to the hall, where they could still hear Yi Jingguo and others talking. When they walked in, everyone fell silent and looked at Yilin. Yilin walked slowly to Yi Jingshan's side. Yi Jingshan was about to give up his seat, but Yilin placed his hand on Yi Jingshan's shoulder, keeping him in his seat. What are you all talking about? Yilin's gaze landed on Yi Jingguo, saying, Second son, I could hear you the moment I enter. You explain. Yi Jingguo pursed his lips, speaking in a much lower voice than before. Dad, it's like this. There's a patient kneeling outside. Eldest brother thinks he doesn't have the confidence to cure him. Speak louder and get to the point. Yilin closed his eyes, showing he didn't want to hear any nonsense. Yi Jingguo trembled in fear and could only speak with determination. Dad, we come from a family of medicine. The head of the family should have the ability. We should give the younger generation a chance. I suggest that the younger generation treat the patients. Whoever can heal him will be the next head of the family. After listening to Yi Jingguo's words, Yilin opened his eyes and gazed haughtily at Yi Jingguo, saying in a deep voice, Second son, is there something wrong with your brain, or have I grown old and my ears no longer work? Yi Jingguo was instantly speechless. Yilin's gaze swept across the people present, finally turning back to Yi Jingguo, saying, You couldn't cure the person your brother couldn't, so you want to bring in the younger generation. Which one of them? He laughed and looked at Yi Hanchu, Yi Jingguo's son. Hanchu, can you cure him? Yi Hanchu was about the same age as Yi Xiaoxuan, at just 20 years old. He felt a bit uneasy being asked by Yilin but still bravely said, Grandfather, I can cure him. Then show me. If you can really cure him, you will be the head of the Yi family in the future. If you can't, reflect at home, study hard, and learn well. Medical practice is serious business and cannot be taken lightly. Taking it lightly would be akin to becoming a bloodthirsty executioner. Yi Hanchu lowered his head humbly and said, Grandfather, I will remember your teachings. Yilin nodded and said, Let him in. I'll see if you can cure him. Yi Jingshan remained silent. Since he had invited the old patriarch here, he would defer to his decision. If Yi Hanchu truly had the ability, he would step aside for the greater good. Soon, Zhang Qibai was brought in. Upon entering the hall, Zhang Qibai saw Yi Xiaoxuan and immediately knelt in front of her. Miss Yi, please save me. It seemed as though he had found a life-saving remedy, pleading tearfully, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I was led astray, please save me. He even started kowtowing to Yi Xiaoxuan. Zhang Qibai's skin was as delicate as paper, and his knocks on the floor caused blood to flow. The blood had a slightly dark hue, looking very abnormal. Don't panic. Even if you need treatment, you must calm down first. My brother will help you. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't turn a blind eye, but since Yi Hanchu had promised to cure him, she couldn't intervene further. Your brother. Can your brother cure my illness? Zhang Qibai looked around anxiously, not knowing who Yi Xiaoxuan's brother was, and cried, Please, as long as you can cure my illness, I will give all my property to you. I don't need it anymore. Yilin looked deeply at Zhang Qibai, who was at death's door. In his view, The man was likely poisoned and seeking to save his life. Yilin inwardly acknowledged that he could only help John Kibai live a few more days at most. A complete cure would require Suyi's intervention. He glanced at Yishak Suan, thinking that perhaps his granddaughter could truly save this man. After all, she was Suyi's disciple. He and the servants like Tang Yaozu had learned some extraordinary skills, not to mention Suyi's direct disciple. With these thoughts in mind, Yilin smiled and said to Yi Hanchu, "Hanchu, you treat him." Yi Hanchu respectfully bowed to Yilin and took out his silver needle. A simple bed was brought in, and after John Kibai lay down, Yi Hanchu heated the needle to remove toxins before starting acupuncture. Yilin watched from the side, his brow furrowing. This technique was not something he had taught. Yi Hanqui's needle technique was very fast, obviously showing her high level of proficiency. 9 needles were administered in total, and Yi Hanchu took out a vial from her pocket to feed John Kibai a pill. Yilin furrowed his brows even deeper. Just now, when Yi Hanchu administered the needle, it was clearly just activating John Kibai's potential and couldn't achieve a complete cure. Although Yilin had never seen this needle technique before, judging from the acupoints Yi Hanchu targeted, he could still discern its effectiveness. After everything was done, John Kibai's eyes had a light in them, and his originally pale face unexpectedly became rosy. Feeling rejuvenated, John Kibai jumped out of bed and said to Yi Hanchu, "Brother, thank you. I thank you. I will give you all my possessions." Yi Hanchu smiled slightly, then exchanged a glance with Yilin, bowed respectfully, and couldn't find any fault. "Grandfather, your grandson has healed him." Yi Jingwo next to them also smiled, as if his son had already become the head of the Yi family. Yilin's face darkened as he coldly said, "Is this what you call healing?" "This." Yi Hanqui's smile stiffened, his mouth twitched fiercely, and he said, "Isn't this considered a cure?" Yilin coldly ordered, "Kneel." Yi Hanchu was so frightened that he knelt directly on the ground, bowing his head and not daring to speak. Just moments ago, John Kibai was still excited. Upon hearing Yilin's words, he also became too scared to speak. Wasn't he already cured? Then why did he feel like he had no issues anymore? He was filled with strength from head to toe. However, Yilin paid no attention to him, glaring at Yi Hanchu and asked, "Where did you learn this needle technique? And the medicine? Who gave it to you?" John Kibai's current state was obviously just forcibly activating his body's functions. Living for another 5 days would be considered good at this point. Yi Hanchu swallowed hard, finally mustering up the courage to look at Yilin and said, "Grandfather, someone else taught me this needle technique, and someone else gave me the medicine. Your grandfather hasn't even taught anyone in our family his needle technique to this day. I had no choice but to learn from someone else." Yi Hanqui's eyes widened, his face twisted into a terrifying grimace, completely different from his earlier humble appearance. He almost roared hoarsely, "Grandfather, do you intend to bury your extraordinary skills with you? Am I really your grandson?" Yilin's expression became even uglier. Was this his grandson, the future of the Yi family? Approaching Yi Hanchu, he reached out his hand, as if he wanted to slap this rebellious grandson, but ultimately didn't follow through. "My needle technique, even if I die, will not be passed on to anyone," Yilin finally said. "Reflect on your actions. If you can't figure it out, don't leave." "Reflect on my actions? What did I do wrong? I healed someone. From now on, I am the head of the family." Yi Hanchu stood up, facing Yilin, and said, "Grandfather, you're old. It's time for you to retire." After he finished speaking, the sound of a scuffle outside the door could be heard. Yilin was so angry he coughed up blood. Yi Jingshan scolded, "Yi Hanchu, are you trying to rebel?" "I already have." Yi Jingwo pulled out a dagger from his sleeve, and with a laugh, it was already posed at Yi Jingshan's neck. The door was opened, and Mozi led a group of men dressed in black into the room. Yilin sternly commanded, "Mozi, take these disobedient descendants down from me." However, Mozi smiled and said, "Old master, you are already so old. There are some rights that you should let go of. I am not on your side now." Yilin never imagined that someone who had followed him for so many years would also betray him. Combined with Yi Hanqui's attitude, he was overwhelmed with anger and eventually fainted. Yi Xiaoxuan saw that the situation was getting out of hand, hurried forward to support her grandfather. "Bro, that's enough. Are you trying to kill grandfather with this?" Yi Hanchu remained silent, glanced at the time, and said to his father, "Dad, have uncle sign the contracts that need to be signed first." Yi Jingwo was also not idle. He had someone bring out various contracts that were already prepared and placed a pen in front of Yi Jingshan, saying, "Brother, sign them, and I won't trouble you anymore. Xiao Shuan is just a girl. Don't let her worrying about family matters." Yi Jingshan took a deep breath and said, "Second brother, you've been planning this for a long time, haven't you? Even Mo Zi was bought off by you. Of course, if Mo Bro is not on my side, how dare I make a move?" Yi Jingwo chuckled and said, "Brother, matters have come to this. No need to say more. Sign the document, and I promise you and Xiao Shuan no worrying-free life from now on. I will also find a good husband for Xiao Shuan. I will take care of her marriage personally." Yi Jingshan didn't want to say more and picked up the pen. Without even looking at the contracts, he started signing. "Second brother, you have someone backing you up, right? Where did you learn that needle technique of Yi Hongqi's?" "That's Zia Shan, you know." Yi Jingwo smiled. "I now realize that there truly are immortals in this world. With Zia Shan backing us, we will surely become the top family in Huaxia." When Yi Jia heard this name, she paused for a moment. It turned out that Zia Shan was the mastermind behind today's events. She helped Yilin sit down and took out a silver needle she carried with her to prick Yilin, helping him slowly regain consciousness. "Grandfather, don't worry, I'll have Master save us," Yi Jia whispered to Yilin's ear, about to call Suyi for help. However, Yilin grabbed her hand and said, "Don't disturb him. This is a family matter of ours." He already felt ashamed in front of Suyi. This matter could be considered a family shame, and to ask Suyi for help would only deepen his shame. Yi Jia still wanted to inform Suyi. Even though Zia Shan promised to help her watch over the bookstore and even be her punching bag, she wasn't sure what Zia Shan would do in this situation. If she called Suyi, at least she would feel a bit more secure. However, Yilin held her hand tighter and shook his head repeatedly. "Don't call him." This was probably Yilin's last stubbornness. If she really called Suyi, even if it helped quell the internal strife in the family, his guilt would only deepen. Okay, I won't call him." Yi Jia didn't understand why, but seeing how agitated her grandfather was, she was truly afraid that if she insisted on calling Suyi, her grandfather would be so upset that he might die on the spot. Let them do as they please. Yilin closed his eyes, his face devoid of color, as if he was nearing the end of his life's journey. Yi Hanchu and Yi Jingwo thought they had sorted out Yi Jingshan and Yilin, so the entire Yi family was under their control. When No Zi entered, he kept paying attention to Yi Xiaxuan. He wasn't worried about the others, but Yi Xiaxuan was just an ordinary person a few days ago. How did she suddenly condense a virtual pill in such a short time? Did she encounter something extraordinary? Everyone else present were mere mortals, and Yilin, seeing the situation, had nothing to fear. As long as Yi Xiaxuan didn't make a move, everything would be fine. While Yi Xiaxuan was still hesitating about what to do, Zia Shan suddenly rushed in and shouted, "Stop it, damn it." In fact, Zia Shan just remembered that Yi Xiaxuan was Yilin's granddaughter. He had someone check, and it turned out that Yi Jingshan was Yi Xiaxuan's father. When he learned this news, he was almost scared out of his wits. When he was plotting against Yilin earlier, he had no idea that Yilin's granddaughter had such a formidable master. By the time he came to his senses, Yi Jingwo had already made a move. When he entered and saw the scene before him, he was at a loss. Just having narrowly escaped death and now pulling off a good move, if Suyi found out, he might not even have a chance to be Yi Xiaxuan's punching bag. Mo Zi was only wary of Yi Xiaxuan to begin with, so when Zia Shan suddenly burst in and yelled, he was dumbfounded as well. Wait a minute. Wasn't Zia Shan on their side? Shan Yi? What's going on? Mo Zi looked at Zia Shan in confusion, not understanding his intentions. Zia Shan had already seen Yi Xiaxuan and also noticed Yi Jingwo holding a knife to Yi Jingshan's neck. He pointed directly at Yi Jingwo and shouted, "Put down the knife." Yi Jingwo was stunned for 2 seconds, put away the knife, and with a smile on his face, said, "Shan Yi, why did you come here personally? Don't sweet-talk me. I don't know you." Zia Shan said before briskly walking over to Yi Xiaxuan and smiling, "Miss Yi, I arrived a bit late to save you. Did these bastards harm you?" The whole room fell silent. What on earth was happening? Is he showing up to play the hero after everything has gone down? Yi Xiaxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. From Zia Shan's sneaky attitude, he still feared Suyi. Let my father come over. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't want to be too arrogant, as infuriating Xia Shan could lead to dire consequences. Is your esteemed father Mr. Yi Jingshan? Xia Shan smiled, but inwardly, he was already feeling uneasy. Su Yi's power was truly terrifying, and now, the more he thought about it, the scarier it became. Moving on, he said to Yi Jingshan, Mr. Yi Jingshan, I apologize. It's like teaching these bastards a lesson for disrespecting their own family master. Please come over, and I'll handle these bastards on your behalf. Having lived for so long, he knew how beautiful the world could be, especially for someone like him who was strong and didn't want to die. Yi Jingshan recognized Xia Shan, but he didn't understand his intentions. Did he want to mock him in a sinister way? Yi Jingwo was even more puzzled. He glanced at Yi Xiaoxuan and chuckled. Shan Yi, are you joking? The situation is settled. If you have taken a liking to my niece, it could also be a good thing. He knew Xia Shan was a lecher. Xia Shan had shown an obsequious smile to Yi Xiaoxuan since he arrived, clearly showing his interest in her. However, now that things were settled, if Xia Shan, this LSP, really fancied Yi Xiaoxuan, he could take her away. What the hell are you talking about? Xia Shan's face darkened. He raised his hand and slapped Yi Jingwo in the face, sending him flying. How could this bastard Yi Jingwo plan to harm him again? Could he talk nonsense like that? Xia Shan had shown mercy by not killing him on the spot. The power of a golden core cultivator was unquestionable. Yi Jingwo was left dizzy, with his head and ears ringing from Xia Shan's slap. You bunch of bastards. Mr. Yi Jingshan is the head of your Yi family. You rebellious scum. Xia Shan pointed at Yi Jingwo and scolded. You're even worse, laying your hands on your own older brother and father. I beg you, try to be human. After scolding, Xia Shan picked up the contract on the table, looked at it, and then said firmly, forcing your elder brother to sign over shares, pressuring your father to sign a will, you have no shame or righteousness. Have you ever thought that if it weren't for the divine physician Yi Lin, would you be living so lavishly today? Even as an outsider, I can't stand it anymore. But, Shan Yi, this is a bit unfair. Mo Zi's face became even uglier. You orchestrated this. Now you accuse us of lacking integrity. Are we still going to proceed with this? I've already offended the old man Yi to death. If you do this, where can I stand in the future? Mo Zi was getting increasingly angry. This matter was orchestrated by Xia Shan, and they had agreed before that if Yi Jingwo successfully seized power, they would fully cooperate and he would be given 30% of the Yi family's shares. Now, why did he turn his back on them and switch sides? For a woman? Xia Shan didn't care if others had a place to stand. He only knew that if these scoundrels were allowed to continue, he wouldn't enjoy the world for long. As soon as Mo Zi finished speaking, Xia Shan appeared in front of him like a ghost and delivered a blow to his abdomen. The unexpected punch left Mo Zi reeling. The disparity in realms between them and Xia Shan's sudden attack sent Mo Zi flying, blood spraying from his mouth. After collecting himself, Xia Shan took a deep breath and said to Yi Lin, Mr. Yi, do you mind if I clean up for you? I have disabled Mo Zi's cultivation. As for how to deal with him in the future, it's up to you. Yi Lin didn't know why Xia Shan suddenly helped him, but judging from his attitude towards Yi Xiaoxuan, it probably had something to do with Su Yi. Yi Xiaoxuan's presence made even a golden core cultivator like Xia Shan do such a thing. Thank you. Yi Lin stood up and turned to the group of black-clad men, saying, do you want to stay with Mo Zi or continue following me? This old man? These black-clad men were under Yi Lin's command, somewhat similar to personal guards for an ancient emperor. However, due to Yi Lin's old age, Mo Zi and Yi Jingwo's instigation, plus Xia Shan's intimidation earlier, they had turned against him. But now, even Xia Shan had betrayed them. Did they really want to follow Mo Zi to their deaths? We will obey whatever the old master commands. The lead black-clad man stepped forward, making a statement, and the others also expressed their loyalty. Yi Lin raised an eyebrow and said, take Yi Jingwo and Yi Hongqiu down. Lock them up for now. Yi Lin originally planned to report directly to the police, but after thinking about it for a moment, he also felt that family matters should not be made public. Now that Yi Jingshan is the head of the family, they should wait for him to handle it. After Xia Shan finished everything, he was also scared and sweating, standing in front of Yi Xiaoxuan, smiling and asking, Miss Yi, are you satisfied with what I did? It's okay. Yi Xiaoxuan was not a fool. Of course, she could tell that Xia Shan was involved in the rebellion against her second uncle, but she didn't want to tear her face apart, especially since Yi was not around. You don't need to worry about this matter, Miss Yi. Xia Shan was truly walking on thin ice now. He was afraid that Yi Xiaoxuan would complain to Su Yi, which would lead to a grim end for him. From the brief interaction with Su Yi tonight, Xia Shan also realized that Su Yi was definitely not a soft-hearted person. If it wasn't for Yi Xiaoxuan begging for mercy earlier, he might already be a dead body by now. Don't worry, I won't tell my master. Yi Xiaoxuan was clever and could naturally tell what the guy wanted to express. Then I thank you, miss. In the future, whatever you ask me to do, I will do without any hesitation. Xia Shan was willing to do anything to survive, completely ignoring his dignity, portraying humility to the extreme. You stay here and watch. I will help my grandfather back to the room. Yi Xiaoxuan was afraid of any accidents happening again, so she decided it would be better for Xia Shan to stay put. As for the follow-up matters, Yi Xiaoxuan trusted that her father would handle them well, so she didn't need to worry. Yi Lin was also not interested in staying here any longer. With Yi Xiaoxuan's support, he walked towards the courtyard. At this time, Mozi was half dead lying in the hall. Yi Lin just gave him a faint glance and didn't say much. Mozi was a cultivator, but 10 years ago, he was seriously injured while being chased by his enemies. Yi Lin saved him, and he swore allegiance to Yi Lin. But now, he betrayed Yi Lin. It was like back when Su Yi saved them, brought them along, treated them like family, yet ended up becoming enemies in the end. If Su Yi wasn't so powerful, when he went to find Tang Yawen, he might have already died in the Tang family's house. Essentially, their actions were no different from Mozi's. Retribution. Yi Lin walked out of the hall, sideline while looking at the night sky. After taking a few steps, his steps softened, and if it wasn't for Yi Xiaoxuan's support, he might have fallen to the ground already. Grandpa, are you okay? Yi Xiaoxuan asked. I'm fine. You go back and take care of John Kibai. I will go back to my room by myself. I want to take another look at that painting. Yi Lin also felt anxious. Placing her hand on Yi Lin's pulse, she found herself unable to come up with a method to cure him even after using the 13 medical techniques that Su Yi had taught her. Don't. Yi Lin firmly grabbed Yi Xiaoxuan's hand, his eyes shining. Xuan, understand this. Anyone brought into our Yi family must leave alive. Do you get what I mean? Yi Xiaoxuan cried harder and harder, unable to speak clearly. But your current condition, no. I need to bring Master here. If you bring him here, I will die in front of you now. Yi Lin already felt guilty towards Su Yi, and Mozi's recent betrayal reminded him of their past experiences, making him unworthy of Su Yi's help. With tears in her eyes, Yi Xiaoxuan wiped them away and said, Let me help you back to the room. One last thing, go back, save John Kibai. Don't follow me. Grandpa wants to be alone. Yi Lin let go of Yi Xiaoxuan's hand resolutely and headed towards his courtyard. Watching her grandpa's back, Yi Xiaoxuan cried even harder. She knew very well that her grandpa's time was running out. Perhaps it would be today. Yi Xiaoxuan could not delay any longer. She turned around and went back to the hall. Walking up to John Kibai, she said, If you want to live, lie down and let me see. John Kibai was scared stiff from what happened earlier. He had overheard Yi Lin's conversation and understood that Yi Hongchu did not actually cure him. When Yi Xiaoxuan had offered to treat him before, he had declined due to greed, but now he realized the seriousness of the situation and eagerly lay down on the bed. Yi Lin hobbled into his study. Standing in front of Su Yi's painting, he extended his hand but hesitated to touch it. Master, if there is another life, I will be your servant again. Yi Lin pulled a chair and sat in front of the painting. Letting out a sigh, a smile appearing on his face, my mind was clouded by greed in my later years. However, little Yi hasn't done anything against you. Now I finally understand why Zhang Changfeng is the steward. Why we don't even have the right to see your paintings. People's hearts are no longer the same as before. As Yi Lin spoke, he seemed to enter into a trance, his eyes unmoving, fixed on the painting on the table, the smile on his face gradually freezing. In the Yi family hall, Yi Xiaoxuan not only used silver needles, but also brought cinnabar and peach wood. It didn't look like medical treatment, but more like a charlatan from the rivers and lakes, performing exorcisms. Yi Jingshan was also somewhat puzzled by this scene. Who taught her this? He didn't know that to cure John Kibai, It wasn't enough to rely solely on silver needles and medicine. It required a cultivator to guide the yin-che in his body. The silver needles blocked the path of the yin-che and gathered it to the 7 apertures. Then the peachwood and cinnabar, representing extreme yang, would dissolve the yin-che, preventing it from harming others. Though this seems simple to say, it was actually quite complex in practice. It had to be a cultivator well-versed in medical techniques, with no room for error. After Yi Xiaoxuan completed these actions last night, the others vaguely saw wisps of black smoke rising from Zhang Kibai's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, being absorbed by the cinnabar and then dissolved by the peachwood. Xuan. What is this? Yi Jingshan had never seen such a formation. It's all fine now. Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Dad, Grandpa is gone. The night was cool like water, reminiscent of the past autumn. Suyi half lying under the parasol tree, gazing at the hazy moon in the sky, unintentionally recalling some past memories. Living too long, having a good memory, in the end, wasn't such a good thing. Just as he was about to go back to the room to sleep, Yi Xiaoxuan's call came. Xiaoxuan, is something wrong? Master. Grandpa, he passed away. Can you save him? Suyi could hear the heartbreak in the girl's voice on the other end of the phone, but after a moment of silence, he could only say, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Yi Xiaoxuan sobbed on the phone, almost inaudibly asking, can you come to see him? Okay. Suyi hung up after saying that. For a girl like Yi Xiaoxuan, experiencing the separation due to death from a loved one was undoubtedly a very sad and heartbreaking thing. But this was inevitable. Even a powerful person like Suyi couldn't truly bring the dead back to life. He had many magical abilities, able to manipulate corpses, prevent them from decay, and even make them speak. But once dead, they were dead. The dead couldn't be resurrected, and a speaking corpse was still just a corpse. Suyi had once tried forcibly sealing a cultivator's soul within a corpse, only to find out that even a cultivator's soul sealed within a corpse would be consumed rapidly by the body, turning the body into a bloodthirsty monster. The Jianxi, which later generations called the zombies, were the best examples of this. Endlessly trapped in the cycle of reincarnation, yet forever muddled and enduring daily pain from being bitten by thousands of ants. Suyi soon appeared in the Yi family's courtyard, where people were already preparing for Yi Lin's funeral. When Suyi entered Yi Lin's study, Yi Jingshan saw him and frowned, asking, Who are you? I'm just here to see Yi Lin, Suyi said before walking towards Yi Lin's body. Yi Xiaoxuan was beside Yi Lin, and upon seeing Suyi, she couldn't help it and hugged Suyi, tears streaming down her face as she cried, Master. Yi Jingshan had heard about his daughter having a master, but he didn't investigate Suyi's identity like Bai Yangyin and Yu Jiao. He simply assumed that this man's surname Su was an old acquaintance of his father's, probably an elderly man in his 70s or 80s. Seeing Suyi, he was also shocked. How could his father allow Yi Xiaoxuan to be apprenticed to such a young man? Did this young man also teach Yi Xiaoxuan the method to save Zhang Kibai? Suyi gently patted Yi Xiaoxuan's back twice and softly said, It's okay. Everything will be fine. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't say a word, her head buried in Suyi's chest, seemingly calming down. Yi Jingshan, watching all this, felt a mix of emotions. Earlier, when Yi Xiaoxuan was very sad, he, as her father, had tried to comfort her, but she didn't seek solace from him in the same way. From this small gesture, it seemed that Yi Xiaoxuan was closer to Suyi than to her own father. Are you Xiaoxuan's master? Yi Jingshan scrutinized Suyi. When Suyi entered, he asked who Suyi was, and Suyi had answered that he was here to see Yi Lin. A young man directly addressing his father by name was disrespectful to both the elder and the deceased. Suyi gently stroked Yi Xiaoxuan's head and said softly, Okay, I'll go talk to your dad. In his heart, Suyi treated Yi Xiaoxuan indulgently as a father would. Faced with the situation today, Suyi could only use some calming magic to ease her distress. Yi Xiaoxuan wiped away her tears and stood silently on the side. What's your relationship with my father? Yi Jingshan pondered for a moment, then immediately realized that Suyi was not ordinary. Firstly, how did Suyi get in? And there was that painting on the table with presented to disciple Yi Xiaoxuan written on it. His father had passed away smiling in front of that painting, seeming to have found release. Consider us old friends, Suyi said, already walking to Yi Lin's body and giving him a scrutinizing look. What caused him stress before his death? With Suyi's skills, he could easily tell that Yi Lin had experienced a traumatic event before his death, evidenced by the blood on his body. Yi Jingshan then recounted what had happened that day, mentioning that Xia Shan had not left and was still in the hall. Yi Xiaoxuan looked at the painting on the table and said, "Grandpa told me that after his death, his ashes should be placed in the same room as this painting. I don't want to get involved in your family affairs," so Yi said before giving a deep look at Yi Lin's body and then leaving the study. "Master, where are you going?" Yi Xiaoxuan didn't know what Su Yi intended to do. "You stay here," Su Yi said before disappearing from the room and appearing in the hall. Xia Shan was still waiting there. He had caused the incident today, so if Yi Xiaoxuan sought retribution later, Su Yi had the power to hold Xia Shan accountable. As Xia Shan anxiously waited, Su Yi suddenly appeared before him like a ghost. "Master Su, why are you here?" Xia Shan was momentarily petrified. Su Yi coldly asked, "Did you plan today's events?" Xia Shan quickly replied, "It was Yi Jingwo's plan. I was just manipulated by him. A cultivator of the Golden Core realm being manipulated by ordinary people." Su Yi raised an eyebrow, and Xia Shan felt as though an invisible hand was holding him in the air, sealing off all his spiritual energy. He looked like a lamb to be slaughtered. In Su Yi's eyes, a Golden Core cultivator wasn't much stronger than an ant. "Master Su, please don't kill me. I was wrong. I was blinded by greed." Xia Shan panicked. "Tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you. Didn't you ask me to go easy on Missy earlier? I promised to do my best. Wrongdoings must be punished," Su Yi said. And with his words, Xia Shan's left hand exploded into a mist of blood. Xia Shan let out a chilling scream, shocked by Su Yi's cruelty. There were still many Yi family members in the hall, all scared and fleeing from the scene. "Master Su, is one hand enough? I'm sorry. I promise I won't do it again." With no reply from Su Yi, Xia Shan's other hand also exploded, filling the air with blood mist. "No matter what, he's my person," Su Yi said, and with that, Xia Shan's entire body turned into a mist of blood. A pale golden soul emerged, ready to escape. Su Yi waved his hand, and the soul was annihilated. After finishing this, Su Yi slowly returned to Yi Lin's study and asked Yi Jingshan, "Do you have ink and paper? What do you want the brush and ink for?" Yi Jingwo didn't understand Su Yi's intentions. His father had already passed away, so logically speaking, he should have already made arrangements for his father's funeral. But Yi Xiaoxuan said they needed to wait for his master to arrive, then they would cremate his grandfather and place his grandfather's ashes and the painting on the table into a room together. It sounded quite strange. Yi Lin had saved countless lives during his lifetime, and many people would come to offer condolences at his death. Considering the situation with the Yi family, it would be more appropriate to bury his grandfather in a good feng shui location. Even if they opted for cremation, his ashes should be enshrined in a temple to receive the respect of the public, especially for someone like Yi Lin, who believed in resting in peace. Dealing with his grandfather's affairs alone was already difficult for Yi Jingwo, and now Su Yi suddenly asked for brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. What was going on? Su Yi said, "I want to write a farewell message for him." Yi Lin's final wish was that his ashes be placed alongside Su Yi's painting, so how could Su Yi not understand his intentions? Although the servants had once held ill intentions towards Su Yi, Yi Lin had never done anything bad to him. Su Yi also didn't want to dwell on anything anymore. Yi Jingwo still didn't understand who Su Yi really was and what his relationship was with his grandfather. Even if someone was cultivating immortality, wouldn't there still be signs of aging on their face? Just like Zhang Changfeng, who was now quite old. "Master, I'll get it." Yi Xiaoxuan quickly found the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and placed them on the wooden table. She also moved aside the painting that Su Yi had given her. The moment Su Yi picked up the brush, both Yi Xiaoxuan and Yi Jingwo could feel the atmosphere around them change. In their eyes, Su Yi seemed to stand before the desk like a deity, his brush dancing like a dragon, and in the blink of an eye, a morning poem was written. The sun and moon never stop their rotation. Mountains and rivers on earth continue their eternal cycle. The deceased live on in people's memories, even if the inscriptions on the tombstone decay, like withered branches. In memory of the late friend Yi Lin. As the last 5 characters were written, a faint white light began to gather on Yi Lin's forehead. Su Yi said calmly, "It's better for him to rest in peace." As he finished speaking, Yi Xiaoxuan faintly heard her grandfather's voice echoing in her ears. "Xiao Xiao, I'm gone. Don't be sad. In this life, I have no regrets. Just follow your master's instructions." "Grandfather," As a young girl facing such a situation, Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't help but burst into tears. As for Yi Jingshan, he also heard his father's voice and even saw his back. Eventually, it was best for Yilin to rest in peace, as Suyi had decided. Yilin simply wanted to be with Suyi's painting after death. Now with Suyi's farewell message, their relationship was even more significant. Given Yilin's cultivation level, his soul would dissipate within 7 days after death without reaching the golden elixir stage, let alone the concept of reincarnation. Suyi used his great supernatural powers to gather and preserve Yilin's soul and pass it on. In the words he wrote, even the gods who governed reincarnation in the other world dared not disrespect Suyi. After completing everything, Suyi told Yi Jingguo, have your father buried, and put this painting in the coffin with him. This painting from Suyi could awe spirits and bless future generations. The Yi family's fortunes would also improve due to this painting. Yi Jingguo was not a fool and had already sensed the extraordinary nature of Suyi. He asked, Mr. Su, when did you meet my father? Suyi didn't avoid the question and reply, about 68 years ago. Both Yi Xiaoxuan and Yi Jingguo were stunned. Yilin had lived to be 78, so 68 years ago, Yilin was just a 10-year-old child. Yi Jingguo couldn't help but believe in the existence of immortal cultivators in this world. But someone like Suyi, who had maintained a youthful appearance, was indeed rare. Yi Xiaoxuan stared at Suyi for a long time. So her master really had a close relationship with her grandfather. This was quite unbelievable. Was he immortal? Suyi said. Xiaoxiao, I've taken care of Xia Shan. That person's heart is not pure, so find someone else to practice with. Although Yi Xiaoxuan was kind-hearted and had never engaged in killings, Suyi, as someone who protected his own, considered Yilin's death partly because of Xia Shan. He had already spared Xia Shan once before, so this time, it could be seen as justified retribution. Yi Jingshan didn't know how to respond. Xia Shan's cultivation level was already extraordinary in his eyes. He had initially wanted to compromise temporarily and report the incident to the 13th Division for handling once the opportunity arose. However, Suyi unexpectedly said he had handled it. What did this mean? Is Xia Shan dead? Yi Jingshan swallowed hard. Suyi had gone out earlier for a while, and he had killed Xia Shan during that time. Xia Shan was a cultivator at the Golden Elixir realm. Suyi nodded slightly and said, I'll take my leave. The deceased have passed, so mourn his loss. Yi Jingshan could only bow to Suyi and say, I won't see you off. It was customary not to see guests off after a funeral. Suyi didn't say anything else and glanced at Yilin before leaving the Yi family's residence. The next day, news of Yilin's death spread throughout the entire country. A generation of divine doctors had passed away, and countless people who had been treated by him came to offer condolences at the Yi family's home. Suyi did not attend. Once a person had passed away, it was like a lamp extinguished. He had already done enough, and further actions would be meaningless. How many old acquaintances had already passed away? Suyi had seen too much of life's joys and sorrows. On that day, Yi Xiaoxuan didn't visit Suyi's house. Ting had decided to make soy milk and fried breadsticks on her own, so Suyi taught her how to make them with some simple methods. Suyi thought that soy milk and fried breadsticks would be their breakfast in the future. After teaching Ting, it was already 10 o'clock, so Suyi went to the school to attend a class and had a casual chat with Wang Junlin and others. They all found that the talk of spiritual energy resurgence was like a false alarm. No one in the school had gained any special abilities. It wasn't until the afternoon that Suyi went to open his bookstore. When he opened the door, Wu Wen's and the street office director were already waiting outside. Director Wu, do you need anything? Suyi glanced at Wu Wen's. They must be waiting for him. Wu Wen's looked Suyi up and down, frowning, and asked, are you also an immortal cultivator? Suyi shook his head and asked, have you seen too many of them? The girl next to him, however, said firmly, he is an immortal cultivator, but he doesn't have any cha on him. Wu Wen's couldn't see any signs of an immortal cultivator on Suyi. I say he is. He must be. The girl stared at Suyi, an expressionless face, and said, I feel like I know you from somewhere. Have we met before? Suyi smiled and said, are girls this forward nowadays? Wu Wen's heard Suyi's words and immediately grabbed the girl next to him, saying, Director, don't be impulsive. He is just an ordinary person. This young man is simply courting death, teasing their 13th director. In the whole cultivation world, anyone who has witnessed the director's strength, who doesn't act cautiously, Wu Wen's remembers last time, when his director taught Wandagui a lesson. Wasn't Suyi also present? Doesn't he know what the word death means? I won't hit him. The girl continued to stare at Suyi, saying, You are a cultivator. Suyi said, I'm not. He really wasn't a cultivator. After all, he had never cultivated immortality. The so-called cultivation of immortality is for ordinary people to become stronger through cultivation. Suyi has always been the strongest. Why would he need to cultivate? You are. If you say so. Wu Wen sighed with his hand on his forehead. Why did these two feel like children chatting? Their director's mind is somewhat naive and childish. Why is this guy the same? Suyi couldn't be bothered to explain, so he opened the door and walked into the bookstore. After browsing around the store, he picked up a copy of The Tale of Genji to read. He had plenty of time, but he found that in this era, there were far more books than before, and there were so many interesting books that he could read for many years. The girl leaned on the table with her hands, her eyes fixed on Suyi, saying, I'm Gu Tongtong. What's your name? Suyi slowly put down the book, raised his head to look at the delicate face, and said, I know a little girl named Su Diandian. Your names are similar. Gu Tongtong furrowed her brows. How are they similar? The last two characters are the same. Wu Wen stood nervously next to Gu Tongtong, afraid that she would send Suyi to the hospital with a punch. Fortunately, Gu Tongtong just said very seriously, they are not similar at all. I think they are. Wu Wen's was not good at expressing himself, but listening to these two chatting really. Are they 5 or 6-year-old kids? After a moment of silence, Gu Tongtong said, Join our 13th department. Suyi asked, Aren't you a neighborhood office? Wu Wen's couldn't listen anymore and said, Director, he really isn't a cultivator. Then he said to Suyi, Sorry, our director has been reading too many fantasy novels recently. It's okay, if you like reading, you can buy some books from here. Suyi didn't forget about his job, and when he had the chance, he needed to promote it too. Wu Wen's tried to lead Gu Tongtong out, but she shook him off and punched Suyi in the face. Oh no. Wu Wen's really couldn't imagine, with Gu Tongtong's strength, if that punch landed, Suyi's face would probably be disfigured. Broken nose and fractured cheekbones were probably normal things. Suyi didn't even flinch. Gu Tongtong's fist stopped half a centimeter away from Suyi's nose. The wine from the punch tousled Suyi's hair. Gu Tongtong had no expression on her face and said, You were sure that I wouldn't hit you with this punch, so you didn't dodge. Suyi smiled. How painful can it be when a girl hits you once? Wu Wen's mouth twitched. How painful could it be when hit once? I think Wandagui would have a say in this. People who had never been hit by Gu Tongtong probably thought that such a delicate girl would only use her small fists to punch the chest. But those who had been hit would definitely not want to experience a second round of punches. I won't stop this punch. If you're capable, don't dodge. Gu Tongtong said as she slowly pulled back her fist. When she clenched her fist again, her long hair behind her fluttered gently, and a strong chest started circulating. The light around her fist was already distorted. Tongtong, you forgot that unless it's an emergency, cultivators cannot harm ordinary people. This is the rule of our 13th department. Wu Wen's hurriedly grabbed Gu Tongtong's wrist and nervously said, If this punch lands, not only will he die, but this shop will probably be gone too. Gu Tongtong seemed a bit angry, but she restrained her breath and said, I will prove that you are a cultivator. Yesterday, the girl with you was also a cultivator. When will she come? Suyi said. She has some family matters to attend to, so she probably won't come for the next few days. Wu Wen said to Gu Tongtong, You mean that girl from the Yi family? Yi the Divine Doctor's granddaughter. Yi the Divine Doctor passed away yesterday. After a few days, when the Yi family's funeral is over, I will try to find her to register. In the end, under Wu Wen's pull, Gu Tongtong finally let go, walked to the door, glanced at Suyi, and said, I will find you again. You are always welcome. Next time I invite you to dinner when I have time, Suyi said as he lowered his head to look at his book. Gu Tongtong said, Tonight. Suyi couldn't help but be surprised. Can't you tell that I was just being polite? When I say next time I have time, it means I don't have time today, tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. Wu Wen gritted his teeth. For some reason, he wanted to punch this guy, provoking death on the edge, right? Tonight? Self-service hot pot outside the east gate of the school. Gu Tongtong didn't give Suyi a chance to refuse, and led Wu Wen away.